Possessed, a stage beyond life. This is Songsu Station. The doors are opening. With a deep sigh, I stepped off the subway. A familiar buzz vibrated in my pocket. My phone, which rarely rang, had received a message. My heart pounded as I checked the sender. It was the audition results I had been anxiously waiting for. Hello, this is the casting team for the possessing actor. Thank you for your audition. Unfortunately, Jinseok Kong. I failed again. Another rejection. Another door shut in my face. I had lost count of how many auditions I had bombed. No matter how many times it happened, I never got used to the sinking feeling in my chest. The subway doors hissed open, and I stepped into the crowd of exhausted office workers heading home. My body felt just as heavy as their weary faces. As I trudged down the station stairs, my gaze landed on an elderly woman sitting on the steps. Her frail frame was bent with age, and she gestured weakly at the people passing by. No one stopped. No one even glanced her way. It was as if she were invisible. Should I help her? I hesitated. My mind was clouded with fatigue, both physical and mental. Maybe it was the weight of another failed audition pressing down on me, but I didn't feel like dealing with anything or anyone right now, and so, I walked past her. But just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I exhaled sharply. I couldn't ignore her. Something about the way she reached out reminded me of myself, desperate, pleading, searching for a chance. I turned back. Grandma, do you need help? She lifted her head. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, worry etched into every crease. But despite her frailty, her white clothes were spotless, perfectly pressed. She extended a trembling hand. I'm sorry, dear, but can you help me? Yes, I replied gently. What do you need? I need to get home, but I can't go alone. Would you take me there? I could have called a station employee. That would have been the logical thing to do. But something told me that today, I should help her myself. Yes, Grandma. Take my hand. She smiled, gratitude shining in her eyes. A strange request. We walked through winding alleys, crossed the main road, and finally arrived at her home, a rundown villa hidden away in Songsu-dong. Even as a local, I had never noticed this place before. We're almost there, she said softly. I carried her up the steps to the villa's entrance. She was surprisingly heavy, and I could feel my arms trembling from exhaustion. I need to exercise more, I thought grimly. At the top of the stairs, the old woman pointed to a large, weathered clay jar. Please open that. I hesitated. Why don't you do it yourself, Grandma? She smiled weakly. Just open it, dear. And whatever's inside. Please give it to my son. Before I could respond. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A furious voice boomed from behind me. I turned around to see a man glaring at me with barely contained rage. I raised my hands, trying to explain. This woman, she said, this is her home. What woman? The man interrupted. There's no one here. I spun around. The old woman was gone. My blood ran cold. Had I imagined her? But no, my arms still ached from carrying her all the way here. My legs still burned from climbing the stairs. This was real, wasn't it? The forgotten letter. The man's face darkened. You sneaky bastard. Thought you could rob me just because you look decent. No, wait. I swear, I was just helping. But he wasn't listening. Frustrated, he pushed past me and yanked open the jar. Inside, there was a neatly folded letter, a bank book, and an official stamp. A wave of silence fell between us. The man's anger was replaced by confusion. I reached into the jar, my fingers brushing against the paper. Somehow, I knew I had to read it. I unfolded the letter. The handwriting was shaky but clear. My son. This is the money you saved for my surgery. But I couldn't bear to use it. How could I spend something so precious? I know we fought over this. I know I was stubborn. I'm sorry. But this money, it's not meant for me. It's meant for you. Go back to your studies. Live well. Eat well. I love you, always. Your mother. I barely finished reading before the man snatched the letter from my hands. He stared at it, his hands shaking. Then, a sob. A raw, unfiltered cry broke from his lips. Mom. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched the letter to his chest. The anger, the suspicion, it all melted away, replaced by overwhelming grief. I stood there in silence, watching as he wept for the mother he never got to say goodbye to. A dream. Or something more. Later that night, I collapsed onto my bed, drained. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the man's story, how he had abandoned his PhD studies in the US to care for his dying mother. How he had begged her to accept surgery, only for her to refuse and hide the money meant for her treatment. It was a tragedy with no happy ending. I closed my eyes, hoping for rest. But instead, I woke up in a vast, white void. A lucid dream. A voice interrupted my thoughts. Did you enjoy the meal? I turned around. The old woman was standing there, smiling gently. I swallowed hard. Grandma. She nodded. Thank you for today. Because of you, my son finally found what I left for him. I stared at her, unable to process what was happening. Was this real? Was she a ghost? Before I could ask, she continued. You're an aspiring actor, aren't you? I blinked. Yes, but how do you know that? She chuckled. The dead know everything, dear. Then, she turned to the side. Come, child. A young boy, no older than a middle schooler, stepped forward. He had a bright, confident smile. Hello, he said cheerfully. I've heard a lot about you. I hesitated. Who are you? My name is Min-soo Kim. I used to act before I died. A strange chill ran down my spine. Min-soo grinned. Since you helped Grandma, I'll help you in return. Help me. That audition tomorrow, he said. It's for a role about a younger sibling donating a kidney, right? My breath caught in my throat. How did he know that? Minsu's smile widened. Let me teach you how to act. A name worth remembering. Kang Jin-seok. 22 years old. A freeder, a drifter, a man with no roots. A soldier who completed his service. An aspiring actor still chasing a dream that seemed further away with every rejection. I grew up in Chinman Orphanage, a small, forgotten home for abandoned children tucked away in the countryside. The director once told me that someone left me at the doorstep one night, wrapped in a thin blanket. I cried when I first heard that story. At school, I envied the kids who walked hand in hand with their parents, their laughter filling the air as they ran to their waiting arms. I never had that. In my first year of high school, I decided to find my parents. But no one cared to search for two ordinary people who had left nothing behind, not even their names. That was when I made a promise. I will become famous. If I appeared on TV and social media every day, if my name was whispered in every household, wouldn't my parents see me? Wouldn't they come looking for me? But how does an ordinary person like me become famous? I don't remember exactly why, but at some point, I convinced myself there was only one way: acting. Becoming an idol was out of the question. I wasn't young enough to be a trainee anymore, and my singing was barely decent. So, I dropped out of high school. I still took the qualification exam, though I wasn't stupid. I passed on the first try. From then on, I dedicated myself entirely to acting. I had no money for acting classes or private academies, so I scoured the internet for free scripts and memorized every word. I watched online lectures and practiced in front of mirrors, believing that hard work alone would open doors for me. But reality was cruel. Hard work didn't make up for the lack of connections or natural charisma. I was just another aspiring actor, filled with dreams but lacking the talent to match. By the time I had failed 30 auditions, I enlisted in the military. I didn't have to. I was exempt as an orphan, but I needed time to clear my head. Of course, nothing changed. I left the military with more passion and desperation than before, but my skills remained the same. Yet now, for the first time, an opportunity stood in front of me. #####the role of a lifetime. Minsu grinned at me, his bright eyes filled with an energy that felt almost unnatural. The role you're auditioning for tomorrow. It's my story. I stiffened. What do you mean? My brother and I were born with weak kidneys. Even a short run would make us sick for days. The doctors decided I would receive a kidney transplant from our mother. His voice was light, as if he were recounting a childhood memory. But the words that followed struck me like a cold wind. But then, my brother's condition got worse. So he got the transplant instead. He smiled. I died because they couldn't find another donor in time. I clenched my fists, forcing my expression to remain neutral. Minsu was still a child. No matter how casually he spoke, this must have been his greatest pain. Yet he continued, unshaken. I'll help you with your audition tomorrow. Help me. Yes. But in return, please tell my brother something. He looked at me seriously for the first time. Tell him to live happily. He spent his whole life struggling because of me. I want him to let go of the guilt. I hesitated. I had no time for distractions. I had to focus on the audition. But how could I ignore this? Do you know where he lives? Minsu's smile returned. Don't worry. If I possess you, you'll know everything I know. Before I could process his words. Darkness swallowed me whole. ##### back to reality. I jolted awake to the sound of crates being dragged across concrete. Hey, Kang Jin-seok. I turned to see a coworker looking at me curiously. Why do you look like you just fought a war? I shook my head. It's nothing. Just, got a lot on my mind. Don't let it slow you down. If you get hurt, it's a big problem. I nodded and got back to work, moving boxes with the mechanical efficiency of someone who had done this too many times. At Songsa Warehouse, I was a minor celebrity, not because of any success, but because I was the only one in my 20s, and more importantly, because aspiring actors weren't common here. Everyone asked me the same questions. When's your debut? How was your last audition? Who did you meet? And when I shook my head, offering a tired smile, their response was always the same. Failed again. Huh? Sorry, kid. At first, those words stung. Now, I barely reacted. As I stacked another box, the foreman approached me. Jin-seok. You have an audition today. Yes. Go home early. You need rest. I glanced at the clock. I still have 4 hours left. Forget that. We don't need you today. Go prepare. I can still. The foreman turned to another worker. Kim, can I send this kid off? Mr. Kim waved his hand dismissively. Go. We'll handle it. I hesitated, but the foreman shoved an envelope into my hands. It was thick. This is. The guys chipped in. We know how hard you work. Consider it support. I tightened my grip around the envelope. I didn't want to accept it. No, I couldn't accept it. These men worked themselves to the bone just to get by. Sensing my hesitation, the foreman stuffed the envelope into my pocket. Take it. When you make it big, just give me an autograph. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Thank you. The other workers pretended not to notice the exchange, but their small smiles told me otherwise. For the first time in my life, I felt like the world was trying to help me. #### a new kind of confidence. After taking a quick soak at the sauna, I dozed off on one of the lounge chairs. And once again, I found myself in that white void. Minso appeared before me, grinning. Brother, I'm glad you came first. I was about to call you. I chuckled despite myself. You seem excited. I am? I finally get to help you act. How exactly will you do that? Minso crossed his arms, deep in thought. The best way to explain it is, I'll let you experience my memories. I stiffened. Possession. Not really. I won't control you. I'll just share what I felt when I was alive. I exhaled slowly. That didn't sound so bad. Minso beamed. Oh, and Grandma wanted me to thank you one last time. She's moved on now. I blinked. She left. Minso nodded. She said she had no regrets anymore. A quiet sadness settled in my chest. I didn't even get to say goodbye. Minso's body started fading. Time to wake up. See you at the audition, brother. I reached for him. Wait, Minso. #####the audition begins. You have arrived, sir. I stepped out of the taxi. The waiting room was filled with nervous actors, whispering their lines or meditating in silence. Familiar. The tension, the pressure, I had felt it all before. But today, something was different. My heart pounded. Not from nerves. Not from fear. For the first time, I knew I was going to pass.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
An audition hall in Gangnam, Seoul. 3 people are sitting in a simple audition room. 1 woman and 2 men. Although they were dressed in comfortable clothes, they were people with an aura to them. Assistant director? No. You're a PD now, right? The man sitting in the middle said with a smile. In front of him was a nameplate that read, Judge Representative Gae In-yoon. CEO AI. If you keep calling me an assistant director, I'll get upset. This is my debut work, but I'm going to deny it. Again, you are saying something unlucky. What do you get for cheating? I personally help, and this project is sure to be a hit. PD Kim Manso muttered in response to CEO Gae In-yoon's words. You said that, but you didn't support a single actor from your company. Hey, Seokyoon and Minjun said they don't like you. You also put pressure on the broadcasting station, so it doesn't help a lot. That's true, but... And Lee Seokyoon and Kang Minjun kept saying that they didn't like this role, but they kept appealing to me. Ugh, fuck. Yuna, can PD Kim Manso really take charge of the project? I don't have eyes to see like this. Writer Lee Yuna, who was sitting next to him and quietly smiling, answered. But PD Kim Manso, all the works you've worked on so far have had good grades, right? I guess I have a good sense of it in my own way, right? In response to writer Lee Yuna's words, CEO Yoon Gae-in spoke as if that was not the case at all. What a persimmon? They're all actors. And that work was done well by the main producer, but what did the assistant director do? Oh my, Mr. President. Please save my face. What should I do if you openly curse at me? Hey, I'm saying this because Yuna is the author. Is Yuna someone who looks down on PD? All you have to do is just laugh it off. Ugh. People who don't know much about their relationship might think they're fighting. However, the 3 of them got along well enough to talk comfortably like this. After a while, the 3 started a pre-audition meeting. The first to speak out was CEO Gae In-yoon. Producer Kim. How many people have we seen now? Have we seen about 200 people? Yes. To be exact, 214 people. But there isn't an actor I really like. Originally, if you use it for your own work, no one will like it. It's all about compromise. Gae In-yoon is an actress and CEO of a management company. He achieved some success as an actor and produced his own movies, which was a bit disappointing, but he eventually changed his career path to management. As a result, he was treated as a senior among directors, and his actors were also well received for their personality and skills. That's true though. I see about 40 people today, and I'm worried about what I'll do if no one passes the audition because of me. What are you worrying about? Are you telling me to use Seokyoon and Minjun? I like my baby's masks, they're perfect. There was one reason why CEO Gae In-yoon continued to appeal to his actors. This is because he knew that this work would be a huge hit or at least a medium hit. He's seen a lot of scripts, but none have stuck with him like this one. Moreover, the production team members were all very talented. Since he has also put his influence into the broadcasting station, publicity and promotions will be great. A work that cannot fail. If you go into the first episode or the most important scene of a drama like that, it will definitely pop up. Lee Seokyoon and Kang Minjun, promoted by the CEO, are new actors. Although they have not yet appeared in a drama properly, CEO Gae In-yoon believes in their potential. While CEO Gae In-yoon was lost in thought, producer Manso Kim spoke. Oh, really? You're making a huge appeal because you don't think anyone would be a representative who cares about his actors. Those auditioners don't feel it. Ugh. Okay, PD, do whatever you want. So, is there an auditioner you're interested in today? In response to the CEO's words, Manso Kim handed over a profile. At the top was written Kang Jin-seok. This one. Kang Jin-seok? His profile picture came out really well. It was an honest assessment as an industry worker. But is this all about Pilmo? 2 web dramas? He has no drama experience at all. While listening to CEO Gae In-yoon, producer Manso Kim poured water into the cup in front of him. Producer Kim Man-soo drank the water, thought for a moment, and then opened his mouth. But since the profile picture is no joke, I'm going to give it a try. The CEO just admitted it too. The photo came out good. It could be Photoshop. You can't do that much with Photoshop, right? As Kim Man-soo spoke with a smile, Yoon Gae-in spoke in a passing tone, as if he had no expectations. I think it's just a waste of time. I'd rather just have my babies. It's starting again all right. If I don't find an actor I like after the audition today, I'll go with the one the CEO praises so much. Did you just say that? Is that a verbal contract? Yes. All right. When they're talking like that. Someone knocked on the door. I will evaluate the audition for 4-01. Producer Kim Man-soo spoke his words to the staff outside. The door opened slowly. The atmosphere in the audition room also became cold in an instant. Applicants' steps, posture, the gaze upon entering, expression, atmosphere, etc. This is because the audition begins from the moment the applicant enters. Gae-in Yoon said while observing Jin-seok. You had a hard time coming. You're Jin-seok Kong, right? Yes, representative. I was able to take a taxi today, so I came right on time. In response to the short answer, the three judges quickly looked at each other and exchanged opinions with their eyes. Voice. Out of 10. 10 points. A manly voice that is neither low nor high. However, it was not a macho strong voice, but rather a soft one. Above all, I felt a confidence that was unusual for a rookie actor. If you've never appeared in a drama before, you might be nervous during a drama audition, but I didn't feel that way at all. In order to be confident like this, you have to have something to believe in, such as outstanding skills, a good agency, or whatever what. While Gae-in Yoon thought to himself as if it was strange, PD Man-soo Kim asked this time. In his hand was Jin-seok's profile. Mr. Kong Jin-seok, you don't have any drama skills. Did you not even have a small role? I filmed a few web dramas. You can probably see the list of works at the end of the profile. Ah, here it is. Sorry. I'm looking at your profile now. It was a lie. It is the natural role of the PD to familiarize himself with the profiles of all applicants in advance. The reason I said this was to show off. Let's see how they react. From an actor's perspective, it's quite a blow to his pride that the audition judge didn't even look at his profile. However, new actors sometimes experience even more humiliation on set. Not only the abuse of power by established actors but also the subtle disregard of the staff. If my mentality is shaken at that time, I won't be able to act. But Jin-seok was different. Expressionless. No, maybe it felt like I didn't care at all. It seemed natural to have such an attitude toward oneself, but it did not appear that self-esteem had diminished. Producer Kim Man-soo pretended to look at the profile and spoke again. All right. You appeared in a web drama here. How many views did it get? Rotting Hill was released about 52,000 times. Pretty Woman has about 61,000 views. 52,000 and 61,000 times. For a low-budget web drama, it's not a very low score. The general public only sees famous web dramas and thinks that other web dramas will receive tens or millions of views, but the majority of them receive less than 100,000 views. However, from the perspective of casting actors for public broadcast dramas, this is a disappointing figure. What? I wasn't even expecting it in the first place. All right. Then, let's see the acting. Just look at the camera in front of you. Yes. In a way, the actor selected in this audition can be said to play the most important role in the entire drama. Although it is a role that appears briefly at the beginning of episode 1 and then leaves, it is the role that creates the biggest opportunity for the main character brother to become a doctor. In order to win such a role, what the applicant must show at this audition is a younger brother suffering from end-stage renal disease. He attempted to receive a kidney transplant from his mother, but gave the kidney to his older brother, who was suffering from the same disease. Is the act of the scene. There aren't many lines, but that's why it's difficult. The most difficult thing for actors is to convey their emotions in short acting and dialogue. The reason why a new actor was used rather than a proven actor for such an important role is because producer Kim Man-soo wanted to show off his directing and casting skills. I want to succeed in my debut film with my skills, not just as an actor. And if you succeed by using a rookie, there will be no better success than that. When PD Kim Man-soo was thinking like that, Jin-seok said, then let's begin. An applicant who has nothing special about him other than his appearance. I didn't have much expectations as to whether the sentiments of CEO Gae-in Yoon and artist Yoona Lee were similar. Producer Kim Man-soo casually turned his gaze back to look at Jin-seok. What? Suddenly, actor Kong Jin-seok, who was sitting in front of him, looked different. Since the features of his face have not changed, it would be more accurate to say that the atmosphere has changed. His expression earlier was full of joy, but it was not joy anymore. His eyes were full of tears, but they didn't flow. That may be because there was no sadness in Jin-seok's acting. A younger brother who decided to give up his kidney for his beloved older brother. What feelings does the younger brother have? In response to this question, PD Kim Man-soo said that this younger brother thought, it is sad to lose hope for a kidney transplant, but he will think that there is nothing he can do to save his brother. He guessed intuitively that he was right. However, as if he were ridiculing PD Kim Man-soo's thoughts, Jin-seok was showing completely different emotions. This thought crossed producer Kim Man-soo's head after seeing his acting. The younger brother who sacrificed himself for his beloved older brother. I'm glad. Usually, when I'm at the auditioning, I focus on the actor's performance and then look at the expressions of the other judges next to me. This is because you can tell by looking at their facial expressions whether your thoughts are the same as theirs, even without asking. But PD Kim Man-soo couldn't afford to do that right now, because the younger brother in front of him was eagerly waiting for something to say to his mother. After a while, it was a short time, but when there was silence that felt like years had passed, Jin-suk's mouth opened at them.Every. Mom, I'm really fine. I hope my brother is healthy. At the low line that flowed from Jin-suk's mouth. This is crazy. Producer Kim Man-soo was so immersed in Jin-suk's acting that he even forgot to breathe. Just before the audition, a staff member with long straight hair took me to the audition room. I didn't look around, but someone would probably look at me and make a brief evaluation in their mind. After a while, the staff and I arrived at the audition room. The staff knocked on the door. I will apply for 4-01. An answer was heard from inside the room. Yes. Come on in. At novel bin at. The staff opened the door and I went into the room. In the past, when entering the audition room, I first scanned the judges in front of me to find out what kind of personality they have, what kind of person they are, and whether they are judges I have seen before. But not now. I calmly sat down on the chair with confidence even though my heart was pounding. Before long, CEO Ga In-yoon spoke. He said, "Have you had a hard time coming here? You're actor Kang Jin-suk, right?" CEO Ga In-yoon. He is the CEO of Yoon Entertainment, and today a huge figure is judging. Yoon Entertainment is a dream agency for new actors. A management company with good company evaluations and many external connections. It is one of the few companies that does business for actors rather than money. I answered calmly. No, CEO. I came today on time because I could take a taxi. After that, we exchanged stories that we often shared at auditions. I felt like he was testing me, but he didn't really care and answered. After talking for some time, producer Kim Man-soo spoke in a somewhat indifferent voice. All right. Then, let's look at the performance you have prepared. You can start by looking at the camera in front of you. Yes. As I slowly looked at the camera, my vision became blurry. What's going on? My blurry vision slowly became clearer, and I began to see something. Brother, shall we eat ice cream? What is an ice puzzle? I guess it's ice cream. Grandma calls me ice cookie. You idiot. That's what grandmother called it? It's a bad thing to say, so don't repeat it. Huh. I was confused at first, but I quickly realized what it was. This is Min-soo's memory. Min-soo's memories came to mind like a movie. No, more accurately, I should say that I gained Min-soo's memories. Is this the possession Min-soo was talking about? Although it was my first time seeing this scene, I could tell that it was a memory of Min-soo and his older brother. A time when his older brother and younger brother were so happy when they were young. It was like brothers running barefoot through an alley and sharing ice cream. After a while, the scene changed. White walls and old wooden floor. It is an old hospital with an awkwardly drawn green cross. There, Min-soo and her mother were sharing a sad story. Mom, brother, are you in a lot of pain? More than me. More than you. What do you mean by that? I heard you talking with the doctor and mom earlier. Brother's kidneys are much worse than mine. Originally, I was supposed to receive mom's kidney, but you said my brother needed it. His mother made a complicated expression at Min-soo's words. It seems so painful to her as a mother that she can only help one of her two sons. Did he read her mother's mind? Min-soo spoke before her mother with a bright expression and voice. Mom, I want my brother to get surgery. I like it better when my brother is healthy. Really? Really though? Are you okay with that? Huh. His mother couldn't say anything to Min-soo's words. Faced with the fact that she could only help one of her two sons, she could only swallow her tears. The mother didn't want her young son to see her weakness, so she hugged Min-soo. Although he couldn't see her expression, the way her shoulders were shaking made it seem like she was barely holding back sad tears. Min-soo also wanted to cry. I was happy to think that I could possibly be liberated from the pain that continued every day, but I ended up losing that. But I didn't mind the pain if I could save my brother. Min-soo was sad, but he was as happy as he was sad. At least my brother will be able to escape this terrible pain. Min-soo, I'm sorry son. I'm so sorry. As the mother's crying voice passed through my ears. Whoa, I returned to the audition room. What I see in front of me are 3 judges and a camera. There was a monitor above the camera, which showed the shooting scene in real time. Of course, the face on the monitor screen was me. But something was different. Right now my face is Min-soo's. Resembles. Tears were flowing from my eyes. But I didn't cry or cry sadly. There was a smile on his face and a hint of mischief in his eyes. It's not a feeling I forced. It wasn't a feeling that came from being immersed in Min-soo. I was showing Min-soo exactly what he was feeling right now, becoming completely that person. This is possession. He was using emotions that only Min-soo, who was in that situation, could express. The subtle tremors of my voice, my breathing, my voice, my eyes, and even something I couldn't feel were changing me and leading me. Although it was my first time using this ability, I was able to change my appearance as if I were changing into clothes I had been wearing for a long time. This is not acting or imitation that anyone can do. It's something that goes far beyond that. Now there's one thing I have to do. When I gave up to my brother, that sad but happy feeling, just show it. It hurts me too, but the way I cared for my brother more than for myself. Recalling that moment, I slowly opened my mouth. Then the tears that he had barely been able to hold flowed down from the corners of his eyes. At the same time, I smiled brightly, like Minso always did. Mom, I'm really fine. I hope my brother is healthy. Similar to Minso. However, in keeping with the role, he spoke clearly in a somewhat adult yet foolish manner. Like Minso, who was very mature at a young age and tried to ease the burden on her mother. Originally, this line was a conversation with the actor who played the role of mother, but since it was an audition, it was expressed as a monologue. Why are you crying, Mom? I'm not dead yet. It's not as serious as my brother or father, so if I wait, I might be able to find another donor someday. I'm really fine. I don't regret it. Instead, Mom, just make one promise with me. When my older brother later asked you why he received the transplant and not me, just said it was because I was incapable of receiving my mother's kidney. You should definitely ask the doctor to tell him that too. I didn't give in, got it. After saying the last line, I forced myself to smile so much that my gums showed. It was because I felt like if I didn't smile like this, I would end up crying unsightly due to the many emotions that were surging over me. He let out a sigh so soft that the judges couldn't hear him, gathering his emotions. Then he wiped away his tears and spoke. That is all. Thank you. I showed everything I could in the short time that was allotted to me. Now all that was left was the judges' evaluation. From the moment I started acting until now, the audition room was strangely quiet. Usually, after finishing an act, the judges clap their hands. Regardless of whether you did well or not, thank you for your hard work, and for your encouragement to do better in the future. But now no one even moved. At that time, the woman sitting behind the nameplate that said Author Lee Yuna spoke. I had heard her name before, but this was my first time seeing her face. And the silence was broken by the exclamation of Author Lee Yuna. After that, it was producer Kim Manso who spoke first. I need to organize my thoughts, so I'll evaluate the CEO first. When PD Kim Manso handed it over, CEO Gae In-yoon said in embarrassment. Me? You want me to review first? Yes, that. I started thinking a lot. The judges were delaying their evaluations. Wasn't this the kind of acting the PD wanted? If that's the case, no matter how good the acting is, it's difficult to get good reviews. The PD has to consider the overall flow of the work and select actors. I was a little anxious. If that's the case, it's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do. Still, I have no regrets. I didn't think I could act any better than this. No one will be able to do it. I showed Minso who was in the same situation as the script, so how could I do better than this? The CEO cleared his throat and looked at me. Then I'll do it first. Jinsook Kong, first of all, I really enjoyed your acting, but it's really difficult for me to evaluate it. To be honest, the three of us talked about this while looking at Jinsook's profile. You don't have any drama credits, I don't have high expectations, things like that. Representative, I didn't say that. Try to be quiet. I'm talking about me. Gae In-yoon continued his words, lightly stopping producer Kim Manso from interrupting. But now I think a little differently. What has changed? What do you mean by that? When I asked him carefully, Gae In-yoon said firmly. The reason Jinsook has not been able to debut until now is not because he is lacking. I'm sure the producers who auditioned gave up because they were afraid of using Jinsook. I do not get what it means. They gave up because they were afraid of using me. Why on earth? But it seemed like I was the only one in the room who didn't understand what the CEO was saying. Producer Kim Manso and writer Lee Yuna were nodding their heads repeatedly to CEO Gae In-yoon's words. Even PD Kim Manso muttered, that's right, that's right. Gae In-yoon continued speaking. He said, the performance I just showed felt like something different. Oh, in a good way, of course. Yes. But what happens if you select a rookie with that type of acting and the work doesn't do well? The PD must be very stressed. It's clear that the acting will be good, but the directing is lacking, and that is what the producers hate the most. CEO Gae In-yoon is smiling and looking at PD Kim Manso. How is it? PD Kim. Can you afford it? Producer Kim Manso scratched the back of his head and said. To be honest, I feel burdened. But if I lose Jinsook, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. CEO Gae In-yoon laughed at PD Kim Manso's words. After a while, PD Kim Manso spoke. It's strange to say something like this at an audition, and it shouldn't be said. Jinsook, we may start filming soon. So, I keep having that feeling. Okay. In fact, it meant passing. For the first time, I got a role in a proper drama. What should I answer? Thank you. I will do my best. I will do my best. I do not know. At that time, something suddenly occurred to me that I thought I would have to say if I got the role. Thank you for the opportunity. I will definitely become famous. The audition room where Jinsook left. The atmosphere filled with Jinsook's acting had not yet gone away. Meanwhile, Kim Manso pondered Jinsook's last words. I'm going to become famous. With that guy's skills, it would be possible. I've seen a lot of actors so far, but none of them have shown acting like that. No one will be able to copy it. Acting like that? While working as an assistant director for numerous works, producer Kim Manso saw many actors who were said to be the best. Producer Kim Manso was making this kind of evaluation. In all honesty, he wanted to do the casting all over again. He wanted Jinsook to be the main character. But if that happens, there will be an uproar. I was that greedy. I really need to use him for my next project as well. I discovered this talent, so I should nurture it and use it well. While I was thinking that, someone knocked outside. Hello. Applicant 4-02, come with me now. No one can beat Jinsook's acting, but the audition isn't over yet. Yes. Come on in. Although his heart was already set on Jinsook, Kim Manso planned to respect his remaining applicants until the end. It stuck. It stuck. The whole time as I was leaving the audition room, this was all I could think of. I had a lot of imagination about how I would feel if I passed, but when I actually got accepted, I was just stunned. I haven't received an acceptance letter yet. Still, even though the PD and judges said so much, I won't drop it. I got the audition thanks to Minso. Now it's my turn to listen to Minso's request. I was happy for a moment, but my excited heart sank again at the thought of having to listen to Minso's request. What Minso asked for was, he asked him to tell his brother that he should live happily and not feel sorry for his brother. It's not a very difficult request. However, if he suddenly goes to see him and tells him that he got Minso's memories and to tell him that Minso is okay, he will be treated like a crazy person. What do we do? After thinking about it for a while, I came up with a good idea. I saw it in a movie and thought it would be a good idea to try imitating it. Okay, let's do that. As soon as I gathered my thoughts, I caught a taxi passing by on the street and headed to Minso's house. I always making a pause while translating my tears, can't help it. A dark studio with all the lights off. Inside, Minhan Kim was looking at the laptop screen with his blank eyes. On the screen, an old doctor with grey hair is seen. Hello doctor. Can you hear me well? He spoke into the laptop, and the doctor on the screen responded. Yes, Mr. Minhan, how have you been doing? It was as usual. As usual, thank God. Because it hasn't gotten any worse. Yes. Minhan Kim has been receiving psychiatric counseling through video conferences for several years. A long time ago, he wanted to relieve himself of the guilt that his younger brother had died because of him. It just so happens that the consultation date coincides with the anniversary of my younger brother's death. Is there anything you would like to tell me about, anything special that is different from usual? Nothing in particular. Okay. Is what you are doing okay? Are you sure you don't work too hard every day, except when you're giving online consultations? It's business as usual. As usual, you are overdoing it. I'll say it again, it's really dangerous. It is inevitable to blame yourself out of guilt toward your younger brother, but punishing yourself through work is really dangerous. No matter how talented a Dr. Minhan is, if he works without resting, he will inevitably make mistakes. Then Minhan will come to hate himself so much that he can't turn back. Should I contact Hanyang University Hospital? Dr. Minhan Kim, are you saying you still want to perform the surgery? Kim Minhan smiled bitterly at the consulting doctor's reprimand. I know very well what you are saying, but I can't help it. Even if everyone in the world says it is not his fault, Kim Minhan has already condemned himself as a criminal who killed his younger brother. That's why Kim Minhan couldn't live without punishing himself. So he went into the operating room every day without a break. That was my punishment. Unless I die and meet my brother and ask for forgiveness. There is no forgiveness for me. The long consultation ended like that. Then let's end it for today. And Mr. Minhan, please make sure not to overwork in the operating room. I will call Hanyang University Hospital to check. All right. Then I'll just leave. Yes. I will send you the schedule for the next consultation by email. Minhan Kim turned off his laptop. As the bright laptop light disappeared, the moonlight coming through the window illuminated the room particularly brightly today. Kim Minhan fell into while looking at the moonlight. Do I need more counseling? It wouldn't be of any use anyway. Whoa. Minhan Kim sighed and leaned back deeply on his sofa. Then he looked at the ceiling and remembered the day his brother died. It was exactly 30 years ago today. His younger brother died because of him. It's because his younger brother foolishly gave up the kidney to him. Because of that disease. Shit. Nowadays, I could survive with medication and dialysis and wait for a transplant, but at that time, I was in a situation where I would die if I didn't get a transplant right away. My brother and myself. If only I had died then. I've thought about this countless times. But that wasn't possible. Because I felt sorry for my dead brother because of me. So Kim Minhan lived like crazy. He studied to death while caring for his mother who lost her husband and his son. As a result, he was accepted to medical school and became a surgeon. A doctor who specializes in organ transplantation, something everyone avoids and finds difficult. Someone said that Kim Minhan's grades and efforts were not worth it, and recommended a field where it is easy and convenient to make money. But Kim Minhan couldn't do that. Because he felt too sorry for his younger brother who should be alive and lived comfortably and happily. Shit. He took the day off today because it was his younger brother's death anniversary. I tried to somehow smile and stay cheerful today, but I couldn't. Eventually, he started drinking alone in the morning, and his room became full of empty liquor bottles and cigarette butts. If he drank this much, he could get drunk, but Kim Minhan kept his cool, perhaps because it was the anniversary of his younger brother's death. Squeak. Have we run out? I don't smoke or drink alcohol at all, so the alcohol I bought this morning was all I had at home. This is my last bottle. I'll have to get some from the convenience store. Kim Minhan put on his clothes and came out. It is on the first floor. It's Minso's death anniversary. Should I buy some ice cream? With the taste that Minso liked. Kim Minhan, who thought about his younger brother for a moment, came out of the common entrance. Brother. At that time, someone called brother from behind. But there was no one around him except himself. It's a familiar voice. No, I'm just hearing things. Normally, I would have just continued on my way, because there was no one in this world worthy of calling me brother. But maybe it's because today is his younger brother's death anniversary. For some reason, the word brother stuck in Kim Min-han's ears. Kim Min-han's heart and mind, which had not wavered even after drinking a lot of alcohol, responded. The voice he called brother resembled the voice of his younger brother in his memories. Although it was definitely a different voice. Min-han Kim slowly looked back. It's unlikely, but it's possible that miraculously, I have a younger sibling. It's okay to be crazy. If only I could see Min-soo even just once. But perhaps miracles don't happen that easily? Standing behind Kim Min-han was a handsome man. I looked at his face, but I didn't know him. Okay, that can't be possible. The moment he ignored it and headed back to the convenience store, Min-han Kim stopped when he heard the man's next words. Why do you keep drinking alcohol every year on my birthday? A person who he doesn't know well. Is it okay for someone who has had a kidney transplant to drink like that? You became a doctor, you should know that. Don't you know that? My hands were shaking. What on earth is this man talking about? I could understand the meaning of the man's words, but I did not understand this situation itself. Because the first man he met knew about his past and was nagging him like he was his younger brother. What is this man? The man continued talking as if he would not give Min-han Kim time to think. And why don't you eat ice cream again? You liked it so much, bro. So I bought one. It's similar to the taste my brother used to like. Even the younger brother's unique expression of ice puzzle. These words would never come out of the mouth of a young friend like this. The man slowly approached and shook an ice cream. Long melon-flavored ice cream. Although it was dark, I could tell exactly what kind of ice cream it was. When I was young, I couldn't eat it a lot because it was expensive, but it tasted similar to the ice cream I picked every time I ate it. What on earth? Kim Min-han didn't say anything. It doesn't matter whether the man in front of him is a crazy person, a possessed shaman, or anything else. He didn't mind anything, he just wanted to keep listening to the man. Kim Min-han stood still in his place. This is because he felt that if he approached him for no reason and the man would walk away, he would regret it for the rest of his life. I remember, my brother got better right away after the surgery, but I didn't live long and died. How could I forget? That was the driving force and shackle of my life until now. My brother cried and said that at that time. I'm sorry. Do you remember? A man who still speaks brightly like his younger brother. Kim Min-han nodded slightly to that man. At that time, there was something I really wanted to say. I'm fine. So, please live happily to your full extent, don't worry about me. As soon as he heard the man's words, tears formed in Kim Min-han's eyes. Okay, this is what I wanted to hear when I meet my younger brother again someday. But because he couldn't understand his brother's feelings, he was afraid for his whole life that he might resent him. But, it's okay. It felt like something was falling apart. The regret, fear, and regret toward his younger brother that had built up all his life collapsed all at once and poured out on Kim Min-han. Black. He. After the death of his father and younger brother, he vowed never to cry again, but Min-han Kim could not hold back his tears. Tears continued to flow down on my cheeks, as if my tear ducts were broken. A man came up to him. Brother, this is what I give you. Ice cream. No. These were bad words that grandmother used to say. Ice cream Skyski? I'll give this to you, so be sure to eat it. Understand? After saying this, Kim Min-han had no choice but to admit it. That this man is not a crazy guy, but his brother. Even if he wasn't his brother, he had at least met his brother for a long time. Wow. Black, okay. I'll eat. I will eat a lot. Kim Min-han cried and accepted the ice cream the man gave him. He then looked up and he saw the man's face. Then I'll go. Let's meet later someday. We have to get along. The man's face bore the playful smile of his younger brother. Rattling. This station is Songsu Station. The door to get off is. I met Min-soo's older brother a little while ago. I became Min-soo in front of him and told him what I had to say. Min-soo continued to watch over his brother after his death. At first, he was grateful that everyone mourned his death, but it became increasingly difficult to see him like that. I knew all of Min-soo's thoughts and feelings. I did well, right? It was the first time for him to immerse himself in and worry about acting like he did just now. Is what I'm saying right? Can I use this tone? Where should I look? What kind of expression should I make? Should I laugh? Wouldn't it be right to cry? Shall I approach? Should I just stand there? These thoughts came and went constantly. Of course, I always worried about this when acting. But this time, it was a moment that really needed perfect acting. Because I had to go beyond words and sentences and convey Min-soo's feelings to his older brother. Fortunately, the emotions and experiences I felt during the previous possession helped my acting and this time as well, and I was able to act exactly what Min-soo wanted to say. Actually, I was really worried when I first called Min-soo's brother. Normally they would think I was crazy. It was not strange to be angry, but is the truth conveyed somehow? Min-soo hopes that his brother will no longer have a hard time because of him. Because I knew that, I performed a perfect performance. No, it would be correct to say that it was more than just acting, it was possession. Something felt good. Today, I'll have to eat pork belly. No, I'll have to eat chicken at least. I got the part, but I still had to work part-time. So today, like yesterday, I was carrying heavy loads. Hey top star. The work foreman called me in a sly voice. Yesterday, I was asked about the results of the audition and the result was, the PD gave me an extremely favorable review. I guess I'll just say it that way rather than not saying anything. However, I wanted to share my joy with those who each saved 1,000,000 won. So for now I was just thinking about doing it. Yes, Captain. They said they are going to vacate Sector A today, so I think I need to prepare in advance. Let's go after lunch. Alright. After cleaning up, I came to eat. The restaurant is a bike ban restaurant that I have always loved. It was a place where many office workers came, so there were a lot of customers. Mr. Kim, what are you going to eat? Half a dozen. No, since it is a bike ban restaurant, it must be bike ban. But what kind of white spot is this? What I ate yesterday. No, what is that? It wasn't a small restaurant, but it was noisy because there were so many customers. The customers at the other tables glanced at me, amazed that I was sitting among the men. It was then. Whoa, my cell phone rang. It is not common for my cell phone to ring because I have no one to contact. Is this a call from the audition? A thought suddenly occurred to me, and when I checked Dream of the Sun Rising audition manager, it was really that phone call. His heart started pounding hard. Whoa, he took a deep breath and carefully answered the phone. Hello, hi, Jinsook, fit. The surroundings were so noisy that I couldn't hear what was being said. However, it was too burdensome to ask him to say it again. The foreman, who was arguing with Mr. Kim next to me, asked if I was bothered by the fact that I answered the phone in a restless manner. What? Are you sure the youngest is getting a call from the audition? When I nodded slightly, the man got up from his seat. Clap clap. Okay, everyone be quiet for a moment. Please be quiet. The work foreman's deep voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Other customers responded by asking what is it, and why should you shout like that, but the man didn't care at all. Oh my, sorry while I'm eating. My youngest made a very important phone call. Some of the guests ignored the man's words and continued to talk noisily, but they soon became quiet due to the fierce looks in the other men's eyes. Thanks to this, I started hearing calls better. Are you Jinsook Kong? Are you having a hard time making a phone call? Oh, no, it was a bit noisy for a moment. Ah yes, it was none other than a call to say that you passed the audition for the role of Minho. Debuk? Yes. We need to adjust your schedule for filming, but since you don't seem to have an agency, we will contact you directly. Well, what? What happened? Did you got it? I nodded slightly and said, yes. After hearing PD Kim Mansa's words on set, I had a strong belief that I would succeed. But receiving confirmation like this in person was a different feeling. The guy slapped me on the back. It hurt a little, but it felt so good that it didn't really matter. Okay, what did I say? Didn't I say you'd be a top star someday? Hey, Kong Jinsook? Order whatever you want today. Do you want to eat beef? Okay, the guys are shooting today. No, it's not the old man, it's the foreman president who shoots. Shall I shoot you? Why are you fucking with my money? Adat novel bin adat. Now, people telling me that I will become a top star even though I only got one small role. He seemed happier than me. At that time, a text message arrived. Hello, Jinsook Kong. This is Kong Hyen AD of Dream of the Sun Rising. We will share the shooting schedule with you. August 27 th. Filming a drama largely goes through 3 stages. Pre-production, which prepares for video production, production, which involves actual filming, and post-production, which carries out post-production work on the video. Among them, I came to the broadcasting station to do a reading, which can be said to be the final preparation before starting full-scale production. It's so big. This is my first time visiting a BDD broadcasting station. I didn't know it was this big when I saw it on TV, but when I actually got here, it was huge. What is a BDD broadcasting station? It is a broadcasting station that presents Korea's best dramas to the public every year. A place where not only the PD and production crew are highly skilled, but also actors who win roles through fierce competition. I still couldn't believe that I was making my drama debut here. Hehe, let's do well. There isn't much for me to do at today's script reading. In fact, it may be true that there is nothing. My lines are at the level of a short role, so if it was originally a different work, I wouldn't have been invited to this position. However, perhaps because this is producer Kim Mansa's debut work, he invited as many actors as possible to the reading. Thanks to him, I also had the opportunity to come here. Anyway, you asked me to call you when I arrived, right? I picked up my cell phone and called AD Kong Hyen. The phone got connected after a while. Hello. A loud female voice was heard. This is my first time hearing her voice on the phone, as we have only communicated with her through text messages so far. Hello, AD. This is Kong Jinsook. Ah yes? Have you arrived? Yes. I'm at the entrance of the broadcasting station. Where should I go? It's the 14th floor. You probably won't be able to get in or out. I will go to the entrance. Wait a minute. After hanging up the phone and waiting for a while, someone came running in from afar, panting. A woman with shoulder-length short hair tied tightly. The employee ID card hanging around her neck was shaking back and forth. Although it was my first time seeing her, for some reason she seemed to be Kong Hyen AD. As I expected, the woman looked at me and waved her hand. Jinsook Kong. Oh, yes, hello, nice to see you. I'm Kong Jinsook. Nod. I bowed more than 90 degrees, but closer to 100 degrees. It was how to make a good first impression that the guys at my part-time job taught me. They said that even if they have a scary face like old men, if you greet them like this, everyone will look at you kindly. The wisdom of life gained while living in this peaceful society with those menacing faces was credible enough. However, A.D. Kong Hyen, who saw me greeting, spoke urgently with a quite embarrassed expression. Go on, Jinseok Kong, you don't have to greet me like that. I'm also the youngest member who just joined the company. And these days, producers and directors don't receive such harsh greetings. The whole time she was speaking, Kong Hyen was observing her surroundings. Let's go inside first. I followed Kong Hyen, who was leading the way, and entered the broadcasting station. Kong Hyen, who had been walking in silence, suddenly spoke. Oh, by the way, I watched the actor's audition video earlier. You are really good at acting. Yes? Yes. Thank you. Audition video. I guess everyone has seen it. Maybe it's natural. Because we need to know the level of skill of the newcomer who will appear in the work. Kong Hyen continued speaking. Yes. And I also watched all the web dramas you appeared in before. You acted well there too, right? The story is fun too. It is not unusual for the production team to look into other works of actors. However, it is difficult to watch a video of a rookie, even one that has only about 60,000 views, without some level of passion. As I said, Kong Hyen, the youngest, you will have a lot of work to do. Thank you for your hard work. Oh my, you don't have to be too polite. I'm really the youngest. Although Kong Hyen spoke as if she felt burdened, her voice sounded quite pleasant. A short while later we arrived at the conference room. There was a sign on the door that said, Dream of the Sun Rising. Come on in. Yes. When I opened the door and entered, several people were sitting inside. Someone was looking at the script, someone was fiddling with the camera. It would have been awkward if I didn't know anyone, but luckily there were some faces I recognized. Hello, PD. Oh, you came. This time too, I gave a 100-degree greeting. Producer Kim Man-soo put down the script and approached me smiling. You came early. Didn't I say you have to come on time? Producer Kim Man-soo looked at Kong Hyen behind him and asked. Then Kong Hyen answered in her nervous voice. Yes, I was told to come on time just like you said. Hey, why are you so nervous, Hyen? If Jinseok sees me, he'll think I'm a very scary person. Producer Kim Man-soo said with a kind smile. Mr. Jinseok, there is some time left until the reading, so I will introduce you to other directors. Follow me? Ah yes, thank you. Producer Man-soo Kim introduced me to a group of people. Now, this is the filming team. Let's say hello to each other. This is new actor Kong Jinseok. At novel bin at. Hello, this is Kong Jinseok. As I bowed deeply, a woman came up to me and held out her hand. This is the director of photography Hyer-young. Although she was short, her strength was no joke. The atmosphere is like a veteran, as if he has tasted sweet, bitter, and even shit in the field. The grayish short hair gave off a dignified elegance. I will do my best, he said as he held Hyer-young's hand and shook her hand. Then Hyer-young spoke in her serious voice. It's natural to work hard, and you have to do it well. Yes? Yes. I watched Kong Jinseok's audition video before. If he doesn't think he'll do well, then I'll take the picture myself. The voice was cold. I looked back to see if I had made a mistake, but I hadn't even had a chance to make a mistake yet. What? Do I resemble the person the cinematographer dislikes? At that time, PD Kim Man-soo said with a smile. Hey, Hyer-young. Why are we doing this again? When you saw the audition video before, you were anxious, you wanted to bring him here quickly. PD, when did I do that? Huh? What and when did you do that? Even earlier this morning, you kept asking when was Jinseok Kong coming. When producer Kim Man-soo laughed and teased Hyer-young, she suddenly turned around. Then she walked out of the conference room and slammed the door. Bang! Hyer-young, you must be embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. It was my first time visiting a drama filming site, but the good atmosphere eased my nerves a bit. Now, everyone, please say hello to each other. Hello, I'm Park Ho. My name is Kim Dae-seok. I am Kong Jinseok. I am looking forward to this. After greeting the members of the filming crew, I also greeted the lighting crew. As we exchanged greetings for a while, quite some time passed. Hello, hello, hello. Park Wo-hyun, Min Kyung-soo, Lee Na-rin. When you dream of becoming an actor, actors you never knew come into the reading room. I knew that I would be filming with them, but I was so excited to meet them in person. I have to go and say hello first. I was reluctant to talk to them because they were great actors. However, I had to say hello to them, so when I finally mustered up the courage to speak, Min Kyung-soo came over and spoke to me. Oh, is this the first time you have seen me? I heard somewhere that it is easier for juniors if seniors talk to them first. I didn't know much about it then, but it was great to actually experience it. He bowed his head and greeted me cheerfully. Hello, Senior Min Kyung-soo. My name is Kong Jinseok. It is an honor to be filming with you this time. Oh, you are full of spirit, aren't you? Good, good. This is my junior. Wo-hyun used to be so fresh and polite, but these days he's not so rude anymore. Park Wo-hyun sighed at Min Kyung-soo's words. Ah, that guy is talking nonsense with a rookie again. Did you say it was Kong Jineok? I'm Park Wo-hyun. I will leave it up to you. Park Wo-hyun is an actor who plays the lead role and the older brother, Min-jun in Dreams of the Sun Rising. I am the only actor he has to work with in this drama. Hello, I'm Kong Jinseok. Yes, and you can just ignore this guy's nonsense. I'm excited to meet a new person after a long time. Look at what he's saying. Mr. Jinseok, just ignore that guy. a senior who is like this guy is doing well these days. The two spoke without hesitation, wondering if their relationship was good. Lee, who was quietly listening to the conversation between the two, sighed and shook her head as if she felt pathetic. Aren't you embarrassed, seniors? How can you both act like that in front of a rookie? She complained to me. I would appreciate it if you didn't treat me like the same person as those idiots because I came with them. I'm Lee. Please take good care of me. Lee. She is an actress who debuted about 5 years ago. She has a unique aristocratic air, and her dry but soft voice is attractive. That's why she is the first choice for commercials. Now that I've actually heard it, you really have a nice voice. I'm Kang Jin-seok. I will do my best. Meeting the actors I had only seen on screen in real life made me realize that filming was about to begin. After a while, more actors came in and the reading room started to get crowded. I went up to each of them and said hello. The first time it was difficult to say hello, but the second time it was easy. Fortunately, they all seemed to be good people. At that time, producer Kim Man-soo took the microphone at the front of the conference room. Mic test hut 2 3 4. That sounds good. Then he looked around at the people and continued speaking. As you all know, I would like to formally welcome you. This is PD Kim Man-soo. Clap clap clap. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for willingly participating in this work. It is only my debut work, but I am both excited and burdened by the gathering of such great people. Producer Kim Man-soo first introduced the crew. From cinematographer Eom Hye-young, who left the conference room earlier, to the youngest AD, Kang Hye-in. Producer Man-soo Kim continued. This time, when casting the actors and forming the production team, there was one condition. Skill is natural, but at the same time, I saw passion for the work. And we recruited people with good character as much as possible. Several people nodded at PD Kim Man-soo's words. I don't know, but maybe people in the industry recognize and treat each other well. Creating good work is like running a machine. Even if just one part breaks, the whole thing stops. I'm sure you all know that, but I hope you always keep that in mind and do your best. After a rather long introduction, this time the actors were introduced. Hello, I'm Min Kyung-soo. I'm Park Woo-hyun. I will be fine. This is Lee Narin. I will do my best. Hello, Kim Song. Soon it was my turn to sit at the end. Hello, I'm the new actor Kang Jin-seok. I will work hard and do well. I am looking forward to it. As I bowed loudly, the other actors clapped their hands. Among them, Min Kyung-soo and Park Woo-hyun, whom I had met earlier, clapped especially loudly. After a while, the reading began with Lee Narin's narration. The driving force that makes people move. I don't know what it is, but she was also a professional. Even though it was only a reading, Lee Narin and the other actors were in control of their emotions. Everyone had an attitude as if they wouldn't make the slightest mistake and as if they knew everything. As producer Kim Man-soo said, it seemed that only actors with both talent and personality were gathered for this work. While I was concentrating on the other actors acting, it was my turn before I knew it. Minho, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm really sorry. Right before my line, the sad line from the actor playing the role of Mom came out. Even though it was just a reading, the acting was perfect. Whoa, this is no joke. I was really intimidated by the level of acting, which was higher than that of any other actor I had met before. However, I couldn't give a sloppy performance just because I was intimidated. Now is an important moment where I can show everything, including my acting, my attitude, and my passion. Maybe this one line can change my future life as an actor. So, I have to do well no matter what. It wasn't a question of whether I could do it or not. I had to do it well. After organizing my thoughts, I captured my emotions for about 5 seconds, as written in the script. Then I slowly opened my mouth. Just as I had said to Min-soo's brother before in Min-soo's name, and just as I had said to Min-soo's mother. Mom, I'm really fine. I hope my brother W. Producer Kim Man-soo sat in silence, his expression blank as he quietly listened to the actor's reading. At first glance, he may have appeared indifferent, but deep down, he was filled with concern. Now, his entire attention was fixated on Jin-seok. I have to do well, Jin-seok thought to himself. On the day of Jin-seok's audition, producer Kim Man-soo felt a deep sense of worry. When he witnessed Jin-seok's acting for the first time, he was utterly captivated and declared that he had passed. However, he couldn't help but wonder if such an exceptional performance was a mere stroke of luck or a coincidence. If that acting was a fluke, I'm out of here, he thought to himself. Although he kept his restlessness hidden, PD Kim Man-soo's inner turmoil was palpable. Please, show at least half of the emotion you displayed during the audition, PD Kim Man-soo requested. Minho, I'm sorry, son. I'm really sorry. The lines of the actor portraying Minho's mother resonated in the room. As expected, the performance was steady. Now, it was Jin-seok's turn. Please. Irrespective of the success or failure of this project, it served as a platform for Jin-seok to showcase his acting skills. Naturally, the outcome of his act might be influenced by his performance. In light of this, producer Kim Man-soo harbored both expectations and concerns for Jin-seok. At that moment, Jin-seok finally spoke. Mom, I'm really okay. I hope my brother stays healthy. Even if I don't make it. 2 brief lines of dialogue had a profound impact. The reading room fell into an abrupt, hushed silence. Producer Kim Man-soo quietly clenched his fists, internally cheering. It's all right. It's done. It really worked. The memory of that unforgettable expression lingered in his mind, and just the recollection sent shivers down his spine. When the drama finally airs, Jinsook's short scene will undoubtedly become a hot topic. Good. Kim Manso exclaimed. From the corner of his eye, Kim Manso glanced at Eom Hyeryong. She was feigning indifference, but a subtle smile was beginning to appear on her lips. Probably because she's eager to capture the moment in photographs, he thought. Eom Hyeryong was a professional among professionals. If Eom Hyeryong could act with such brilliance and wear that genuine smile, it would be a testament to the success of casting Jinsook. Then, there was the sound of something falling to the floor. As heads turned in the direction of the sound, Park Woo-hyun, who appeared embarrassed, hurriedly picked up the script and spoke in a fluster. Oh, I'm sorry. I was quite embarrassed. I mistimed it. I'm truly sorry. It was not uncommon for the flow to be disrupted during a reading. Nevertheless, Park Woo-hyun felt compelled to apologize, as it could be perceived as a lack of preparation. However, everyone in the room, especially the actors, understood Park Woo-hyun's momentary lapse. This understanding was because everyone had been captivated by Jinsook's previous line. The atmosphere had deteriorated to the point where it was challenging to continue reading. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Min Kyung-soo spoke with a wide smile. Ah, Woo-hyun, were you perhaps caught up in mentoring a rookie? Is this going to be headline news? Sitting beside him, Narin Lee offered support to Kyung-soo Min. I know, right? But Woo-hyun Sunbi, you can't afford to repeat this on set. You know how sensitive producer Kim Manso is, don't you? True, but we also have to understand PD Kim Manso's personality, another person chimed in. If a rookie acts like that on set and we look at the number of NG takes, will you be throwing the script away right away? A burst of laughter filled the room. The atmosphere was reinvigorated by the words of Min Kyung-soo and Lee Narin, who had lightened the mood with their banter. Thanks to this, the reading resumed, and after making various adjustments, it concluded in about 4 hours. Everyone, thank you for your hard work today, producer Manso Kim expressed with a satisfied smile. After witnessing this reading, I'm confident that this project is destined for success. Today's reading session will conclude here, he continued. It's a bit early, but if any of you plan to have a company dinner or evening plans and have no conflicting schedules, we'd appreciate your participation. When Min Kyung-soo heard the mention of a company dinner, he inquired subtly, is PD Kim Manso joining us? The response was affirmative. The director approved it. Let's go. Upon hearing the mention of Baeopka, the staff reacted enthusiastically. Baeopka? Great. Director, is it unlimited? How much can we use? TN, Baeopka, a type of meat in KR. I don't know, let's eat first and figure it out later. Let's go. Not only the employees but also several actors cheered upon learning that the director's corporate card would be used. Among them was a well-established, mid-career actor like Min Kyung-soo. Producer Kim Manso chuckled as he observed the scene. Then, he noticed Jinsook packing his belongings at the far end of the reading room. Will your friend be joining us too? Actor Kang Jinsook, is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? Producer Kim Manso approached Jinsook and inquired. It's a company dinner. Excitement welled up within him. While he occasionally dined out with part-time workers, sharing a meal with actors of this caliber felt entirely different. Are they going to drink a lot? When I dined with the crew, it always ended up being a big drinking session. Given that everyone worked diligently, company dinners often turned into massive drinking gatherings. Fortunately or unfortunately, he was a strong drinker, and as a result, he often found himself looking after his colleagues during such occasions. Jinsook, is there anything specific you'd like to eat? Producer Manso Kim approached with a friendly smile. Yes, I'd like that. Typically, the youngest person gets to decide, Jinsook replied. As he glanced around, he noticed that quite a few people were observing him. What should I suggest for the menu? Typically, during company dinners with the crew, it was always pork belly. Specifically, it was the crispy, frozen, imported pork belly. The taste wasn't exceptional, but it was a place he frequented due to its affordability. However, if he proposed dining on something like that with the director's corporate card, he feared facing criticism. He pondered for a while, but no restaurant recommendations came to mind. In fact, he was unfamiliar with the dining options in the area. I can't think of anything. I'll just be honest about what I want to eat. I'd like to have beef, he declared at novel.A. Upon hearing his words, the surroundings fell into momentary silence. Then, after a brief pause, the silence transformed into enthusiastic cheers. Nice. The actor wants beef. Hey, let's make a reservation before he changes his mind? Hurry. I don't know. Let's order first and then search for a place. The staff's cleaning efforts in the aftermath of the meal became more brisk. Exorcism. PD Kim Manso and Min Kyung-soo playfully slapped him on the back. Director, can I order some more? Sure, go ahead. I've got the director's permission. Excuse me, could you please bring us 5 more servings of sirloin? Hey, what's sirloin? I mean, salkasal. I'll have to report everything to the director. Junho told me to order like there's no tomorrow. TN, salkasal, a type of beef. The atmosphere at the company's party remained as vibrant as it had been during the reading. People were continuously indulging in meat and enjoying each other's company in small groups. Sizzle. Wow, Jinsook, you're great at grilling meat. Thank you. Jinsook responded with gratitude. Senior Min Kyung-soo was genuinely impressed. This was the moment when his previous experience working part-time at a beef restaurant truly shone. I suppose I just need to grill it a bit longer. It was akin to a sculptor putting the final touches on their masterpiece, the moment he flipped the meat for the last time. Senior Park Woo-hyun expertly gathered the grilled meat from the grill. Enjoy your meal, Jin-sok. You should eat plenty. Ah, yes. Bon appetit. He couldn't help but think that one more flip and it would have been perfect. I felt disappointed. Perhaps sensing my frustration, Senior Min Kyung-soo offered encouragement to Senior Park Woo-hyun. Hey, Park Woo-hyun. If the person handling the tongs wants to eat it, they should eat it. Enjoy it when it's slightly rare. When it's at its best. You can even eat beef raw. Doesn't your brother know about tataki? You can't handle raw fish, but you enjoy tataki. TN, two methods of preparing fish or meat in Japanese cuisine are called tataki or tosami. Observing the playful banter between the two seniors, Lee Naerin shook her head in apparent embarrassment. But Senior Lee Naerin doesn't even consume meat, and some others abstain from alcohol altogether. Could it be due to the filming season? The actors refrained from drinking alcohol, and even the actresses showed little interest in meat. Meanwhile, the staff indulged in eating and drinking as if they were celebrating the end of the world. Senior Min Kyung-soo commented after taking a bite of the meat. Jin-sok, how long have you been in the acting profession? Since we were seated at the same table, we had grown quite close, and now both Senior Min Kyung-soo and Park Woo-hyun referred to me as Jin-sok. It's been about 5 years since I started studying on my own, and this is my first experience working on a drama. Alone? Didn't you study at school or an academy? Yes, I graduated from high school with a GED, and I wasn't in a position to attend an academy, so I had to self-study. Senior Park Woo-hyun, upon hearing this, expressed amazement. You taught yourself acting and you're performing like this? How's that even possible? Then Senior Min Kyung-soo let out a snort and scolded Senior Park Woo-hyun. If you can excel through self-study, why are you so surprised? True acting comes from the heart, not just theory. Look at Jin-sok. You're talented even without formal training, right? My brother studied acting at school and doesn't act that well. He even has a master's degree. I only got it because it happened to be given to me. Listening to this conversation, I couldn't help but reflect on the actors' performances earlier. Their acting was definitely on a different level than mine. Is it because they all received formal training? Not only were their breath control and stability impressive, but they also delivered lengthy lines with precise diction. It was clear that my foundational knowledge was lacking. He's on a completely different level than me. Maybe I should at least consider enrolling in an academy to learn the basics. For the past 5 years, I had scoured the internet and acquired professional books for self-study, but my shortcomings were too apparent. As I contemplated my situation, Senior Lee Naerin voiced her thoughts. If the opportunity arises, I'd like to attend college and study acting professionally. Despite my current skills, formal training could still enhance my performance. Lee Naerin had been relatively quiet throughout the dinner, but her advice at this moment sounded earnest. She remarked, considering joining an agency for training isn't a bad idea. However, I'd advise against it because Jin-sok's acting might become overly stereotypical. Stereotypical? I asked. Yes. In a positive sense, it can be marketable acting, but negatively, it may come across as characterless. Many agencies focus on teaching such acting, especially to newcomers. Yet, that style of acting is often formulaic. I didn't fully grasp all she was saying, but after listening to Lee Naerin's insights, I started to reconsider the idea of joining an agency at this point. Anyway, it's university. I hadn't even considered it before. There seemed to be no compelling reason to attend college thus far, and the financial aspect weighed heavily on my mind. Senior Park Woo-hyun chimed in beside me. Various actors hold different views on this, but going to college, even if it's not necessarily for acting, isn't a bad idea. Gaining diverse experiences can be beneficial for your future acting career. In simple terms, if your sole goal is to learn acting, going to college may not be necessary. Frankly, your reading earlier gave me chills. Then Senior Min Kyung-soo playfully teased Senior Park Woo-hyun once more. He said, I was taken aback by rookie Park Woo-hyun, and added, honestly, I was quite impressed. Leaving the two of them behind, Senior Lee Naerin spoke to me. My younger brother is planning to enroll in Sokook University's Department of Theater. If you're interested, you should look into it. However, keep in mind that you can only apply to that university with a letter of recommendation from a high school teacher or someone in the industry. A letter of recommendation. Did you write one for your younger brother? I inquired. No, to be honest, my youngest brother doesn't have the necessary skills to earn it, she replied with a resolute tone. It made me contemplate the concept of protecting what truly mattered. When you thought about it, it seemed natural. A letter of recommendation was something that should only be given if you genuinely believed in the individual you were endorsing. It must be strange to just write something like that, I mused. After pondering for a moment, Senior Lee Naerin spoke in a relaxed manner. If you genuinely want to learn acting properly, there are many paths to choose from. As I mentioned earlier, my personal recommendation is college. As Senior Woo-hyun pointed out, you can gain various valuable experiences, even if you're not necessarily focused on academics. Normally, I didn't pay much attention to the idea of college, or rather, I hadn't given it any thought at all. But after witnessing the skills of the other actors today, I felt a growing need to learn something more. Ultimately, the choices boiled down to attending an academy, enrolling in college, or joining an agency. One of these paths needed to be selected in order to strengthen my foundational skills. Among these options, college appeared to be the most favorable. Just as Senior Park Woo-hyun had pointed out, attending college would not only enhance acting skills but also provide a broader education. Truthfully, I didn't rule out the idea of an agency. I had dismissed it mainly because it seemed unattainable at my current level of awareness. Amidst my contemplation, Senior Lee Narin shared her perspective. If Jin-seok decides to attend college, I hope he chooses Soguk University. I'm an alumnus of Soguk University myself. Haha. I'd love to attend a prestigious university like Soguk, but I don't have anyone to provide a letter of recommendation for me. I'll have to explore other options. He said this with a modest, slightly awkward smile. In truth, his statement was more realistic than humble. However, the three people sitting at the table appeared puzzled. Why don't you have anyone to write a letter of recommendation? Can't I simply write you a letter of recommendation? I'll provide a letter of recommendation for you as well. Three renowned actors stepped up to offer their recommendation. It's about college. After the dinner party concluded, I returned home and reclined on my bed, contemplating. If I utilize the money my friends chipped in this time and the savings I've accumulated, I should be able to cover my initial college tuition. But the real challenge lay ahead. In the early morning, I spent time organizing the warehouse with my friends, and in the afternoons, I continued my part-time job at a cafe. However, if I were to enroll in college, I wouldn't be able to continue with my afternoon cafe job. I could live without auditions or formal acting study, but it felt like the wrong choice for me, so I eliminated that option. Furthermore, committing to 4 years of college was a significant endeavor. In my situation, as an ordinary person in my 20s, I couldn't afford to take such a risk. As I pondered the advice offered by senior actors during the dinner party, it became evident that going to college was the right path for me. Nevertheless, a practical issue loomed ahead. For your reference, I received a 300,000 won appearance fee for my role in Dream of the Sun Rising. Considering that smaller roles typically earn between 50,000 won and 150,000 won, this amount was considerably generous. It was evident that PD Kim Man-so attached great importance to this appearance fee. Since it occurred to me, I should at least express my gratitude before calling it a night. The time was a little past midnight. Although it was quite late, I didn't want to forget to do it the following day, so I decided to reach out now. Just as I was reaching for my phone, it began to ring. Whoa! The mobile phone screen displayed producer Kim Man-so. I hurriedly rose from my bed and answered the call with politeness. Yes, PD Kim. This is Kang Jin-seok. Ah, Mr. Jin-seok. I apologize for calling at such a late hour. I meant to tell you earlier, but there's something I forgot to mention. The voice on the other end sounded slightly slurred. There had been no sign of inebriation when we were at the dinner party earlier, so it seemed like the staff members had gone on for a second round of celebrations separately. However, the more pressing issue was the reason behind the PD's sudden call. What do you mean? Is there a problem with my performance? I asked cautiously, wondering if my acting hadn't met his expectations. Oh, your acting was excellent. Keep it up. But that's not what I wanted to discuss. Jin-seok, what are your plans after this project ends? Yes? I haven't made any concrete plans yet. I'm considering continuing to audition. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing my acting had met his expectations. With an upbeat tone, PD Kim Man-so continued, Great. Then, consider auditioning for a project my close friend is working on. It's set in the Japanese colonial period, and they're specifically looking for a tall, handsome rookie. A tall, handsome rookie. Under such conditions, you could likely fill more than 100 trucks in Korea. However, the reason for this special mention was probably meant to assist me. I'll send you a contact number. This individual is a member of the team working on my colleague's senior project. I've informed them in advance, so if you reach out, they'll assist you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. What's there to be thankful for? I'm doing this because Jin-seok is a kind person and a talented actor. Did you get home safely? PD Kim Man-so went on to express the director of photography's eagerness for the project and suggested having a drink separately after the work was finished. PD, thank you very much for the appearance fee. I appreciate the 300,000 won. Jin-seok will earn much more later on. So, don't worry about that and focus on your acting. You understand, right? Yes. Very well. See you on the shooting day. Get some rest. Shortly after my phone call with PD Kim Man-so, I received a text message. Contact information. Kim Cheol AD, 010-5532XXXX. Audition details. Title of work, undisclosed. Casting, Japanese police officer and one other. Audition content, free acting/no script. The name of the project hasn't been disclosed, and they're looking for roles like Japanese police officers and others. It's not uncommon for the title of a drama to be kept confidential during auditions. However, it's typically expected to have a detailed description of the roles. Why name it Japanese Pure Temple if it's about Japanese police officers? Nevertheless, this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. I needed to collect a script for a drama set in the Japanese colonial period and start practicing right away. I felt quite exhausted, likely due to the company dinner, but I relied on my mental strength to push through. It must have been like that. Before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep. I found myself in a familiar white space. Perhaps it's because I'm in a dream, but I had a sensation of floating in the air. Who called me again? After a while, two figures emerged from a distance. One was an elderly man. Despite his unruly gray hair, his posture was upright, and he walked with confidence, reminiscent of a soldier. The other person was a high school-age girl. One might assume she was the elderly man's granddaughter, but she had a notably distinct aura compared to the other two. Hello, my name is Yeonmi Kim. She's a formidable god. Kim Yeonmi was amicable, but Kang Ha-shin greeted him with a somewhat imposing demeanor. Hello, this is Kang Jin-seok. As she respectfully bowed, Kang Ha-shin introduced me. I was recommended by Min-soo. Ah, I see. Min-soo, huh. You've gone to a good place. I'm very appreciative of you. Okay. It seems like those who have passed away depart once their wishes have been fulfilled. As I contemplated this silently, Yeonmi Kim spoke once again. I apologize for insisting on calling you like this, but I believe this can be of assistance to Jin-seok Appa. It's not a problem. On the contrary, I'm thankful. I replied with a faint smile, and Kim Yeonmi's face brightened. Next to Kim Yeonmi, Kang Ha-shin spoke to me in a hushed tone. Forgive me, you're a different individual. He is an actor. This time, he's portraying a Japanese police officer. I haven't taken charge of the role yet. I'll need to audition first, and only after that can I consider taking charge. Alright. Regardless, isn't the role supposed to be that of a Japanese police officer? Kang Ha-shin interrupted me as if he were growing impatient. He seemed to be a man of older age who often steered the conversation towards himself. He gazed at me quietly and spoke in a resigned tone. First, let me introduce myself briefly. To my shame, I was once an enforcer for the Japanese Empire, wielding guns and swords against my own people. It wasn't until later that I realized my mistake and sought redemption, but I still couldn't cleanse the sins I had committed. I never even properly apologized. Just as Min-soo assisted you, I'm going to lend you a hand this time. With my support, you'll be able to authentically portray what a genuine Japanese police officer was like. Kang Ha-shin spoke with confidence, but there was a hint of hesitation in his demeanor, likely stemming from his discomfort with his pro-Japanese past. Kang Ha-shin went on to say, instead, you should offer an apology on my behalf. If it's an apology, to whom? When I inquired, Kang Ha-shin promptly responded, to In-suk. To In-suk. You might not be familiar. Lim In-suk was an independence activist who left no trace of his name. He was like most independence activists. Kang Ha-shin gazed into space for a moment with distant, unfocused eyes. Then, he refocused on me and continued speaking. I'll explain the details to you later. We don't have much time, so for now, pay attention to what this gentleman has to say. Understood. I shifted my attention to Kim Yeonmi, who spoke with a cheerful smile. Jin-seok Appa, you've been contemplating whether to attend college or not these days. Yes, that's right. It's a bit of a dilemma. Just speak freely. I passed away when I was 19. Min-soo was similar, but did all ghosts behave this way? Kim Yeonmi also appeared to be unconcerned about her own death. It might be appropriate to consider them as quite well informed. In that case, it would likely be best for me to engage with them like I would with any other person. So, let's chat openly. As I mentioned, I'm contemplating going to college. There's a practical issue though. Money is a concern, as well as the circumstances of my life. Yes, I understand. I apologize for making such a request. Can you at least consider taking the entrance exam? Do you want me to consider taking the entrance exam? Yes. Kim Yeonmi paused, glanced at me, and then resumed her narrative. To be honest, my dream was to become an actor like my brother. That's why I had plans to attend college to study acting. But on the day of the practical exam, she was involved in a car accident and passed away. In the end, I couldn't pass the exam. I was so devastated by that, which is why I've come to ask this of my elder brother who is still contemplating whether to attend college or not. Even so, there was no other option but to turn to my brother. I'm sorry. Yeonmi Kim bowed her head as if making a request. Then she gently raised her head, looking at me with earnest eyes, glimpsed through her neatly arranged hair. University. I'm still undecided about whether to attend or not, but if it's like this, I suppose I'll have to at least consider taking the exam. As I pondered the decision of whether to attend college or not, this request came my way. Even if I decided not to attend college, it felt like I should, at the very least, take the exam to help ease this girl's sense of regret. All right. I will take the exam for you. With his decision made, she replied calmly. Thank you. Oh, but can I make one more request? What kind of request? You can apply to other universities, but please be sure to take the entrance exam for Soguk University. My father is a professor there. He will likely be present during the interview as well. I want to showcase my acting to my father. Please. Yeonmi Kim bowed her head once more. I guess her desire isn't just about attending college, she wants to demonstrate her acting skills to his father. Nevertheless, there's only one thing for me to do. All right. I will certainly take the entrance exam at Soguk University. At novel bin at. Thank you, and don't worry about the entrance exam. After I passed away, I spent about 10 years preparing for the entrance exam. You dedicated 10 years to preparing for the entrance exam. Yes, I continued to refine my fundamentals, just in case an opportunity like this ever arose. Thank you for coming. After expressing her gratitude, Kim Yeonmi glanced somewhere. Then, with a hint of regret, she pouted and said, "Our time is up. I'll see you again when I can visit your dreams. Make sure it's a challenging one." Of course, then until later. As we were conversing, I heard an alarm sounding from somewhere. Rumbling? I woke up as soon as I heard their final words. I had felt it before, but after encountering the ghosts in my dream, my body felt unusually refreshed. I wasn't sure if the ghosts were aiding me or if it was just my mood, but good things are good things, so I had no reason to complain. Now, I should start by applying for the audition. I reached for my phone and dialed the contact number for Kim Cheol-AD that I had received the previous day. Hello. Hello, I'm Jinsook Kong, a new actor. I received your contact information from PD Kim Mansu. AD Kim Cheol's cheerful voice came through the receiver. Oh, this is the actor recommended by producer Kim Mansu. Thank you for reaching out to us. You're contacting us regarding the audition, right? Yes, that's right. Yes. We have a full audition scheduled today. I'm a little busy next week, so I think I'll only have time on the weekend. Is that okay? Of course. Any time is okay. Actually, it wasn't always okay because part-time jobs were already full. But that's something that can be adjusted. All right. Then, I will check the schedule and send you a text message. Yes, thank you. As soon as I hung up the phone, I immediately sent a text message to Senior Lee Naren, to her personal contact information, not her manager's. Did you go home safely yesterday? Please provide a letter of recommendation for Sogek University. This should be enough. I edited the long, carefully written text several times. Whoa, why is this person calling? About 5 minutes after sending the text, the name Senior Min Kyungso appeared on my phone. Yes, Senior. This is Kong Jinsook. As soon as I answered the phone, what I heard was Senior Min Kyungso's calm voice, as if he was truly sad. Hey, Jinsook. I'm really disappointed. The filming site of SKC Broadcasting Station's representative entertainment show, The Talk Show. Preparations for recording were in full swing. Recording will start soon. Hey, are you going to use the lighting as is? The PD told me to put it first. The Talk Show is an entertainment program that presents brief current affairs talks and small talent shows. The program is usually recorded late in the evening, but today it was filmed early in the morning due to the cast's schedule. This time's guests are Lee Naren and Min Kyungso, who appeared on the talk show to promote Dreams of the Sun Rising. After a while, the host announced the start of recording. Today, we featured a rising star and an established star of Korean dramas. Min Kyungso, and this is Lee Naren. Hello, this is Min Kyungso. Hello, this is Lee Naren. Min Kyungso, who spoke in a playful yet cool way, true to his personality, and Lee Naren, who spoke in a noble manner, true to her image, greeted them. There's no need for an introduction, right? They are very famous people. As the host spoke in a subdued voice, Min Kyungso spoke as if he were fussing. Please introduce me anyway. When other people come out, they show us their works and albums. Haha, just kidding. Now then, you two will be on the highlight list. The recording continued for a long time after that. Since they were very veteran broadcasters, the proceedings were smooth. Perhaps that's why both the PD and writers were smiling with satisfaction. After the recording continued for about 2 hours, the PD shouted, "Okay, take a 15-minute break and then we'll resume. I'll take a rest. No matter how I look at that light, it's strange. Can't I change it?" When the camera stopped, Min Kyungso spoke to Lee Naren comfortably as usual. "Hey, Lee Naren, what are you going to talk about when you promote your work later?" "I'm going to do exactly what the author wrote. I'm thinking about doing as the author wrote." I brought up something else for no reason, at novel bin at. Whoa. At that time, Lee Naren's cell phone rang. "There is no particular place where I can contact you. Who is it?" When I took a quick look, it said Junior Kong Jinsook. Kong Jinsook? Why did Jinsook send a text message? Since there was a lot of break time left anyway, Lee Naren checked the text message. "Hello, Senior. This is Kong Jinsook. You got home without any trouble yesterday, right? I made it back home." This sounds like Jinsook. Naren Lee could sense Jinsook's personality even from the text. He seemed polite and very upright, different from today's new actors who only act formally on the outside. I like it, but why did he send such a long text message? The reason I contacted you like this is that I wanted to ask for a letter of recommendation for Sogek University. Since you mentioned it yesterday, I've been thinking about it personally, and I decided to follow your advice and go to college. As Naren looked at her cell phone closely, Min Kyungso asked from next to her, "Why are you so serious? What's going on?" "Oh, it's nothing serious." Jinsook asked for a letter of recommendation for Sogek University. Naren Lee spoke calmly as if it was no big deal. However, there was a sense of satisfaction in her voice, as if someone had asked for something from her. Min Kyungso, who couldn't have known that, spoke in a slightly disappointed voice. "He didn't contact me? Hey, I have it too, so why is he asking only you? I can do it too. Honestly, if you were a senior, would you ask someone like you to write a letter of recommendation? Recommendations start with the image, just like mine." Min Kyungso held the back of his neck as if he was dumbfounded by Naren's words. He then called his manager, who was talking to the staff from afar. "No, that's ridiculous. Hey, Donghoon, give me my phone." "Yes, brother." When the manager handed over the cell phone, Min Kyungso immediately called someone. "Yes, Senior. This is Kong Jinsook. Hey, Jinsook. I'm really disappointed. Why did you call me? Hey, Jinsook? I'm really disappointed. What a sudden disappointment. Did I make some mistakes yesterday? That can't be possible. Seniors. What do you mean by that? When I asked again, Senior Min Kyungso sounded genuinely sad. I heard that you asked Naren to write a letter of recommendation for Soguk University? Why did I leave it alone? Oh, that's it. How did you know that? While I hesitated for a moment, I suddenly heard a loud noise. I couldn't hear exactly what he was saying, but it seemed to roughly mean something like, why are you bothering the child? Or, no, I'm not bullying him, I'm asking. More than that, that is Naren Senior's voice? Are you two together? Since they are so famous, they could have been on schedule together. It was early, but they could film at any time. After a while, Senior Min Kyungso spoke again. Hey, I'm currently recording the talk show right now. You know the talk show, right? Oh yes, I know. The talk show is an entertainment show that all celebrities who are popular, likely to become successful, or who could become successful go through at least once. There was no way I didn't know. I was going to bring up your story later when I was promoting my work, but if this happens, will you be disappointed or not? My story. Are you trying to say my name on the talk show? While I was thinking alone, I heard a loud noise again on the other side of the phone. This time, lies, you said earlier that you are speaking just as the author wrote. When did I? I was going to tell them that Jinsook is a good actor. What should I answer? I do not know. The guy said that if you're not sure, it's best to apologize quickly. I'm sorry, Senior. When I apologized, Senior Min Kyungso spoke in a shaken voice. No, if you suddenly say sorry, I become a narrow-minded person. These days, I've only dealt with scoundrels like Park Woo-hyun, but now that I'm meeting such an upright junior, I can't get my head around it. It's not about being a narrow-minded person, I am actually narrow-minded. I'm frustrated because I can't catch my junior. Oh, you be quiet. Senior Min Kyungso, who shouted loudly, immediately spoke. Recording begins. Hey, anyway, Jinsook. It's okay, and Naren said that multiple people can write letters of recommendation. I will write it for you too, so prepare well. Okay, yes, Senior. All right. Thank you. Duh. The phone hung up before I could finish speaking. I guess it's okay. Min Kyungso was a good person and seemed like a senior, but he had an unpredictable personality. What's surprising is that such a person becomes serious when acting. So I guess I'll be an actor for a long time. Leaving aside thoughts about Min Kyungso and Lee Naren, I got dressed. Because it was already time to go to my part-time job. So, the work we are appearing in this time, Dream of the Sun Rising. Min Kyungso was inwardly impressed by Lee Naren's comment calmly promoting their work. As expected, Naren speaks really well. Even though she says the same thing, she is definitely different. When Naren finished her speech, the host smiled brightly and said, wow, I'm so excited. Then, this time, I would like to ask actor Min Kyungso to say something about the work. Yes. I think Naren Lee has told us everything we can say about the plot and development of the drama, so I'll tell you a slightly different story. Something else. Yes. Actually, we had a script reading yesterday. Something interesting happened there. What Min Kyungso is saying now is not what the writers previously wrote. So the writers behind the camera started discussing something, and the producer listened even more as if he was curious. Is this something fun? Yes. Woo-hyun, no, Park Woo-hyun also appears in our work. But that friend couldn't read the script properly yesterday because he was overwhelmed by the acting of a new actor. The host asked in a surprised voice. Woo-hyun Park couldn't read the script. Yes. Since the new actor recited his lines first, Park Woo-hyun was so surprised that he couldn't say his lines. But honestly, I was very surprised because it was my first time seeing acting like that. While Min Kyungso was speaking, the writers hastily wrote something on the whiteboard. It was a message to be sent to the host. Although it was not a live broadcast, the writers conveyed the content on a whiteboard to avoid interrupting the recording flow. The host also checked the contents and asked Min Kyungso if he was familiar with this type of thing. Is this someone whose name everyone will know? You probably don't know. He's really a rookie who just debuted. Yes. Min Kyungso naturally handed over the speaking role to Lee Naren. Then Naren nodded and continued her words. Yes. His name is Kong Jinsook, and this is his first TV drama. But he is a really attractive actor. The host spoke in an admiring voice at Naren's words. And, he's a rookie, but I can't believe he was cast in this work. It looks like his skills are great. Yes. Our work is the debut work of producer Kim Man-so, and his skills are good enough to be used boldly in such a work. The writers gave a thumbs up to Naren Lee's clear comments as if she were reading a script. But this was not the end of Naren's praise. He's still a rookie, so he's acting while working part-time. In the meantime, he works really hard at acting. He is also very polite. After listening to what you say, it seems like you care a lot about your junior. That's right. And he is a junior that I would like to work with in the future. I guess he's a talented actor. For a long time after that, stories about new actor Kong Jinsook blossomed. Min Kyungso and Lee Naren are waiting for their respective vans in the parking lot after finishing recording. Min Kyungso stretched loudly and said, Ugh, I'm tired. Naren, are you going home? Yes. What about you, senior? Me too. I haven't slept a wink since yesterday and I feel like I'm dying. That's because I'm old. You can't hide your age. Ugh. Let's see if you don't get old. I manage myself, so even when I grow old, I'm different from my seniors. Senior drinks every day when he's not filming. Wow, that's unlucky. Live like that for the rest of your life. While the two were bickering, their respective vans arrived. Min Kyung-soo said as he got into the van first. Go in carefully. You worked hard. Yes. Oh right. Senior, did you hear what the PD said earlier? Like what? Today's recording was originally supposed to be broadcast next week, but they say it's coming out this week. Is that possible? I guess there was something they originally wanted to broadcast. They said it was terribly boring and needed more editing. Anyway, I think it would be good for you to know. This will probably be arranged separately by the manager. Still, he said it because he cared about me, so I waved my hand to say thank you. Then I'll just leave you to it. Yes. After answering briefly, Min Kyung-soo got into the van and took out his cell phone. I have to tell Jin-seok to definitely watch this week's broadcast. I would be disappointed if he missed the live broadcast while his story was being talked about. In SKC's signature program, 2 established actors mention a new actor. This is a huge honor and something to be grateful for as a new actor. I'm sure you'll enjoy it, right? Min Kyung-soo sent a text message to Jin-seok with a happy feeling. Guys, the break is over. Let's start again. At the work leader's command, the other men rose one by one. Some of them had already awakened from their naps. Despite physical fatigue, my mind remained remarkably clear, much like yours. Thanks to Senior Min Kyung-soo's text message. My name is going to be featured on the talk show. While I won't physically appear, my story will be shared for about 5 minutes. That, too, is a good story. Though I don't expect it to elevate my status as an actor. The smile doesn't leave my face at the prospect of sharing the name Kang Jin-seok with viewers. Let's work even harder. As I pledged to myself, thoughts of the upcoming audition filled my mind. In addition to the role of the Japanese police officer, confidence surged within me. I believed I could embody the appearance and demeanor of a real police officer from the Japanese colonial period. Yet, there were concerns. What about the other role? It doesn't seem likely they'd assign 2 roles to a single actor. This role, recommended by producer Kim Man-soo, undoubtedly promises to be a significant one. However, despite navigating through numerous auditions, encountering a role labeled as Other One was a first for me. After pondering for a moment, I shook my head. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's absurd to fret over a role just because I cleared one audition. Snap out of it, Kang Jin-seok. Be grateful for any opportunity, even if it means playing a minor role. Let's focus on the task at hand and give it our all. With renewed determination, I gathered my courage and took another step forward. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, the day of the audition had arrived. Standing in front of the audition studio, I took a deep breath. Hoop. Hoha. Do your best, Kang Jin-seok. This is truly a golden opportunity. Upon entering the studio, as expected, there were numerous applicants. Among them, some would be my competitors, while others aimed for different roles. Most of them seemed to be auditioning for minor or supporting roles. I need to let them know that I'm here for the audition, but where are the staff? Oh, is that him? Upon glancing around, I noticed a group of people gathered inside the audition room. As I approached, I saw someone wearing a staff necklace. Let's approach the staff. Jin-seok Kang? What's going on here? Oh, do you want to audition for this one too? It was Kang Hye-in AD. I don't know why I'm here, but seeing a familiar face eased my tension a little. Yes. I also came to audition. Hey, will you do it in parallel with producer Kim Man-soo's work? Rather than parallel. Actually, producer Kim Man-soo's work is a short role, so it's over after filming it once. So, producer Kim Man-soo recommended that I look into this role as well. Kang Hye-in clapped her hands and nodded her head. Got it. I see. All right. I'll check the list. Thank you. After finishing the conversation with Kang Hye-in, I went to an empty chair and sat down. Everyone is staring. In fact, he deserved it. If a guy came and talked to the staff in a friendly way and said, the PD recommended it, everyone couldn't help but get nervous. I wasn't particularly trying to attract attention. It's good to get attention, but this kind of attention is not good. Because the looks that are pouring in on me now are eyes full of envy and jealousy. No matter how good I was at putting steel plates on my face, I felt uncomfortable with these looks. At that time, someone's voice was heard in surprise. People's eyes were naturally drawn to that voice. It's Lee Ho-min. It's true. Is he here for an audition? I don't see him very often in dramas these days. Still, isn't he on a very different level? I guess it's at least the main and supporting characters, right? Lee Ho-min. Ho-min Lee, 21 years old. He is a veteran actor, having appeared in several dramas since he was a child. He has over 10 years of acting experience. However, after he became an adult, he was unable to participate in many works. When he was a child, his acting was acceptable, but as he got closer to adulthood, he couldn't win in the fiercer competition. Still, he seems to have constantly appeared on TV. While I was staring blankly, Lee Ho-min walked towards the staff. Then the other actors murmured at novel.A. I heard that if he loses his role, he'll be angry with the producer. Will it happen again this time? You're saying shit to the PD? Oh, no way, no way. That's his agency, KL Entertainment. How much do you invest in production there? KL Entertainment can do that. Other person. But how did you get into KL? Isn't it hard to get in there? He's a gold digger. He's been KL since he was a child. His dad is the CEO of KL Entertainment. I don't really believe in rumors. Rather than evaluating someone after hearing someone else's story, I evaluate them after experiencing it myself. This is because rumors cannot be trusted. Of course, there must be a good reason for these bad rumors. However, whether rumors are good or bad, they tend to be exaggerated. If you think about it deeply, it's only me who loses. When you ignore the conversations going on around you and focus on yourself instead. Are you Kang Jin-seok? I looked up when I heard a voice calling me. Lee Ho-man, whom I had seen a moment ago, stood in front of me. I felt a little embarrassed because he started speaking informally to me, but I answered politely first. Yes, senior. I'm Kang Jin-seok. Lee Ho-man looked closely at my face. Then, he asked the manager standing next to him. Have you seen him before? Oh, no, I didn't. I haven't even heard his name. Right. But why is he auditioning for the same role as me? At Lee Ho-man's words, the applicants around him began to murmur. If it were Lee Ho-man, he would be a main or supporting actor. I guess that person plays the same role. The staff recognized him earlier. Even though he's a rookie, he seems to have quite a few connections. I envy you. I should have been born with a silver spoon in my mouth. These days, for a rookie to rise, it's more about connections than skills. It seemed like the other actors treated me and Lee Ho-man as the same type. But now was not the time to leisurely resolve such misunderstandings. Because right now, in front of me, was a once popular child actor turned actor who seemed to be in quite a bad mood. I don't like it when you start speaking informally, but still, you're a senior, so I'll leave it at that. I wasn't very happy, but I wasn't angry. I felt like a child for getting angry over just speaking informally, and more than anything, with the audition coming up, I had to keep my mind as calm as possible. While I was thinking about that, Lee Ho-man's manager started looking for something on his phone. Looking at the atmosphere, it seemed like they were searching for my name. Lee Ho-man's manager said, "Brother, I searched on the internet, but I couldn't find anything with the name Kang Jin-seok." Okay, but how did you audition for this role? Did your agency support you? Ho-man Lee asked me again. As I looked around, the atmosphere became even stranger, and applicants were watching me and Lee Ho-man with nervous eyes. It hurts my pride. Why are they putting me together with an unknown rookie? It's absurd. At those words, I frowned without realizing it. I'm the one who finds it absurd. This is the audition room. For actors, an audition center is the same as a CSAT exam center for test takers, and for people taking a certification exam, it is the same as a certification exam center. In a place like that, it would be impossible to look down on another actor so openly. Even famous, established actors act as cautiously as possible when auditioning. Rather, I quietly go through the audition for fear of disturbing other actors. Okay, let's just ignore it. If you step out for no reason, the commotion could only get bigger. Poop is dirty, so avoiding it is the answer. If I hit it, I'll get dirty too. But Lee Ho-man seems to have been more of an embarrassment than poop. Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you ignoring me? I know you very well as a senior. Why are kids these days so rude? It's absurd. It bothered me that every word I said was considered ridiculous. I thought that if I stayed still, they would get tired of the fuss and stop, but it looks like they will keep talking if I leave them alone. If I keep doing this, other people will also suffer. I felt like I needed to say something. I didn't mean to look cool. I just wanted to create an ordinary audition hall so that everyone could show off their skills at today's audition. He stood up and said, "Seniors, you keep saying it's absurd, but I'm the one who is absurd." What? Lee Ho-man looked quite embarrassed, probably not expecting to say something so boldly. An audition is a truly precious and desperate opportunity for someone. It's not polite to behave like this. When I stated my point, Lee Ho-man this time held his tongue and trailed off. What? Bad luck? Are you saying I'm being rude now? Then what else is it other than bad luck? It's distracting other applicants from concentrating on their acting. What? Are you trying to teach your senior now? You said everything. No, I still have a lot to say. When I spoke strongly without being pushed back, Lee Ho-man made an even more absurd expression. So far, I've only met good seniors, so no matter what industry I go into, there will be people like this. I had no intention of treating this person like my senior. To put it bluntly, isn't the reason Mr. Lee Ho-man is here now because he's on the same level as us? If anything had been a little better, the producer or writer would have requested it separately. Lee Ho-man's face turned bright red at the word same level. The manager next to him was looking at me and Lee Ho-man back and forth, not knowing what to do. He continued speaking in a cold tone. If you want to be treated like a senior, act like one. This person. Lee Ho-man was speechless, perhaps because he could not overcome his anger. He said that was the last thing he wanted to say to him. Something that could silence Lee Ho-man. And you said earlier that it would hurt your pride to audition for the same role as me, but if you are that confident in your acting, let's audition. If you get the role, I will treat you like a senior. Oh, what should I do? Should I stop them? From the moment Lee Ho-man started an argument with Jin-seok, Kang Hye-in became restless. For no reason did I say that I was auditioning for the same role. I'm such an idiot. It was Kang Hye-in who informed Lee Ho-man of Jin-seok's existence, but she couldn't help it either. This is because Lee Ho-man, a well-known actor, asked about his competitors, and very high-handedly. As Kang Hye-in, a junior staff member, I had no choice but to tell him. Originally, I would have to say that I cannot tell him in principle. I don't have that courage yet. However, if Lee Homan had talked that way to Jinseok, Kang Hyein would never have told him. Meanwhile, Homan Lee put more pressure on Jinseok. How did you audition for this role? Did your agency support you? Lee Homan even says things that should never be said among actors. As the atmosphere became increasingly serious, Kang Hyein became restless. What do I do? Should I tell other seniors? I'm in big trouble. However, because today was the weekend, there were only the minimum number of people in the audition room. So everyone was busy walking around without even a moment's notice. Still, such a big problem could not be left unattended, so Kang Hyein reported the situation in the group chat room. No one read it. It seemed like everyone was so busy that they didn't have time to check the messenger. Lee Homan continued to complain. To hurt my pride, why are you tying me with anonymous? It's absurd. Kang Hyein, who could no longer watch, stood up. I have to step forward. Because it happened because of my mistake. Kang Hyein squeezed her slightly trembling hand and approached Lee Homan and Jinseok. And just as she was about to say something, Jinseok responded coldly. Senior Lee Homan, you keep saying it's absurd, but I'm the one who is absurd. Kang Hyein was surprised that Jinseok could speak with such a voice. She said, when I saw you before, you seemed very gentle and kind. Was that just an illusion? Kang Hyein decided to quietly observe first. What? An audition is a truly precious and desperate opportunity for someone. It's rude for you to behave like this. Jinseok spoke clearly while looking into Homan Lee's eyes, as if a junior were throwing cider on a senior in a drama. Homan Lee, perhaps pushed back by Jinseok's bold spirit, kept his mouth shut. Then he spoke in a questioning tone with a slightly red face. What, bad luck? Are you saying I'm being rude now? Then what else is it other than bad luck? It's distracting other applicants from concentrating on their acting. What? Are you trying to teach your senior now? You said everything. It was easy to cringe at the word senior, but Jinseok pushed back harder as if he didn't care about that at all. No, there's still a lot to say. To put it bluntly, isn't the reason Lee Homan is here now because he is in the same class as us? If anything was a little better. If you want to be treated like a senior, first act like a senior. Kang Hyein looked at Jinseok with surprised eyes. When I saw you before, you were extremely considerate to your seniors. You have the personality to say what you have to say, but it didn't seem excessive. Maybe it's because I'm at least polite and don't speak emotionally. It's cool. The reason I can say that is because I am confident. An acting skill that PD Kim Manso recognizes and recommends to other close PDs. And a personality worthy of recognition from senior actors in the industry. The actor who has it all is Kang Jinseok, whom Kang Hyein has seen so far. The argument between the two continued for a long time, but it was too one-sided to be called a fight. After a while, Jinseok's decisive words filled the audition waiting room. If you are that confident in your acting skills, go for an audition. If you get the role, I will treat you like a senior. This was a perfect provocation, an invitation for those who were confident. Lee Homan, who couldn't have known that, trembled and shouted. A shameless bastard, hey, how much acting have you done so far? You were lucky enough to get a chance to audition, but is there anything you can do? This bastard is really... At that moment, Homan Lee tried to push Jinseok's shoulder. Mr. Lee Homan, why is it so loud? The author of this work, Jo So-kwon, appeared. When I asked Lee Homan, are you confident in your acting? Lee Homan seemed to have lost his temper a bit. And losing your temper in an argument is the same as losing. What? I didn't argue with Lee Homan to try to beat him, but... It felt like we were fighting over something trivial. No, still, I have to say what I have to say. It was then. Mr. Lee Homan, why is it so loud? Everyone's eyes turned to the powerful voice that pierced the waiting room. Hey, isn't that writer Jo So-kwon? It's crazy. Was this audition work by writer So-kwon Jo? Someone did it because only the PD was made public. It was a real big deal. If the writer had been revealed, we wouldn't have had a chance to audition. Writer Jo So-kwon. Like other actors, I was honestly surprised. Jo So-kwon is a star writer who has covered everything from musicals to dramas and movies. He is a man who has successfully produced over 10 dramas, and he is known to receive a script fee of over 80 million won per episode. As a result, not only his agency but also most PDs give him 2, or even 3, movies. Jo So-kwon said this to Lee Homan. I was quietly listening in the room, Mr. Lee Homan. The friend in front of you is right. Making such a fuss at an audition is out of character. Lee Homan responded to writer Jo So-kwon's reprimand in a crawling voice. Well, that author. That's it. That's not what I meant. It's done. As this friend said, just show it with your skills. I am skilled enough to say that to my juniors. The roles that the two of you are auditioning for are ones that you created with great care, so I will be auditioning with the producer myself. I'm looking forward to it. After finishing his speech, writer Jo So-kwon gave me a quick glance and then went straight back to his room. Lee Homan gritted his teeth and said as if he couldn't make a fuss anymore after hearing those words. You, remember me. Just wait and see. Lee Homan spoke like a typical villain and walked away. His manager sighed slightly, perhaps because he was worried about Lee Homan, or just tired. Whoa. Then he spoke quietly in a voice that only I could hear. I'm sorry. Well then, good luck with your audition. Before I could respond, the manager ran to Lee Homan. He looks a little sloppy, but he seems like a person who is trying his best to clean up after his actor's mess. He didn't seem like a bad person. Once the commotion was over, the audition room came back to its senses. Some people were reciting lines they had prepared, while others were acting without saying a word, just using facial expressions and gestures. Seeing their earnest looks made me focus even more. After a while, Kang Hyein spoke hesitantly at them.Every. Well, Mr. Lee Homan and Mr. Kang Jin-seok. Let's go to the audition room. I slowly got up and went to Kang Hyein. Then Kang Hyein apologized. I should have stopped him earlier, I'm sorry. Kang Hyein speaks with a very sorry expression. He smiled slightly at her and said, it was okay, I'm fine though. Kang Hyen's expression brightened as usual when I said that it was okay. Then, let's move. Unlike what I saw in the waiting room, the audition room was quite spacious. There were several rooms in the passage and every time I passed by, I could hear someone acting. It looks like there are quite a few people in charge of casting. Going to multiple auditions at once. Not all auditions are attended by producers and writers. Although it is a small role with no importance, if acting skills are needed, directors with some experience may look at it. In most cases, there is no audition for extras or it is very simple. I knew it well because I had auditioned countless times. The audition room arrived shortly after. Kang Hyein carefully knocked on the door. Hello, Lee Homan and Kang Jin-seok are coming in. Come on in. A middle-aged man's voice was heard. As I entered the audition room, I saw two men. One is writer Jo So-kwon, whom I saw a while ago. The other is PDNA Jin-ho, who produced this work. As I sat down on the chair, PDNA Jin-ho spoke quietly. First of all, we will be auditioning two people at the same time today, so that we can check each other's skills and accept whoever gets the role. As soon as PDNA Jin-ho finished speaking, writer Jo So-kwon continued. I don't care about investors or agencies. I'm just a person who uses the actors I want to use in my work. You know it well, right? Writer Jo So-kwon said in a stern voice. Then Lee Homan nodded his head with a nervous face. An audition room full of tension. Okay. Producer Na Jin-ho and Lee Homan looked at my profile and slammed it down on the desk. I won't look at what I've filmed so far and what roles I've played. What's important is your skills now, and... Before the actual audition, let me tell you why I brought you two here. PDNA Jin-ho said as he poured water into a cup. For this work, we needed a new face that is not well known to the public. Still, you had to have skills. So, I received recommendations from various places. KL Entertainment strongly recommended Mr. Lee Homan. He doesn't appear in dramas often these days, so he feels like a new face, and his acting skills are outstanding. PDNA Jin-ho particularly emphasizes strongly. The tone didn't seem to mean anything good, but Lee Homan didn't seem to notice that. Thank you. PDNA Jin-ho shook his head in disapproval at Lee Homan's bright voice. You can thank the agency. And that person, Jin-seok Kang, was selected as my junior's debut film, so I invited him here. I received recommendations from about 40 people other than those two, but I filtered them all out. 40 people. Auditions have a competition rate of 100 to 1 for one role, and up to 2,000 to 1 at most. Considering that, if there are around 40 people, you may not think that the competition rate is high, but if there were 40 actors who received recommendations, the story would be completely different. Recommendation means putting your name and skills on the line to introduce someone to someone else. In other words, those 40 people are actors who can easily pass most auditions. What kind of role was it that they had to skip all those actors? While I was thinking about that, writer Jo So-kwon gave me a piece of A4 paper and said, today's audition is free acting. Instead, please keep this in mind. I carefully handed over the paper given by writer Jo So-kwon. This was written on the piece of paper given by writer Jo So-kwon. Casting, Japanese police officer and one other. Ambassador, freedom. Role 1, Japanese police officer loyal to Japan, police during the Japanese colonial period. Role 2, a Japanese police officer who realized Japan's true nature and decided to help the Korean people, police during the Japanese colonial period. Important 1. Realism of characters. Important 2. Realism of dialogue. When I read this, I suddenly remembered my conversation with Kang Ha-shin. I was shamefully a stooge of the Japanese Empire who pointed guns and swords at my compatriots. Later, I realized my mistake and tried to be liberated. Could it be that Kang Ho-sun was a police officer who was loyal to Japan but then turned to Joseon? Joseon, before Korea, it was called Joseon or Joseon Dynasty. I checked the paper that writer Jo So-kwon gave me again. Role 1, Japanese police officer loyal to Japan, police during the Japanese colonial period. Role 2, a Japanese police officer who realized Japan's true nature and decided to help the Korean people, police during the Japanese colonial period. Important 1. Realism of characters. Important 2. Realism of dialogue. Ambassador, freedom. In free acting, it is important to know how skillfully the applicant demonstrates the prepared script. However, this free performance was a bit unique. No, rather than being unique, it's a bit different. Because it's half free acting and half improvisation. There was even a difficult condition called realism attached to it. It's a very challenging audition. But for me, there is no easier acting. Under these conditions, I am confident that I can work with any actor. Still, there was something that bothered me. Role 2, Japanese Sunsara who decided to help the Korean people. If Kang Ha-shin was a person who was loyal to Japan from beginning to end, I would have to play role 2 myself. However, if Kang Ha-shin was a police officer who was loyal to Japan and then returned to Joseon, I wasn't confident that I would mess up this audition. As you know, I attach great importance to historical research. Of course, when creating a work, there are some aspects that have to be given up due to factors such as popularity or production costs. Author Jo So-kwon thought for a moment and then continued his words. Anyway, the Japanese police officer was a supporting role that I paid quite a lot of attention to, so I brought these conditions. I hope you too have studied a lot. After he finished speaking, writer Jo So-kwon looked at Lee Ho-min, clasping his hand. First, let's look at Lee Ho-min's acting. Yes? Yes. Lee Ho-min spoke in a somewhat unconfident voice. However, Lee Ho-min is also an actor of 10 years. He soon began to skillfully perform the act he had prepared. Great Japanese Empire? Under orders from His Majesty the Emperor. Lee Ho-min shouted loudly, his neck bloodshot. Whoa. However, as soon as he saw Lee Ho-min's acting, writer Jo So-kwon sighed. It was a sigh so small that normally no one would have heard it. However, in this small room with only 4 people, the sighs were louder than expected. Lee Ho-min smiled awkwardly and asked writer Jo So-kwon. Now, writer, if there's any problem, at novel.A. Writer Jo So-kwon waved his hand. Just give it a try. I'll take a look and see what you've prepared. Yes. After a while, Lee Ho-min's acting started again. This time, the acting is a bit exaggerated and somewhat burdensome. The death of the Japanese Empire. It is law and tradition? The Koreans who don't listen to me. I can't believe I did something like this. Lee Ho-min was playing a typical Japanese police officer. To be honest, by my standards, Lee Ho-min's acting was okay. But, something feels awkward. No, should I say it's a bit lacking. Suddenly, the acting of other actors I saw during the reading of Dreams of the Rising Sun came to mind. The acting of the actors I saw at that time was their own acting. It was a performance that brought out his own feelings that no one could imitate. However, there was nothing special about Lee Ho-min's acting. Is that the stereotypical acting that seniors talked about at company dinners? Evaluate first. Should we do it now, PD? After a while, when Lee Ho-min's performance was over, writer Jo So-kwon asked producer N.A. Jinho in a voice full of disappointment. Producer N.A. Jinho pondered for a moment, then looked at Lee Ho-min with a slight frown. It seemed like he was just staring at me without much effort, but his eyes were quite harsh. As expected, a PD with 20 years of experience has a different force. It was a completely different feeling from when I saw PD Kim Mansu. If PD Kim Mansu felt like the handsome guy next door, then PD N.A. Jinho felt like a scary detective. Producer N.A. Jinho looked at Lee Ho-min in silence for a while, then pointed at me and said, I will even look at it later. Let's evaluate Kang Jin-sok's acting first. If we do the evaluation first, it may interfere with the acting. What do you think, author? I guess so. All right. Then, Mr. Kang Jin-sok, let's take a look at the performance you prepared right away. Yes, I understand. After answering confidently, he closed his eyes slightly and collected his emotions. And he slowly tries to play a real Japanese police officer. My vision became blurry and a scene began to appear. My son, do you understand? I was born and raised in Joseon, but you were born and raised in Japan. So always remember that you are Japanese. Yes, father. Soon, Joseon will become a Japanese colony. Then, you go there and become a military police officer. I'll tell people I know in advance. All right. Okay. And always think. Your grandfather in Joseon called you Kang Ha-shin, but you are Nakamura Chisuk. I say it again. Born in Japan, you are Chisuk Nakamura. In a typical Japanese garden, Kang Ha-shin and his father, both wearing military uniforms, are sitting across from each other. At first glance, the garden, which had a pond and small pine trees, looked like a fairly wealthy house. What was surprising was that I could understand them even though they were speaking in Japanese. By the way, Kang Ha-shin was originally Japanese. He was originally a soldier too. Of course, I thought he was Korean, but it seems I was wrong. After a while, another scene appeared. Hey, Nakamura. I heard you beat up more than 30 Koreans today. You lost. I just trained the Koreans. For uncivilized Koreans, training is more important than education. You really think the same as Japanese people? What are you saying? I am purely Japanese. Hey, your father is Korean. What if I was born in Japan and my father is Korean? He is just as loyal to His Majesty the Emperor as we are. Father too. The next scene was a conversation between Kang Ha-shin and another Japanese soldier who came to Joseon. The emotions felt in this scene are nothing. Are you exactly proud of it? It was somehow different from the Japanese police officer I had vaguely imagined. Until now, I knew that Japanese police officers during the Japanese colonial period harassed Koreans to kill time or for their pleasure. But Kang Ha-shin was different. To Kang Ho-sun, Joseon people were just lowly and uncivilized people. And he thought it was his fate to change those Koreans. Of course, he is not destined for himself. It was all just fate for the glory of Japan. Because of that, he was able to treat Koreans more cruelly and ruthlessly. What Kang Ha-shin said, how he moved, and what expressions he made were all engraved in my mind. Father, why did you move from Japan to Joseon? What should I do with all that money? I just left it all behind. As I got older, I wanted to come to your side. Did something happen in Japan? Just say the word. I am a member of the Imperial Army. No, Don't worry about it, just do what you're doing now, raise Japan's status by being loyal. Everything will be fine with you. Kang Ha-shin is seen wearing a much more colorful military uniform than before. In contrast, Kang Ha-shin's father was much thinner than when he first saw him. He is not thin because he has not been able to eat, but rather looks like he is sick. Currently, Kang Ha-shin doesn't feel anything other than concern for his father. After a while, the possession gradually reached its climax. Oh, no, what do you mean? You can't heal my father. Hey Nakamura, your father is Korean. How can we treat someone like that here? Don't talk nonsense. My father is Japanese. I'm Japanese too. And your father's illness can't be cured just by giving him medicine. Nakamura? That's bullshit. How dare you say such nonsense to me? I will hand you over to a military court for contempt of superiors. If it were a wartime situation, you would be summarily executed for insulting your superiors. So consider yourself lucky. Kawasaki, I served in the Imperial Army for over 20 years. I also made a contribution to the war against Russia. How could you do that to my father? Are you just mentioning your major? I am the one who received the title of Baron directly from His Majesty the Emperor. How dare an uncivilized child born from the seeds of Joseon people dare to challenge me? You bastard. The situation has become very urgent. Kang Ha-shin came to the hospital, carrying his father on his back, lost in thought. Although his father's face was not visible, his condition seemed serious as his arms were drooping. In front of Kang Ha-shin was a man who appeared to be a Japanese doctor. The doctor ridiculed and insulted Kang Ha-shin's father, pointing a point at Kang Ha-shin and screaming. In the end, Kang Ha-shin, who could not control his anger, hit the doctor on the chin with his fist. The scene changed again. Nakamura, come back again. My father passed away 2 years ago. I'm sorry. And as you may know from rumors, there will be a movement of troops due to the recent March 1st incident. It looks like the governor will probably change. So that you know, the prison uniforms, thick iron bars, and the dark and damp atmosphere indicated that this was a prison. There was no significant change in Kang Ha-shin's expression as he came out of prison. But his mind was a mess of complicated emotions. He was so angry at Japan for abandoning him and his father, who had been loyal to Japan. Disgust for his past, when he risked his life and went into battle for Japan. The mixed emotions gradually turned into a sense of betrayal toward Japan. At the same time, I felt sorry for Joseon. I heard that the locals held my father's funeral on their behalf. These are funeral expenses, please accept them. I won't take your money. Even if you chew on it, it won't hurt. Go away. If you don't want to take it, I'll leave it here. And although I'm late, I'm sorry. No matter how much of a Japanese stooge you are, your father was our friend. I just did the bare minimum. Well, he was also on the Japanese side, but he was a Korean after all. Thank you for calling my father a Korean. I'm serious. And I would be grateful if you told me that I am also Korean. It may be difficult to forgive, but if you want to thank Insuk, say it to Insuk rather than to us. Because he continued to nurse your father. If it's Insuk, it's Lim Insuk. You don't know him. I've never met him before. Yeah, I see. Then where is that child named Lim Insuk? He owes him a thank you. He went to the March 1st movement and was arrested. He was arrested while participating in the independence movement? Well, so what happened? Insuk, you know best. Isn't arresting independence activists your specialty? Now I could understand everything. From why Kang Ha-shin became a Japanese police officer to why he wanted to apologize to someone named Lim Insuk. And why, despite being loyal to Japan to the core, he initially introduced himself not as Nakamura but as Kang Ha-shin. In the end, he became a Korean. I realized that now. Whoa, the possession has completely ended. It felt like I had been possessed for quite some time, but in reality, the time that passed was only a moment. Whoa, I took a deep breath and composed my mind. Despite that, the mixed feelings of Kang Ha-shin still lingered in my heart. He closed his eyes gently and took a few more deep breaths before he finally calmed down. What writer Jo So-kwon demanded was realism. However, that doesn't mean you can only act 100% realistically. I need to mix in some drama-like acting to satisfy the producer. Now I could play any Japanese police officer. From a police officer who viciously treated the Korean people to a police officer who was disappointed in Japan and decided to help the Korean people. He looked at producer Na Jin-ho and writer Jo So-kwon in turn. Let's begin. My voice now resembled that of Kang Ha-shin, who first arrived in Joseon. You guys are trash. Producer Na Jin-ho and writer Jo So-kwon flinched, perhaps embarrassed by the sudden onset of the acting. But I didn't care. I was already completely immersed in acting, and Kang Ha-shin was also accustomed to uttering such remarks. I initiated the performance, and now I have transformed into a formidable hero. I came to this land in accordance with the orders of His Majesty the Emperor to liberate Joseon from ignorance and develop it. You must live your whole life in gratitude for His Majesty the Emperor's grace. When Kang Ha-shin first arrived in Joseon, he used to convey this message to the Koreans. I repeated those words to producer Na Jin-ho and writer Jo So-kwon, much like Kang Ha-shin, with eyes fixed on them as though observing trash strewn by the side of the road. Then, I continued speaking in an indifferent tone, devoid of the slightest hint of emotion. The Empire of Japan is very merciful. So, you Koreans will have no problem living as long as you do what the Empire tells you to do and what the Empire wants. and my order to be loyal to His Majesty the Emperor is truly the order of the Empire of Japan. Indifference can sometimes resemble annoyance. However, Kang Ha-shin did not bother with dealing with Koreans. Instead, he viewed it as the fate of a soldier who receives orders, and he undertook them passionately and seriously. And he never judged himself. Just follow orders. That's why Kang Ha-shin could speak more coldly and calmly than any other Japanese police officer. He continued to maintain a cold gaze and gathered his resolve to portray another Japanese police officer. This performance is Japanese police officer angry at Koreans. Recalling the time when Kang Ha-shin was angered by the Korean people, he slowly opened his mouth. You don't salute even when you see the Imperial Military Police, so your indoctrination has not yet progressed. Take him away and give him 10 lashes. Isn't there someone like that? A person who is clearly very angry, but there is no change in his or her voice or expression. When such a person gets angry, the surroundings become cold, and the atmosphere freezes. Sometimes you get goosebumps. I was just that kind of person now. I was as angry as ice. Cold and ruthless. Moreover, Kang Ha-shin had an aura that instilled fear in his opponents. When I brought it to the audition room, the once quiet audition room was no longer even heard. The more I immersed myself in acting, the more I became assimilated into Kang Ha-shin's memories and emotions, and I spat out the lines exactly as he did. You still harbor foolish delusions of independence. What on earth do you think of His Majesty the Emperor's consideration and grace? I can't forgive. Execute him summarily. An order to kill someone. The entire family is punished according to the guilt by association system. Send the kids who can't decide what's right yet to the Imperial Army, to be rehabilitated there. An order that tears a family apart. I'm sure they would have told me to report something like this, but no one reported it. It's clear that everyone is on the same page. Burn the village. He could have easily given a ruthless order to burn down a village. No, Kang Ha-shin did not consider Koreans who did not follow his words as human beings. He felt like he had seen enough of the Japanese police officer who was angry at the Koreans and took a moment to catch his breath. It's clear that I'm the one breathing, but for some reason, I feel a sense of strangeness. In the next act, before the tension dropped, he began a Japanese police officer is disappointed in Japan. Dump. He lowered his knees to the floor. When my knees hit the stone floor, I heard a rather unpleasant sound. When people kneel like this, everyone prefers to kneel gently. The reason is simple. Because it hurts if you kneel hard. But people who are truly despairing and disappointed don't care about that. To a person whose entire body feels weak, whose heart is filled with unbearable discomfort, and who only has anger and betrayal in his head, the pain of hitting your knee on the floor is nothing. Now I did that. I knelt down like a formidable deity who had just learned about my father's death in prison, and he glared at my hand with the same fierce gaze he used to fix on Koreans. Why on earth have I been living like this? His hands are shaking. I shook so hard that my strength began to strain. The joints in my fingers ached. With that trembling, I expressed a variety of emotions without a single line of dialogue. Then, suddenly, I remembered the moments when I was loyal to Japan. The moments when I volunteered to go to war, overcame hundreds of near-death crises, polished the medals I earned with other people's blood every day, and bowed every day to the Emperor of Japan who did not even know of my existence. It was a moment full of glory that turned Kang Ha-shin into Nakamura until now. But all of that was no longer glory. Now it's just disgust. When Kang Ha-shin realized that, he screamed. Ah! Thud, 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 thud. He struck his head on the floor like a person consumed by madness beyond anger. At that moment, Kang Ha-shin pounded his head until it bled, and he fainted. But I didn't go that far. That's because acting is too realistic. I woke up slowly. There was venom in his eyes, but they didn't feel as cold as before. Of course, there were no tears. Because right now in front of me were two judges pretending to be Koreans who held my father's funeral on my behalf. In front of them, I played the role of a Japanese police officer who decided to dedicate himself to Joseon. He uttered the last line in a somber voice. Thank you. There were so many emotions contained in one short word. Gratitude as it is meant to be, sorry for what I have done so far, desperation to know that I am reflecting, etc. When I finished acting, there was silence. Clap, clap, clap. PDNA Jinho and writer Jo So-kwon clapped their hands like people possessed by something. You guys, it's trash. Hey, what the hell? It doesn't take a long time to understand an actor's acting skills. You can tell more than 70% just by looking at the first line, first gesture, and first breath. Though he is not bragging, PDNA Jinho was confident that, with his level of experience, he could discern even more details than that. What is this? Is this acting? However, I couldn't understand Jinseok's acting. Everyone has their own vibe. That cannot be easily erased, no matter how great an actor is. But, he seems like a completely different person. The more Jinseok acted, the more these thoughts grew in his head. The entire family is punished according to the guilt by association system. Send the kids who can't decide what's right yet to the Imperial Army, to be rehabilitated there. I got goosebumps when I heard this line. Not only was the acting skill great, but it was almost identical to the script written by writer Jo So-kwon. Producer Na Jinho was moved to tears while watching Jinseok's acting without knowing why. Watching Jinseok's acting, he felt like he was a Korean living during the Japanese colonial period. This is the first time I've seen acting that makes me angry like this. Producer Na Jinho was moved to tears by the realistic acting, but at the same time, he could not hide his joy, because this great actor was auditioning for his own work. After a while, Jinsook screamed and hit his head on the floor. Ah! Thud, 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 thud. Writer Jo So-kwon saw that and urgently spoke to producer Na Jinho. Don't you have to stop him? Is that smoke? Okay, let's take a look, writer. After about 5 seconds of screaming, Jinsook stood up. I took a deep sigh and spoke quietly to producer Na Jinho and writer Jo So-kwon. Thank you. A short but heavy word. The two judges thought the same thing about those heavy words that seemed to touch their hearts. Done. This is it. Jinsook was the perfect actor they both wanted. He is a new face, free from the public's preconceptions, and is an actor who can portray a Japanese police officer who goes back and forth between hope and despair. An actor who can sincerely act disappointed in Japan and sorry for Joseon. After Jinsook's performance ended, PDNA Jinho smiled broadly. The evaluation started as soon as my performance was over. And of course, it was not a happy time for Lee Ho-man. Author Jo So-kwon evaluated it first. Mr. Lee Ho-man, what did you feel when you saw Kang Jinsook's acting? Since you don't seem to know, let me tell you what I should have felt. Writer Jo So-kwon said to Lee Ho-man, who was looking at him without saying a word, with his arms crossed at novel bin at. I'm talking about a Japanese police officer. At that time, Koreans, or Joseon people, were not viewed as human beings. It's not that they ignored it, it's that they didn't treat them like people at all. He thought like a dog. Now, here's the question. Writer Jo So-kwon looked at me and smiled slightly, then looked at Lee Ho-man again. For example, a passing dog urinated on you. Then how are you going to get angry? Lee Ho-man had no answer to his question this time. Jo So-kwon continued speaking in a serious voice. I'm not Lee Ho-man, so I don't know for sure. But one thing is for sure, he won't scream and go crazy like before. Yes, it's funny that I say this to an actor with 10 years of experience, but Lee Ho-man, when it comes to acting, you really have to study a lot. By the way, Lee Ho-man, how much research did you do on the role of a Japanese police officer before auditioning? Have you ever looked for books or documentaries, much less novels or dramas? Lee Ho-man opened his mouth to say something in response to the sharp criticism directed at him, but he soon closed his mouth again. Phew, if you take on a role, you just have to act as written in the script. But now, Ho-man Lee didn't take on the role, he just came to pick it up and act without prior knowledge, right? Then next time get down to the basics of acting. Do you understand? Yes. First of all, thank you for your hard work. Now, it's Kang Jinsook's turn. Kang Jinsook's acting. Writer Jo So-kwon looked at me and said, although I was nervous about what kind of evaluation I would receive, I hoped for good reviews. Honestly, I liked Kang Jinsook's acting a bit too, but it was something completely unexpected. Was Kang Ha-shin not the character you thought he was? Ah yes. If you tell me what part I am lacking, I will work hard to learn. When I spoke in a nervous voice, writer Jo So-kwon waved his hand and laughed. No, it's not that I don't like it, it's that I was surprised because it was so realistic. At those words, my worries from before melted away in an instant. Thank God. Author Jo So-kwon took out a thick notebook from his bag. This is a notebook in which I wrote down the research I did to create a Japanese police officer. But the acting that Jinsook Kang just showed is very similar to the Japanese police officers shown here. It was such high praise that I might never hear it again. Thank you. I should be the one to thank you. I really enjoyed the good acting. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, I would rate it this way. Now, let's listen to the PD's evaluation. PDNA Jinho spoke immediately. If you look at the acting just now, you can't tell who has 10 years of experience and who is a rookie. This was also a great compliment to me, and quite a humiliating evaluation to Lee Ho-man. Mr. Lee Ho-man, I directed a lot of drama, right? As that kind of person, I'm telling you to do well, Lee Ho-man, so don't be offended and listen. Yes, it's no longer a place that treats you just because you spend a lot of time like before. Nowadays, scary rookies are coming up like crazy, like Kang Jinsook. Producer Na Jinho pointed at me. Then Lee Ho-man glared at me slightly. Even in this situation, you build up your pride. Unfortunately or fortunately, PDNA Jinho did not see that. He continued to give advice in a sincere voice. But that doesn't mean there is a unique image that you have created so far. When the public looks at you now, is there an image that comes to mind when they think of actor Lee Ho-man? Doesn't exist. Yes? But why didn't you prepare? Lee Ho-man said in a somewhat unfair voice. I prepared a lot. Isn't it just that the character is different from what the writer had in mind? PDNA Jinho, who heard his words, hung himself. He seemed to be suppressing his anger considerably. Producer Na Jinho took a deep breath, gathered his emotions, and spoke. Lee Ho-man, I have held the megaphone for 20 years. I've seen hundreds or thousands of people perform during that time. But your acting was not prepared at all, it's lacking. If you could truly put your hand on your heart and say that you worked hard, then you need to stop acting. This isn't really for you, Mr. Lee Ho-man. Producer Na Jinho, who poured out a barrage of criticism toward Lee Ho-man, spoke to writer Jo So-kwon. Writer, I think Kang Jinsook will be fine, what do you think? Yes. I'm also happy because it seems like Kang Jinsook has studied a lot. At those words, a smile appeared on my face without me knowing. But my joy now was bad news for Lee Ho-man, so I didn't show it as much as possible. I don't like Lee Ho-man, but I thought it was the minimum courtesy as an actor. Then it looks like he's got the part, so I'll go out. I hope the drama does well. However, Lee Ho-man spoke as if he was shooting at the two people. Not only the way he spoke, but even his voice was rude. Tisk. Then he glanced at me, clicked his tongue, and left the audition room. Bang? Huh, really? That person is really... It's absurd. Producer Na Jinho and writer Jo So-kwon simultaneously expressed their astonishment at Lee Ho-man's unexpected behavior. What would it have been like if Lee Ho-man had put aside his pride and listened to the advice of writer So-kwon Jo and the advice of the producer? I guess I felt a little sorry. That's because I acted as a possession. Of course, that doesn't mean I didn't try. Honestly, I can confidently say that I live a more intense life than any other actor. Nevertheless, I must have felt sorry because I took a test called an audition with the answer sheet called possession. But there's no need to feel sorry for someone like that. As I looked blankly at the door where Lee Ho-man left, Na Jinho smiled and said, "Don't worry about Lee Ho-man, let's talk about the important stuff first." Yes? Yes. It's an important matter. What is that? While I was wondering, Na Jinho took out his cell phone. And after checking something, he looked straight at me. Because there isn't much left until filming. Let's set the appearance fee first. It was literally an important matter. Are you talking about the appearance fee? If you appear in a work, you naturally receive an appearance fee. However, this was the first time I had negotiated an appearance fee like this. Before, I was always notified in this way, at roll/minor roll/filming time 10 hours, 2 days, /80,000 won, per episode. The appearance fee for Dream of the Sun Rising was originally 300,000 won. This time, the volume is much larger, so can I say it at a similar level? While I was happily thinking about it, Na Jinho said in an apologetic voice. Normally, you have to talk about this with your agency, but when I looked at his profile, Jin Sok-kong doesn't have an agency. So he ended up talking to me directly, which doesn't make me feel comfortable. Yes. I answered, but honestly, I didn't really listen to Na Jinho's words. It was because the word appearance fee kept lingering in my mind. It would be great if it was around 300,000 to 400,000 won per episode. 300,000 to 400,000 won per episode was an appearance fee that I had only dreamed of until now. I usually film for about 10 hours a day, so wouldn't that be 30,000 to 40,000 won per hour? Ultra high quality human resources. When I was alone with my imagination, writer Jo So-kwon spoke. We invested a lot in the set and other production aspects, so there isn't a lot of budget left. Still, it's an opportunity to work with really great actors, so please accept it generously. Writer Jo So-kwon's words made my mind more confused. 300,000 to 400,000 won might be too much. Let's just be satisfied and focus on appearing if it's similar to previous small roles. Even if it is a bit lacking, I am happy to receive it. It was then. All we can give is 1 million won. Still, I hope Kang Jin-sok takes on this role. It may not be a satisfactory appearance fee. Producer Na Jinho said somewhat apologetically. Of course, I didn't understand Na Jinho like that. Why are you sorry? I had no complaints. Because 1 million won was more than I expected. The moment you want to participate in the work. Producer Na Jinho spoke to writer Jo So-kwon. Writer, if this project goes well, you can take care of Kang Jin-sok in the future, right? Sure. Not only can I recommend my own work, but I can also recommend it to writers I know. I have a wide network of people. Thank you. Thanks to the author, I also have some face-to-face. Now then, Jin Sok-kong. Let's set it at 1 million won this time, and let's collect the appearance fee properly next time. How is it? Writer Jo So-kwon will continue to take care of me. This was a completely unexpected bonus. Since I had no reason to refuse, I immediately nodded my head sharply. Yes, thank you. Honestly, it's more than I thought. It's really okay. Thank you. Producer Jinho Na laughed along with writer So-kwon Jo, as if he was glad. Haha, thank God. Then, I will calculate the appearance fee as 1 million won per episode. The conversation stopped for a moment at Na Jinho's words. Could it be 1 million won? 1 million won per episode. I ordered a bowl of jjangmyeon, but it felt like I was served fried dumplings or rather sweet and sour pork. As I was blinking with joy and embarrassment, Na Jinho said with a big smile. Today's audition is over. Shall we go get something to eat? If Jin-sok is not busy, let's go together. I'll go. I looked at the clock on the wall. There was still a lot of time left until my part-time job. In my current mood, I felt like I would be full even without eating, but I couldn't miss this opportunity. Yes, I am grateful that you invited me. How can I be full even if I don't eat? After sharing a meal with producer Na Jinho and writer Jo So-kwon, I found myself en route to my part-time job. The chosen fare was sushi, a departure from my usual culinary choices. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of the menu, but the flavors were so exquisite that they left an indelible impression. Indeed, fine dining comes with a hefty price tag. By the way, you probably didn't eat too much, did you? The delectable taste led me to devour the dish without a second thought about its cost. Reflecting on it, I realized I had single-handedly polished off 5 servings. I suddenly feel a little sorry for the PD. It must have cost quite a bit. I took a moment to silently contemplate the state of the producer's wallet. Amidst bites of sushi, conversations flowed freely about acting and the intricacies of our respective work. The title of the work is In Spring Without Flowers. Set against the backdrop of the Japanese colonial period, this drama seamlessly weaves together elements of romance and alternative history. My character is Nakamura, a Japanese police officer. Despite his Korean heritage, Nakamura is a former soldier and police officer who was born and raised in Japan. I was surprised when I first heard about it because the settings were so similar that it wouldn't be strange at all to say that the character was modeled after Kang Ha-shin. In the initial 1 to 3 episodes, Nakamura relentlessly harasses the main character, only to undergo a significant transformation by the end of episode 3, becoming a character who aids the main character. Tragically, in episode 6, he succumbs to a gunshot wound while trying to protect the main character. His role is pivotal in shaping the early development of the drama, leaving a lasting impact. It's a bit disappointing that I left early, but as I strolled and contemplated various thoughts, I reached the cafe where I held my part-time job. The cafe, situated in the renowned Songsu-dong, occupies a converted warehouse, attracting a steady stream of visitors daily drawn by its picturesque ambience. As I stepped into the cafe, the owner and the part-timer, who had arrived earlier, greeted me. "Oh, is Jinsook here? Appa, didn't you say you might be a little late today?" I approached them, offering a bright smile. "Yes, store manager. Hello." The audition wrapped up sooner than expected, so I grabbed dinner. "Oh right, you mentioned auditioning for your brother today. How did it go?" Seo Yunso, an aspiring actress like myself, inquired. She's a first-year student at Sokoke University, having just entered this year. Her appearance epitomizes the younger sister character seen in commercials and dramas. Yet, when she's at work, she exudes liveliness and carries herself with a boss-like personality. She insists that she isn't that type of person. Now that I think about it, if I go to Sokoke University, Yunso will be my senior. As I was lost in thought for a moment, Seo Yunso approached, inquiring once more. "How did the audition go? Did it leave an impression?" "Oh, sorry. My mind wandered for a moment. It went well today. I guess I got lucky." Upon hearing this, Seo Yunso clasped her hands together, a joyous expression on her face. "Really? That's amazing. Great news. It seems like it went exceptionally well. So, are you juggling 2 dramas now?" Wow. Even the seniors at my school can't land roles so quickly. Your acting is truly commendable. Why are the directors only discovering it now? Given our shared aspirations in the acting world, Seo Yunso's initial envy and jealousy transformed into genuine happiness for me. During our conversation, the store manager interjected with a smile. "Okay, enough chatting. Jinsook, let's quickly change into our uniforms. Yunso, could you please wipe the tables first?" "Sure." "Yes." In the employee lounge where we changed, I noticed the distinctiveness of our cafe uniforms. They resembled suits, a style commonly found in hotels. The quality is on par with a department store suit, so I decided to take a profile photo wearing it. Most of the clothes in my wardrobe leaned towards comfort and coziness. Moreover, their quality wasn't great, making them unsuitable for profile pictures. Hence, I opted for a profile photo session in the sleek and stylish cafe uniform. While studio rentals were an option, there was an undeniable allure to the cafe uniform. Come to think of it, this outfit was tailor-made for me, courtesy of the store manager's suggestion for a profile photo. They hadn't disclosed the cost of customization, but clothing of this caliber likely came with a hefty price tag. I'll have to settle the bill once I receive the appearance fee for this project. Emerging from the lounge, I encountered a bustling cafe. Numerous customers had arrived while I was changing. "I'm here." I addressed the manager, who was engrossed in coffee making. Okay. We have a lot of customers right now, so let's make it quick." "Yes." Without delay, I checked the order receipt. Cafe latte, with latte art shaped like a rosetta. As soon as the order was confirmed, the espresso machine hummed to life. Pouring milk in, I expertly crafted a leaf design, and it was ready. "Here you go, store manager." Handing over the finished coffee, the manager nodded in admiration. "Wow, Jinsook, you've got quite a talent. There's nothing more to teach you. Keep it up." "Haha, thanks to your guidance, store manager." At novel bin at. I'm not just saying this, but I think you're as skilled as most baristas. Honestly, you're even better than me. The store manager grinned with satisfaction. "You two are a delight to serve. Some customers can be a bit challenging to handle." At that moment, Seo Yunso, appearing a bit weary, chimed in with refreshing energy. "Manager, please don't distract Jinsook. Let's take orders quickly." "Brother, enough playing around, make the coffee." "Huh? Oh, right. My apologies." Subsequently, customers continued to trickle in. I found myself immersed in the rhythm of preparing coffee and drinks, and before I knew it, closing time was approaching rapidly. The cafe remained bustling with numerous customers, leaving little space for new orders. The boss turned to me and suggested, "Jinsook, let's get a head start on cleaning during the downtime. There aren't many customers in front of the TV over there, so start from that area." "Sure." I headed towards the sizable TV in the corner, carrying cleaning supplies. As I casually went about my task, customers began pointing and whispering. "What's going on?" Perplexed, I offered an awkward smile and glanced around. The murmurs from the guests grew louder, making it challenging to discern their words. Isn't that him? Right. No wonder. Hey, didn't I tell you? If a handsome person like that isn't a celebrity, then who else would? Really? Is that truly my brother? OMG. Oh my god. I'm posting it on Instagram right now. Guests took turns glancing at the TV alongside me. What's playing on TV? I turned my head and directed my attention to the screen. Since he is still a rookie, he is acting while working part-time. In the meantime, I work really hard at acting. He is also very polite. The television showcased an episode of the talk show, featuring seniors Naerin Lee and Kyung So-min. On the screen, my profile picture occupied half the frame, prominently displaying me in the cafe part-time job uniform I was currently wearing. Really? Now that I think about it, today was the broadcast day. In a daze, I halted in front of the TV. Click, click. Customers promptly started taking pictures of me. It felt like encountering a celebrity. After finishing my part-time job, I returned home. My entire body felt like it weighed a ton. The fatigue was so overwhelming that even washing up seemed like an insurmountable task, and I collapsed onto the bed. Normally, I wouldn't be this exhausted, even after a demanding day of work. However, working under the constant, enthusiastic gaze and attention of customers proved to be more challenging than I anticipated. Nevertheless, I don't feel bad. Actually, I feel good. A weary smile graced my face. It was just a fleeting moment, but it truly felt like I had stepped into the shoes of an actor. I could grasp, even if just a little, what celebrities might talk about, and what it feels like to thrive on the love of fans. Maybe, someday, I can be like that too, right? Even though it felt like I had already savored a comforting bowl of kimchi soup, the thought lingered in my mind. That's how good it felt. Whoa. Just then, my phone rang. Glancing at it, I saw a text message from Senior Lee Naerin. Jinsook, did you catch today's broadcast? I'm dropping a message because I thought it might catch you off guard a bit. I didn't expect them to put so much emphasis on you in the editing. I apologize if it took you by surprise. Nevertheless, it's a positive turn, so try to see it in a good light. Oh, and I've attached the recommendation letter for you. Alright then, look forward to seeing you on the day of shooting. P.S. I've also enclosed a letter of recommendation from Senior Kyungsoo. PPS producer Kim Manso and Woohyun Sunbi mentioned they would write letters of recommendation too, so I've included them for you as well. It was quite a lengthy message. I promptly replied with a thank you text. By the way, others wrote letters of recommendation too. I hadn't requested recommendations from anyone else. However, somehow you knew, and I'm sincerely grateful that you took the time to write one for me. I examined the recommendation letter. Even with a cursory glance, it was evident that it was composed with great care. I went through it meticulously and saved the recommendation letter to my email. Now, the remaining schedule. I checked the calendar on my desk, a comprehensive planner for crucial dates such as part-time jobs and photo shoots. Usually filled with part-time jobs and audition schedules, this month, there was the addition of an actual filming schedule. It filled me with pride. Applications for Soguk University are due in 2 weeks on Monday. Dream of the Sun Rising is set to start filming soon. Fortunately, I had adjusted my part-time job schedule, so there were no clashes. Oh right, I need to address Kang Ha-shin's request as well. It's probably best to do it as soon as possible. Maybe tomorrow. Despite feeling a bit tired, I drifted into a comfortable sleep. May I enter? Early in the morning, I found myself at the Sidamun Prison History Museum. The purpose was to address Kang Ha-shin's request. Please apologize to Lim In-suk. The challenge lay in the fact that Lim In-suk was an unrecorded independence activist. If he had a resting place, I would have gone there to convey my apology. After careful consideration, I chose Sidamun Prison, the place where In-suk passed away and Kang Ha-shin served. Here, representing Kang Ha-shin, my intention was to extend apologies to Lim In-suk and the countless independence activists he had apprehended. Are you an adult? Admission is 3,001. I paid the fee and entered at novel bin at. Though I merely stepped over a threshold, the atmosphere inside was unexpectedly weighty. Maybe it was the early hour, or perhaps it was the scarcity of visitors, but a profound silence enveloped the Sidamun Prison History Museum. After thoroughly exploring the museum, I made my way to the memorial space, my final destination. A bouquet of flowers adorned the lectern in the memorial area. Even though it was an outdoor memorial, it was meticulously maintained, giving the impression of regular care. How remarkable. A young man making the journey here. At that moment, a voice reached me from behind. Turning around, I encountered a man who seemed to be an employee, offering a friendly smile. Usually, even those who come to visit don't venture all the way here. Most initial visitors are students on educational field trips. I spotted a young man strolling around with a bouquet of flowers early in the morning, so I followed out of curiosity. Yes. I hope it's permissible to leave flowers here. Of course. It's absolutely fine. If anything, I appreciate it. The employee approached with a warm smile. He then surveyed the memorial space with a silent gaze and chuckled sadly. In the past, during the peak of dramas and movies depicting the Japanese colonial period, there used to be a considerable number of people here. But over time, those productions dwindled, and so did the visitors. Perhaps, as public interest shifted away from history, it naturally became less of a subject for creative works. In truth, such changes are not unique to Korea but rather a global trend. Still, it's a bit disheartening. Despite the fervor surrounding the Korea-Japan war, this place remains quiet. I wish more people would come. The employee, speaking with a tinge of disappointment, turned away, smiling awkwardly. Haha, sorry. I rambled on a bit. You're a cherished visitor. No, that's appreciated. We lingered in front of the memorial space a bit longer. After a while, the employee addressed me. Well, I'll take my leave then. With a slight bow, the employee turned away. Watching him go, I made my way towards the exit at a leisurely pace. I hope more people come. The employee's words flowed effortlessly, yet their sincerity resonated. Perhaps, he mused, it might be the unspoken desire of those who had perished there. If in Spring Without Flowers, the drama I'm in does well, that could become a reality. The staff member mentioned earlier that during the popularity of Japanese colonial-era dramas, there were many visitors. Originally, I had planned to give my all to this project, but now it felt like I had a purpose to strive for. Lost in my thoughts, I found myself at the exit. Perhaps influenced by my mood, the air around me felt lighter and warmer than when I had first arrived. Create an ID here and recharge your time. If you don't know anything else, look for help there. Haha, yes. I offered a hesitant nod at the somewhat annoyed voice of the PC room part-time worker. Scratching his stomach, he ambled back to the counter. It wasn't my first time in a PC room, but it had been a really long time, and the place was different from what I remembered. In the past, you'd give money to the boss, and he'd hand you a PC room card. The system has changed. Even during vacations or military stays, I rarely frequented PC rooms. It seemed like a waste of money, time better spent honing my acting skills. I found myself in a PC room now to apply for admission to Sogaku University. Due to my home laptop's low specifications, it kept shutting down while I filled out the application form, leaving me with no other option. Lost in contemplation, I navigated to the Sogaku University website. Brother, Jinsok Appa, what are you doing here? A clear female voice cut through the din of gaming noise at that moment. Yinsu, why are you here? I came to play a game. Do you play games too? Yinsu's voice held both surprise and anticipation. No, I don't play games. I just came here to do something. Seo Yinsu's expression dimmed a bit at my response, but she quickly regained her usual bright demeanor. What did you come to do? I'm planning to apply to Sogaku University's theater department. I feel the need to deepen my understanding of acting. Seo Yinsu responded in astonishment. Appa, you're using our college. Why? Is there an issue? An issue? No, I'm thrilled that my brother is coming to my school. Actually, my school is really great. Seo Yinsu continued, somewhat hesitantly, a rare occurrence for her. But why school? You can audition for dramas, so do you need to learn acting again? Oh, just, for personal reasons. Personal reasons. The seniors I met during readings also mentioned that it would be good for me to go to college. Unable to reveal the true reason involving a dream and a ghostly request, I fabricated some excuses. Fortunately, Seo Yinsu didn't seem to detect anything unusual in my explanation. She smiled and remarked, Hey, I'm actually learning acting in college, but I don't really know what I'm learning. LOL. Seo Yinsu leaned on my shoulder, gazing at the monitor. We weren't this friendly when I was working part-time, but things felt a bit different when we met outside. Is it because we're outside? After a while, Seo Yinsu, who had been observing the screen, spoke up. Want some help with the application? Our school's application is quite complicated. There's a lot to write. Are you sure about that? Weren't you playing a game? Is the game more important than algebra? My older brother might join as a junior. Plus, I can play the game later. Without asking, Yinsu grabbed a chair and settled down next to me. Ahem, she began with an uncharacteristic cough. First of all, you have to fill in your personal information. You know that, right? Have you considered how to introduce yourself? About me. Yes. You talk about your motivation for applying, what you want to learn when you come to school, etc. For your information, our school requires a video submission. I was oblivious. Due to my recent hectic schedule, I haven't been able to devote proper attention to college matters. And, is that all? No. You also need to film a free acting piece and submit it. There was more to this process than I had initially thought. It's like any other audition. Surveying the screen with a slight frown, Seo Yinsu reassured me with a smile. Don't look too serious. I'll help you. Then, as if she had almost forgotten, she clapped his hands. Oh, right. Did you find someone to write a letter of recommendation? I usually ask my school teacher, but who should my brother ask? Oh, the recommendation letter is sorted. At least 4 people wrote one. Wow, really? Who is it? To Seo Yinsu's inquisitive question, I responded nonchalantly. Senior Lee Narin, Senior Min Kyungsu, and Senior Park Woo-hyun and producer Kim Mansu. Speaking casually, I noticed Seo Yinsu tilting her head. Why? Oh, no. Could it be that current actors wrote letters of recommendation? And the PD too. Seo Yinsu glanced at me and mumbled to herself. That's too much of a cheat. Cheat. It's no big deal. Never mind. Seo Yinsu muttered and began searching for an entrance exam filming studio on the internet. Various studio homepages popped up on the screen. Self-introductions and free acting are usually filmed in the studio. It's pricey, but the videos turn out pretty good. If you go to an academy, you can get it done there. Since my brother doesn't go to an academy, you have to use a studio. You can't enroll in an academy just for this, right? Yes. Well, it's studio rental. Of course, there's a vast difference between the quality of a video shot in a studio and one shot at home. I was aware of that, so I began the search for a studio to film my entrance exam video. Why is it so expensive? The basic cost for studio rental included filming, recording, and editing, totaling 1,000,001. In the cutthroat competition for college entrance exams, the expense of renting a studio might be a bold but necessary investment. Still, for me, it was a significantly burdensome amount. Our reservations nearly full. However, the real issue wasn't the cost. Perhaps due to the ongoing entrance exam season, most studios were fully booked and unavailable. The few remaining options were either exorbitantly expensive or unable to accommodate my entrance exam schedule. What should I do? While I was contemplating alone, Seo Yinsu spoke cautiously. It's expensive, right? That's why I felt really sorry for my mom and dad when I was filming it. I'm glad I passed. But even so, reservations are almost full. Is it because it's entrance exam season? 2. The studios are fully booked. Seo Yinsu asked again and peered at the screen together with me. And it's true. When I filmed last year, it was tough to secure reservations at well-known studios, but even the others weren't this full. Is it particularly bad this year? I think so. Were there many N students this year? I'll search a bit more. It seems like all the studios are fully booked. After hearing my words, Seo Yinsu responded as she returned to her computer. Then I'll look too. I was quite close with the owner of the place where I filmed last year, so I'll try contacting him. No, it's okay. You've already helped a lot, but do your own thing. You said you came here to play a game. Since I've assisted you this far, I'll help you until the end. Plus, it's more enjoyable for me to help my brother than to play games. In that case, thank you. I'll treat you to something delicious later. Tteokbokki? Okay. All right. Isn't it the best? Seo Yinsu spoke with confidence, immediately making a call, while I searched the portal site for any potential studios. After a bit of searching, Seo Yinsu wore a dejected expression. Brother, I'm really sorry for sounding so confident earlier. All the good places are fully booked. No, don't worry. Why are you sorry? But it's true, there really doesn't seem to be any availability. Is the studio you used last year fully booked? Yeah. Seo Yinsu sighed, sinking into the chair. Times like these make me wish I knew someone who owns a studio or is a photographer. If it's someone I know, they might even shoot late into the night. I agree. Or, maybe if you know someone, you could ask for an introduction to another studio. Why didn't I think of him? As I casually responded to Seo Yinsu's words, a person suddenly crossed my mind. He probably knows a lot of filming studios and directors. Shall I ask him? With that thought, I pulled out my phone. Yinsu, I know someone, let me ask him a question. Do you know someone? Yes. I was given a phone number at a company dinner, it's this one. But when I actually attempted to press the call button, I hesitated. No matter how kindly she might think of me, honestly, I was a little apprehensive about contacting this person. What if she scolds me for reaching out without a good reason? After contemplating it for a moment, I pressed the call button. This is EOM Hyeyong, the director of photography. Hello, Director EOM Hyeyong? It's Kang Jinseok. Have you had dinner? The weather is really nice today. I apologize for reaching out on the weekend. It was EOM Hyeyong, one of the top cinematographers in Korea. TN, errors such as he/she and his/her are common in TL, so please be more understanding. I'm also trying my best to avoid errors. In a studio at BDD Broadcasting Station, numerous veteran staff members hurriedly went about their tasks. Some were adjusting lights, while others maneuvered cameras. Among them, a woman, though petite, displayed an unusual strength as she stood with her arms crossed, a furrowed brow accentuating her frustration. Consulting her wristwatch, she mumbled under her breath. 7 minutes 26 seconds. After a moment of contemplation, she scrutinized her staff and addressed them with authority. The staff, visibly tense under the oppressive atmosphere, listened intently. It took 7 minutes and 26 seconds to arrange the camera, set the lightings, coordinate the lines, and position the microphone in the studio. Are we shooting anything today? Will the sunset rise before we're ready? Despite her calm tone, the mere sound of her voice sent a chill down the spines of the staff at Novel Bin Adat. Sorry, Director. Excuse me, does the camera operate itself? No. So is this inside or outside? The cold voice belonged to EOM Hyeyong, the director of cinematography. She always initiated this routine before the commencement of any shoot. The staff's efficient collaboration had a purpose, primarily to sustain a high level of tension. In the unpredictable environment of a film set, a momentary lapse in focus could lead to serious accidents. EOM Hyeyong's commitment to maintaining tension was well known among the staff. However, acknowledging the necessity of tension didn't make it any less challenging. Humans can achieve anything if they work hard. And the pyramids were indeed created by humans. Lord, I feel like I'm going to die. Was the camera originally this heavy? I feel like I'm back when I was a freshman. Please. Someone, please save me. Anything is fine, just let me do something other than this. The continuous rehearsals seemed to be driving the staff to the edge. Observing their struggle, EOM Hyeyong exuded an air of dissatisfaction. Tisk. Nevertheless, even she thought to herself, this isn't that bad. She found satisfaction in acknowledging, the skill level of this staff is high. Suddenly, Jinsook came to her mind, catching Hyeryong's attention. How should I capture the feeling when filming him on the first day of shooting? Despite having detailed plans for filming Jinsook, those were just setups. No matter how meticulously you plan, the actual footage may diverge significantly from your expectations once the lights and camera are on the actor's face. The other actors are more seasoned, so I can gauge their general demeanor, but he's a newcomer. Jinsook, with an audition video that sparked anticipation, possessed a distinctive quality in his acting that set him apart. Hyeryong eagerly awaited Jinsook's first day of shooting. With his good looks and acting skills, even a rough shot would turn out well, but that's not an option. There was an actor Hyeryong coveted, one whose image she couldn't afford to tarnish with casual filming. Despite the desire to video a shot before the shoot, it was an unrealistic wish. Even as a seasoned cinematographer, she couldn't summon actors at will. Despite being a rookie with no debut, she had something she needed to safeguard. I'll have to exert extra effort that day, no matter how challenging it may be. There's no other choice. The moment when regret was sinking in for Hyeryong, about to dismiss the staff once more, a distinctive ringtone echoed. Who could it be? Hyeryong reached for her pocket to retrieve her phone. The caller ID displayed Kang Jinsook. This is the director of cinematography. A familiar, low voice emanated from the phone. Hyeryong took a deep breath to ease her tension, composed herself, and spoke with politeness. Director Hyeryong? Hello, this is Kang Jinsook. Did you have dinner? The weather is nice today. Sorry for contacting you on the weekend. Is everything okay? Does something happened? Hyeryong's voice sounded gentler than anticipated, granting Jinsook a bit of courage. He responded even more politely. I have a personal video I need to shoot, but when I looked for a studio, all the good ones were fully booked. I reached out to the director to see if she knows anyone who could help. Hyeryong, upon hearing my explanation, remained silent. Though only a few seconds passed, my nervousness had me sweating profusely. Her image was so formidable in my memory. Is she upset? Bracing myself for an apology, I received an unexpected response. If that's the case, why go to a studio? I can take the videos. We're at a broadcasting station now, so come over. I apologize, really. I'll take the videos for you. Just come. You said it's something that needs to be filmed. It was a completely unforeseen reply. I initially asked for a studio recommendation, and here she was offering to take the videos herself. But if it worked, it worked. Yes, I'm on my way. How long until you arrive? 2. I think I can make it in about an hour. Great. I will come back after eating with the staff, so please come to Studio A1 on the 6th floor. You know where it is, right? Yes, I know, but what about the staff? This was also unexpected. But the staff? Are you with the staff right now? Then should I film alone? Of course, I have to take videos with the staff. Anyway, see you in the studio. Oh, yes. Of course. I'll leave right now. As soon as he answered, Hyeryong hung up. I held on to the phone for a long time even after the call ended. In a daze, Seoyinso asked, Appa, who were you talking to? Who is the director of cinematography? Hyeryong. Only then did I come to my senses. That. Director of cinematography for Dream of the Sun Rising. I asked just in case, so you're saying that the college entrance exam video will be filmed by a drama cinematographer? How did it happen that way? Seoyinso muttered quietly. It's a munchkin. The recommendation is from a current actor and a producer, and the video shoot is from a drama cinematographer. There's no way I can help. Seoyinso said something at quite a length. However, I couldn't hear it well because of the surrounding game sounds. A zombie's incoming. It's nothing. Can I go with you? I will tour the broadcasting station and give you advice on how to introduce yourself as you go. Even though I look like this, I'm still a student at Songguk University. Seoyinso said, squeezing her hands tightly. With more earnest eyes than usual. I guess you want to go to the broadcasting station. Well, I was really excited the first time I went. It'll probably be okay. The director of cinematography is scary, but she's also kind. I'm sure she'll allow it. Seoyinso smiled brightly at my words and stood up from her seat. Go quickly. That's right. I think we can leave right now. But where are we going? In response to her question, I turned off the computer, put a chair in her place, and said, BDD broadcasting station. Why? Seoyinso muttered again inaudibly. Even a studio, a broadcasting station. Complete balance collapse. Seoyinso and I arrived a little earlier than our scheduled time and were looking around the studio that Hyeryong had mentioned. Seoyinso was amazed as she looked at the camera placed in the studio. And there's a lot of filming equipment. I know. What on earth are they filming so that it needed this much filming equipment? At that time, the studio door opened, and numerous staff members came in. There were many familiar faces. These were the staff members I had previously seen during the reading of Dream of the Sun Rising. I knew there were staff, but I didn't know there would be this many. Among them, cinematographer Hyeryong quickly approached. She exudes a presence that cannot be ignored. Oh, you're here. Yes? First of all, thank you so much for helping me with the filming. Hello. I wanted to take your videos anyway. Yes? What does that mean? Don't worry. So what are you filming? Settings vary depending on the type of videos being shot. So please explain in as much detail as possible. When Hyeyong asked, the staff around her focused on me. They all were looking at me with sparkling eyes. I don't know if it was my mood, but everyone was very welcoming to me. Is it because we're filming this weekend? As expected, they are very kind people. When I saw their bright expressions, I gained a little confidence. So I spoke in a slightly brighter voice. I'm planning to go to college this year. So, I have to video my self-introduction and free performance. As soon as I finished speaking, the surroundings became quiet for a moment. Everyone seemed a little perplexed. Even Hyeyong, who had been expressionless the entire time, looked dumbfounded. Well, so, do you want me to film a video for your college entrance exam? Is that it? Could it be that the video you had to personally film was for a university entrance exam? Her voice trembled. Fortunately, she didn't seem angry, although a bit embarrassed. Yes, you're right. As I confirmed it again, Hyeyong covered her face. No, I said I would take the videos, so I will take the videos. Unlike Hyeyong's initial reaction, the other staff members continued to have bright expressions. It seemed like she didn't mind filming anything. After a while, cinematographer Hyeyong, who had returned to her usual expression, shrugged her shoulders and said, well, okay. Anyway, I wanted to capture various aspects of Jinseok. No rough shots. I will take care of everything from filming to editing, so be prepared. Then, she immediately turned around and instructed the staff to do something. The staff moved quickly according to Hyeyong's instructions. They looked like soldiers preparing for battle. It's really neat. While observing the staff, Hyeyong inquired, so, how are you planning to introduce yourself? Oh, that's it. She continued by gesturing towards Seoyinso, who stood a step behind, looking anxious. I was discussing it with this friend earlier, and I wanted to talk about why I started acting and how I have lived my life so far. It's ordinary, but it's okay. Is there anything written separately? Yes. Here it is. I retrieved a piece of paper from my bag. It was a self-introduction script carefully placed to avoid wrinkles. I'll read it. Hyeyong took the script, glanced over it, and then tilted her head as if something was missing. It doesn't have much impact, does it? Seoyinso flinched at her words. The self-introduction script that cinematographer Hyeyong was reading had been edited by Seoyinso. She inquired, looking at Seoyinso, who stood behind her. Who are you? He's a pretty friend, but is she your girlfriend? No, she's a friend who works part-time with me. My friend is majoring in acting at Sogek University, and she said she wanted to check out the broadcasting station, so I brought her here. Sorry. Hyeyong took turns looking at me and Seoyinso. Then she smiled slightly and addressed Seoyinso. Are you okay? More than that, did you write this? Oh, no. Jinseok Opera writes it all and I just edited it a little bit. Hyeyong nodded and responded. Okay, it was well written, but something was a little disappointing. I'm not the right person to evaluate the writing, though. At Hyeyong's words, Seoyinso gave me an apologetic look. Of course, I didn't mind it at all. Are you okay? I appreciate your effort. Still, sorry. We have to fix it again. At that moment, a disheartened Seoyinso hesitated to speak. Well then, can I take a look? I'm pretty good at editing, too. A familiar voice came from behind me. Writer? What's going on here? I stopped by because I had some business to run, and when I heard that Jinseok was here, I came to say hello. Long time no see. How have you been? He looked back and found that Lee Yuna, the rising star writer of Dreams of the Rising Sun, had stepped forward to offer help. A skyscraper in Gangnam, Seoul. Two men sat in a conference room on the top floor of an elegant building. One was wearing an expensive suit made by a world-renowned master, and the other was wearing tattered sweatpants. Despite their very different outfits, they seemed to have no reservations about interacting with each other, probably due to their close friendship. I'm glad you came to your senses, Jinsu. Will you finish the rest of your research in Korea? Well, since you can do your research in Korea anyway, I have to go back to the US to get my PhD. Jinsu Park. He is the man who received his mother's letters and bank book from Jinseok in the past. After receiving his mother's letter and bank book, he decided to complete his unfinished research. It was the release of a burden that had been in his heart for a long time. He immediately contacted friends he had studied with in the past, and they all welcomed him. Among them was Oh Hae-nyul, Park Jinsu's closest friend. Yes, your mother would like that too. If you need anything for your research, please let me know. I am a bigger person than you thought. Thank you. More than that, the reason I asked to meet you today. Park Jinsu took out his cell phone. He searched for the talk show Kang Jinseok on his phone and showed it to Oh Hae-nyul. Please take a good look at this actor. I was really blessed. Oh Hae-nyul looked closely at Park Jinsu's cell phone. Then he expressed his surprise. Jinsu, who was just a student, was also interested in celebrities? He's more dignified than that. Don't ask for details. This guy is a really good friend. Oh Hae-nyul thought for a moment, then shrugged and said it was no problem at all. Of course. Because I can do that much. Anything else besides that? That's all. I'll finish the research myself. I thought you were asking me for a really big favor when you said let's meet separately, but it turned out to be bland. It's okay, just take care of your friend. Don't worry. You know that once I touch something, I'm the kind of person who takes responsibility until the end. Oh Hae-Newell thumped his chest as if to tell people to trust him, then checked the time and said, "It's almost noon. Shall we get something to eat?" Okay. I will buy the food. Is there anything delicious nearby? Our company cafeteria is delicious, and executives and employees eat for free. No matter how much you are the CEO, you have to take advantage of the company perks. Besides, the coffee is free, so let's go eat and drink. Oh Hae-Newell said with a broad smile. Park Jin-soo shook his head and gave Oh Hae-Newell a sharp rebuke. A guy with a lot of money went bald because he likes free stuff so much. When Lee Yuna entered the studio, Seo Yun-soo's sigh deepened. There is no room to fit in. Seo Yun-soo wanted to help Jin-sook. More precisely, I wanted to impress Jin-sook would be the correct expression. Seo Yun-soo liked Jin-sook. Not because he was handsome, but because of his personality and demeanor. He learned a lot from him because he lived hard and never gave up. Even though he failed dozens and hundreds of auditions, Seo Yun-soo fell in love with his passion for acting until the end. When Jin-sook told her that he was applying to Sokook University, she was very happy. She thought she could get closer to Jin-sook by helping him with the entrance exam. But Jin-sook's oppa changed a lot without me knowing it. It's not that Jin-sook has changed. It means that his environment has changed. He became a great actor in just a few weeks. It's been a while since he was cast by a famous producer, and he was immediately chosen to play an important supporting role in a famous writer's new work. In addition, although he has not yet appeared in television or movies, his skills have been recognized enough to be mentioned by mid-level actors in entertainment shows. Also, the staff seems to be very fond of having an older brother. Jin-sook called Eom Hyeryong a scary person, but Seo Yun-soo felt that Eom Hyeryong cared for Jin-sook. She didn't know that these people might also know the true side of Jin-sook that she thought only she knew. While thinking about this, Seo Yun-soo looked at writer Lee Yuna. I can't believe that a writer even showed up to edit it. Seo Yun-soo was a little depressed that something was not as helpful as she thought. But just for a moment. Close? There are a lot of things I can help with besides this shooting. There is a practical test coming up. Seo Yun-soo, let's do well then. Seo Yun-soo clenched his fist and looked at Jin-sook. As expected, pro writers were different. I think it would be better to just continue this part. And Jin-sook emphasizes the reason why he wanted to become an actor. It's not good to show off, but it's good to at least say that you've recently been cast in a drama. Because it shows that you are capable. We have to emphasize that part-time work is not just a part-time job, but a really hard part-time job. If you say it's just a part-time job, it doesn't really feel like one. There's no additional thing that needs to be added, right? Values that are important in life quotes, things like that. As soon as Lee Yuna saw my introductory script, she immediately finished editing it. Although her edited text was clearly written by me, it certainly looked polished. The most amazing thing about it was very easy to memorize. I had the same feeling when I read Yuna Lee's script for Dreams of the Rising Sun, but her writing was strangely understandable. It was easy for the actors to immerse themselves in their acting and memorize their lines because it was easy to understand. What do you think? If this is enough, we can start filming right away, right? Yes? Thanks a lot, writer. What is the need for thanks for such a thing? Please reward me with acting if you are truly grateful. That's the scene I focused on the most. Hearing Lee Yuna's words, he smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. At that moment, one of the crew members shouted loudly, "Director, the filming is ready." Eom Hyeryong crossed her arms and looked around the studio. Like a hawk looking for prey, she quickly scanned every place. Eom Hyeryong, who was checking her studio without a word, had a frown on her face and pointed to a corner of the studio. "The green is behind there." Then one of the employees flinched. It was only a small flinch, but it was noticeable because the rest of the staff members did not make a single flinch. In short, you can make people cringe. Your powers are not to be taken lightly. Hyeryong said in a serious voice. "What are those green tapes? Fluttering stuff at novel bin at. Sorry. Is that what you are in need of? Are you out of your mind? Hurry up, why don't you run? Remove the tape without leaving a trace." The staff member who was pointed out rushed over and removed the light. To be honest, I didn't notice any difference. But Eom Hyeryong seemed satisfied. "It looks a little more square now," she said. "Mr. Kang Jin-sook stands over there. Let's see how it turns out." Yes. The crew went straight to the location that Eom Hyeryong had pointed out. There are so many cameras. It's a self-introduction video, but the scale seems too big. Apparently, she had an ordinary studio in mind when she made her request, but when she came to her senses, she had a monopoly on the station's studio. And that too with dozens of employees. I felt something big was happening. At that moment, Eom Hyeryong looked at the monitor connected to the camera and spoke. She said, "I'm going to start filming. Just keep doing what you have prepared." As she spoke, the studio became extremely quiet. The moment when everyone was watching me, I wasn't acting, but I was a little nervous. I guess that's because I wasn't used to having so many people looking at me. Phew. The moment I took a deep breath and was about to introduce myself, my vision became blurred, like fog rising. "This time too? Dad? Are you coming to watch me perform today? Is our Yeonmi having a performance today? You must come. I practiced a lot." "That. Yeonmi, I'm sorry. Dad, I'm so busy today." This. This is Yeonmi's memory from her childhood. Kim Yeonmi said that her wish was to try her acting in front of her father, who is a professor in the theater department. Kim Yeonmi holds an invitation to a self-made play in her hands. She looks about 5 or 6 years old. She noticed the slanted letters on the invitation, a nursery school closing ceremony, Dad's. But her father never came to see her play. Dad, I'm preparing for the entrance exam to the calligraphy and painting arts high school today, so can you watch my acting? Do you want me to watch the performance? Huh? Can't I ask the teacher at the academy to come and watch? Dad, I'm a little tired. Kim Yeonmi was wearing a school uniform. She seems to be around the middle school level, as she is preparing to take the entrance exam for a high school for the arts. This time too, she asked her father to watch her performance, but her father did not see her performance. Daddy, I got into Soguk University in the first round. Dad, you know, don't you? Huh? I know. You sent me a picture. Oh, that's right. Since I got into the first round, should I take advantage of the father of the Soguk University professor? How can I be a good actor and have good grades? Yeonmi, no matter how much of a daughter you are, you still have to be fair. I can't watch the acting. Kim Yeonmi is still bright and happy. Kim Yeonmi is now a high school student. She is just like the one I saw in my dream. This time she asked her father to come and watch her perform one more time. But her father refused again. I don't know the details, but at that point it seemed like her father was deliberately trying to avoid seeing Kim Yeonmi's performance. Wow, honey, our daughter. She is old enough to go to college now. She is so beautiful, just like you, Dad. She really likes acting, maybe because she looks like you. Is she good at that? I have no idea if she is. I can't stand watching my daughter acting. You always appear on top of each other when Yeonmi laughs, cries, or gets angry. If I see Yeonmi acting like this, I will cry for sure. Just as I promised you when you died, I will never show weakness in front of Yeonmi. May you always grow up to be as bright and self-confident as you are right now. Please help me. I won't cry when Yeonmi acts as a student before me. Kim Yeonmi looked at her father through the crack in the door. Her father was crying and holding a framed photo of her mother. It was only when Kim Yeonmi saw her father crying that she realized the reason why his father didn't watch his acting. Is it over now? Daughter? It's me, Dad. Wake up. Yeonmi, wake up. I told you that I will see you today. Yeonmi is acting. Now I finally have the courage to see my daughter acting? Why in the world? Yeonmi was lying on the ground in the street. Her vision was blurred and her eyes were red. And most of all, her whole body was in pain. In the distance, though faint, a banner could be seen that read, Soguk University Theater Department Practical Test Center. Outside Soguk University. Could it be that this is where she died? Kim Yeonmi, who was on the ground helplessly, had her father's arms around her. Her consciousness gradually faded away. Then, the moment when even the last thread-like sensation was about to vanish. Whoa, my vision returned to the studio. It was a scene that passed in an instant. It was like a fast-forward video. But even in the fast-moving scenes, I was able to see something. In that split second, Kim Yeonmi was trying to somehow make her father smile through acting, even in such a painful moment. So Yeonmi wanted to act in front of her father. I always felt this, but it wasn't easy to accept the history and emotions of a dead person. But that makes me want to act. I closed my eyes for a moment. I sorted out my emotions. I want to show it to you. Yeonmi's intention was to show her father and the performance of Yeonmi, who had been on the run from her father all his life. In order to do this, I had to make the perfect video right now. First of all, I have to pass the first test before I can do it in front of Yeonmi's father. Make it good. Kang Jin-seok. He regained his composure. He called out confidently. Hello, I am Kang Jin-seok and I am applying to the drama department of Soguk University. Jin, 3, no see, the reason why I started acting. I felt a bit sad, but I began to introduce myself in a more cheerful manner than anyone else. Just as Yeonmi Kim did her best to put a smile on her father's face before her death. When Jin-seok first appeared on camera, Eom Hyeryong couldn't hide how disappointed she felt. I can't capture the camera as well as I thought I could. During filming, some actors are at the center of the screen with their presence. Eom Hyeryong uses the term capturing the camera, but Jin-seok never gave off that feeling. I had the feeling that he was not only a camera snapper, but a crusher of audition videos. What a shame. However, the video came out clean, perhaps because the original work was so good. Then it was that moment. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-seok. I applied to the drama department at Soguk University. The reason why I started acting is. Eom Hyeryong felt a chill as Jin-seok began to introduce himself. What is this? It's like someone has changed all of a sudden. There was no change in the lighting. The position of the camera remained the same. Not to mention, no special effects were added. However, the entire screen was filled with Jin-seok's presence as he began to introduce himself. It wasn't just a feeling that was limited to himself, even the staff members who were operating other cameras on the side seemed to be startled. Seeing this, Eom Hyeryong began to smile. I was right about him. This one is an actor. An actor capable of showing his presence in front of the camera at any moment. Capturing such an actor was the most gratifying thing as a director in charge of the shoot. But, if they're so overwhelming, it can overshadow the other roles. This may seem like a trivial point, but it's an important one. Jin-seok should not overshadow the feeling of the main character, even if he is in a supporting role. After all, chemistry with your co-stars is the most important aspect of acting. While he was pondering over such thoughts, Jin-seok's attitude changed once again. I want to be famous. But the reason why I want to become famous is not because of the money or the fame. At the time of Jin-seok's first greeting, his aura could be categorized as brightness, cheerfulness, and liveliness. However, the current aura of Jin-seok was one of sadness and seriousness. I've got no parents. I started acting with the thought of finding those whose names and faces I didn't know. It feels subtle and touching again. An average person might not be able to perceive the atmosphere changing in real time like this. Even someone with a certain level of insight might only be able to feel a vague sense of, what's going on here? There is something different about it. However, Eom Hyeryong was one of the best in South Korea, and there was no way that she was going to miss out on such changes. Could it be that Kang Jin-seok is trying to act emotional while introducing himself? He was truly an impressive actor if that was the case. Eom Hyeryong also received many audition videos judged by PDS and other writers. She also received many introductory videos. But usually, a self-introduction video can only show one concept. However, Jin-seok was able to pull it off. In the beginning, I started to act with this thought in mind, but now it's different. Of course, the desire to find your parents is strong. But now I feel passionate about working with good people and wanting to do good. The subtle feeling that had been there before disappeared. Now, the enthusiasm of a passionate newcomer was felt. After introducing himself for about 2 minutes, a single bead of sweat began to run down Eom Hyeryong's back. He showed joy and sadness in just 2 minutes. The 4 basic emotions that make up acting. If I were a professor, I would have given Jin-seok a high score, even if he went on and on. But this one was perfect. Not only did he show that he was passionate about acting, but he also had a clear reason for wanting to pursue it. He overcame them all despite many realistic difficulties. As a result, he secured a role in a drama. He even promised to work even harder in the future. It would be wasted not to cast him. With a self-presentation like this, if someone were to fail in an audition, it would be a testament to a terrible filming and editing job. Eom Hyeryong could not tolerate such a shame. Filming and editing. I need to improve my game. Although it had been a long time since the end of the self-introduction, the studio was silent. With a slightly worried voice, Jin-seok then spoke. Is there a problem with the self-introduction? If it did, then I can do it again. Eom Hyeryong was on the verge of giving a satisfied smile, but then she realized something and quickly adjusted the expression on her face. Let's do a couple more takes. It's an opportunity that doesn't come along very often. As a filmmaker, she was intrigued to shoot. It wasn't that bad. But you need to work a little more on your diction and keep looking at the camera. You've got good posture now, but I'd like to see you look more relaxed. Eom Hyeryong was embarrassed to point out something so insignificant. However, she could endure this kind of embarrassment hundreds of times if it meant she could see Jin-seok's acting once again. Jin-seok sighed as if he had come to a profound realization, whether he took her comment seriously or not. Then he bowed his head deeply and apologized. My apologies? I'll do things right again. As seen during the reading, Jin-seok's characteristic 100-degree bow. When Eom Hyeryong received such a greeting, she felt even more embarrassed, but she kept her poker face on. After watching a lot of dramas, Eom Hyeryong might have become quite good at acting herself. Yes, it's time for another try. You can start whenever you're ready. Yes. The atmosphere was similar to before, but it was obvious that Jin-seok's self-introduction had been an improvement. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-seok, who applied to Sokook University's drama department. I felt that something had changed in me when I began to introduce myself on camera. In the past, when I would act, I would just immerse myself in the act itself. I didn't pay a lot of attention to the basics, such as pronunciation or where to look with my eyes. To be precise, it's not that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't. Expressing the possessed emotions was also a challenge. And because I hadn't learned those basic aspects, I couldn't pay attention to them. But that's different now. Kim Yeon-mi was a talented actress in her own right. Despite having such a great talent, she didn't neglect to keep practicing. She continued to hone her skills both during her lifetime and even after her death. And now, by possessing her, I easily gained all she worked for. I am a bit sorry for the fact that I have so easily acquired Yeon-mi's efforts, but it's out of my hands. If I feel sorry, I can compensate by showing Kim Yeon-mi even more effort. Show her, this is the way your talent and hard work can shine through. I know she must be watching me from somewhere. Why is there not any reaction? It had been a long time since the end of the self-introduction. However, not only did Eom Hyeryong show no reaction, but the other staff members did as well. Since this was an unprecedented reaction, I asked with a slightly worried voice, did something go wrong? If so, can I do it one more time? Then Eom Hyeryong immediately gave me sincere feedback. It wasn't that bad. However, you need to pay more attention to your diction and keep looking at the camera. You've got good posture now, but I'd like to see you look more relaxed. She was indeed a professional of professionals. In Eom Hyeryong's eyes, even though I thought my acting was good, there might have been a few things missing. My apologies? I'll do things right again. As I replied, Eom Hyeryong looked at the camera and spoke in a calm voice. Yeah, let's try again. You can start whenever you're ready. Yeah, I continued to introduce myself for about 2 hours. Hyeyong, the director, had different requests each time I finished. In your first greeting, try to make your gaze more animated. It might be easier to listen if you pause in the middle. What if this time you did the greeting in a sitting position? Focus the camera that way. Later on, even physiological aspects began to be considered. You're sounding a little strained. Have a drink of water. Maybe you drank too much water. Go take a break in the bathroom. Your eyes look a little tired from being in front of the light for so long. Close them for a moment. At novel bin at. Hi, Jun Hyein. Go help Jinsook stretch. He has a bit of a stiff look. I didn't know what was going on, but something must have gone wrong for them to ask like that. I kept doing as Hyeyong said. This one has a good look. We're going to get this edited. Now, shall we move on to the free acting part? Finally, the long introduction ended. Hearing that, they sighed with relief. They too must have been tired from shooting for almost 2 hours straight. I was tired too, but I couldn't show it. Even though it's not their job, they helped me like this. I couldn't let them see I was exhausted. So I replied with an even more enthusiastic response. Yes, please continue to shoot free acting. All right then. We'll take a 10-minute break. Then all of the staff started to move around. It wasn't to smoke or go to the bathroom. Yo, Jun Hyein, move the light to the back. Wouldn't it be better to lower the intensity of the light now that it's free acting? Maybe we should just leave it at the same level. Hey, there's that annoying black smudge where the tape used to be. Wipe it off. It's driving me crazy. Hey, floor sweeper, how come it is so dirty? It was resting for the actor, but not for the crew. In the pursuit of making the best video, they had to make fine adjustments even when others were resting. They must have been incredibly tired. However, they didn't seem to want to stop working. Even the director of the shoot, Hyeyong, continued to work and gave various instructions. Even so, it would be good to take a break. After watching the crew, I turned to Hyeyong and said, Director, I'm going to buy some drinks from the grocery store. Do you want anything? Me? Are you sure about that? Yes. While I'm doing that, I'm going to get something to drink for the director and everyone else. Director Hyeyong looked at me and smiled a little. Then she laughed and said, Then please get me Soul's Tears. Soul's Tears? Does anybody drink that out of their own will? Really, Soul's Tears? I asked cautiously, thinking I might have misheard. Yes. Why? Oh, no. I just wanted to double-check. It was quite a unique taste. Hyeyong shouted. Youngest, go get something to drink with Kang Jinsook. We have another 20-minute break. Great. Oof, my back was hurting. This is a relief. Cigarette break. Let's go to the restroom first. The staff cheered and left the studio at her words. I made my way to the convenience store with the youngest members of the staff. By the way, there really is a Soul's Tears fan, I said with this new insight. He does have a sense of humor. Make the break longer. Hyeyong smiled contentedly. She saw Jinsook leaving the studio with the youngest staff members. Hyeyong then glanced at her laptop as she quietly looked at the door through which Jinsook had left. There, the video of Jinsook introducing himself, recorded only moments ago, was already loaded. I might as well start the preliminary editing until they return from the grocery store. Detailed editing can be done later in the editing room or at home, but it would be better to show a draft. It's obvious. But just like shooting, Hyeyong is a pro at editing. She already had a clear idea in her mind of how she would do the editing of the video. Hyeyong checked the video. She did this by tapping the keyboard and moving the mouse. Put this in here. Let's not add any effects. The focus is on the face. Insert the third camera here. Clicking. Tap tap tap. Click, click, tap, tap. The editing had begun on a video that seemed too big for a college admissions video. It involved multiple lights and cameras. And all of this was taking place under the skilled hands of the Midas of the BDD broadcasting station. Wow, I'm tired. 6 hours to film self-introductions and free performances. It took about 2 hours to edit. I was in the studio for a total of 8 hours. I'm sorry to the staff. The good news is that I was able to take breaks while performing freely. If I hadn't taken a break like I did during my self-introduction, not only I but also the staff might have collapsed from exhaustion. If you think about it, director Hyeyong had the best physical strength. What was so funny about her was that she was smiling all the time while filming. When she introduced herself, she didn't really show that side of herself, but when she did, she definitely looked bright. She filmed at a level that satisfied the director of the school, so he'll get accepted, right? Actually, I was really worried about what to do with free acting. I knew a lot of scripts, but when it came time to choose one, there wasn't one I really liked. In the end, after much deliberation, Kim Yeon-mi chose her favorite drama, My Love from the Moon. It is a drama about the romance between Oh Min-jun, an alien who fell to Earth hundreds of years ago, and Man Sonji, a bad-tempered Korean wave star. It was so popular that it was said to be a syndrome when it aired. In that work, I chose to freely act out some of the lines of the female protagonist, Man Sonji. It wasn't easy for me, a man, to play a female role. Still, I decided to show Yeon-mi's acting. Kim Yeon-mi was a huge fan of Ji Hyun-ji, the actress who played the role of Man Sonji. Did I say that if you like something, you will resemble it? In my memory, Kim Yeon-mi closely resembled Ji Hyun-ji. Their acting was really similar. Playing a female role was a new challenge for me as well. However, when Kim Yeon-mi acted based on what she had practiced so far, she was able to act naturally. It was a lot worse than when I possessed Min-soo or Kang Ha-shin, but cinematographer Eom Hyer-young passed it, so it should be okay. I transferred the temporarily edited video to my phone and left the house. The destination is a warehouse not far from my house. It was soon time for my part-time job. Hello. When I arrived at the warehouse and said hello, several men greeted me. Oh, come, top star. Hey, being a top star is tacky. Call me a Korean wave star. Will it become the Korean wave? Let's just call him Wald star. It's old, not Wald, you idiot. Oh, really? Welcome, old star. Old means old. Brothers. The guys welcomed me cheerfully, as usual. What's a little different is that it's a bit more lively than usual. At that time, the work foreman sighed and said, "Ugh, ignorant bastards. It is not old but world star." As expected, the work crew chief. He was knowledgeable as a leader at novel bin at. The work foreman who gave advice to other men said, "I enjoyed watching the talk show. Kang Jin-sok, you came out looking really cool, didn't you? Oh, did you see it? I was surprised to see it too. I never thought it would come out that big. By the way, my daughter wants me to get your autograph first. Do you have an autograph?" Other men also agreed with what the work leader said. They slowly gathered together, as if they had forgotten something. "Oh right. Can you also sign for my wife? I am your older brother. I am your younger brother. I'm just trying to get it," he said with a shy smile. "I don't have an autograph yet. I couldn't even debut." "Ah, what does it matter if you debut or not? Just write your name with your hand and that's your signature." Immediately, other men joined in with the work leader's words. Okay. Park Chun-sum also has an autograph here. That's right. But his autograph was in English. I don't even know the alphabet, but he can write his name in English. Amazing. These guys are especially good together today. Mr. Park Chun-sum, who was pointed out, came out with a proud expression. "Hey, Jin-sok. When this Hyung sees you, you will definitely stand out. So, make a sign in advance. You can sign to mine." Uncle Park Chun-sum took out a notebook and a pen from his pocket. "Do you usually carry something like that around?" He wrote something in his notebook for a while and then showed it to me. "Park Spring 3. Why is Chun a spring? Is it really spring?" As I quietly looked at the notebook, other men came to see Park Chun-sum's autograph. "What? Chun-sum, why do you have spring in your name? Aren't springs supposed to bounce? Do you know how to read English? It's among the items in our warehouse spring." "Oh, that's right. What is 3 again?" Park Chun-sum, who was looking at those men with pitiful eyes, clicked his tongue and said, "Tisk tisk. These ignorant bastards. Park is park. Spring is spring. 3 is 3. Writing my Chinese characters in English is an English name, you idiots." Then the men shook their heads in admiration. "Oh, Park Chun-sum is more knowledgeable than I thought. I had no idea. Then what is Jin-sok's name? The last name must be Kong, and if it is Jin, it is real of Jin, and if it is Sok, it is stone of stone." My English name that the guys wrote down was Kong Real Stone. It was a very powerful name. If you translate it literally, it's a real stone. The work foreman shook his head. Then he gave me a large sketchbook and a marker. "Just sign your name. Don't listen to those idiots." I smiled slightly at his words and clearly wrote Kong Jin-sok in the sketchbook. Now that I've written it all down, I wrote down all my names on the paper left behind. Then the work foreman smiled and said, "Haha, later, when you become known, I will have to brag about it. That I worked with you. Haha." The man's laughter was strange. Unlike usual, his laughter felt artificial. "It seems like you are watching me for some reason." As he looked around him while thinking that, he saw bitter smiles on the other men's faces as well. As I looked around, the foreman smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I talked to other guys before you came. Maybe you'll have to quit this job soon. It will be difficult to work early in the morning once filming starts, so today may be your last day with us." He didn't think of that. One day, I might have to quit my part-time job when my schedule gets busier, but I didn't think that was the case yet. Then the atmosphere died, so I prepared some jokes on purpose, but I don't know if they liked it. The atmosphere in the warehouse calmed down even more at his words. My relationship with the guys was quite deep. We've been working together ever since I passed the high school qualification exam. We always worked together except when we were in the military. They also came to visit me. I also received a lot of help. Every holiday, we received pocket money and shared food. I attended the weddings of their daughters and sons, and one man even used me as an officiant at his own wedding. I learned about alcohol and life from these people. Although I was single since birth, I also learned about dating from a guy who was good at theory. They all look rough, but they are really nice people. Anyway, what should I say when they say things like this? I didn't want to feel sad in this calm atmosphere. "Oh, what are you saying? Will I become a different person just because I debut? I'll come and say hello when I'm not busy, and help with work when I'm free, and that's it." The work foreman who heard me hesitated a little. It wasn't behavior suitable for someone as big as a bear, but it wasn't strange. But sincerity prevails. The man said with a big smile. "Fuhahaha, that's right. We took it too seriously. Are actors always busy, isn't it?" "Yeah, right. Oh, and I took Jin-sok as my son-in-law, so he can't go anywhere." "Huh? What does that mean?" "Jin-sok is my daughter's husband. Have you guys heard of it? But it didn't feel as awkward as before. As usual, the atmosphere is bright and lively, he said, holding out his cell phone to them. I filmed a video introducing myself and acting yesterday. Would you like to watch it? There's still some time left before work starts. I also included stories about men. Then the men rushed in like a swarm of bees. What? Jinsook mentions us in his self-introduction. Yes. You said you were going to college, right? This is a college entrance exam video. These days, you have to submit an application like this. The guy sat right next to me and started watching the video. Hello, I'm Kang Jinsook, applied to the Department of Theater at Soguk University. Jin, 3, no see, the reason I started acting. As soon as the video started, Mr. Park Chunsum was impressed. Hey, our Jinsook is handsome. Then, fierce comments came back right away. Shut up. Take a look first and then tell me. Park Chunsum, get out. Hey, get the box tape. With a stick. Shut up, Park Chunsum. So sorry. Due to the commotion that continued for a long time, the video was eventually replayed from the beginning. As the self-introduction was finished, the story the men had been waiting for is now being played. It was a really difficult time. The people who gave me strength at that time were the men I worked with. These are people whom I am truly grateful for. If I become a great actor someday, I definitely want to repay them. And until then, I will not give up and work hard like I do now. After that, we talked a little bit about other things and the self-introduction video ended. Video of about 2 minutes. Although it was a short video, the guys seemed to be quite impressed. Wow, sir. Did dust get into your eyes? I'm crying? Oh, it's like this again. Sometimes I cry even when nothing is going on. It's even worse as I get older. Sniff. Wow, it's still summer. Why is it so cold? This isn't a runny nose from crying. I guess I have a cold. Hey, Jinsook's acting is being shown now. The men, who were showing different reactions, stared at the cell phone screens again after hearing a word from the work crew leader. What's going on? Now? What time is it? Is it a little after 10 o'clock? I was on a diet today, so I ate an apple and cabbage all day. Mr. Park Chunsum gaped after watching the video of my free acting. Isn't this it? It came from the moon. This time too, countless looks of criticism poured into Mr. Park Chunsum couldn't bear it either, so he smiled awkwardly and gestured that he was sorry. The guys couldn't take their eyes off my phone. But I'm more embarrassed than I thought. Other people can see my acting through video. It was a different feeling from an audition. Clap. Clap. A small applause was heard from behind. Clap clap clap. Wow, Jinsook is no joke. You can be an actor. He's an actor, idiot. It's amazing. Our Jinsook. The men who watched the video to the end were happy and patted me on the shoulder. It was only a clip of my acting, but I felt like I had done something great. Mr. Kim, who was right next to me, said, Hey, Jinsook. Are you really good at acting? Yes, thank you. No really? When did you film it? No, more than that, when is it going to air? Filming will be next week, and the broadcast will probably be in a few months. Then the men each shouted in irritated voices. Does filming take that long? Isn't each drama 1 hour? You idiot. Just because one episode is 1 hour, are you going to film it for just 1 hour? Anyway, Park Chunsum always shows his stupidity. I want to see you act. Jinsook, can't you just steal what you took? In the midst of the commotion, the work foreman shouted loudly. Everyone be quiet. I had something to ask you. The men all became quiet. Then the work foreman asked me in a solemn voice. Ahem, Jinsook. You said you were going to college, right? Yes. But it's not confirmed yet. You have to stick together to go. It will stick clearly. Don't be so lucky, but what or rather we, are curious about is. The work foreman asked with a proud voice. How much does college tuition cost per semester? That guy says it costs 400 to 500 million won, is that right? He said, pointing to Mr. Kim, who was watching my video again next to me. Yes. It will be a little over 4 million won. But why is that? Why? We want to give a scholarship to you from Songsa Warehouse. My son, Jinsook, is going to college. He should pay the first tuition fee. Isn't that right? After speaking, the foreman took out a thick envelope from his pocket. The envelope was much thicker than the ones he had received before. From the looks of it, this money also looked like it saved them. Of course, I couldn't receive it. This kind of money. Oh, no, I'm really fine. I received an appearance fee, and the money I saved. Sheesh. If an adult gives you alcohol and money, you definitely accept it. So just accept it, okay? The work foreman forced an envelope into my hand. Then he gave me sincere advice and support. Keep working hard and be humble like you are now. Then you will definitely achieve your dreams. Got it? These guys will support you until the end no matter what happens to you. Suddenly, the words our son, Jinsook, came to mind a little while ago. For some reason, my heart sank. I never cried except when acting, but strangely, I cried. Suddenly, tears filled my eyes. Why are you crying over something like this? You're not a child anymore. I lowered my head so as not to be caught crying, but I couldn't completely suppress my crying. Black. Then the men gathered together one by one and patted me on the shoulder. Good luck with your filming tomorrow. Don't forget that we are always behind you. Okay, if a strict guy bothers you, tell the guys. I will chase after them right away. Don't worry about anything else, just work hard, be healthy. I couldn't raise my head. So I just nodded. And I thought to myself, for my first shoot, I'll have to work really hard. Time passed quickly and before I knew it, it was filming day. My debut work is producer Kim Mansa's debut work. The title of the work is Dream of the Sun Rising. The brief synopsis of the drama is as follows. Brothers Minjun and Minho had poor kidney function since birth. The younger brother, Minho, has more severe symptoms than his older brother, Minjun, so he decides to receive his mother's kidney. Then one day, the mother of two brothers hears from the doctor that his older brother Minjun's kidneys are rapidly deteriorating. They were even told that he might die if he didn't get a transplant quickly. His younger brother Minjun, who overheard the story, decides to give up his own transplant and give his kidney to his brother. Although it was difficult and painful enough to kill him, he decided to sacrifice himself for his brother. In the end, Minjun receives her mother's kidney, but Minho passes away not long after that. Due to that influence, Minjun decided to become a doctor, started studying late, and entered medical school, to become top of his class. Afterward, Minjun completes all courses with utmost passion and is accepted into a famous university hospital. The problem is that the university hospital where he got a job is the hospital where he had surgery and where his younger brother died. The real drama begins from here. While working at the hospital, Minjun accidentally sees the contents of his younger brother's and his own checkups from long ago. However, the record was a little strange. It seemed like his and his brother's test results before the transplant had changed. In other words, there was a possibility that it was a medical accident caused by a doctor's ridiculous mistake. Minjun begins to suspect that it may have been his younger brother who needed a kidney transplant, not him. And as I hear the suspicious testimony of a nurse who remembers that day, my suspicions grow. But the doctor who operated at that time is now very close to the hospital director. So he couldn't investigate easily, and after that, that's when I tried to think about the next scenario. Why are there so many hills at school? I saw a tall, long hill. Today, I was going to the filming location, Hanyang University Hospital. It was about 2 subway stops from my house, so I walked to brace myself. However, no matter how much I tried to arm myself mentally, this hill was a bit difficult. It's a bit wet with sweat before filming, but I had already walked a long way and my body was hot. If you walk up a hill like this in this situation, your whole body will definitely be wet with sweat. Should I take a taxi? Hey, look at that appa. It's crazy. But why do you call people appa? At novel bin at. If they're handsome, then they're my brother. But I think I've seen him somewhere. Hey, girl. You say you've seen that handsome man somewhere? I'm going to try to put some words into it, so don't lie. No really. I think I saw it on TV. That's enough, bitch. Someone next to me was whispering, but I was too tired to have to climb this steep hill to pay attention. I looked around. Everyone was climbing the hill like it was nothing. Still, just in case, I asked the students who were just talking earlier. I'm sorry, but I need to ask you for directions. Then the students watching me were surprised. Yes. I need to go to Hanyang University Hospital. Is this the only way? The students looked at each other and said, if it's a hospital, it's behind our classroom. We will guide you to the entrance of the hospital. My name is Hassan Wu, class of 21. Me too. I will also guide you. My name is Naeun Kim. Students who are very enthusiastic about giving directions. They are very kind. While they spoke, they smiled brightly. Thank you. Then can I ask you a favor? Yes. It's fortunate that there is a shortcut that only students know about. Thanks to the friendly students, I arrived at Hanyang University Hospital comfortably. I heard on the way here that those students are medical students. So, they know the way to the hospital well. AD Kong Hyan said I could come by 4 o'clock. There's still time. Anyway, I arrived 2 hours early. I tried to come early to go to the filming set in advance, say hello to the other staff members, and relax, but I felt like I came too early. It's not a problem that I came early, just making sure that there won't be any problem. Let's do well. I went into the hospital after repeating the promise I had made thousands and thousands of times since yesterday. Jinseok Kong? You came really early. At that time, AD Kong Hyan's voice was heard from behind. AD Kong Hyan still carries around a lot of things like the youngest. It was quite a burden. The amount was such that it was impossible to tell whether Kong Hyan was carrying the luggage or whether the luggage was carrying Kong Hyan. It looks very heavy. She doesn't give off any signs of being heavied. Without thinking, I walked up to her and helped her carry some of her luggage. He then smiled brightly and said, "Hello, AD. Maybe because it was my first shoot, I was nervous so I came a little early." Yes. Kong Hyan looked at me blankly and took the luggage. "Load? Give me that? If someone sees the actor carrying luggage, I'll be in big trouble." Then he flapped his arms with a startled expression and said, "Is that so?" "Yes. Please give it to me quickly." AD Kong Hyan was embarrassed and tried to take the luggage I had. But seeing her sweating profusely made me feel uneasy. Anyway, since it's in this building, I'll take it. Still, Kong Hyan pursed her lips as if she was trying to say something. "Are you okay? It's not difficult to carry luggage." When I said it, she sighed slightly. "All right. Thank you so much." Carrying luggage in both hands, I followed AD Kong Hyan to the waiting room. He didn't know where the waiting room was, so if it weren't for Kong Hyan, he would have gotten lost again. I'll have to go to a lot of other filming locations in the future. I guess I'll get used to it if I go to the filming set a lot. I was thinking about that. Kang Hyein stopped in front of a room and said, "We're here." Kang Hyein pointed to the door. On the door was written actor Kang Jin-seok's waiting room. I was embarrassed. Usually, minor roles do not receive private waiting rooms. This is obvious, but what drama producer in the world would dedicate a waiting room to a minor role? In particular, outdoor shooting is always a busy place, so every space is precious. Moreover, today's filming location is not a studio, but an ordinary university hospital. There is no way the facilities are comfortable. But why does it have my name on it? As I stood blankly looking at the door, AD Kang Hyein smiled and said, "When filming today, the producer deliberately left the room for you so that you could film in the best conditions." Something felt strange. This is what it feels like to be recognized as an actor. Let's do well. While I was making another promise to myself, AD Kang Hyein asked me a question. "Really? Then, since you came early, I think it would be a good idea to get your makeup done in advance. Is that okay?" Yes, it's okay. Yes. Then please wait for a moment. I said hello to AD Kang Hyein and entered my waiting room. Really, there was nothing missing. Simple chairs, water, beverages, spare scripts, snacks, and even a full-fledged air conditioner. Until now, I had always waited on the street or next to a building. It wasn't just me, it was most of the extras and supporting actors. There were times when there was a waiting room for supporting actors, but at that time, it was not comfortable because so many people were crowded into a small space. In comparison, this was a hotel, a 5-star hotel at that. Although I have never been to a 5-star hotel. Anyway, I was looking at the script for about 10 minutes when someone knocked on the door. Knock knock. Yes, please come in. As soon as I answered, the door opened, and PD Kim Man-soo and the makeup artist came in. He jumped up from his seat and bowed deeply. "Hello, I will do my best in the filming today. I look forward to it." Then PD Kim Man-soo smiled and nodded his head. "I have to ask you nicely. AD Kang Hyein told me that you came early, so I came to say hello." The PD came just to say hello. That can't be possible. Filming, no matter how big or small, is always so busy that it resembles war. Moreover, this work is the debut work of producer Kim Man-soo. We must pay close attention to every detail, and we will continue to do so in the future. The reason why he came and said hello even though he was so busy, maybe he's trying to relieve my tension. While I was thinking about this and that, producer Kim Man-soo sat on a simple chair next to me. "Let's talk for a moment. Is that okay?" "Yes." While getting my makeup done, we talked about various things with producer Kim Man-soo. From being nervous about being filmed for the first time to being cast in PD Jin-ho's work. Senior Na Jin-ho really likes Kang Jin-seok. The same goes for writer Jo So-kwon. I guess my eyes were right after all. Thank you. Thank you for giving me such a great opportunity. It's all thanks to the PD. I'm just wishing I just wanted to wish the talented and hardworking actors well. When the makeup was finished, PD Kim Man-soo looked at the clock and asked, "I'm about to go back to the filming set. Would you like to come with me? Or you can rest here." "Oh, I want to go too." This was my first time doing such a large-scale shoot, so I decided to take a tour in advance. "But wouldn't it be a hindrance if I followed?" he asked cautiously. Although he is an actor who is not well known at all, the staff may be concerned. Producer Kim Man-soo responded to my words with a smile. "It's gonna be fine. And our staff likes you so much that everyone will want to say hello." "Yes, me." When I asked as if I didn't understand the meaning, PD Kim Man-soo asked back. "I heard that director Eom Hyeryong was there over the weekend and that she was the benefactor who saved you from there. She filmed your entrance exam video. That's why so many staff members gathered together on the weekend." Now that I understood the situation at that time, I smiled sheepishly. "Okay then, let's go to the filming location." After finishing speaking, PD Kim Man-soo opened the door and left, and I immediately followed him. "But today is a weekday, how did you get cooperation for filming?" When filming in a general building like this, rather than a set or studio, you must receive filming cooperation. Of course, getting cooperation for filming is more difficult than you might think. From the perspective of the people working or living in the building, having film crews crowding around doesn't look good. This is especially difficult in the case of specialized facilities such as hospitals. Because there is a lot of work and it is a very crowded place, permits are not often granted in the first place. Even if they allow it, it would be normal to just take a quick film on Sunday. I quietly asked PD Kim Man-soo, who was walking in front of me, "But it was a weekday and you received cooperation for filming? Don't they usually do this on weekdays?" When I asked, PD Kim Man-soo said as if he had forgotten. "Oh right. I was going to ask that too. Originally, we were going to film on Sunday. However, there was a problem with the schedule, so I asked for cooperation in filming on weekdays." "Yes. I thought it wouldn't work, but a doctor helped me a lot." Producer Man-soo Kim continued. "I heard you know him very well. What was his name? Was it Kim Min-han?" "I don't remember exactly." "Min-han Kim. If it's Kim Min-han, does it have the same name as Min-soo's older brother?" "It was then." It's him. You said you were coming to see the filming, and you actually came." "Hello doc." Producer Kim Man-soo pointed to one side and greeted. Then I heard a familiar voice. "Yes, hello. PD, I'm looking forward to an interesting piece of work. And hello, long time no see. How have you been?" This person is It was Kim Min-han, a neat-looking doctor who had lost the gaunt face and dirty beard I had seen before. I spoke in a trembling voice without realizing it. Min-soo, brother. Yes, that's right. This is my first time greeting you officially. My name is Dr. Min-han Kim. I enjoyed watching the talk show. As expected, you look much better in person than in the photos. Min-soo's older brother offered to shake my hand with a bright smile. If I hadn't recognized it, I would have been in big trouble. Because I am the type of person who has to repay favors somehow. If you need my help in the future, I will come forward at any time. Min-soo's image overlapped with his bright smile. With a dazed feeling, I shook hands with Min-han Kim. Then PD Kim Man-soo asked as if he was curious. Mr. Jin-seok, how do you know Professor Min-han Kim? You have great connections, don't you? Yes? That. I didn't know what to say. Because I can't say, I met his dead brother in a dream, and I conveyed his heart to him on my behalf. What should I say? While I was thinking, Min-han Kim smiled and said, he is my brother's friend. And he was the one who helped me when I was really having a hard time. Aha, I see. My brother's friend. It was an unexpected answer. However, producer Kim Man-soo nodded as if it was the answer he was looking forward to. Producer Kim Man-soo looked at me and said, the filming schedule went well thanks to the doctor's help. That's also thanks to Jin-seok, so I'm really grateful. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. When I waved my hands and spoke awkwardly, Kim Min-han spoke politely to producer Kim Man-soo this time. PD, I'm sorry, but I need to talk to Jin-seok for a moment. Can I please talk to him? Oh, of course. I also have to get back to work now, then. When PD Kim Man-soo left, Kim Min-han looked at me. Then he slowly opened his mouth. I won't ask how you met Min-soo. In any case, I received great grace from you Jin-seok. Kim Min-han continued speaking quietly. That grace. Someday, when you need my help, I will definitely repay you. Actually, as a doctor, it would be best if I had to help related to health and surgeries. Min-han Kim took out a business card from his pocket and gave it to me. The business card was written as Kim Min-han, Doctor of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery at Hanyang University Hospital. As I accepted his business card with slightly trembling hands, Min-han Kim held my hand tightly and said, thank you so much again. I will always support you. Kim Min-han, who held my hand for a few seconds, bowed lightly and headed off somewhere. Unlike before, I walked lighter than anyone else. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't even answer properly, but I felt proud to see Kim Min-han's brightened appearance and his voice. Min-soo's request. Fortunately, I think I accomplished correctly. Actually, I was a little worried after listening to Min-soo's request. This is because I didn't know if I had properly conveyed Min-soo's feelings to his brother. But hearing those words eased the worry in my heart. He sighed heavily and collected his thoughts. Now all that was left was my first shoot. At around 3:30, the actors began to arrive one by one. The first to arrive was Senior Park Woo-hyun. Oh, Jin-seok, it's been a long time. How have you been? I bowed deeply and said hello. Hello, Senior. I had a good time. Thank you so much for the recommendation. I think it will be of great help. Why are you so thankful for something like that? Let's do a good job filming today. I feel this every time I read the script. You are really important in Dream of the Sun Rising. He spoke in a serious voice to his words. Yes, I will do much better than I practiced. Haha, don't apply too much force. Because I might be speechless again. Anyway, I like that attitude. I'll see you later then. Senior Park Woo-hyun tries to ease the tension with a light joke. After a short conversation with him, I headed to the filming set. The filming location was much more crowded than before. However, it looked much more stable, perhaps because the lighting and camera were in place properly. All the actors are here. When one of the staff members shouted loudly, PD Kim Man-soo clapped his hands and said, before we start filming, let me nag you one more time. During the first shoot, silly mistakes often happen that wouldn't normally happen. Several staff members nodded at PD Kim Man-soo's words. It might be like a jinx that exists on all filming sets. There are situations like a microphone cord being unplugged or a laptop battery being low. Also, lights that were fine may suddenly turn off. Check the microphone wire, laptop battery, and lighting. This is the basic of all basics that the staff gathered here can never make a mistake. However, there was not a single staff member who ignored PD Kim Man-soo's words. Now, 30 minutes before filming starts. Please check if there is anything wrong in that area. I will check again. Alright, I'll check. Come on, let's focus. After hearing PD Kim Man-soo's words, the staff members began checking their equipment. Watching them like that, I lay down on the hospital bed in the middle of the filming set. In this scene, I appear lying down in this hospital bed and exit after about 30 seconds. If you only look at the entrance and exit scenes, the role is worse than that of an ordinary extra. But as Senior Park Woo-hyun said earlier, it is not a small part. The death of my younger brother Min-ho, the role I played, plays a decisive role in the main character Min-jun becoming a doctor. If Min-ho dies normally, viewers will not be able to empathize with Min-jun's hard work. So, as others have said, I am the most important in this work. While I was mentally arming myself for the last time, let's start filming. I heard the staff's voice. Although he was acting calm on the outside, PD Kim Man-soo was now in a state of extreme tension. I guess everything is ready, right? The camera won't suddenly turn off or something like that, right? There won't be any sudden deletion of the saved copy, right? If it were a normal shoot, he wouldn't have been this nervous. However, today's filming is the first filming of his debut film. His future life as a producer depended on this work. I have seen countless times what happened to seniors who ruined their debut work. I have to do well no matter what. The reason those seniors ruined their work was never because of their skills. They were also professionals who had worked for many years and created several works. However, skill and effort alone are not enough to succeed. Especially in broadcasting, you definitely need luck to succeed. So, please, good luck. Knowing that excessive tension is poison, producer Kim Man-soo tried to force himself to relax. He took deep breaths and drank water often. However, the human mind does not work as one thinks. His legs, which normally don't tremble, were shaking, and he was biting his nails, which he didn't normally do. As if that wasn't enough, he ended up chain-smoking even though he had quit for the past 5 years. I'm at the hospital. Should I ask for Cheongsamay one? I don't know if something like that exists at the university hospital or not. Producer Kim Man-soo saw Jin-seok lying comfortably on the bed with eyes full of tension. I believe it. Let's do something big. Jin-seok Kong. I wasn't worried about Jin-seok's acting. He was already an actor himself, confirmed several times, and recognized by his seniors Na Jin-ho and the famously picky Eom Hye-young. Even so, maybe we've put too much of a burden on a rookie. He's clearly had no worries until yesterday. But when the day arrived, PD Kim Man-soo was worried about 1,000 things. I guess this is why other seniors act so sensitive when filming begins. It was only after I reached a similar position that I understood my seniors. I have to start now. Let's start filming. Producer Kim Man-soo spoke calmly, and the assistant director who heard it shouted loudly. Let's start filming. The monster has been cast. The camera started rolling with the words, I'm going into scene number 1. After knowing that, I was immediately immersed in acting. It has begun. The camera started rolling. After seeing that, I was immediately immersed in acting. Then my vision became blurry. Min-soo. I'm sorry mom. As Min-soo, I was lying in a hospital bed. I couldn't see clearly in front of me, and I could hear my mother sobbing next to me. I wanted to see his mother's face, but I couldn't get a good look. To be precise, it would be accurate to say that it was very difficult to open my eyes. At novel bin at. Grumble. Bang. Ui. Min. Han. Min-soo's older brother, Kim Min-han, roughly opened the hospital room door and entered. I still couldn't open my eyes, so I couldn't see him. I could barely tell he had come in just by his voice. Kim Min-han's voice is heard interrupted. No, this is silence. I am fine. Min-han, get your mind together. It was difficult to understand what was being said because the speech was interrupted. But I could tell that Kim Min-han was angry. Min-soo, no, I wanted to talk to Kim Min-han from the moment I first entered the hospital room. It's okay. But I couldn't speak. I had no strength in my entire body, and my only surviving sense was hearing. I cried. But I wasn't sad. My older brother, who was sick, became healthy enough to get angry like that. I was so happy about it that tears of joy welled up. Brother. I muster up all my strength and raise my hand to beckon my brother. But there was no way. I know that this body is already dead. I try to move my head as much as I can. How can I keep my brother from getting angry? But lying still like a dead person was all I could do right now. Now I'm going to die. Even though he was young, he realized that he would die soon. So he wanted to see his family one last time. But his body, which was so weak, couldn't even allow that. Then he felt someone grab his arm tightly. Hey, spirit. Ryo this bar, hey, ISK. I did it, do it. Speech sounds more broken. I barely realized that it was my brother who was holding my arm and yelling at me. Now my mind is so blurred that it's difficult to even hear my brother's voice. Do your best to move your facial muscles. It wasn't an easy task, but I didn't want to leave my final appearance in this sad state. So, I did my best to hold back the tears and smile. Beep dash. At that time, a beep sound was heard from somewhere. That was the sound you often hear in dramas when someone dies. It was then. My vision returned to normal, and now I was surrounded by numerous cameras and lights. I'm back at the filming site. While I was thinking that, someone opened the door hard. Grumble. Bang. Okay, doctor. Minho, why are you doing that? Am I okay? It may have been a passing line for senior Park Woo-hyun, but for Kim Min-han and Min-soo, it actually happened. And I will make this performance a reality based on my experience of being possessed. Producer Kim Man-soo was watching the filming scene while swallowing his dry saliva. Multiple cameras are used in drama filming. This is because you cannot create rich images with just one camera. Also, when multiple actors appear in a scene, each camera must film a different actor. Therefore, no matter how talented a producer is, he cannot check every actor's performance in real time. Therefore, first, let's look at Park Woo-hyun's acting. After cutting, I can check Kang Jin-seok's acting. As soon as producer Kim Man-soo's mind was organized, filming began. Grumble. Bang. Okay, doctor. Minho, why are you doing that? Am I okay? The door to the hospital room opened and Park Woo-hyun came in and said, okay, first of all, the first is stable. Min Kyung-soo's line follows immediately. Minho, sorry. My symptoms suddenly got worse. Obviously, the test results were okay until a few days ago. A serious voice that makes it hard to believe that Min Kyung-soo is always full of fun. Park Woo-hyun got angry and took the line back. No, my symptoms suddenly got worse. What do you mean? That's what the doctor says, really. Sorry. Fuck. Minho? Hey, Minho Kim? Come to your senses. Park Woo-hyun gets angry at the doctor and approaches his younger brother Minho. He acted like he really had the experience of losing his younger brother. After getting angry for a while, he started crying when he saw his brother who was motionless. A hospital room filled with only Park Woo-hyun crying. Kim Man-soo did not take his eyes off the camera and waited for Jin-sok's line. Are you okay? At that time, a voice filled with indescribable emotions flowed from Jin-sok's mouth. As soon as he heard that voice, a smile appeared on producer Kim Man-soo's face. The voice really kills me. Cut. Usually, when the PD shouts cut, other staff members repeat words, saying things like I'll take a break, or I'll check before leaving. But now the filming site was completely silent. What? Producer Kim Man-soo glanced at the actors. While focusing only on Park Woo-hyun's screen, he may have missed something. Then, what PD Kim Man-soo saw was Min Kyung-soo, a doctor who killed a patient due to his own ridiculous mistake. The older brother, Park Woo-hyun, blames himself for the fact that his younger brother died because of him. Finally, the younger brother, Kang Jin-sok, leaves everything behind and tries to comfort his older brother. He was showing himself. Oh my god. Except for himself, who was only watching Park Woo-hyun, everyone on set was fascinated by Jin-sok's acting. Jin-sok's acting made the filming a reality. Thank you for your hard work filming. Ah yes, AD Kang Hyun, thank you for your hard work. Unfortunately or fortunately, the filming ended in one go. Of course, later we will film that telling his mother that he was giving up the kidney for his older brother scene, so my filming is not completely over, but I guess it's okay, because it went well. It must have been over in one take. My first performance in real life using possession. I was very curious how the acting came out. I wish I could see the footage. It might be difficult because I'm busy with other scenes. My shoot was over in less than 5 minutes, but there were still plenty of other shots left. I heard that there are a lot of scenes to be filmed at the hospital today, so they might film until late at night. While I was regretting not being able to see the footage, AD Kang Hyun said to me, Mr. Jin-sok. Yes, the acting was really good earlier. I've never seen the staff so mesmerized on that filming set. When filming, I tried to show Min-soo. Min-soo, who was trying to comfort his older brother even though he couldn't even lift a finger, was portrayed as is. Fortunately, I guess it was conveyed well. AD Kang Hyun was always smiling, but her current expression showed that she looked up to me. The look in her eyes is like a fan looking at a star. Maybe it was my imagination, but it felt good. Senior Park Woo-hyun's acting was so good that I was able to easily immerse myself in it. Senior Min Kyung-soo also treated him very well. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Jin-sok, you worked hard. It was really great. Today, when I looked back, I saw Senior Park Woo-hyun. It seemed like he had some free time and came to say hello. Senior, thank you for your hard work. First of all, you created a good atmosphere so I was able to act comfortably. Senior Park Woo-hyun smiled slightly at my words and tapped him on the shoulder. What are you talking about? I got help. Yes. When I opened the door and saw you, I was immediately immersed in it. How can you act like lying still so realistically? I kept crying because I felt like my brother who didn't even exist was dying. Even though the PD cut, you couldn't move. Now that I think about it, I think it was like that. Producer Kim Man-soo clearly shouted cut, but no one moved. It was as if time had stopped. As I was reminiscing about my first acting, Senior Park Woo-hyun told me, I have to go again. Anyway, Jin-sok, today was really nice. If you keep doing that in the future, you will rise really quickly. Let's work together on the next project as well. Let's do this together in the next project too. It was the highest compliment for his junior. Thank you. Senior Park Woo-hyun, who received my greeting, immediately returned to the filming set. Looking at the Mulkaryomi filming set, I can see producer Kim Man-soo filming with a smile on his face. I felt even more reassured when I saw PD Kim Man-soo smiling. If the filming didn't go well, producer and director Kim Man-soo shouldn't be smiling like that. Then, should I go now? There was a lot to do. I had to read the scripts of producer Na Jin-ho and writer Jo So-kwon's work, and also practice my college entrance exam skills. Well, I guess I have to go to a part-time job too. Then, AD Kang Hyun. I'll just go in now. Oh yes? Thank you for your hard work. Then, are we not going to be able to see each other for a while? AD Kang Hyun speaks a little regretfully. I smiled and said to her, I will work harder and be cast in many works. Then I will be able to see you again anytime soon. Hey Hyun, you're so busy, what are you doing there? Come quickly and help. At that time, someone from afar called AD Kang Hyun. I'm sorry, senior, I'm going now. Well then, Jin-sok, I'll see you later. AD Kang Hyun quickly said goodbye and ran to the staff member who had called her. Kang Hyun disappears far away before I can answer. As soon as he disappeared, it felt like today's filming for him was over. I need to go home quickly and get ready to go to my part-time job. So, for our school's second exam, we have to say same-day lines. Same-day ambassador. Yes, you chose a short script on test day, right? You analyze it on the spot and act it out. Isn't it too difficult? It can't be helped. What is the type of practical test? How do I do it? If you tell me to do it, I have to do it. I was currently finishing up my part-time job at a cafe with Seo Yinso. For your information, after the talk show aired, our cafe became even more famous and is now called a Songsadong specialty. I didn't know much about it because I don't use SNS, but Seo Yinso said that my photos are also posted frequently. I was slightly offended and it was a violation of portrait rights. Anyway, that's not what's important right now. Are you going to test your lines on the day using a movie or drama script? It's different every time. Sometimes a movie or drama script comes out, and sometimes a comedy script comes out. There are also scripts written by professors themselves. Sometimes sitcom scripts come out, too. There was a lot of variety. The level is virtually impossible to predict. But they even write sitcom scripts for college entrance exams. Yes, even if it's a sitcom, acting is acting. But you shouldn't just watch sitcoms lightly. It's quite difficult to do sitcoms because if you do it wrong, it can seem like you're overdoing it. Or it's not fun at all. My head nodded at Seo Yinso's words. Sitcoms are a genre where you can't act properly unless you fully understand the situation. In the end, luck is also important. If a script I know comes out, it's a big hit. That's why a lot of people say that it's too much about luck. But because professors skip famous dramas and movies, there are almost no scripts that students can understand. But professors all have their own thoughts, too. Seo Yinso, who was explaining the lines of the day, said one more thing as if she had forgotten. Oh, and you also need to prepare special skills and improvisation. His specialty is literally. For improvisation, you just have to act out the situation presented by the professor. The situation the professor presents. Yes. For example, if you ask me to act like a son who meets his family for the first time in 10 years, I will act according to the situation. Oh, I heard that my seniors once told me to express falling leaves. It was a different test from the ambassador that day. It was definitely not an easy test. Why are there so many exams? Hey, it's because it's such a good school. That's right, but, after having said this, I was quite confident. I had worked hard on my acting in the meantime, and I also had memories of Yeonmi preparing for the entrance exam for 10 years. While acting as Minsu and Kang Ha-shin, expressing emotions became more natural. I felt like I could pass at this level. The second practical session is next Monday. There wasn't much left. I need to practice whenever I have time. What special skills should I prepare for? At that time, I was thinking about how to prepare for the entrance exam. Before we knew it, the store manager approached the two of us and said teasingly, "Guys, it's good for the two of you to tease each other, but just do your job and quit messing around. Especially when it's time to close. You're making fun of us? We're talking about something very important right now," Seo Yinso shouted, interrupting the store manager. Her face was quite red. "That's just teasing. Yinso, you quickly go and wipe the table, and Jinseok, you quickly sweep from here to there." The store manager spoke calmly and patted my back and Seo Yinso's back. "When you're done with that, get off work. I'm going first. Go quickly." Seo Yinso fired at the store manager, who was walking away with his back turned. Her face was still red. After cleaning up after about 30 minutes, I had roughly finished what the manager had ordered. Brother. Seo Yinso, who finished the work first and changed clothes, came out of the locker room and said, there's not much time left until the school practical exam. So. Seo Yinso is strangely hesitant, unlike usual. Then she suddenly continued speaking rapidly, as if rambling at novel bin at. "Well, can I watch your acting? Of course. I know you're good at acting, but acting for entrance exams and dramas is different. Even though I'm like this, I'm still an active college student at Soguk University, so I can help you well. You're helping me? Are you not tired?" "I'm not tired. I'm completely refreshed," Seo Yinso said, waving her arms as if to show that she was alive and well. One-on-one lectures by active Soguk University students. He had no reason to refuse. "I would really appreciate it if you said yes. Wait for a second. I will change my clothes and come out. Shall we go to Bang? Can't we just do it here without having to go somewhere else? If we go somewhere else, there will be people. It would only interfere with the acting. I think it would be easier if it were just the two of us." "That's what I heard and saw." "I see. Then let me ask you a favor. Then, let's drink without the manager knowing. I will make it for you." Seo Yinso brightly responded to my words. "Yes." BDD Broadcasting Station Conference Room. Producer Na Jinho, writer Jo So-kwon, and the staff were having a meeting with serious faces. "I think we got a really good actor for the role of Nakamura, producer. He is exactly the kind of actor we wanted." The assistant director was impressed while watching Jinseok's audition video. Producer Na Jinho said those words, pounding his chest. "This is it. This is the talent I discovered." Writer Jo So-kwon spoke to him in a sour voice. "What kind of talent did I, PD, discover? He was an actor recommended by a junior." "Oh my, writer. There's no need to say that. Ha 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 ha." When PD Na Jinho spoke in a hushed voice, the other staff members laughed out loud. Na Jinho glared at those staff members. "These kids. Funny." Na Jinho's harsh voice and eyes made the staff clear their throats and avoid his gaze. Na Jinho glared at the staff again and said while looking at the documents, "Now that the casting has been completed and the script has been revised, can we just schedule a reading?" "Yes." PD. "They say they have arranged the filming location, but they need to adjust the time. How can we help that? The assistant director takes care of that and only reports the results to me. But don't set your schedule too tightly. Yes, I understand. After that, various things were talked about for a while. I'm a director. At that time, someone kicked in the conference room door. It was Choi Hoon, drama director at BDD Broadcasting Station. Jinho-Na tilted his head and asked, "Director, what are you doing at this hour? The current time is 2 a.m. Although the PD and staff may not know, it is not common for the director to remain until this hour. Is something wrong?" Otherwise, there was no way the director would have entered the conference room at this time. When Na Jinho was feeling uneasy for some reason, the director distorted his face and said, "Fuck you. You're in big trouble." "Yes? What do you mean? Is it a big deal?" When producer Na Jinho asked nervously, the director spoke even more excitedly. "I just got a call from KL Entertainment, and they said these bastards won't invest in this project. Since filming hasn't started yet, they say they will charge a 50% penalty and withdraw the investment as per the contract." "Yes? No, what is that all of a sudden? Now, the set and filming locations have already been arranged, and the casting of the cast has already been completed." It was like a thunderbolt of news that arrived just before filming. Producer Na Jinho asked the director again in a trembling voice. What do you mean, withdrawing investment?" "No, more than that. They're coming for me and doing that? Even having to pay a penalty." "Yes. Fuck you. That's right. Sudden investment stoppage. It's not something that doesn't happen in the industry, but it's a very boyish thing to do." The director sighed and said, "They say that it has suddenly become difficult to invest due to the company's situation, or something like that." "Really? That's a ridiculous excuse. You guessed it too, right? KL Entertainment, those scoundrels are acting like a brat because we didn't cast Lee Ho-man." The staff sighed at the director's words. Among them, there was one person who mouthed, "What a bastard really." Writer Jo So-kwon even put a cigarette in his mouth in a non-smoking conference room and asked the director harshly, "Even though it's my work, it comes out like that? Then KL Entertainment won't work with me from now on." "I looked into it too and it looks like they're going to break off from us and work with KSC Broadcasting Station. KL Entertainment, I never liked those bastards, but they throw bombs." The director scratches his head and speaks. The voice was full of frustration and irritation. Jo So-kwon touched the back of his neck and asked, "What do other broadcasting stations say on TV? First of all, I think they're watching us. It would be good for them. If we and KSC fight and both fail, it's an opportunity for them." As the conversation between the two continued, the atmosphere in the conference room calmed down. Producer Na Jinho said with a deep sigh, "Shit. I think we need to resolve the situation first." It was a voice that clearly showed that he was angry. Nevertheless, producer Na Jinho tries to handle the work calmly. "It's not for nothing that I've been a producer for 20 years. We have already recruited all the actors and almost built the set. I've also made arrangements for the filming location. I already waste a lot of money, and I also need to pay the balance soon. Is there somewhere I can borrow money urgently?" The director, who was thinking deeply, shook his head. "There is no money in broadcasting stations. It would be the fastest to find another investor. But if there is a rumor that an existing investor suddenly withdrew their money, there is no way the bank or anywhere else would invest in us." "That's right." Producer Na Jinho muttered, clenching his molars. "Lee Ho-man, you son of a bitch. The reason I gave that bastard an audition was because KL Entertainment invest their money and they gave me a shitty actor. Are they blaming me for failing that bastard?" Producer Na Jinho usually had a fairly gentle personality, but now he couldn't hold back his swearing. That's how angry Na Jinho was at Lee Ho-man and KL Entertainment. The silence continued for a moment. The director waited for Na Jinho to calm down and then spoke quietly. "Rather than that, those KSC bastards are even worse." "Really? Why KSC? I heard that KSC Broadcasting Station films are set during the Japanese colonial period like us." A large number of KL Entertainment actors were brought in. "For some reason, I feel like this incident wasn't done by KL Entertainment alone." Jo So-kwon, who had been listening quietly for a while, threw down his pen and said as if he could not stand it any longer, "Shut up. Who is that writer? What kind of empty-headed bastard would give credit for something I wrote myself?" "I know writer Joe. It's writer Kwon." Writer Jo So-kwon said with a puzzled expression. "If it's writer Kwon, no way. Chae-yoon Kwon." "That's right. From KSC's perspective, they must have thought, what the heck? If we sell our work and other people's work, we will eat up the basic viewership ratings. Honestly, Kwon Chae-yoon also has skills." "That's true, but, Chae-yoon Kwon, you going too far." Kwon Chae-yoon is a writer who has written many hit works comparable to Jo So-kwon. He dabbled in a variety of genres, including romantic comedy, alternate history, general comedy, and fantasy drama. As a result, although he was recognized in the industry for his skills, few people wanted to work with him. The reason was simple. Because his personality is trash. Jo So-kwon recalled Kwon Chae-yoon's past evil deeds. Kwon Chae-yoon is a villain who makes it a point to get rid of roles for actors he doesn't like during filming and even gives them ridiculously difficult roles to make them voluntarily withdraw from them. He is also very strict when it comes to filming and editing, which are the powers of the PD. The fact that he treats the production crew like his lackeys is at the level of hell. He is even famous for his bad drinking habits at company dinners. He makes everyone, be it actors or his staff, very uncomfortable with him. He is especially harsh towards small agencies and rookies, because he knows he has no strength. Even knowing this, many newcomers want to enter his work, because his work sells well. Kwon Chae-yoon is a villainous who takes advantage of the desperation of people who want to be in front of the camera at least once. However, he was an ironic person who had excellent skills and created hits every year. Jo So-kwon thought as he touched his throbbing forehead. Kwon Chae-yoon. I thought he would just make silly pranks, but it feels like we're going to war. There are factions and competition even among writers. This was a clear declaration of war. It meant that he would use this opportunity to pressure himself somehow. After. Jo So-kwon was also angry, but there was no suitable solution. If he acts so blatantly, it means that he will push other writers no matter what. Like Jo So-kwon, Na Jin-ho also had a complicated idea. This work is set during the Japanese colonial period, so it is difficult to include PPL. However, you can't force a PPL that doesn't match. I'm going crazy, really. The only way to easily make money right now is through PPL, which involves promoting products within dramas. However, even if the setting is modern times, it is not possible to include a lot of PPL in the background during the Japanese colonial period. It would be impossible to suddenly introduce smartphones or the latest electronic products into the Joseon dynasty setting. Then should we reduce production costs? No. That's no different from doing what KL Entertainment wants. If the production costs already set are reduced, there is no way the work can be produced properly. It is common sense that if a drama is pushed too far, it will inevitably be ruined. If the drama is ruined, either KL Entertainment or KSC will attack us like crazy shit. The more I think about it, the more frustrating it becomes. At that time, a staff member who was quietly observing said, PD, look at this. There was an article about it. This morning. Yes, however. The PD's least favorite word is there was an article. Of course, there can be good content as well. But looking at the employee's tone, it was clear that the content was bad. PD Na Jin-ho confirmed the article. B broadcasting station PD suspected of proceeding with auditions even though there was already a nominee. The abuse of power by a producer with 20 years of experience tramples on the dreams of an actor with 10 years of experience who wants to take another leap forward. A senior PD who was recommended by a junior PD. Where is the fairness that PDN was shouting for? KL Enter. Paying a large penalty and withdrawing investment from a certain drama. The reason is, although the exact contents were not written, Na Jin-ho was able to understand the meaning of these articles. KL Enter. These bastards. Are they spreading fake news like this? Since an article like this came out, I could see what was going to happen without even looking at it. I'm sure Lee Ho-man will be interviewed soon. I was bullied during the audition. If KL Entertainment announces an official position and cancels the investment at the right time, we will end up being the bad guys. In the broadcasting and entertainment industry, the player who beats the player wins most of the time, or virtually always. This is because it is much more difficult to explain something than to create a controversy. In other words, even though it was Na Jin-ho who was abused like now, if the other person spreads fake news first, he becomes a bad guy himself. Na Jin-ho suddenly remembered what he said at the audition. I invited Kang Jin-seok because I heard he was selected for my junior's debut film. If only I hadn't said that back then. One thoughtless word caused the work to fall apart. While Na Jin-ho was regretting, the director, who was carefully reading the article with the staff, spoke in a serious voice. First, I'll tell you to write a rebuttal article. I'll try to save as much money as I can, so I, the producer, will do my best to. This work, BDD, also risked its life. No, yes, I will save this work. Make it right and use the viewership ratings to kill KSC, KL Entertainment, and all these bastards. Okay, all right, he answered, but Na Jin-ho's voice was weak. Normally, I would have said to Na Jin-ho, frown up, man. I was the director who would say, is your life over, but I couldn't bear to say that now. That's why the current atmosphere is not good. The director said as he left the conference room. If this is resolved well and the project becomes a hit, I will be appointed as the next director. Anyway, I will help as much as I can, so please do your best. PD, it's late, please leave work early. Thud. After speaking, the director left the conference room. But no one could think of getting off work, because this was an emergency. Whoa. When the director left, Na Jin-ho sighed as if the ground was gone. The assistant director carefully asked Na Jin-ho, PD, shouldn't we first contact the actors' agencies? They must be making guesses just by reading articles. Na Jin-ho thought for a moment. The assistant director is right. First of all, I need to let them know exactly what the situation is. But just reporting the situation without providing a proper solution is not a good choice. If you're not careful, it may seem like you're asking the agency and actors for help. You probably know the BDD broadcasting station itself. Of course, they were able to throw away their pride as much as they wanted. The problem is that the broadcasting station's image is being ruined. BDD broadcasting station that cannot properly respond to pranks from other broadcasting stations. A story like this might spread. If such rumors spread, it will be difficult for BDD broadcasting stations to cast good actors in the future. However, even if I knew that fact, I was not relaxed enough not to react. I can't help it. After thinking about it, Na Jin-ho spoke to the assistant director. First, let's do as the assistant director said. Contact the agencies. If they don't have an agency, put it directly with the actor. Should I inform the extras too? I'm going to tell them anyway. I think I should tell them everything. It would be better than suddenly contacting them a few days before filming. Okay, let's do that. Once permission was given, the staff began to contact the agency at once. N.A. Jin-ho, looking at that scene, suddenly thought of Jin-seok. I guess I should contact that friend too. This work was an opportunity for Jin-seok to make a big splash. However, if production costs could not be found, producer N.A. Jin-ho did not intend to have Kang Jin-seok appear. This is because if a new actor appears and the work fails, it will not be that big of a blow at novel bin at. If it had been any other actor, I wouldn't have cared this much. But N.A. Jin-ho wanted to take special care of Jin-seok. The Jin-seok he knows is a passionate actor who did not give up on acting even though he had a really difficult life. An actor with both talent and personality. An actor like that. You can't destroy old people by fighting. N.A. Jin-ho, who had been thinking for a while, began sending a long text message to Jin-seok. I don't want to give up on this work because of something like this. Is there any way? I thought this rather depressingly. KL Entertainment is doing something interesting. I didn't realize it when I wasn't interested, but the entertainment industry is a really messy place. A man muttered while reading an internet article. B broadcasting station PD, even though there was already a nominee. The abuse of power by a producer with 20 years of experience, the dream of an actor with 10 years of experience trying to leap forward again. A senior PD who was recommended by a junior PD. The fairness that NPD was shouting for. KL Enter. Pay a large penalty and withdraw investment from a certain drama. The article the man is reading. Those were all articles published by KL Entertainment and KSC broadcasting stations early in the morning. He thought as he pounded on the desk. He said, Jin-soo asked me to do something, and I was planning to start an entertainment business. The timing isn't bad. It would be nice if we could make the BDD broadcasting station on our side. After closing his eyes for a moment to collect his thoughts, the man pressed a button attached to his desk. Beep dash. The voice of Miss Sung's secretary is heard along with the button beep. Yes, CEO. Did you call me? Yes. Please call the chief secretary. All right. The identity of the man who called the chief secretary. It is a global company that was asked to lead Jin-seok by his close friend, Jin-soo Park, CEO of OS International. It was oh heaven. After completing my shift at the cafe and while juggling part-time work at a warehouse, I received a text message bearing unfortunate news. It's been a while, Jin-seok Kang. This is PDNA Jin-ho. KSC Broadcasting Station and KL Entertainment's film writer, Kwon Chae-yoon, has produced a work with content similar to ours. Consequently, there have been some complications with investment. Nothing has been decided yet, but in the worst-case scenario, there is a possibility that filming will be cancelled. Alternatively, even if filming proceeds, Jin-seok may not be included. A promising rookie like Jin-seok should never appear in a drama with an insufficient production budget. I will contact you when there is new information to share. I don't know what happened, but judging by the content of the text, it didn't seem like I was dropped because of dissatisfaction. Then is it really because of investment? I continued to sigh out of concern and disappointment regarding the project. Whoa, Mr. Kim beside me inquired. Hey actor Kang Jin-seok. Why are you sighing again? Hasn't everything been going well these days? When Mr. Kim asked, the other guys turned their attention to me, indicating that perhaps they were curious too. Yes. It was going well, but suddenly the project might be cancelled. The work is cancelled. I don't know the details, but I think it's a money issue. The investor cancelled the investment. Then each of the men added a word of support. Why is that? They gave it to you, and now they will take it away. They are trash. Those guys are worse than Park Chun-sum. Therefore, even I couldn't do it. Not this. What? What about you? If I was feeling disappointed about the work, the men were becoming angry at the investor. These guys were angry on my behalf for a while, but they couldn't come up with a proper solution. Don't be too angry. The producer and writer are great people, so it will be resolved quickly. I spoke with a forced smile, but the men still seemed unable to shake off their anger. At that moment, the work foreman spoke. Hey, Jin-seok. Don't be too discouraged. It's not your fault. You will be fine. Yes. He responded in a subdued voice. Normally, I would have replied with enthusiasm, but today I didn't have the strength to do so. The work foreman sighed loudly and exclaimed. Hey, let's work hard today and finish it quickly. And let's go sing a song. It was a tradition in our warehouse to go to karaoke or have a drink whenever something bad happened. However, I haven't gone out for a drink since I got the role. The reason was that when I drink alcohol, I get a stomachache like old men. The work foreman looked at me and said, Jin-seok, do you want to go too? You're the most annoyed, so just go and sing one song together. I probably would have left with a smile, but honestly, I didn't feel like going to a karaoke bar right now. Since I had to prepare for the entrance exam, I didn't have much time. But they say they're going because of me. I can't not go. Even if I go to a karaoke bar, I don't stay long anyway. There might be time to sing just one song. All right. Then I'll just sing one song. When I told them I was joining, the guys moved faster. Since I have something to do today, I have to finish it all before I can go to karaoke. Crossing the moonlit street. Nothing? Nothing. Your lonely apartment. Us? SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS used to frequent. As soon as they arrived, the men started singing with great enthusiasm. I don't know if everyone wanted to sing, or if they just suddenly got excited. But today the tension was higher than usual. As I listened to the exhilarating song, my depressed mood seemed to lift. Of course, I was still worried. At that moment, after finishing their song, Mr. Park Chunsum spoke into the microphone. Guys, then what's next? Actor Kang Jinseok. Wah. Come out, Kang Jinseok. Jinseok, what are you going to sing? He took the microphone amid enthusiastic cheers. What should I sing today? Karaoke has always been associated with old men, because I didn't have time or leisure to go to karaoke alone. So the songs I often sang were almost the same as the songs they liked. Most of them were trot songs or emotional ballads that were hits in the 90s and 2000s. Today, the moment I grabbed the karaoke remote control and tried to choose a trot song that everyone knew, my vision started to blur. Suddenly, Street Light Fire, Passing By on a Cloudy Night, Your Scent. Mom, I like this song. Right? This is the song my dad sang when he proposed to my mom. Really? I guess dad sang well. Okay, mom fell in love with dad because he sang this song. It was Kim Yeonmi's memory. When she was young, it seemed like it was still a memory of her mother before she died. Yeonmi's mother sits cross-legged on the floor, plays an old acoustic guitar, and sings. She looked at her mother with a bright smile. Ding ding, ding. Street Light Fire, Passing By on a Cloudy Night, Your Scent. Kim Yeonmi, who looked like a middle school student. She was practicing her guitar, sitting on the floor in the same position as her mother. She must not have practiced much yet, and she was awkward at playing the guitar and singing. However, Yeonmi continued to practice while reminiscing about her memories with her mother. Yeonmi's father secretly watched this. Yeonmi's father could barely hold back his tears. Ding ding ding, the light of the street light your scent passing by on a cloudy night. Kim Yeonmi, wearing a high school uniform. She was sitting on the floor in the same position as before, playing her guitar. I guess I'm quite used to it now, but the playing was perfect. The singing was also of a high standard. So much so that I was amazed when I heard it. I want to convey my feelings? I keep getting annoyed at this part. I think my mom was like that too. Yeonmi cleared her throat and sang her song again. I want to sit down. Why do I keep making mistakes here? Kim Yeonmi keeps getting the same part wrong. What's surprising is that once you get past that part, the song continues so smoothly. Dad, I will sing as my specialty when I take the practical exam at Soguk University tomorrow. Is that okay? Do you really have to sing? It's hard to stand out in singing unless you're good at it. I'm good at singing. I practiced for a very long time. You're exactly like your mom. Okay, but you keep making mistakes in the same lyrics. Are you okay? It's a lot better these days. But how did you know that I kept making mistakes? Yeonmi Kim was holding her guitar in front of her father. She smiles and looks at her father. The father couldn't look at Yeonmi properly like that. He didn't drop her head, but he continued to avoid her gaze. On the other hand, Yeonmi continued to smile brightly and say, I didn't mean to do it. Kim Yeonmi was into acting from this point on. She acts like a childish person who doesn't know her father's feelings. It was an ironic performance that showed a sad yet bright side. With her acting, Kim Yeonmi hoped that her father would no longer be sad and that he would be happy. Her performance was so perfect that it almost went unnoticed. But I could tell that I could feel her emotions. Now he knows that when Yeonmi smiles, she doesn't smile. Let's think like that. I returned to the karaoke room again. Hey Jinseok, what are you going to sing? The Tiger Butterfly you always sing. I can't think of anything. I'll select first. Sharing these memories. Maybe Yeonmi is asking me for a favor. She asked me to sing the song she intended to perform in front of her father during the entrance exam. After thinking about it, I played the song using the karaoke remote control. The name of the song was Holding You in My Arms. Oh Hae-Newell, who called the chief secretary, was lost in thought. I was planning to start a business in the entertainment industry. Not bad timing. Oh Hae-Newell is the CEO of OS International, an affiliate of OS Group, one of the top 10 groups in Korea, and one of the 3 sons of the chairman of OS Group. As the chairman has recently aged rapidly, Oh Hae-Newell is also being mentioned as a candidate for the next chairman. However, he was significantly pushed out by his other 2 older brothers. There is only one reason. It's because he's a latecomer and came to work late. Just because he was born late doesn't mean he lacked ability. However, he was not raised with much care. Rather, he grew up much more difficult than his other brothers, and his abilities were also full. When Oh Hae-Newell was growing up, he was going through the IMF crisis when his company was on the verge of collapse. As a result, unlike his older brothers raised as chaebols from a young age, he did not enjoy the life of a chaebol. Instead, the experience at that time proved to be helpful. Thanks to it, he quickly opened his eyes to the way the world works. So, my father wants to give me a company. The problem is that there is no way the brothers can stay still. Although Oh Hae-Newell is more capable than his other brothers, he holds the lowest rank. If the company is handed over to Oh Hae-Newell, the lowest ranking person, it is natural that the company will split up. Nevertheless, the chairman of OS Group, who wanted to hand over the company to Oh Hae-Newell, ended up putting forward these conditions as the next best option. I will give the company to the son who achieves the best results. To fulfill this condition, O'Haniel thought of the entertainment business. Entertainment is a business area that OS Group has not yet touched. If he succeeds greatly in that field, no one will be able to oppose O'Haniel becoming the group's chairman. Now, O'Haniel was about to take the first step. Come on in, he responded to the chief secretary. Immediately, the door opened, and a man wearing glasses came in. Did you call me, representative? Yes, manager. I'm sorry, you must be busy. No. O'Haniel corrected his posture and spoke as he sat down. Did you know that KL Entertainment and KSC broadcasting stations keep BDD broadcasting stations in check? Of course. Recently, O'Haniel has been showing interest in the entertainment industry. O'Haniel's chief of staff couldn't have been unaware of the most important concerns in the entertainment industry today. After hearing the chief secretary's answer, O'Haniel spoke quietly. It looks like they're playing with money. We will provide that money. Wouldn't it be easy for OS Entertainment to establish itself then? How is it? The secretary thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I think it's a good idea to start an entertainment business while investing in their work. Yes. But is there a reason you are investing in this work? I'm sure there are many other works. O'Haniel smiled at the secretary's words. It was the smile of a businessman harboring a typical competitive spirit. Of course, there is a special reason. O'Haniel continued speaking calmly. First of all, it is the work of PDNA Jinho, who is being mentioned as a candidate for the next director of BDD. This is an opportunity to owe a big debt to a man who might become the next director. At the same time, it is the work of artist Cho So-kwon. If we help us this time, won't it be advantageous for our actors to get roles in the future? The chief secretary nodded. O'Haniel noticed that and continued speaking at them.Every. As a result of my personal research, the actors at the BDD broadcasting station were much better than those at the KSC broadcasting station. O'Haniel said that and took a moment to catch his breath and think of Jin-seok. And there is one more reason, but it may be too early. The chief secretary, who had been quietly listening to O'Haniel for a while, pondered for a moment and then lowered his head. If we can win the hearts of the next director and star writer by investing in their work, it seems like it would work cheaply. I didn't mention it, but if there's one more reason, I think it's an investment that must be made. O'Haniel smiled with satisfaction at the secretary's positive words. The chief secretary bowed his head and said, Then, I assume you understand. Go ahead. A big hand began to move from a place no one expected. Now, a big storm is about to blow in the entertainment industry. It was a time when universities were preoccupied with the significant issue of entrance exams. College entrance exams are a battleground for both applicants and the professors responsible for grading them. This is because applicants pay constant attention to the previous year's competition rate, and professors struggle to select students who stand out even slightly. In particular, arts-related faculties are busier because the basic competition rate exceeds dozens to one. Moreover, a prestigious school like Soguk University is genuinely bustling. But now, the atmosphere among the professors of the Department of Theater at Soguk University was a bit peculiar. They were all engrossed in watching the video of one applicant. Hello, Kang Jin-seok applied to the Department of Theater at Soguk University? Jin? 3? No, C. During the hectic admission period, professors watched Jin-seok's entrance exam video more than 10 times, each giving their own evaluation. The pronunciation is also accurate. He has a captivating power. Should I say that my emotions are melting? I know, right? It's an entrance exam video. It was captured very attractively, this guy. He also played a female role in free acting, but it was a very difficult script for a man to digest. The attitude towards acting is also very serious. I really want to see it. There are also professors who praised Jin-seok's self-introduction and acting. Which studio was it filmed in? I told them to send me a self-introduction video, and they sent me a PR video of the company representative. How many cameras did they use? There are at least 4. It looks like he put a lot of effort into editing, right? It must have cost a lot of money. There were also professors who admired the directing, filming, and editing aspects. This reaction was seen because each person has a different area of expertise. But their judgment was the same. Let's pick this one. Yes. Letters of recommendation are no joke. I see you've been cast in writer Jo So-kwon's work. Now that I think about it, I heard that writer Jo is working on a project with him and the producer. If those picky people choose him, it means he's talented enough. Everyone was giving Jin-seok not only good evaluations but also the best evaluations. The reason for this evaluation is not just because Jin-seok's video is good, or because the people who wrote letters of recommendation are great, or because Jin-seok was cast in a drama. Because Jin-seok had it all. The most important thing that professors consider when selecting students for college entrance exams is fairness. This fairness is the same as the idea that no matter who looks at it, this student deserves to be selected. Therefore, the applicants that professors like the most are students like Jin-seok. A student who will not have any problems if you select him without much thought. While the professors were absorbed in the video for a while, a man who came into the room spoke. But he still has to take the practical exam properly. We'll have to see what the acting actually looks like. The professors turned around when they heard a solemn voice coming from behind them. Professor Seung-hyeon Kim, Dean of the Department of Theater at Soguk University, was there. The excited atmosphere subsided at his appearance. This is because the dean of the department, Professor Seung-Hyun Kim, becomes very sensitive during the entrance exam season. The professor sitting in the far corner thought while looking at Professor Kim Seung-Hyun's eyes, I guess there's nothing we can do as his daughter's anniversary is approaching. Although it was quite a long time ago, there was no professor who did not know about the accident. It was a very serious accident that occurred at the crosswalk in front of the school. Meanwhile, Jinseok's audition video continued to play. Professor Seung-Hyun Kim stared at Jinseok's video. You're good at it. It seems like a lot of effort was put into the video. Although I have watched thousands of students' videos, this was the first time I had seen an applicant with this quality of video and skills. And something. It feels familiar. No, I feel nostalgic. It wasn't like I saw a face or heard a voice somewhere. But clearly, I felt an unknown familiarity from Jinseok. Professor Seung-Hyun Kim, who was lost in thought for a moment, spoke to the other professors. This student will be selected. If you have any objections, please let me know. When no one objected, Professor Seung-Hyun Kim spoke. Well then, please keep up the good work. There are still many applicants left to grade. The professors quickly dispersed after Professor Kim Seung-Hyun's words. Professor Seung-Hyun Kim thought as he looked at that. I guess I'll have to take this practical evaluation too. I need to find out what this feeling is. 10 years after his daughter's death, Professor Seung-Hyun Kim decided to enter the practical exam evaluation. I'm a little nervous. On the day of the practical exam for the Department of Theater at Sokook University, I was currently on my way to the practical exam center for the Department of Theater at Sokook University. I covered my face with thick horn-rimmed glasses and a mask in case someone recognized me, because other test takers might feel uncomfortable for no reason. It seems unlikely. At novel bin at. People don't recognize me just because I appeared on the talk show once. It's a very rare case that Mince's older brother recognizes me. There are so many people. At the front gate of the school, parents and friends were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. It seemed like I was the only one who came alone. In fact, I said that some men would come with me to the exam room today. However, it was obvious that if men gathered in groups, the atmosphere of the exam room would change from a tense and exciting youth campus to a service office atmosphere like something out of a noir movie. Doing so will definitely disturb other test takers. I couldn't cause that kind of damage just because I liked it. The guys were a little disappointed, but after watching people for a while, I stood at the end of the long crosswalk in front of the school. Yeonmi died at this crosswalk. He placed a small bouquet of flowers he had bought from a nearby flower shop at the end of the crosswalk. It wasn't something Yeonmi specifically asked for, but since he was here, he brought flowers as a gift. When I put down the flowers, other people looked at me strangely, but it didn't matter. I should go now too. The closer I got to the testing site, the heavier the atmosphere became. That would have to be the case, because this was a place to see the results of my efforts over the past few years. Maybe the college entrance exam is the cruelest audition. It was then. In the practical exam center building, people wearing necklaces that said Department of Theater Practical came out and spoke to the applicants. I will enter the applicant waiting room. Family and friends are not permitted to enter the waiting room. You will need to verify your identity when you come in, so please take out your admission ticket and ID card in advance. Then the surroundings became somewhat noisy. Fighting, my daughter. Best actor school? Alright, let's go to Sokook University. Don't try to be good, let's just try to pass. Most of the students were shouting to fight with their friends. It was like this when I took the qualification exam in the past. An atmosphere where you can hang out with acquaintances or friends. Even there, the test takers, except me, entered the testing room while receiving encouragement and support from those around them. It's not a big deal. It was obviously nothing, but it felt strangely bitter. Student, you must enter the testing room. At that moment, a familiar voice reached my ears. It was low, a bit playful, and pretending to be solemn. I turned around. Soft water. Hehe. What are you doing here, brother? I have to get in quickly. Why are you here? Originally, I was in charge of conducting practical exams at the student council. That's the student council. Oh, I see. Now that I think about it, I remember hearing something about her before. Seo Yunsu is active in the student council. And ... While I was contemplating, Seo Yunsu smiled and said, all the other students entered with support, but I was worried that my brother would enter alone, so I applied on purpose because I wanted to support you. How about it? Thank you. Seo Yunsu placed her hands on her waist, proudly pushed out her chest and said, it's the usual bright voice. Okay, thank you. He said it honestly, with a slight smile. No way. I came here like this, but that's all the reaction. Sorry. I really didn't even think about it. Thank you very much. And what is that guitar? Did you bring this to use in today's practical exam? Yes. I'll play the guitar. Hey, I thought you couldn't play a guitar. I didn't know. Seo Yunsu looked at the guitar I was carrying on my back as if it were fascinating. Then, she pointed to the practical exam room and said, alright, then, applicant Kang Jin-seok, please quickly move to the waiting room. Follow the guide's instructions and take out your admission ticket and ID card in advance. Seo Yunsu spoke again as solemnly as before. She was probably playing around to ease the tension. Yes, I understand. Great. Take this too. What Seo Yunsu offered was taffy. Taffy? Isn't that too much? I'll give it to you so you can take the test without any problems. You're not asking because you really don't know, right? I'm kidding. Thank you, I'll enjoy it. I took the taffy and put it in my mouth. He said as he headed toward the exam room. Thank you for your support. Are you coming to work part-time today? Yes. Okay, see you then. After the exam, if we have time, we can grab a meal together. Yes? Good luck with your exam. Let's eat together. After checking my admission ticket on the first floor, I proceeded to the waiting room. Some were meditating with their eyes closed, while others were stretching. At the same time, students were secretly observing one another. It's no different from an audition room. What's different is that entrance exams only take place once a year. Perhaps that's why there was a different tension in the audition room. At that moment, someone entered through the door and spoke loudly enough for the entire waiting room to hear. I will first guide everyone here. The test starts in 25 minutes. The order of the practical test is based on the number you received when checking your admission ticket. Okay, I'll see you in 25 minutes. After finishing his sentence, the man closed the door and quietly left. I will be extremely nervous when I enter the exam room for the first time. There won't be any time to relax. It may be different for each person, but I felt a bit nervous the first time I did anything. I searched for the paper I had received, hoping that it was not in the previous order. I put it in my pocket. Here it is. My number plate was stored deep in my pocket. As soon as I received it, I stashed it away and couldn't check the number. I pulled out a number ticket from my pocket and repeated a spell in my mind. It must be number 1. It's probably about 15 times. Unless an evil god is playing a trick, there's no way I'm number 1. I checked the number plate. Number 1. I was number 1. Why on earth am I number 1? Of course, someone will have to take the test first. But knowing that someone was me was another story. Number 1, is there any applicant Kang Jin-sok? At that time, the staff member who opened the door called my name. Even though I felt a bit embarrassed being number 1, I responded cheerfully, concealing any signs of it. Yes, here it is. Yes, I will head to the exam room now. As I walked slowly toward the door, I felt the gaze of other students. There was a mix of relief among those who weren't number 1 and nervousness among those eager to start faster. I'm even more nervous than during auditions. Some might find it strange that someone like me, accustomed to auditions, is nervous in the entrance exam hall. The feelings of the many auditions I had seen so far and the university exam center I attended for the first time were completely different. With my heart pounding, I followed the staff to the exam room. As we walked down the long hallway, the staff member who guided us smiled and said, "Are you nervous because you're number 1? I replied, "Yes. Yes. I'm a little nervous. I never thought I would be number 1. The host nodded in understanding, saying, "Actually, I also took the test the first time. So I know what it feels like. I'll make sure to do well on the exam before I enroll and then have a drink." The people who took the exam number 1 are quite close. There are many great people among those who graduated. While we were chatting about small things, we arrived at the practical exam center. The exam center was on the first floor, and outside the window, numerous students were walking around with their bags on their backs. Everyone looked like high school students, not college students. Then, fighting. Yes. After receiving the support of the staff member, I took a deep breath, opened the door to the examination room, and said loudly, "Hello, I'm majoring in acting, my number is 1. I said hello and gently placed the guitar I was carrying on my back on the floor. Then I looked up and saw the professors. But the eyes of the professors were too intense. Did I do something wrong? I didn't get that kind of look even at the audition. Rather, they talk to the applicant first so that they can see everything about the applicant and relieve the tension. But there was nothing like that in the examination hall. Fierce eyes that seemed to see through everything about me. They were like the eyes of an eagle looking at its prey. They said that going to college was like reaching the stars in the sky, and it was true. But strangely enough, I felt more comfortable as this atmosphere continued. Without knowing why, I remembered the first time I went to an audition. I was really nervous then, but now I'm relatively calm. I have grown up. I thought about it that way. It gave me confidence. I looked carefully at the faces of the professors again. The professor in the middle is Yeonmi's father. A slightly older face than the one I saw in my memory. His hair was white in places. Unlike the other professors who were staring at me, Yeonmi Kim's father was looking at documents. It was then that the professor on the far left spoke. "Please come forward and select the script for the day. Ambassador of the day. It is literally an ambassador given on the day to find out the applicant's true capabilities." "Yes," he replied vigorously and walked forward. "Keep your back straight and your eyes straight ahead." Since he believed that every gesture would be judged, he was able to show Kim Yeonmi what he had practiced. Standing in front of his desk, he thought for a moment about which script to choose. But it was upside down, so there was no point in worrying about it. Let's not waste our energy on something like this, let's just pick the closest one. I picked the script right in front of me. Then I turned around and went back to where I was originally standing. The professor who had just spoken spoke again. "I'll give you 10 minutes. You can read the script, analyze it, and then start acting." Yes. I unfolded the script. It said sitcom #1 at the top. I already knew that a sitcom script could be produced, so I wasn't embarrassed. Is this really going to come out? No, instead of being embarrassed, I could barely contain my laughter. Because this script. Hey, new recruit. Say it straight. Do you have a girlfriend? Then not the person you're dating, but the woman among your friends. Doesn't exist? Close your eyes. What do you see? It's dark. I don't know what it is. This is your military life from now on. It's your last chance. My elder sister or younger sister. Oh yes, sister. Are you pretty? I don't believe in words. Photos, bring photos. Family photos or whatever. That's it. Blue Tower. As soon as I saw it, my heart pounded. If you served in the Korean military, you probably watched the military sitcom Blue Tower once or even dozens of times. It was a great piece of work where you could hear the A sound of military life just by watching this sitcom before enlisting. And, unlike other test takers, I had completed my military service. To my shame, the unit I was in used to imitate Blue Tower when new recruits arrived. It was a kind of unit tradition, but eventually, the new recruits found out that it was a joke. Because of that, the unit traditions were dying, and that was the biggest worry for the seniors. So I had to be more realistic so the recruits wouldn't think it was a joke. Even though it was half a joke, I've done it dozens of times in earnest. Even in the actual military. I never thought that military experience would be helpful. I kept looking at the script while thinking about trivial things. The more I looked at the script, the more memories of that time unfolded in front of my eyes. Just like when he possessed Min-soo, Kang Ha-shin, and Yin-mi. I wondered what it would have been like if someone else had received this script. I'm sure he was just imitating something he saw on a sitcom. As with most acting, imitating what someone else has done is not only inappropriate but also neither funny nor touching. In particular, it is literally absurd for someone who has not completed his military service to imitate his military record. But I am different. Even without anyone's help, I was confident that I could do this act better than any other actor. A smile escaped my lips without even realizing it. I can't believe I got to say this line that I thought I'd never have to say again after being discharged. The preparation time the professor mentioned was 10 minutes. But I didn't need to see any more lines. Let's begin. The professors looked at their watches for a moment and then looked at me with puzzled eyes. You still have some time left, is that okay? It would be good for candidate Kang Jin-seok to use all of his time. The voice sounded a little concerned, but also a little offended. The professor's voice had a hint of "Are you ignoring the lines we gave earlier today?" I replied calmly. It's because there's an image that just came to mind. If I think about it, my head will get more complicated and I won't be able to show it as it is. After hearing my answer, the professor nodded as if he understood. Great. Then tell me the name of the script written on the script and start acting. Oh, by the way, you can do it while reading the script. Yes? The script title is Sitcom Number 1. Let's start acting. As soon as I finished speaking, I crumpled up the script. Because I didn't need to see the script. I approached the professors. I started acting while thinking of Sergeant Kang Jin-seok in the Republic of Korea Army, where time passes so slowly. Hey, new recruit. Say it bluntly. A voice that seemed to be saying something very serious. His eyes sent countless signals that nothing is more important than this. The expression of the professor with the wide forehead in front of me changed. He looked quite surprised. I spoke immediately without giving him time to come to his senses. Do you have a girlfriend? The testing room fell silent. In a solemn atmosphere, the professor shook his head slightly. Then not the person you're dating, but the women among your friends. A slightly disappointed voice. But the nuance is, there is still hope for you. Now I was completely immersed in those times. When the professor shook his head slightly again, my performance reached its peak. Doesn't exist. Cracked. A question that goes beyond disappointment and seems absurd. He said, clenching his molars. Close your eyes. A voice that was half air and half sound. Then the professors closed their eyes. I don't know why, but there was a female professor, too. Close your eyes. Jin-seok speaks with a long sigh. The professors closed their eyes without noticing when they heard Jin-seok's voice. There was no special reason. I just felt like I had to close my eyes because I was told to. What do you see? Jin-seok asked, and the professors answered in their minds. I can't see anything. Isn't it dark? Yes? Do you know what that is? This will be your military service from now on. It was like lightning. This is an exam room where the professor is A and Jin-seok is B, but the professors couldn't think of such a thing. The acting was so realistic that I was transported back decades without even realizing it. This is your last chance. My older or younger sister. Jin-seok's voice can be heard, not as calm as now, but full of excitement. From that point on, everyone could tell it was a joke, but the professors had already empathized with the new soldier. One of the professors remembered his older sister. It had been a while since she had been married, and her child had an older sister who was Jin-seok's age. Maybe he read the professor's expression, or maybe it was just good timing, but Jin-seok spoke into the professor's face with his eyes wide open. Okay sister. Are you pretty? Jin-seok's voice was full of anticipation. As soon as the professor heard these words, he thought of his older sister at novel.At. The question "is she pretty?" brought a face to his mind that made it impossible for him to nod his head. But he felt that he shouldn't shake his head here, so he nodded. Bang! Then Jin-seok hit the table where the professors were sitting. The professors were startled and jumped back at the sound. Before I could calm my heart, Jin-seok's line continued. I don't believe in words. Picture? Bring a picture? Family photos or something. Jin-seok's eyes were so wide that they seemed to jump out of his head, and he spoke so fiercely that spit splattered on his face. But none of the professors could say anything to Jin-seok. because Jinsook's acting is not acting. Reminds me of that guy from 20 years ago. This is not a level that can be achieved through practice. Even active soldiers can't do better than this. It is the kind of acting that seems to come with experience and countless rehearsals. Because it felt real. About a minute had passed since the end of the day's speech. I returned to where I had originally stood and remembered the performance from a while ago. Was it too real? The acting I did earlier was based on my experience. It was like playing a harmless prank on new recruits. The reason sitcoms are fun is because of the realistic settings and acting. This is probably the right way to act this time. While I was thinking about it, one of the professors said with a slight smile, "Tuvma, thanks for your hard work. I saw a good performance." This was the professor I acted on by spouting in his face. Fortunately, he didn't seem to be in a bad mood, though he did look a little tired. The professor sitting next to him said, Before I look at the applicant's specialties, I would like to ask you a few questions. Please feel free to say whatever you think." "All right. It is a practical test, but of course, there is also an interview." I did as Yeonmi had practiced, straightened my back, and looked at the professors with a slight smile. The professor asked, "Why did you apply to our school? There are many other good schools." He thought for about 5 seconds before answering calmly. "Because it was recommended by the best actors." Perhaps because it was an unexpected answer, the professor who asked the question was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled slightly and said, "Recommended by the best actors." His voice was definitely more pleasant than before. After all, professors are human beings, so it felt good to hear praise from them. Yes. After the first reading of Dreams of the Sun Rising, I had the opportunity to have dinner with other senior actors. Naturally, the topic of universities came up, and he recommended Sogek University. Slight smiles appeared on the faces of the other professors as well. Only Kim Yeonmi's father, Professor Kim Seung-hyun, remained expressionless the whole time. Is this the story of choosing our school because a senior recommended it? Is there any other reason? That's not all. Sogek University aims to cultivate professional acting and directing talents from the very first year. Also, when I work as an actor in the future, I know that the relationship between seniors and juniors is solid. The practice room, which is open 24 hours a day, is really well equipped. I recited the pride of the school that Seo Yunso had told me in advance and the characteristics of the school that I had personally discovered. The more I talked, the brighter the faces of the professors became. It is said that compliments make even whales dance. Several questions followed. Which actor do you think is a great actor? He is an actor who can possess a role rather than imitate it. There will be many difficulties when you become an actor in the future. How will you overcome them? I will grit my teeth and persevere, just as I have done so far. I persevered and passed the drama audition by myself. What will you do if you fail? I will improve my skills and try again next year. But I want to pass on the first try if possible. The professors smiled at my answer. Looking at the reaction, it didn't seem bad. I was worried, but in my opinion, I did better than I thought. Perhaps the reason I was able to answer confidently without being nervous was because I had gained Kim Yeonmi's memory. The professor said after a while, pointing his pen at his guitar lying on the floor. "I see you brought a guitar. Is singing your specialty?" "Oh, yes. I have prepared a song." "Great. Can I see it now?" "Yes." I carefully picked up the guitar that was lying on the floor. A guitar with a similar design to the one Yeonmi used before. It was a guitar that I finally found after wandering around a shopping mall in Paradise for a while. I took the guitar out and sat cross-legged on the floor like Yeonmi. There was a chair next to me, but I didn't sit on it on purpose at them.Every. Then Professor Seung-hyun Kim spoke with a slightly embarrassed voice. "It's okay to sit on the chair next to you. No, I feel comfortable in this position." Professor Seung-hyun Kim frowned slightly at my answer. It didn't seem like he was in a bad mood. Rather, it was because he wanted to concentrate and watch. "Let me see what you have prepared." Professor Kim Seung-hyun spoke with a more serious look in his eyes than other professors. He looked at me more seriously than when I was acting. Probably because Yeonmi and his wife were sitting while playing the guitar and singing. It might be a sad, unpleasant sight for him. Nevertheless, I had to play the guitar that way. The test room was quiet again. I closed my eyes and surrendered to Yeonmi's memories. Ding titty ding ding. The song I'm playing now is Yeonmi's mother's favorite song, Holding You in My Arms, which Yeonmi practiced so hard. Jinsook insists on sitting on the floor and playing the guitar. Looking at Jinsook like that, Professor Seung-hyun Kim thought, "You play the guitar in a very unique way." When he saw Jinsook, his wife and daughter vaguely appeared in his mind. Professor Seung-hyun Kim immediately shook his head and erased such thoughts from his mind. Personal feelings should not be included in the evaluation of applicants. My wife and daughter are probably not the only ones sitting on the floor playing guitar. Ding titty ding ding. What kind of song is that? However, when Jinsook started to play the guitar, Professor Seung-hyun Kim clenched his fists without realizing it. How could this song be? Why is it in that position? Humans are simple animals. When you smell a fragrance similar to someone you loved, you think of that person, and when you eat food similar to the home-cooked food you ate as a child, you think of your parents who cooked it for you. The same goes for music, of course. Ding 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 dong. As the beautiful melody flowed from Jinsook's guitar, Professor Seung-hyun Kim couldn't help but feel his heart pound. This is the song he sang to his wife when he asked her to marry him. A guitar that his wife played in the same position every day until she died. Putting it all together, the song their daughter said she would sing in front of them. He said he would also invite Yeonmi to his examination room. Now I realized that the guitar was similar to the one Yeonmi used. The person in front of me is a man named Kang Jin-seok, whom I met for the first time today. But Professor Kim Seung-hyun could not get rid of the thoughts of his wife and daughter that kept popping into his head. That song and that attitude at that time. Even the place. Everything reminded me of my daughter and my wife. It went on for a long time. Jin-seok began to sing. Street light light your scent passing by on a cloudy night. Professor Seung-hyun Kim is not a musician, so I don't know if he can play the guitar or sing well. Of course, I could tell that Jin-seok's breathing and posture were good when he sang. Professor Kim Seung-hyun was also well aware of the importance of breathing and posture in acting. But Professor Kim Seung-hyun did not have time to worry about that right now. Professor Kim Seung-hyun was now immersed in happy memories. I want to express my feelings. Well, it's off. The commonly known Jeep sorry. When Jin-seok made a mistake while singing a beautiful melody, the other professors started to write something on their evaluation sheets. On the other hand, Professor Seung-hyun Kim was overcome with emotion. As time passed, I wiped the tears from my eyes with my now rough hands. Tears slowly but surely filled his eyes. My wife. His daughter always made mistakes here. How? No. Why is even this part wrong? As soon as he thought that, several scenes flashed through his mind. Memories of his wife making mistakes and being embarrassed while singing him songs. And the moment when their daughter smiled brightly next to him. Honey. Yeonmi. After his wife died, his daughter practiced singing on a guitar that was much bigger than her body. She kept repeating the same mistakes in the same places, blaming herself. He didn't avoid Yeonmi's eyes at that time. In the end, he imagined his daughter playing the guitar and singing in front of him, which he had not seen. If Yeonmi had taken the test, Yeonmi must have made the same mistake. Professor Kim Seung-hyun had never shed a tear since the death of his wife and daughter. No matter how sad a work he saw or how sad a song he heard, he was unimpressed. Because he was never sadder than when he lost his wife and daughter. Holy shit. What is this? Kim Seung-hyun was sadder than anyone else and shed tears. I tried to rub my eyes roughly, but the action actually brought out more tears. Whoa. When coincidences overlap 3 times, it is said to be fate. The first time Jin-seok sat on the floor and played the guitar, Professor Seung-hyun Kim thought it was a coincidence. He also thought it was a coincidence that his wife liked it and that their daughter chose the song she wanted to sing. But when the mistakes he made were always the same, it could no longer be dismissed as a coincidence. Is there some kind of connection? Share your dreams. When the song ended, the professors stopped writing on the evaluation paper and looked up at Jin-seok. Great. Thank you for your hard work. Just as one of the professors was about to say something, Professor Kim Seung-hyun stood up and interrupted the other professor. Mr. Kang Jin-seok. Jin-seok looked at Professor Seung-hyun Kim and replied softly. Yes. Just one impromptu act. No, please. When my daughter died in my arms in a car accident, her hot blood soaked my shirt. Just like that time, my shirt was soaked. But not with blood, but with tears. Professor Seung-hyun Kim said, forgetting that his clothes were wet. A daughter dying in his father's arms. No, it's okay if it's a son. Try to act out that person's emotions. What if Jin-seok is related to Professor Seung-hyun Kim? It might give him the answer he's been curious about all his life. Is it okay to play a child who dies in his father's arms? When Jin-seok asked again, Professor Seung-hyun Kim nodded. The professors next to him were embarrassed by the tears that continued to flow, but no one objected, knowing his sense of loss. All right. Yeonmi's father, Professor Seung-hyun Kim, looked at me with tears in his eyes. After a while, Professor Seung-hyun Kim spoke to me with a voice that seemed to contain his emotions as much as possible. A daughter dying in her father's arms. No, it could be a son. Try to act out that person's emotions. Anyone who was asked to do an improvisation like that would be embarrassed, because it would be an improvisation that I had never thought of. But I already know the answer. The same act Yeonmi tried to perform for her father before she died. There is no need to analyze, exaggerate, or force it. All I have to do is show the fleeting emotions that Yeonmi was unable to show in the end. All right. When I answered, Professor Seung-hyun Kim leaned his body against the desk. His arm leaning against the desk was shaking as if he had lost his strength. He wiped his eyes with a shaking hand. The eyes, blurred with tears, were clearly visible. Then you can see me clearly now. After entering the examination room, I continued to play Kim Yeonmi. Not only the tone of voice, walking, and gaze but also playing the guitar and singing. Yeonmi showed me everything she had prepared. Now it is time for Yeonmi to show her father the last act she wanted to do. Before Yeonmi died, she tried to smile at her father. I just have to show it. The scene and the emotion were already engraved in his heart. I slowly approached Professor Kim Seung-hyun. Every time he took a step, his expression changed. The first thing to change was his eyebrows. I can't help but furrow my eyebrows because they are full of pain, suffering, and regret. I try to straighten my expression somehow, but it doesn't work. I take another step closer. Only one thing has changed now. Tears fill my eyes. At the same time, I tried to smile somehow, so my eyes opened in a small crescent shape. Murmuring. Then tears welled up and flowed down my cheeks. But his eyes are still smiling, wondering if his father, left alone, will be worried. Take a step closer. Now I was standing in front of Yinmi's father. The last thing to change was my smile. I force myself to smile so hard that my gums are visible. Since it is the easiest part of the face to move, I somehow do my best to fake a smile. A somewhat, no, very forced smile. At the same time, I bite my lower lip so as not to show that I am sad or in pain. Because of the pain, he came to his senses at the end and barely looked into his father's eyes. The most forced smile in the world was painted on my face. A smile so awkward that it couldn't even be called acting. But that smile was full of satisfaction. It was the smile Yinmi wanted to show her father in her last moments. He made eye contact with Yinmi's father. His face is blurred and full of tears. There are probably tears in his eyes as well. He smiles so hard that his facial movements tremble. But this is also one of Yinmi's appearances. There was silence and the other professors took turns looking at Professor Kim Seung-hyun and me. The professors who opened their mouths to say something ended up saying nothing. Professor Seung-hyun Kim, who had managed to control his emotions, sat down weakly in his chair. He covered his face with his hands and said to me, "Thank you," something I had never seen in my dreams. No, I wanted to see it even in my dreams. For showing me a smile. His voice was full of sadness, but it was more reassuring than ever. The eventful Soguk University entrance exam was over. Yinmi's emotions, which did not go away even after the test was over, overwhelmed his heart. So, without even realizing it, tears continued to flow. I washed my face with cold water in the bathroom to sort out my emotions as quickly as possible, but it didn't really help. It's really not easy. I once saw an internet article like this. It was an interview with a movie actor, and he said that when he works on a project, he gets so immersed in his role that his personality changes for a while. At that time I didn't understand what that meant. However, when I played Minsu, Kang Ha-shin, and Yinmi, I was able to understand exactly what he was saying. Is that why good actors stay at home when they're not working? I try to manage my mentality. Squeaking, I turned off the faucet, walked out, and went to the elevator. I saw my reflection in the iron door of the elevator. The eyeball was swollen from crying too much and his eyes were red like a rabbit. If anyone sees me, they'll think I'm crying because I failed the exam. While I was thinking this, the elevator opened. Huh? Have you finished your exam? But, what's going on? Seo Yinsu stepped out of the elevator. Her voice was welcoming at first, but when he saw my face, he became worried. I was a little surprised by Seo Yinsu's sudden appearance, but she smiled and said it was no big deal. Oh, I was so absorbed in the test that I ended up crying. It's no big deal. Shall we get something to eat? Oh, you can't leave because the test isn't over yet. At my words, Seo Yinsu seemed to want to ask something, but she spoke with her usual bright smile. Just say you'll be back after a quick meal. Anyway, we decided to take turns eating. By the way, Seo Yinsu blurted out a bit. Then she continued speaking. It wasn't just an act, you were really immersed in the test to the point of crying. It just happened that way. Hey, I see. I thought you were crying because you failed the test. I was surprised. It must have looked that way. Anyway, I'm glad you did well on the test. Then let's go eat. I, the senior, will live today. You're a senior if you haven't passed the exam yet. If you're at least as good as your brother, you'll probably pass. Yinsu sticks out her tongue slightly and speaks playfully. Then she said as she got back on the elevator. Anyway, I wish an actor as good as my brother cried during the practical exam. Maybe I'll be a senior. The word chief, which I had never thought of, came out of Yinsu's mouth. A bar in Gangnam, Seoul. The gleaming marble table was filled with alcohol and snacks. At the table, a man is smiling and drinking. Next to him, a man with a mischievous smile was pouring drinks and flirting. The man who poured the drink said with a smile, "Director, thank you very much for giving us something big this time." The man who just spoke is Moon Jong-seo, drama director at KSC Broadcasting. Oh my, director, why are you doing this? I just wanted to do a mutually beneficial deal. Haha, is that so? The man he was talking to was the director of KL Entertainment. Moon Jong-seo spoke carefully. But you even paid a fine to BDD. The amount must be quite large. Director, as I said before, that kind of money is not a big burden for us at KL Entertainment. The director immediately added in a subdued voice. You know that we have a lot of money. Please just make this drama good. That is all. Director Moon Jong-seo clenched his fist and said his words. Of course. KL Entertainment even supported the production costs and the actors, so we have to make it good. KL Entertainment is one of the top 3 actor management companies in Korea. He is also a giant in the entertainment industry, having recently successfully launched an ambitious idol group. Moon Jong-seo was full of confidence because he was producing a drama that was fully supported by such a company. Since it is the work of writer Kwon Chae-yoon, box office success is guaranteed. And the competing BDD channel has already gone out of business. You can't fail if you want to fail. The only thing I was worried about was writer Kwon Chae-yoon's shitty personality, but it wasn't a problem for this work. Since most of the actors are from KL Entertainment. Since many of the actors are from KL Entertainment, the largest investor in the production, any minor disputes that arise during the filming will be resolved by KL Entertainment. I just have to organize it at them.Every. A job that has no competition and any problems that arise during production are handled by other companies. It was like blowing your nose without touching it. Then, director, let's have another drink. KL Entertainment and KSC Broadcasting. The two exchanged sinister smiles and drank their drinks. Ah, brother. Please, how can I not? Jinho, sorry. I talked to my superiors, but they are very skeptical about the investment. So you ask your brother directly. This work is sure to be a hit, right? A conference room at the BDD broadcasting station. Producer N.A. Jinho and the other production staff look haggard as if they hadn't been home for several days. Their clothes reeked of stale cigarette smoke, but no one cared. It had to be like this. Now they had to use their personal connections as much as possible to find an investment site as quickly as possible. I'm sorry. I think that's all I can do. I'm really sorry. Ah, brother. Really? Duh. Fuck. Phew. Producer N.A. Jinho cursed and tried to throw his cell phone, but barely stopped himself. He then used his pen to roughly scribble and erase a contact number written in his notebook. When I helped you in the past, I told you to ask for anything. You bastards. While working as a producer for the past 20 years, N.A. Jinho has built up connections in various fields. From executives of medium-sized companies to village chiefs. He contacted everyone he thought could invest in the project. However, no one reached out to N.A. Jinho. Have KL Entertainment and KSC already agreed to this? This is a work in which existing investors withdrew their investment and paid a penalty. You are either a fool or a crazy person to invest in such a work. Even a rich man with a lot of money would not invest in such a work. Honestly, there's no way I would invest in my work under those circumstances. Buck buck. While N.A. Jinho was nervously scratching his head, the door to the conference room opened and BDD drama director Choi Hoon walked in. He was holding a lunchbox and a drink. How are you feeling? Did you get something? Choi Hoon said with a small sigh in the quiet atmosphere. Sorry, I'm trying my best. As N.A. Jinho spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room became calmer. An atmosphere of defeat and disappointment. Choi Hoon wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth again. No matter what I say now, it won't make you feel better. Hey, come to your senses and eat something first. And then go home for a while. Mr. Yezu will be worried. Choi Hoon said as he placed lunchboxes in front of the employees one by one. The lunchbox was warm as if it had been heated somewhere. Thank you for this food. I will enjoy it. Choi Hoon stared blankly at the ceiling as the helpless employees greeted him. After. This is the first time I have felt so helpless. I have been through a lot since BDD broadcasting station was new. There is no answer like this. Choi Hoon also tried to find money through his personal connections. But he couldn't find the right investors. Should I finally go to the bank? Banks don't really give you money either. Shit. What? While I was thinking that, the director's cell phone rang. 010XXXXXXXX. Who is this? Even though it was a number I didn't know, I answered without thinking too much. If it's spam, I'm ready to curse and hang up just to vent my anger. Hello. Hello. Is this the contact information for the drama director of BDD broadcasting station? Director Choi Hoon. This is the first time I've heard this voice. The person on the other end knew exactly who he was because of his deep, deep voice that was easy to hear. Perhaps thinking that this was not a matter to be taken lightly, he replied calmly without losing his politeness. Yes, but who are you? Nice to meet you. My name is Kong Kai-Yong-sik, and I am the Chief Secretary to CEO O'Haniel of OS International. A phone call from an unexpected person. Normally, I would have thought it was spam or voice phishing, but the other person's mood was too unusual to say. I would like to meet the director and N.A. Jinho. When would be a good time? I would like to meet them in person and talk about investing in a drama. Yes? Investment. The director's embarrassed voice made everyone in the room look at him. While Director Choi Hoon was talking on the phone with a puzzled expression on his face, N.A. Jinho asked. Why, director? What is going on? Choi Hoon put his index finger over his mouth. He meant to be quiet. If it's an OS group, is it the OS group I know? While Choi Hoon was racking his brain, the chief secretary spoke again. Originally, I was supposed to contact you using our company number, but the CEO instructed me directly, so I contacted you personally. Ah yes. Choi Hoon's voice was slightly shaky because he had not fully grasped the situation. I hope we can schedule it as soon as possible, but the director and producer must be very busy, right? Hearing the Secretary General's words, Choi Hoon looked at his cell phone and said, Oh, no, no, I'm really busy, but still, it is possible right now. Where should I meet you? You can come to the OS International headquarters. I will send you the company address. Please contact us when you arrive. Yes. At Novel bin at. The call ended with these words. The conference room was filled with curiosity and subtle anticipation. As everyone looked at him quietly, Choi Hoon spoke with a slightly shaking voice. Hey, Jinho. Choi Hoon just called his name like he would if he met him privately. That's how confused he was. Yes, director. You quickly go home, take a shower, and change your clothes. No. As for the clothes, let's go buy a dress shirt and a pair of jeans in front of here. Go to the sauna first. N.A. Jinho looked confused at Choi Hoon's words. Why? Wait, did you just call an investor? Investments are probably coming in. I'm a little worried, but first you have to get the investment. The employees clenched their fists at the director's words. Their haggard faces began to come to life. Nothing is certain yet, but where is even a glimmer of hope? Done. As expected, director. I believed it. I have to go to the sauna and get some sleep. Na Jinho asked again as if he couldn't believe it. Someone is investing in my work? Really? I called around the clock for several days, but no one was willing to help. So Na Jinho couldn't believe that an investor had come forward. Where? Could it be? A bank? Are you sure they will give us the money? Choi Hoon scratched the back of his head and said, actually, I don't even know what happened to me. The OS Group is investing. To be precise, it is OS International. Does it matter now? First of all, wash up quickly. OS Group. This was an investor that no one in the room could have imagined. Where is it? The address they texted is right here. After hearing that they had found an investor, Na Jinho and Choi Hoon went to the meeting place as soon as they finished their preparations. The place they arrived at was the headquarters building of OS International, which is said to be the most popular of the OS Group's subsidiaries. Na Jinho and Choi Hoon looked around at the entrance of the building where many office workers came and went. Where should we go? He asked me to contact him when we arrive. Choi Hoon called again from the number he had just called. Hello, Director, have you arrived yet? Oh yes, we are at the entrance now. Choi Hoon held the phone with both hands and spoke politely. He looked more like a new employee than a director. Please wait a moment. I will send someone now. All right. Soon after, a woman in a neat suit came out of the building and looked around. Making eye contact with the two people who were waiting anxiously, the woman approached with her attendants. Hello, my name is Jueung Han from the Representative Secretary's office. You are Director Choi Hoon and producer Na Jinho, right? Choi Hoon and Na Jinho also greeted Han Jueung politely. I'm Choi Hoon. Yes. I'm Na Jinho. Yes. Nice to meet you. The manager is getting ready to welcome you too, so we will take you to the conference room first. Yes. The two people didn't know that they would be treated like VIPs, so they were even more embarrassed than when they first heard that OS Group was investing. When we entered the headquarters building, we were shocked. This is because the executive-only elevator was waiting. You reserved the elevator in advance? Director, what kind of relationship do you have with OS Group? You can get on. Han Jueung spoke to them as they stood there blankly. Choi Hoon and Na Jinho straightened their hair, adjusted their ties, and got on the elevator. While the elevator was going up, Choi Hoon had many things he wanted to ask Han Jueung. Why did they suddenly decide to invest in our drama? Before that, why is OS Group suddenly interested in broadcasting and is it planning to enter the entertainment business this time? It would be obvious to answer that I don't know. I will have to ask the chief secretary later. Choi Hoon and Na Jinho arrived at the conference room under Han Jueung's guidance. Boss, this is Han Jueung. Choi Hoon and Na Jinho have arrived. Come in. When permission was given, Han Jueung opened the door. Hello. Nice to see you too. I'm the chief secretary Kang Kai-yong-sik. Please come in first. At the door, a middle-aged man with handsome white hair smiled and handed Choi Hoon a business card. Thank you. I'm Choi Hoon, drama director at BDD Broadcasting. I'm PD Na Jinho. After exchanging business cards, Chief of Staff Kang Kai-yong-sik spoke first. First of all, thank you for taking the time to do this. I should have done it quickly because it was an order from the CEO, but I'm glad. Oh, no. We really appreciate it, but is it true that you guys are investing in our work? Choi Hoon first confirmed the most important thing. Of course. We are planning to invest more than the amount we decided to invest in KL Entertainment. When the words KL Enter came out, Choi Hoon swallowed dryly. If you know that KL Entertainment withdrew its investment, it seems like you know most of the circumstances. This time, Na Jinho asked cautiously in response to the secretary's words. If it's more than KL Enter, how much exactly? We are thinking of up to double the amount that KL Entertainment decided to invest. Double. As soon as they heard these words, Na Jinho and Choi Hoon looked at each other. Twice. This person. No, does this person know how much it is? Chief Secretary Kang Kai-yong-sik, seeing the look in their eyes, smiled slightly and handed the documents to them. This is a contract made in our format. We have already signed it. All you have to do is sign it. Hearing that the contract had already been prepared, Choi Hoon hurriedly checked the contract. Seeing Choi Hoon's unusual reaction, Na Jinho quickly checked the contract and covered his mouth. Oh my god. It's really double. After a while, Choi Hoon, who had carefully read the contract from beginning to end, spoke up. The contract seems really good. One thing that worries me is that I don't think this contract is very beneficial to the OS Group. While Choi Hoon spoke cautiously, the chief secretary gestured as if to continue. So I would like to ask if there are any requirements that would be difficult to write into a contract. A requirement that would be difficult to write into a contract. It often means content that would be socially criticized if it were made into a document. For example, it starts with asking certain actors to go out for drinks, and when the ratings of a drama exceed a certain level, some of the actors who appear in it have to film commercials for investment companies at a low price, and so on. Most of these things are related to the actors, and they happen often, knowingly or unknowingly. Of course, since the station does not have the authority to move the actors, each agency has to be persuaded or pressured first. Of course, this is very embarrassing for the station. We don't want that. If we wanted that, we would have gone directly to the agency. With so much money, anything is possible. In response to Choi Hoon's question, the chief secretary smiled and shook his head. And our CEO is not the right person for that? Choi Hoon nodded as the Secretary General spoke calmly while drinking tea. The Chief Secretary saw this and said, handing over a bundle of documents. That doesn't mean we're just investing for the sake of it. We are also a company. Please take a look at this. Choi Hoon read the document given by the Chief of Staff. OS Entertainment Business Plan D. Is the OS Group planning to enter the entertainment industry? It would be a big deal if OS Group entered the entertainment industry. Although I was quite surprised inside, I didn't show it and quickly skimmed through the documents. It looks like you have put a lot of thought into this. Since it was an established large company, the business plan was well organized. On the last page of the business plan, something very important to Choi Hoon was written. Actively include celebrities in BDD's dramas and entertainment shows. Subsequently, OS Entertainment's own planned program utilizing awareness was aired on BDD Broadcasting Station, etc. Several projects to be carried out with the BDD Broadcasting Station were planned in great detail. As Choi Hoon read the page carefully, the Chief Secretary said, as you can see, this time we are planning to invest heavily in such collaborations, he said. This is to quickly grow the entertainers we will create in the future. Choi Hoon swallowed dryly at the Chief Secretary's words. Also, the OS Group is not normal. If the BDD channels do not have this money, they will have to abandon the work they have been preparing for a long time. And in the meantime, their competitors will benefit enormously. But if I just eat this money, BDD can put OS Entertainment on a leash. This money is a very tasty medicine. Only time will tell if it is poison or great medicine. While Choi Hoon was thinking, the Chief Secretary smiled and said, then please take your time and think about it. You two need to discuss this, so I will take your place. As soon as the secretary left the room, N.A. Jinho wrote his name on the contract without hesitation. Choi Hoon saw this and yelled at N.A. Jinho, hey, N.A. Jinho, are you crazy? No matter how much you want to receive investment, it's a completely blank check condition. Director, look at the list of recruited actors over there. N.A. Jinho interrupted Choi Hoon's worried conversation and pointed to the OS Entertainment business plan. Choi Hoon checked the list. 1. Kang Jin-seok. 2. A new actor who fits the image of the OS Group. Group's image. After recruiting more than 5 actors including Kang Jin-seok, the idol business began. It was a very bad list. So much so that it put to shame the dozens of pages of detailed business plans I had read before. However, Director Choi Hoon could not take his eyes off the name written at the top. Kang Jin-seok? Wait, where did I hear that? This time, it was the name of the newcomer that N.A. Jinho was most looking forward to. N.A. Jinho spoke softly to Choi Hoon. He's really talented, but he's an actor who hasn't even debuted yet. I met him after Manso introduced him to me. Anyway, the person who ate jjambap at the station until I threw up, also a newly discovered actor. But if a company that hasn't even been founded knows about such an actor, either OS Entertainment's intelligence is not average, or that friend's sponsor. It will be one of those two things. This guy will definitely be a big hit. Having an entertainment agency like this first will be beneficial to us, but it will definitely not be a loss. N.A. Jinho gave Choi Hoon a pen and said, and anyway, if this drama is successful, will I be the next director? I will take the responsibility, so please sign. Choi Hoon sighed at N.A. Jinho's confident voice. Choi Hoon thought for a while. Are you sure you'll be okay? I'll be retiring soon, but you'll have to stay at BDD for a long time, right? Older brother. I'm sure. Anyway, if I can't film this drama, I'll leave too. Even my brother didn't get any applause when he left. When N.A. Jinho said this, Choi Hoon could not stop him. Whoa, I can't believe I have to decide something like this in my later years. My arms are really strange too. Choi Hoon shrugged his shoulders and signed the contract as if everything would be fine. Okay, do what you want. If you need help later, let me know. I will report directly to the president regarding the investment in this project. Thank you. Drama investment. An alliance was formed between OS Entertainment and BDD Broadcasting Station. Chief of Staff Kang Kyong-sik has returned. Have you made your decision? N.A. Jinho said as he handed the contract to the smiling Chief Secretary. Yes. I understand your intention to invest in our work and we will proceed in this manner. Fortunately, our CEO will be very happy to hear that the contract has been signed. Yes. Now that we have signed the contract, I would like to explain the work. As N.A. Jinho spoke and took the script out of his pocket, the Chief Secretary waved his hand. You don't need to explain. I know what it's about. At novel bin at. N.A. Jinho swallowed dry saliva at these words. Did you hear what we explained to the other investors? Whatever it was, the information power of the OS Group was amazing. Hajiya. So they must have prepared the contract in advance like this. There is no way that such a large amount of money would be invested in such a rigorous job. Chief of Staff Kang Kyong-sik spoke at that time. Instead, I have a request. I wish we could change the script a little. If you want to change the script, are we going to do it live? Dramas are usually divided into pre-production and side script. Pre-production literally means filming and broadcasting everything from start to finish after the script has been completed. Side scripts are also commonly referred to as live because the script is not properly prepared before filming, but only as much as is needed to be filmed is done right before filming. Are we trying to overturn the script that has already been written? N.A. Jinho thought as he drank water. Since this is BTD's own production and not outsourced, there will be no delays in the shooting schedule due to external factors. Also, since the script was already written, there was no need to rush into production. Of course, there is the advantage of being able to make changes in the meantime while watching the reactions of the viewers. If possible, I didn't want it to be live, because it is really no different from war. However, if the investor who invested such a large amount of money wanted it, no matter how much Na Jinho did, there was nothing he could do. Do you think the manager doesn't like the script right now? When Na Jinho asked cautiously, the chief secretary smiled and said as if to tell him not to worry. Haha, no, I really enjoyed it. And OS Group is not an unprecedented company. At this, director Choi Hoon, who was quietly listening to the story next to him, breathed a sigh of relief. Then what do you mean you want to change the script? We felt that episode 6 was a turning point in the work. What do you think, PD and director? Na Jinho thought deeply while holding water in his mouth. Episode 6. This is the episode where Nakamura gets shot. Nakamura harasses the Koreans from episode 1 and confronts the main characters of the story. Nakamura decides to help Josian and does so in episode 4 or 5, and dies in episode 7. Therefore, episode 6 is a very important moment in the development of the work. In a way, this episode can be said to be the biggest turning point in the work. This is because the lives of the main characters change significantly with Nakamura's death. There is no need to point out and change episode 6. I never thought I'd get the script. I had reasonable doubts. Maybe one of the actors had connections with OS Group and showed them the script and asked for investment. Probably not the production crew. If he had that kind of connection, he would have told the producer himself in advance. Han Jae-hoon, Lee Hyena, the main characters came to mind first. Then Jinseok suddenly came to mind. Yes, it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't him. If the OS Group and Jinseok knew each other, his doubts would be understandable. Jinseok's name is on the recruitment list and the chief secretary knows exactly what the drama is about. And they even wanted to change the content from before and after the episode where Jinseok dies. It all fit together perfectly. But that won't be it. If he had connections with the OS Group, actor Kang Jinseok wouldn't have had such a hard time. If Jinseok had connections with the OS Group executives, it would be something that only happens in novels. I don't know. There was nothing to be sure of. Rather, what we have to do now is decide whether to film live from episode 7 on. But this is not something I can decide alone. According to the current script, Nakamura will die and the main characters will have to overcome the crisis on their own. If Nakamura doesn't die, you can still get help from Nakamura. Even if he is the general manager, the PD cannot decide such important work settings on his own. Na Jinho, who had been thinking for a while, folded his hands and said, Chief, I'm sorry, but I can't give you a definite answer right now. I think I'll have to ask the writer Jo So-kwon who wrote the script. Oh, I guess so. Could you please contact him now? I'm also in a position where I have to report to the CEO. All right. Na Jinho immediately called the writer, Jo So-kwon. Yes, PD. A very tired voice comes from the other end of the phone. Maybe writer Jo So-kwon was also looking for investors. PD Na Jinho said with a smile. Writer, there is good news. I found an investor. Writer. When nothing was said, PD Na Jinho called writer Jo So-kwon. After a while, writer Jo So-kwon's voice, almost a roar, was heard through the cell phone. Is it true? Really? That's it. And I really thought it would go away. I lost a lot of hair in the meantime. Because of stress. My hair is falling out. For some reason, it didn't seem like anybody cared. Haha. Yes, that's right. But there is something I need to discuss with the writer. Yes, that. The investor wants us to go into pre-production until episode 6 and change the script from episode 7 on. Live from episode 7. Episode 6 is the episode where Nakamura gets shot. Right. Yes. Jo So-kwon thought for a moment and then spoke in his characteristic relaxed voice. PD, just go ahead. It's okay. Jo So-kwon seemed to be making a decision too easily, so Na Jinho asked with a worried voice. Are you sure you're okay? If it's because of the investment. It's okay. This is Jo So-kwon. There is no problem, please continue. You can change the script based on the audience's reactions. The actors and crew are having a hard time. Well, Na Jinho thought for a moment and spoke after hearing Jo So-kwon's confident voice. I understand, writer. Then we will do it. When Na Jinho hung up the phone, the chief secretary asked. What happened? The writer said he would try his best. It might be a bit difficult, but we have to listen to the suggestions of the OS Group that invested in us. The chief secretary smiled brightly at Na Jinho's positive words. It must have been a difficult decision, but thank you. For now, I think this is all I need to tell you. Shall we end the meeting here and go for a meal? Great. Na Jinho smiled faintly as he walked to the restaurant with his chief secretary. I told the other actors to contact the assistant director and the AD. I guess I'll have to contact Jinseok Kang directly. Since he was the one who broke the news that the filming might be ruined, it was Na Jinho who tried to find an investor himself. Wow, I'm especially tired today. After taking the college practical exam and having a quick meal with Seo Yunso, I returned home after working part-time at a cafe. After some sleep, I'm on my way to my part-time job at the warehouse. Even today, some guys came first. The first person to greet me was Mr. Kim. Oh, Jinsook is here. Today was college exam day, right? How was it? Yes. I think I did well. I was a little nervous, but it was okay. When I said this with a smile, Mr. Kim said with a mischievous expression. Wow, you got a lot of confidence after a few auditions. It's not like that. I just got a little lucky. That time when I talked to Mr. Kim about little things. Whoa. Oh, wait a minute. My pocket vibrated. A person calling? Producer N.A. Jinho appeared on the screen. As soon as I confirmed his name, I quickly answered the phone. Yes, PD. This is Kong Jinsook. Actor Kong? Sorry. I didn't call you at the crack of dawn and wake you up while you were sleeping, did I? Producer N.A. Jinho's voice sounds like it's soaked in alcohol. But it didn't seem like he made the call without thinking while under the influence of alcohol. Yes? It's okay, I'm doing a part-time job right now. What's going on? A rovite? No way. You're going to be a star now, but I need to sleep right now. Star? Yes? What was that? What do you mean? I said I found investors for our filming. Production costs have also increased significantly, so we can do better. Amada, I have a question. Are you going out with the CEO of OS Group? OS Group? What does that mean? At this time, someone was changing the call of PDNA Jinho. On the other side of the cell phone, Ryder? I hear voices like, I'm going to tell you, and do you know how disgusting it is to call someone while drunk? Oh, hello, Jinsook Kong. Yes, this is Kong Jinsook. Long time no see. Oh man, I told him to call you in the morning because it was late, but the producer said I really have to tell you now, sorry. He called late at night. It didn't matter at all. I am not in a position to receive calls from the producer or the writer, and that kind of contact is always good, no matter who it is. No? In fact, are we really able to film? I asked again with a shaking voice. Then writer Jo So-kwon smiled and said, haha, that's right. I'm so happy. I listened to it this afternoon too, and now the producer invited me out for a drink. It feels so good. As soon as I heard the confirmation, I clenched my fists. At the same time, it felt like something that had been in my heart for a while had been swept away. A small sigh escaped my mouth without me knowing it. It was a sigh of relief and joy, and I think it may change a little from the script I gave you before. There is an investor's request. Writer Jo So-kwon continued. Oh, I'm just saying this in case, so don't worry. If Jinsook's share increases, it will increase, not decrease. It doesn't matter if the amount is reduced. Right now, I feel grateful even if they only ask me to play passerby one. Thank you. I bowed several times while talking on the phone. Of course, writer Jo So-kwon probably doesn't know that I do that. Oh, by the way, the production costs have increased significantly, so I think we can use a lot of sets, equipment, and even extras. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be really good work, so let's do our best. Yes. Okay, I'll see you at the reading then. Just as writer Jo So-kwon was about to hang up, producer N.A. Jinho's voice was heard on the other end of the phone. That's right. I need to get a lot of extras. Wow. I have a lot of work to do, but Jo Jakka keeps drinking me. Let's quickly rescue Yoko and his scary-looking extras. These days it is a big deal to find such extras. In my time I had an assistant director who took care of everything. Jakka, let's go find extratra. I have to work. Oh really? I'm PD? If you're drunk, go home and sleep quickly. Dash. The phone was disconnected. It was a slightly loud call, but that didn't matter. Rather, I'm so glad I got to film it. My legs went weak and I almost collapsed. That's how much tension I felt in my body from the phone call I just had. A smile appeared on his lips without noticing. I was happy, really. But I think the PD said we have to get extras at the end. There are a lot of big and tough-looking extras. Finding extras with such qualifications is not as easy as you might think. Even if you get a profile, you have to meet each person one by one to understand them properly, which is annoying. Jinsook, what kind of transition is this? But now, there were big and tough-looking men in front of me. The men are extras. Isn't it okay to write it? Producer N.A. Jinho and writer Jo So-kwon's work in Spring Without Flowers. The lead actor of this work, Han Ja-hoon, was reading the script alone in his room. As expected, the script is really good. Han Ja-hoon muttered as he closed the script and put it on his desk. It was a project that was almost guaranteed to be cancelled, but I'm glad it went ahead. Production costs also increased. Think positive thoughts for a moment. I felt a mixture of doubt and worry. In the end, actor Kong Jinsook will be with you until the end. The reason was Kong Jinsook. When the production of the drama was confirmed, Han Ja-hoon decided not to pay attention to the previous incident of the investment withdrawal. It was all in the past anyway. Kong Jinsook, a new actor, was harassed. There were rumors that he used his personal connections to get a role. There's no way such a kid can act well. What should I do? This was the thought of most of the actors in Spring Without Flowers as well as Han Ja-hoon. Among them, Han Ja-hoon was particularly worried about Jinsook's ability. After all, this was the first time in 10 years that the movie received an award for its leading actor. If this opportunity is ruined by another actor's bad performance, I thought I'd be really angry. Whoa, but there was nothing Han Ja-hoon could do now. I'm just trying to remove my doubts as much as possible and praying that Jinsook has excellent skills. He can't possibly be good at acting. However, the negative thoughts that once came to my mind were not easy to get out of my head. I thought so. Han Ja-hoon was now reading the script for In Spring Without Flowers. but he couldn't concentrate on acting properly. It was all because of Jinsook. I am Chisuk Nakamura. Jinsook spoke with a voice that seemed to flow with cold air. The acting in every line or word was unusual. You're so good. No, I'm not good at it. It's. Han Jae-hoon was drawn to Jinsook's voice, tone, and eyes. No, to be exact, he was being eaten. Not only Han Jae-hoon, but all the actors in the room look at Jinsook with surprised eyes. Even the staff who knew Jinsook's acting skills fell in love with Jinsook's acting. I shouldn't have misunderstood. This friend is not a parachute. Han Jae-hoon's first Kong Jinsook was just such a handsome new actor. And I think he's very polite. So Han Jae-hoon had no choice but to doubt Jinsook's ability even more. Jinsook looked so nice and gentle to play Nakamura. But it was all unfounded. Let me explain some things that you trashy Koreans should keep in your lives. Whenever Jinsook said his lines, Han Jae-hoon seemed to stand on his head. So Jinsook's acting was cold. And even bigger. No, the scary thing is, Jinsook acted so comfortably. Without any effort, it seemed as if he really took Nakamura out of the script. I was wrong. Kong Jinsook is. He was a real actor. The first day of shooting in spring without flowers. The pre-shoot inspection was in full swing. Please make sure that this shoot ends safely and without anyone getting hurt. Please. As producer N.A. Jinho bowed loudly, other crew members followed suit and bowed as well. Producer N.A. Jinho, who had finished bowing, looked around at the crew and said, "If you want to bow now, do it, and we'll clean up and start filming." Then some actors stepped forward. Laugh. Come on. Among them were men in tight suits with exaggerated coughs. Men whose suits were about to burst as they kneeled and bowed. They were the guys from Songsa Warehouse. Just dress comfortably. I have to change all my clothes anyway. There's only one reason why they came all the way to the distant set on the weekend. Because they were cast as extras. Don't get hurt. The ratings are 10,000%. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Old man bowing with a strange spirit. Producer N.A. Jinho couldn't stop laughing either, because he was the first one to do such extras. Of course, I was so embarrassed that my face turned red when I recommended them. I didn't expect them to be cast. The day I went to the station to read, I showed producer N.A. Jinho pictures of the men and asked him carefully, "If you haven't found an extras yet, what about them?" Producer N.A. Jinho did not show much interest at first. However, producer N.A. Jinho, who was skeptical, cast the men as soon as he saw them in real life. The reason was that men with acting skills in their faces were superior to those with moderate acting skills. However, other staff members were reluctant. It was inevitable. Even though they were extras, they had never acted before. But, how can such a soft lady use it when she moves her luggage? There are guys like us. Hey, Park Chunsum, don't play around and help me with this. That's it. Camera teacher, that's no way to carry a bag. When you're 40, your back will go out. Do you want to give all the money you earned from your work to the doctor? Carrying things. It's the trick, not the strength. Look at this. Ugcha. How does it sound, isn't it? As you can see, the men volunteered to help the staff. At the same time, I was getting closer and closer to the staff, and I was melting into the set. Wow, thank you. People who came to shoot don't have to help me with this. Laughing. What do you mean, thank you? We're the same colleagues, but it's natural. By the way, see that handsome guy over there? That's our Jinsook? Please take care of him, because he's a wild one. Of course, the shame was still on my face. The preparations for the filming continued quickly, and the filming began earlier than expected. Now we're in the middle of the first episode. This scene shows Koreans living peacefully in a marketplace. It was nothing special, but it was very special to me. Oh, the soup is amazing. Jimo, one more bowl. I'm glad you came without food. Another bowl for me too. Oh my gosh, you guys. I haven't even paid my last loan. Do you have any money? Ajimo, why are you so harsh? I'll pay you back double next week. Because it was a scene where the men appeared. Mrs. There's no sense of incompatibility at all. It was a lot of dialogue for an extra. Still, the men delivered their lines perfectly. Maybe it's because they always said when you changed master to auntie in your lines. Cut. Oh, that's great. Let's go with number 7. With a satisfied scream from PDNA Jinho, the next take began immediately. Whether they practiced a lot or were just lucky, the filming went off almost immediately. My turn has finally come. Actors, please prepare for the scene 14 times. Extras 13 to 26, please skip the scene, and everyone else, please go inside. Male number 12. Put the rice soup down and come out quickly. There's a lot left, so eat it after the shooting. A noisy scene ensued. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. Wow. The climax of the first episode is scene 14. Nakamura appears for the first time and changes the peaceful everyday life of the village. I schemed the script I had in my hand. I already knew it perfectly, but I felt like I had to do it because I was nervous. It's like reading a book before an exam. Then someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Jinsook, are you nervous?" It was Han Jae-hoon. "Oh, yes, sir. I haven't filmed much, so, don't be nervous. Jinsook will definitely do well." I saw Han Jae-hoon for the first time at a drama reading. It hadn't been long since we had met, but we were already quite close. Oh, and I'm telling you just in case. Yes, if you want to ad-lib, feel free. I like to ad-lib when I'm acting. It's ad-lib. Ad-libbing is the flower of acting and one of the most difficult techniques. It is also commonly called instant acting. Many of the best scenes in drama and movies have been created through improvised ad-libs by actors. Ad-libs are a double-edged sword. Natural ad-libs create new famous scenes or act as a lubricant for filming, but clumsy ad-libs can disrupt the flow of the filming or embarrass the other actors. So don't try it if you've worked together before or if you're not sure the other person can handle the situation. But as a newcomer, I'm allowed to improvise. Does that mean he's that confident in his acting? Or do you believe in my abilities? Looking at Han Jae-hoon's expression, I don't think he said that to put pressure on me. Rather, he seemed like a person who wanted to do a good job, so he wanted to do everything he could. So I said with a slight smile, "Yes, sir. If there's anything that comes to mind while I'm acting, I'll do it." "All right. Oh, and the action is just relentless. Don't let it go just because you're a senior. I'm really going to do it." "Yes. Hyuna told me to do this, so don't let up," Han Jae-hoon said with a smile and went back to the set. After a while, the crew who had finished setting up for the shoot called out, "I'm going to start filming." I handed the script to the crew nearby and walked toward the camera. There were so many cameras on the set, and one of them was just me. It felt strange because I felt like I was becoming a real actor. Scene 14 times. Just like that, the sound of slate and actors from the Japanese Imperial Army ran into the marketplace. "Turn around. At novel bin at. Stay still. Nakamura is here. Didn't you hear me tell you to stay still?" A marketplace that quickly became chaotic. The Japanese actors were beating the Koreans mercilessly according to the script. What? Arg. The performance of the best supporting actors conveys fear and embarrassment. There was a lot of excitement and it was my turn. Ryosuke Sato. As a Japanese actor, he longed for Korean dramas and came to Korea with blood in his veins. Although he has been recognized for his acting skills by playing supporting roles in several works in Japan, he has yet to establish himself in Korea. This is a chance to establish myself in Korea. Sato's role is Nakamura's right man. It was a licorice role that would add to the reality of the drama in perfect Japanese. Nakamura can't speak Japanese, so there are only a few lines. Nevertheless, Sato was looking forward to filming the drama. He thought it would be his first real drama to be filmed in Korea, and most importantly, he would be able to show off his acting skills to the fullest. It was really great in the previous reading, and in real filming, Sato stared at Jin-sok's back. The career of the actor he knew, Kang Jin-sok, was not much to see. To be honest, he was worse than himself. So at first, he was a little disappointed with Jin-sok, who shared the most lines with him. However, Jin-sok's performance during the reading was the first time that he had ever seen such a performance in his acting career. Since then, Sato has seen Jin-sok differently. If you just follow the flow of this actor's acting, you'll get a good performance. When I was looking forward to it, Jin-sok, who was standing in front of me, said quietly, "Is this Sato?" It's his name and the name of his character in the play. He only said his name, but Sato was surprised by Jin-sok's words. "Can you speak Japanese?" This is because even the same Sato has a slight difference in pronunciation and accent between what Japanese say and what Koreans say. It must be a misunderstanding. I'm sure the director said Nakamura doesn't speak Japanese. But it wasn't an illusion. Clean up the inside. I'll report back once it's sorted. "Ha, yes." Sato, pressed by his acting skills and perfect Japanese, replied with sincerity without realizing it. As a result, the answer created a perfect scene. Cut. With the cut signal, Sato opened his eyes wide in surprise. Sato wasn't the only one who was surprised. Another Japanese actor was standing next to me. The ugly-looking Korean extra is sitting in the right corner. Producer Na Jin-ho, the director of the drama, who was sitting across from me, also had his mouth wide open. Kang Ha-shin's emotions, actions, and memories were embedded in his body, but for some reason, I felt that it was not enough. I'm sure there's no problem with the connotation. I acted under the guise of Kang Ha-shin during the audition and the reading, but I didn't feel enough at that time. Rather, it was a satisfactory performance. But when I tried to act on the set, I felt a little awkward. Even now, Kang Ha-shin's eyes, gestures, actions, and speech were able to convey everything, but I didn't think it was his true self. What's the problem? I didn't feel this way when I was possessed by Minso before. I could be proud that I really showed Minso himself. Why, even if you start acting like this, you will definitely be able to give a satisfactory and admirable performance. But I didn't think I could be satisfied. That was it. Stand up. Drag him. If you rebel, you can kill him. Koreans, act like Koreans. Don't let go because you're a baby. At that time, some Japanese imperial troops who could speak Joseon could be heard shouting. Obviously, meaning was being conveyed, but it sounded silly to me, who knew both Korean and Japanese perfectly. Wait, you know Japanese? Looking back, most of Kang Ha-shin's memories were in Japanese. Not only words but also writing. When I got Yeonmi's memory before, I could copy everything about Yeonmi. Then, of course, Kang Ha-shin can also speak Japanese. It was a fact that I had forgotten before because I didn't have to use Japanese. But now that I remembered it, my problems were solved. Yes, it was the language that was missing. Language is really remarkable. This is because even if you say the same meaning, the feeling is different depending on the language. For example, which of the two expressions can move the Korean heart more, I love you or I love you? Unless you have lived in the English-speaking world for a long time, it will be difficult for you to feel more in the words I love you than I love you. This is because the language contains the history of the people of that country. Just as the weight and echo of words formed by decades and hundreds of years of exchanging words of love move the heart. To complete Nakamura, to move the hearts of the viewers. The moment I realized, my vision came back to the set. Stay still. Can't you stand up straight? You can kill anyone who resists. Supporting actors playing Japanese soldiers are running wild in the marketplace. They beat the Koreans mercilessly as they had practiced and prepared in advance. Producer N.A. Jinho, sitting across from me, gestured to me. I have a good feeling right now. It seemed to mean, get in line. He started acting right after producer N.A. Jinho signed him on. Clean up the inside. I'll report back once it's sorted. Kang Ha-shin's unique voice makes his surroundings freeze. Unlike before, this time it was Japanese. Yes, yes, yes. As expected, it was. There was a clear difference between speaking Korean and Japanese. This is the real Japanese martyr without blood and tears. After reciting the lines, I waited for Sato's next line. Hi. Sato pronounced the line with a slightly different feeling from the script, which seemed a little surprised. Is that why? Producer N.A. Jinho shouted. Cut. Okay, then let's call again and go. I'll go again, number 14. I'm getting ready for number 14. At novel bin at. Oh, man, there? Please come out. Why are you eating rice cakes again? Producer N.A. Jinho's words kept the crew and actors busy. Among them was Jinsook. Looking at Jinsook, N.A. Jinho was constantly admiring him. I can't believe you can even speak Japanese. After casting Jinsook, N.A. Jinho and Jo So-kwon wanted to do Jinsook's lines in Japanese. This was because they wanted to express Nakamura more realistically. But he couldn't speak because he was afraid it would interfere with the actor's performance. So I was really disappointed. However, Jinsook scratched the itch himself. Even with a fluent pronunciation that was recognized by the Japanese as Sato, he wouldn't have learned Japanese separately. Did you prepare it alone for this drama? Nowadays, actors are looking for overseas expansion, so most of them study foreign languages from an early age. However, Jinsook was not an actor who grew up under the care of his agency from an early age like those actors. Yes, I think I studied Japanese for this job. When this thought came to mind, N.A. Jinho looked at Jinsook with more loving eyes. You're good at acting too. He's strong-willed. He's handsome, too. His personality is also good. I can't believe I'm trying this little thing on top of it. He's the best actor that all producers and directors want to take. Jinsook was a perfect actor who could hardly be seen in novels. Jinsook's acting began in earnest when N.A. Jinho admired him alone. I am Nakamura. You will live your life looking at me, so remember me well. Joseon, where you will live in the future, is different from the past. You must obey His Majesty the Emperor absolutely and obey us who carry out his orders. You are the best. I've been making dramas for 20 years, but I've never seen such a performance. It was smoke as if my eyes were being washed clean. After a while, the climax of the scene began. Jinsook slowly approached Lee Hyuna who was staring at him from the corner of the marketplace. Some extras and supporting actors tried to block such a real stone. However, when Jinsook approached Lee Hyuna, she hesitated and stepped back as if someone was pushing her away. Their expressions on screen seemed to be really afraid of Jinsook. It was a scripted scene, but N.A. Jinho didn't think it was a scene made by extras who acted well. There's no way the extras can act so naturally. They were probably attracted by actor Jinsook's acting. Then Jinsook stopped. In front of her, Lee Hyuna was staring at Jinsook with a double wick in her eyes. Jinsook stared at Lee Hyuna without saying a word. Then Jinsook's face appeared for the first time. Jijub. I won't let Koreans see me with those eyes. If he had been perfectly expressive before, he was now clearly angry and stunned. Good for you at last. I will use your years as an example and teach you manners. Jinsook grabbed Lee Hyuna's hair as if he wanted to pull it out after he finished speaking. I don't think this is acting either. Even if it's a shooting, it's hard to hold a woman's hair in a bad way with a normal mindset. However, as if Jinsook didn't care at all, he grabbed Lee Hyuna's hair and dragged her out. Oh my god. While N.A. Jinho hesitated whether to stop or just watch, Han Jae-hoon ran up to Jinsook with a voice that forced him to be brave. Hey, you punk. A rather dangerous-looking radical move. I was surprised and tried to stop it, but it was unfortunate to miss the picturesque scenes on the screen. It still goes according to script. No, if this friend gets hurt at this rate. Contrary to fears, however, it was Han Jae-hoon who fell down, not Jinsook. Who? Oh, my. Jinsook kicked Han Jae-hoon in the stomach without hesitation. No, the correct expression would be to kick him with his feet. Han Jae-hoon's face was distorted by the pain he felt for the first time. It must have been difficult to breathe, so he opened his mouth wide and breathed heavily. But that was not the end of Han Jae-hoon's pain. Bang! Jinsook kicked Han Jae-hoon's leg while still holding Lee Hyuna's head. It didn't even seem like he kicked that hard. But he lost balance and fell badly. It was like a professional action actor, but not only Han Jae-hoon but also Jinsook are not professional action actors. Then it wasn't acting, it was real. Jinsook threw Lee Hyuna as if he were throwing garbage at the Japanese soldiers. Arg. Not only the actors who saw it but also the production crew flinched. N.A. Jinho did the same. But as the filming continued, no one could go inside. Take all the guys who were with that guy. The Japanese actors, who were watching Jin-seok in a daze, were surprised. They saluted with discipline as if they had actually become military police. Hi. Jin-seok looked at the scene. In a room full of yelling and screaming, Jin-seok looked very calm. Even though he was the one who created this situation, he didn't seem to feel any emotions. If you have to feel something, I feel satisfied because I did what I had to do. Jin-seok looked at Han Jae-hoon who was lying on the ground. Then he said to him with a cheeky smile, "Not only this woman but all the men here have been killed by you. You're going to die now that you've turned against me, okay? Let's live our lives regretting today's decision." Like a Korean. A mocking smile. The smile contained the meaning of looking forward to a grey future in which Han Jae-hoon will live in the future. Han Jae-hoon shed tears when he heard this. LOL. Originally, Jin-seok's last line was "take all the guys who were with that guy." However, Jin-seok added a meaningful line. With this line, Han Jae-hoon had a reason to make a desperate effort to save Lee Hyuna and other Koreans from the second inning. Na Jin-ho, who was watching the scene on the monitor, remembered the conversation between Jin-seok and Han Jae-hoon that he overheard just before filming. "If you want to ad-lib, go ahead. I like ad-libs when I act. Oh, and he just acts relentlessly. Don't let it go because you're a senior. I'm really going to do it." Maybe it was an ad-lib to pull Lee Hyuna's head mercilessly and kick Han Jae-hoon. This is the acting of a new actor. When all the acting in scene 14 was over, Na Jin-ho said, swallowing his dry saliva. Cut. As Na Jin-ho shouted, the crew and managers ran onto the set. "Hey, are you okay? Didn't you break a bone? Are you okay?" Contrary to the manager's concerns, Han Jae-hoon and Lee Hyuna were smiling. "Haha, it's okay. A smile of confidence that a scene he was happy with himself came out. Na Jin-ho breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Thus, the first filming of In Spring Without Flowers ended perfectly with everyone satisfied. Drama director of the KSC broadcasting station. Director Moon Jong-seo shouted and threw a pen at the PD's chest. BDD got an investor and went all the way to filming. Who the hell paid for it? That. I can't believe it either. Oh, don't hold back and speak quickly. Who is it? It's one of the subsidiaries of OS Group. But this is the first time OS Group has invested in dramas, so I'm not sure. Moon Jong-seo stroked his forehead as if he was laughing at the producer's words. What? OS Group? Hey, does that make sense to you too? It does, but the investment is double what it was before. If it's a company that can afford that kind of money alone, it could really be an OS Group. Moon Jong-seo asked back with a confused voice at the unexpected amount. What? Double the investment? Yes. That's why we increased the number of outside filming personnel and expanded the set. Director, if this is true, we should be a little nervous. Hey, you punk. Can I be nervous? I managed to hold out this year, but if I'm behind BDD in the first half of next year, you and I will have to take off our clothes together. In fact, it was not just a scare when Moon Jong-seo said this. If you play like this and don't make a big hit, not only KL Entertainment but also other agencies will not be willing to enter the works of the KSC channels, especially top actors who are sensitive to ratings. If that happens, I'll have to take Ia Jung and Dio Jing to make a work, and then I'll ruin it for at least a few years. Of course, KL Entertainment and Kwon Chae-yoon were the first to do so, but it was KSC that made it possible. Most of the viewers blame the broadcasters, not the investors and writers. I didn't expect it to be so messy. It is said that the hard-earned tower does not fall easily, but it is an exception in the broadcasting world. You can become a star or be completely buried by a single minor issue. If we're pushed back in the first half of next year, I'm sure BDD will bite us from head to toe. Then I'll be fine. The PD who doesn't know what to do in front of him may end up being demoted to a single position, but he will definitely end up there. I'm so tired of this. But we cannot stop the production of the drama now. It's not the last choice, it's the last choice you should never make. What should I do then? Should I get ratings? BDD will come out with clenched teeth. Moon Jong-seo, like a veteran of decades, quickly looked for a solution. I need to talk to writer Kwon. Hey, ask the writer Kwon to come to the station. If he can't come, I'll go, so make a schedule somehow. Yes. After hearing the answer, Moon Jong-seo leaned deeply into his chair. What are you doing? Hurry up and move? Do you still have time? Oh, no. Moon Jong-seo, who once kicked a frustrated PD's tongue, stroked his forehead at novel bin at. Ha. No wonder things are so easy. I should have thought about it once. When writer Kwon Chae-yoon and KL Entertainment first proposed the drama, it was too easy to think. At that time, everyone had no choice but to receive it with the thought, what a rice cake. First I'll continue the drama and make a hole to get out of it. At that moment, the closed door of the director's office opened and the producer who had just left came in. Commissioner. Why? An article just came out. Have you seen it? Moon Jong-seo turned on the monitor with a frown on his face at the PD's words. When I entered the portal page, it was filled with articles about the production of dramas by BDD channels. Expected production of Spring Without Flowers in the first half of next year. It's on now. BDD station that solved the investment problem. Is the investor a partner in the business world? Star writer Jo So-kwon, the most dedicated piece of my work. You can look forward to it. Among them, this was the article that offended Moon Jong-seo. KSC, BDD. Fight against the backdrop of Japanese strength in the first half of next year. Producer Na Jinho. There were a lot of checks outside of work, but we're confident. The extra is also the best. As if the most interesting thing in the world was watching the fight, media companies were scrambling to create a rivalry between BDD and KSC stations. It must be the BDD station that broke the article. It was clear that the level of articles would rise as the airing date approached. Moon Jongseo, who had been biting his lips for a long time while looking at the article, said, excited. Are you publishing such an article? Choi Hoon, does this punk have no manners? Director Moon Jongseo completely forgot what he was doing. I clenched my fist and told the producer again. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and contact writer Kwon. Oh, I see. The producer, who replied, immediately left the room. Since this is the situation, I'll have to survive on my own. Despite thinking this, Moon could not hide his anxious feelings. Even after the first episode aired, the filming of In Spring Without Flowers continued every day. I'll start with episode 2, scene 18. Scene 3 again. Cut. What are you doing with the supporting role? Why don't you pull yourself together? I can't do it. Hey, let's skip it. Start with number 8. Is that why you can't keep the date of the show? And today, it's the day of the filming of the long-awaited 6th episode. The reaction of the viewers who have seen the 6th episode will determine whether or not I will appear in the future. Well. I'm nervous. I inhaled and exhaled enough to make my chest swell considerably. I didn't have a habit of doing this when I was filming, but somehow I got into it. Maybe it's what we call routine. That was then. Jinsook? How's your condition? Can I look forward to it again today? Oh, you're here. Sir. What do you mean, Banam? How long are you going to be so hard? Take it easy. It was Han Jae-hoon. Since we met on the set almost every day, we got close enough to play pranks on me. Because of my personality, I'm sorry. You're sorry again. I can't say anything. Anyway, how are you? This is a very important day. Ha ha, ha, ha. Yes, it is. It's a big day, but there was nothing special I could do. I just try my best to act like I am now. While I was thinking about it, Lee Hyuna said from behind me, Jae-hoon, don't bother Jinsook. Jinsook is feeding our drama. Can I interrupt you? Oh, right. Actor Kang Jinsook, I'm sorry. Please act great again today, Han Jae-hoon said with a playful voice. Then he patted my shoulder. Jinsook, there's another action today. Will you do it like you did back then? What if it was like then? Don't you remember? You grabbed my hair and pulled it. Sin, I'm sorry. I was so absorbed in acting that I stopped. Han Jae-hoon also helped me to see if something bad happened. That's right. Jinsook beat me like a dog. I thought my bone was broken. I watched the last episode and fell down. Everyone would think it was great acting. Appa, I thought you looked so ugly. Han Jae-hoon scratched the back of his head at Lee Hyuna's words. Kang Ha-shin was really good at fighting, and he did not hesitate to hit Koreans. Since they acted the same way as Kang Ha-shin, they could have said that. Well, it doesn't matter because we're not the opponent you're going to fight today anyway. Lee Hyuna helped Han Jae-hoon with his words. Back then, my manager managed to stop me from cursing at you. I'm acting? Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Whatever. Please act like that again today. Let's make it fancy. Okay. Why did you help us? You were a terrible Japanese more than anyone else. Why did you help us? It doesn't make sense. Na Jinho held his hands tightly as he watched Han Jae-hoon's performance. Good. As the filming went on, Han Jae-hoon's acting skills continued to improve. Not only him but also Lee Hyuna and other actors. It's all thanks to my friend Kang Jinsook. Although he was a supporting actor, Jinsook's presence was enormous. Jinsook's acting was so bad that he changed the set to the set. Since he was able to act in such a place, the acting skills of other actors could not have come out. Why did I help you? That means you want to know why I changed, right? Jinsook said in a deep voice. His voice seemed to have lost everything. Therefore, it was a voice that had nothing to hope for and nothing to fear. Yes, you punk. Because of you. Unlike Jinsook, Han was very angry. Han Jae-hoon rushed to Jinsook and grabbed him by the collar. There is no need for opportunity or reason for people to change. There is only determination. I hope you understand that. I'm not worth an excuse. As Jinsook spoke calmly, Han Jae-hoon's hands relaxed. It was an answer I couldn't understand, but when I heard it in Jinsook's voice, I just accepted it. It was the same for Lee Hyuna, who looked at Jinsook from the side. It's unbelievable, really. This line was made up by Jinsook and Jo So-kwon just before today's shooting. Today might be Jinsook's last day of filming, so Jo So-kwon asked Jinsook to put in the lines he wanted. But I didn't know that it would remain the best line in this drama. It was then. Over there, grab it. It's an order to catch a traitor first. The Japanese troops shouted at Han Jae-hoon, Lee Hyuna, and Nakamura. In a very urgent moment, Han Jae-hoon and Lee Hyuna were shocked, but Jinsook was calm. You can leave Joseon with the ID card and boat ticket I prepared for you. Get off now. As Jinsook spoke, Han Jae-hoon climbed onto the horse and said, Don't pretend to be cool. You suck. Follow me to the harbor. And if you're freed later, you'll get paid for it. Han Jae-hoon learned the true intention of Nakamura, whom he considered a terrible enemy. I couldn't bear to leave Nakamura alone. But Nakamura knew. If someone wants to escape, someone has to buy time to escape. So from the beginning, Nakamura prepared only one horse. If I wanted to run away, I would have prepared 2 horses. Don't tell me that. Their target is me, a traitor. If I run away, they'll chase me to the end. So go ahead. Did you want to die from the beginning? Jinsook looked at Han Ji-hun, who was sitting on a horse looking at him with sad eyes, and said, when I realized that I was neither Japanese nor Korean, I was already dead. So forget it and go. At Jinsook's words, Han Ji-hun said again, pretend to be cool until the end. Then, let's go. There was one last sound of gunfire. Tien, gad, the horse can carry 2 people, why not join in? Duh. It's wet. I can feel the pre-prepared fake blood spread across my back with the sound of the gun. Acting shot. The highlight of this episode. Nakamura, who I thought was a terrible villain. In the end, Han Ji-hun and Lee Hyuna were shot while escaping. Let's do it the way Kang Ha-shin was shot. When the atmosphere was moderately ripe, Kang Ha-shin began to show his feelings and pain with his whole body. I was shot. It hurts. It really hurts. His body kept getting hot and cold, and the place where he was shot hurt as if his skin had been torn. Last will and testament? How could you think of that? It hurts so much. All the wonderful acting of being shot by others in the play is delusional. Thud. My whole body loses strength and falls down. My face is stuck to the ground, but I can't do anything. I don't have any strength in my arm. I can't even cry. I hope this pain will stop in a second. But I'm a little relieved. The evil I've done, the hellish time when I was disgusted by it, is over now. I felt a little better thinking about it. Nakamura. Then I heard someone calling my name. 10 minutes ago, it was a Korean who looked at me as if he wanted to kill me. But now I felt as if I was considered a colleague. In many battles, no one cared about me like this. When I thought of that, I wanted to show something. It's not that you die unexpectedly, but that you die proudly. I thought it was polite. I tried to put on a cool smile, something I'd never done in my life. I shouted with all my strength with my palms outstretched to say not to worry. It's okay, go. At novel bin at. I can't forgive you, but forgive me. But I cannot speak. In the end, only an unseemly end is allowed to the grey people. Yes, this is the death that suits me. My eyes are blurred. It's finally over in this pain. Wow. Hey, what do you think? It's amazing. It's no joke, right? Producer Na Jinho said with a reckless gesture to PD Kim Man-soo's hypnotic admiration. Kim Man-soo said to Na Jinho with a disappointed expression. Ha, ha, ha. Kang Jin-sook is the actor I found. Why did you use him like that? What do you mean why, dude? It's because a good and talented junior recommended it. But that's me. Okay, dude. Laughing out loud, Na Jinho slaps Kim Man-soo's back and smiles. Sigh. Now the two of them watched a simple edited version of In Spring Without Flowers. It's the last scene of episode 6 where Jin-sook is shot. I thought it was good work, but this is too different. Although what Kim Man-soo watched was about the last 20 minutes of episode 6, he could see that In Spring Without Flowers was a hit. Kim Man-soo said, looking back at the scene where Jin-sook was shot. When did the first episode air? 3 weeks after your first show. At Na Jinho's words, Kim Man-soo looked at the calendar and said, the first week of March. Yes. Wow, man. You're going to be compared to a madman. Do you have to ruin your junior debut like that? Hey, what's wrong? You're a Monday-Tuesday drama anyway, and I'm a Friday-Saturday drama. But you're going to steal all the articles. Na Jinho said with a smile. Hey, yours came out good too. We're compatible. Ha, ha, that's true. But this is too much. Kim Man-soo's dream journey to the rise of the sun was also coming out very well. Filming was going faster than planned and editing was going smoothly. So I thought it would be the representative work of the first half of the year for our station. It was not even a competitor, but a competition came out on the same station. Is it a relief? As the filming got faster, the final program was moved up by 2 weeks. I was forced to change it because another show fell through, but now that I think about it, I think it was a good move to move it up. I would have been completely ruined if I had gone on schedule. I was almost buried in Jinho's work. It was lucky that it even aired 2 weeks early. We have time to build up our audience. By the way, actor Kang Jin-sook, how do you do it? Why? No, in your work, you die in the first episode, and in mine, you die in the middle. That's right. Isn't he the only one who dies? It was Na Jinho who spoke with a smile, but his voice also contained some worry. That's because there were actors like that. Actors who are famous for being good at certain kinds of acting come to mind when you think of that acting. Of course, it's good to consolidate one's domain like that, but it was a matter of caution that the image of a new actor would harden. Maybe so? Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but he's a newcomer who just made his debut. That's right. I may not be able to play other roles at all. What you don't get except for a certain role. That's the power and fear of image. Na Jinho, organizing his thoughts, told Man-soo. If you hear that you have a good role later, let's let him know. I think you should do that much. Brother. What if a ridiculous agency like KL Entertainment comes out again? When Kim Man-soo spoke with a worried voice, Na Jinho smiled softly and said, well, this time, KL Entertainment went crazy because they don't have an agency and they're not famous. You won't be able to do that from now on. Why? I think that friend OS group. No, never mind. Because it's not safe. Na Jinho talked and hung up in the middle, arousing Kim Man-soo's curiosity. Brother, what is it? Tell me too. Did they invest in your work because you had a connection with Kang Jin-seok? Hey, it's not like that. It's just my reasoning, so don't think strange things for nothing. No, then don't bring it up at all. I'm curious about people. Na Jin-ho smiled and told Kim Man-soo, who was beating his chest, that he was frustrated. Okay, man. It's very annoying. I'm telling you. But this is really just what I think. You're not sure? So where can I not say it? Oh, I see. Then what is it? When OS Group had a meeting with a person named Chief of Staff before, Na Jin-ho slowly started to talk about what happened. There was an actor named Kang Jin-seok on the company's hiring list. Really? The OS Group is trying to enter the entertainment industry and its top recruitment target is Kang Jin-seok. Click, click, click. Today has finally come. Today is the day of the production presentation for Dreams of the Sun Rising. Although it was a small role, I was able to attend in the name of being a hot topic thanks to Min Kyung-soo and Lee Na-rin's comments on the talk show. Hello, I'm Min Kyung-soo. I'm Lee Na-rin. I'm Park Woo-hyun. Next to him, the cast of Dreams of the Sun Rising greeted each other happily. When the supporting actors finished their greetings, it was my turn. Go, I'm Kang Jin-seok. He stood up stiffly and bowed deeply. A 110-degree greeting over 100 degrees. After a long time, he looked up and smiled as if he was cute when he saw his seniors. After a while, the production presentation began in earnest. First of all, the reporters who attended the production presentation while you were busy, and the guests. This is a medical drama with psychological warfare and tension between the main characters. It's a line that was directly consulted by a professor at Hankook University Hospital. As Kim Man-soo, the lead producer of the work, explained the work, the reporters started tapping on their respective laptops. Since then, he has been talking about this and that, but I'm sorry I couldn't hear him. It was because I was so nervous. Even though I was sitting at the very end, I was very nervous to be on the podium. Maybe it's because I've never been here before. After PD Kim Man-soo's explanation, the reporters began to ask questions in earnest. Min Kyung-soo, can you tell us about your role in this drama? Mrs. Lee Na-rin? Previously, she was always the second and third generation of chaebols, but in this work, she was from an ordinary family. Park Woo-hyun, you are overwhelmed by the new actors' acting skills. The main actors were mainly asked questions because they had already said everything they wanted to know about the production. With all the attention on the lead actor, I was a little less nervous. Yes, who attended the production presentation? Then a journalist stood up with his hand raised, a small but imposing journalist. I'm Ah Ming from Entertainment Matters. I want to interview all the actors. The host pointed at reporter Ah Ming and said, yes, reporter Ah Ming. Say it. Yes, thank you. In every work, there is always the most important person in the story. So who is the main character in this play? The supporting actors exchanged glances at the words of reporter Ah Ming, but the main actors stared calmly forward. The most important person. Min Kyung-soo is a bad doctor who pretends to be good on the outside, but is actually harsh and covers up his mistakes. Park Woo-hyun is a genius doctor whose emotions have died due to the death of his younger brother. Lee Na-rin is an ordinary nurse who knows the secret behind the death of Park Woo-hyun's younger brother. It seemed that it was not easy to decide because they were the main characters who could not be left out. Actually, we have prepared something for this question. At the host's words, the staff hurriedly came on stage with a bundle of papers and handed them out to the cast. Fortunately, my profile picture was among them. Please listen to the profile of the most important actor in this movie that Ah Ming just said. If you choose another actor alone here for no reason, you might become a tactless person. However, it was a little strange to hear all three main characters. After thinking about it for a while, I chose Lee Na-rin's profile. Since Lee Na-rin is playing the role that knows all the secrets of this drama, the host said, looking at the other actors who were still torn. Listen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I immediately heard Lee Na-rin's profile. Oh my goodness. I thought it was him. I never imagined this. Click, 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 click. However, the camera's flash started to explode in a completely unexpected situation. After the production presentation of Dreams of the Rising Sun, several articles appeared. BDD Broadcasting Station's first new song of the year, The Sun's Dream Heart. Producer Kim Man-soo's debut movie. With so many high-end actors. Lee Yun-a's Dreams of the Rising Sun, will it be a hit again? Most of the articles were about what PD Kim Man-soo and writer Lee Yun-a said at the production presentation. Of course, there was also an article about the results of the main character voting at the end of the production presentation. The main character chosen by the cast is Lee Na-rin. Min Kyung-soo 6 votes, Lee Na-rin 7 votes, Park Woo-hyun 6 votes. Is it a perfect combination of the main characters? Most of the seniors who starred were the trend, but there was also something about me in the last line of each article. The main characters of the Dreams of the Sun Rising all choose a new Kang Jin-seok actor. Min Kyung-soo, Lee Na-rin, and Park Woo-hyun chose Kang Jin-seok. It is unusual for the lead actors to choose small roles. Actor Park Woo-hyun. You'll know when you watch the drama. I was happy to film with a great newcomer, he said with a smile. It felt strange to have my picture and name floating around on the website. There were some bad articles. It was mainly about this. Rookie Kang Jin-seok and actor K, who got the role through his friendship with the producer. The Dream of the Sun Rising, the training, stuck during the part-time job at a cafe after the first broadcast. Did you really study acting on your own? I cried, but it didn't flow. It was so sad. But you look much better in person. That doesn't mean I'm ugly on screen. Didn't you use the background music on purpose? I think it's really one of the gods. The article comments were really good, too. As soon as you start, you're immersed. Yinsu, who doesn't stop talking as if she's more excited than me. She seemed to be interested in acting because she was an actress. But Appa, how do you feel? It's your debut movie. Well, good. What is this sour reaction? I don't think it's very good. No, it was really good. After watching yesterday's episode, I couldn't believe it, so I don't know how many times I ran around the neighborhood. You're so jealous. However, the reason why I spoke so sourly was because of Seo Yinsu, who was staring at me. It had been a long time since I'd met Yinsu, so I could tell what she was thinking by her expression. Now she was congratulating me from the bottom of her heart and was jealous. If I had been in training, I would have been jealous. You can't be happy in front of such a person. Yinsu is not a child to think like that, but he could have come across as arrogant or annoying. Yinsu isn't the type to think like that. Yinsu, who had been asking how he felt about his debut for a long time, said, "By the way, brother, what? How did school go? It must have been announced." I replied with a smile to Yinsu, who asked carefully, "It stuck." Seo Yinsu smiled brightly and stared at him. "That's so unfortunate. It's stuck. Aren't you overconfident? Our school recognizes the drama team. Because so many people helped me. And because you did well in the test." Seo Yinsu tilted her head when I blurted out the background. Then she shrugged. "No way. It's natural for you to stick together. The director of the drama filmed it, and so did the writer. The writer too. No. Anyway, that's great. You paid for the tuition, right? If you don't pay for it, you'll get cancelled. If you don't pay the tuition fee, your admission will be cancelled." I didn't know that at all. It's true that I couldn't pay attention to it after I confirmed my acceptance. While I was sitting still, Yinsu asked with her eyes wide open, "Haven't you submitted it yet?" "Yes. Pay it quickly. The initiation ceremony is next week, but how can you still not submit it?" At her words, I took out my cell phone and entered the school's website. When I entered the test number, the admission information window appeared. Then Yinsu pointed at the screen and said, "Here, go to enrollment and tuition payment. The amount and date should be there." Wait. My phone is a little slow because it's an old model. After a long wait, the screen Yinsu was talking about came up. Name, Kang Jin-sok. Department of Theater. Screening, early admission. Combined payment, accepted. Tuition fee, 4,290,000 won. Scholarship, KRW 4,290,000, senior scholarship / 4 years full. Actual payment, 0 won. * full scholarship and senior entrance students should pay 1 won in their name to indicate their intention to enroll. * tuition is due in February. They looked at the same screen, but their reactions were different. Su, chief. Full scholarship for 4 years. About 4.3 million won per semester. Since you have to go through 8 semesters, you earn about 35 million won. I swallowed. Even if you do a rough calculation, you have completed 3,500 hours of part-time work. Su, chief. No, I was so absorbed in the test that I cried, so I didn't think so. It's crazy, really. Yinsu, on the other hand, was obsessed with the word senior. She took my cell phone and checked it several times. Then she spoke with round eyes. "Didn't you get a call?" "Call me?" "Yeah, well, call or text, whatever. There's no way you didn't." At her words, I checked the list of calls and texts. Out of office calls, 52. Unchecked texts, 842 at novel bin at. There were a lot of missed calls because I didn't answer numbers I normally don't know. I'm not good at checking texts, so there were a lot of unchecked texts. But Seo Yinsu seemed a little different. "Give me your phone. Look at this. There are many calls from the school. There are 10 texts." Seo Yinsu opened one text and showed it to me. "Guidance for students in their senior year. Sincerely, that I have become the subject of senior admission to the Department of Theater at Sogaku University in 20XX. We plan to receive an admission certificate on behalf of the undergraduates and new students at the commencement ceremony. Please refer to the dress code must and arrive at 11 a.m. on the day of the entrance ceremony." Below, the location of the commencement ceremony and the dress code were written. Every year, our school alternates between the head of the department and Cha-sok as the representative. Last year, I majored in an engineering department. And this year is our department. The auditorium of the University of Korea. Banners with the names of the faculty and department were hung on the ceiling. A lot of freshmen were standing under the banners with the names of the faculty and the department. Mechanical engineering freshmen. "Come here, Pseudomonas. This way, government students." Each department's student council was busy lining up new students. "Ooh, I'm nervous." Jin-sok stood and looked ahead nonchalantly, but inside he was sighing several times. However, the other students did not know how Jin-sok felt. After the atmosphere had calmed down for a while, a sound came from the loudspeaker on the stage. "The entrance ceremony is about to begin. All guests are seated. First, there's an entrance certificate ceremony. The 2 freshman representatives. Next, the freshman representative will say hello. Director of the Drama Department of KSC Broadcasting. Director Moon Jong-seo, Producer Chang, and writer Kwon Chae-yoon sat around the conference table. It was director Moon Jong-seo who spoke first in a subdued atmosphere. Next week's show, are you going to go as is? The same time as Spring Without Flowers. Hey, PD Jang. I'm asking you? Producer Jang, who was sitting in front of him drinking water, was surprised. Producer Jang, who was in a hurry, replied with a cough when he was suddenly pointed out. Suddenly. Huh? Do you mean the airtime? Yes. You mean the airtime. Don't ask me again. Do you want to go like this? Producer Jang said, looking at writer Kwon Chae-yoon sitting next to him. Oh, other networks are making dramas with the same theme, but at the same time. Okay, the producer wants to run away, writer Kwon said. Producer Jang immediately lowered his eyes when he stopped talking as if he had become Moon Jong-seo. Then PD Jang sipped the water again. He looked a bit pitiful. Whoa, Mr. Commissioner. Kwon Chae-yoon said with an irritated look on his face. I don't know why we are having such a meeting. Before, you changed the script to much more stimulating and close to the level because you said you would lose ratings, right? Isn't that enough? But why do I have to change the airtime of my because I'm afraid of other works? Writer Kwon Chae-yoon speaks with minimal politeness. There was no way that Moon Jong-seo could see such a Kwon Chae-yoon well. Without a cold shoulder, young people talk back to me without respect. Also, the broadcast is originally at the discretion of the director. You don't have to call a writer like that to talk. However, Kwon Chae-yoon's ability was too great to change the schedule arbitrarily. Moon Jong-seo, who couldn't bring himself to show his inner feelings, forced himself to smile and said, ha, yes, writer Kwon did a great job. But listen, from what I've heard, the actors in Springtime Without Flowers are really good. What about the actors? They say they're pretty good. No, I heard that they're pretty good. Kwon Chae-yoon said in a stunned manner. Did you say that to KL Entertainment? Do you want me to change the time because your actors are not good enough? No way. Of course not. In a previous meeting with KL Enter, we asked them to change the time because of the quality of their work. Thanks to that, I was able to convince KL Entertainment. However, it was not easy to convince Kwon Chae-yoon. Well, that's what I said. Instead of a flag, I just turned it around and said. Kwon Chae-yoon jumped out of his seat when Moon Jong-seo whispered. That's enough. I don't like it. I joined this work because I heard that it would be organized in prime time. And Mr. Commissioner, I'm Kwon Chae-yoon. Kwon Chae-yoon, who gets 15% of the ratings when you write it, is funny. If you eat my work and come out like this, won't it be funny from now on? As soon as the words were over, writer Kwon Chae-yoon stood up. Anyway, just change it. I will never work with KSC again. Bang? That true. Moon Jong-seo sighed as he tried to curse at the closed door. Then he looked at producer Jang in front of him with pathetic eyes and said, hey, let's burn twice as many commercials this time until the first episode airs. 2 or 2 times. Money. Oh, you can do it if you want. Why are you talking so much? I'll borrow it from somewhere or steal it, so burn it twice. Producer Jang swallowed his dry saliva at Moon Jong-seo's words. I am grateful to receive a lot of investment in my work. But if you're behind other dramas, even though you're hitting the commercials like crazy, I'm sure you'll tell me to take responsibility. Whether you promote more or not, it's over if you're behind in Spring Without Flowers. If so, it would have been better to burn a lot of ads and increase the chance of winning at least a little, since the ratings went up as much as we advertised. Producer Jang, who had been agonizing for a while, nodded. So the air date is here. The first broadcast of the BDD stations in Spring Without Flowers was aired. At the same time, KSC Broadcasting Station's hard-written poems also aired simultaneously. In Spring Without Flowers, one episode highest ratings of 18.3% per minute, a hard-written poem ratings of 11%. New actor Kang Jin-sok's Nakamura overwhelmed Atsushi in Spring Without Flowers. Viewers' interest in a hard-written poem was also high. However, due to the forced action and frowning sensational scenes shown in the first episode, a hardly written poem was quickly shunned by viewers. The difference between the two works was especially evident in the comments of viewers. If it's a coffee shop with a lot of cream, it's a Buell cafe without flowers. Watch In Spring Without Flowers Live and watch Atsushi rerun. The content is similar, but the class is different. Ashi frowned while watching. First of all, the casting of In Spring Without Flowers seems crazy, especially Nakamura. Nakamura bad guy, really bad guy. JN, among the extras, is there an old man who eats rice soup deliciously? Get a solo shot lol. Academics say you were hungry during the filming. Some people experienced joy and others experienced despair in response to these viewer reactions. Conference room of the BDD station. The production team of Spring Without Flowers was in a festive mood. Let's go, nice. Look at this article. I heard KSC got 6%. What, 6%? You must have turned on the documentary wrong. Producer NA, you did a great job. It is all thanks to the writer's good writing. Please continue to take good care of us. There is still a long way to go, but with the current momentum, I was not confident of losing to the KSC station until the end of the show. On the other hand, the KSC station was like a portrait house. 6%, X-ball, PD Jang. What are you doing? Moon Jong-seo said angrily to PD Jang. Crime, I'm sorry. Even if I just take a picture of a passing puppy and record the show, 8% would come out. You're not good enough. I told you to double the commercial this time because it's unusual. I was told to watch the final version again. If it's that much money, even if you play the documentary, you'll get 6%. Moon Jongseo pressed producer Jang. I did everything I was told, but how can I do this? When I first took charge of this work, I thought it was amazing. But at some point, the atmosphere became strange, and in the end, a disastrous result of 18-6 came out. That wasn't the point. Hey, PD Jang. You said you were confident when you took over this job. That's why I brought in KL Entertainment and Kwon Chae-yoon. What if you do it this way? For some reason, all the responsibility came to him now. There were already rumors in the KSC station that producer Jang was the one who first suggested this work to KL Entertainment. Maybe Moon Jongseo. It's a rumor spread by that guy. Rumor after rumor becomes true when it goes through many people. Producer Jang couldn't say anything even though he swore to himself. Then Moon's cell phone rang. Yes, sir. A voice that suddenly became polite and bright. A contrary voice came out of the cell phone. You bastard. I told you not to do that. You've been raving like this. Do you really want to die? What will you do with the money? You should write a letter of apology first. And I'll be embarrassed and search, so you take care of everything. From now on, let's see how it went from the planning stage and what you're going to do and upload it. Got it. Moon Jongseo swore at the stormy president only with the shape of his mouth and spoke in a sweet voice as if to soothe him. Mr. President, I was actually in a meeting with the person in charge. I wanted to leave as the boss said, but he kept asking me to leave. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. Okay, I'll send it up now. Haha, of course. Moon Jongseo, who put down his cell phone as if the call was over, sighed. Then he drew a line as if it had nothing to do with him. Hey, producer Jang, write your apology and go to the boss's office in 30 minutes. What? Didn't you hear? Write an apology letter and go upstairs. From why you invited KL Entertainment to plan such a program that goes against the grain, everything will be done in the future. Oh no, what is this? Hey, what's that? You're the responsible producer. Then you should be responsible. Producer Jang's face was distorted by Moon Jongseo's words. The production team was not the only one who was uncomfortable with the drama's failure. Ha. It's really annoying. Lee Homan drastically emptied his glass. Seo In-hyuk, who was pouring alcohol next to him, looked at Lee Homan's face and said, Brother, aren't you drinking too much? I've already had 2 bottles. I don't care. The drama is ruined anyway. X shot. Lee Homan lost his role in Spring Without Flowers to Jin-seok and appeared in a hard-written poem. The result is a crushing defeat. Lee even played Kawasaki, a role similar to Jin-seok's Nakamura. Naturally, viewers compared their acting, and Lee Homan was criticized for being a day behind. I heard that the difference in their skills would determine the success or failure of the drama. I'm so tired of it. The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I became. Kang Jin-seok, son of a bitch. It was because of his lack of skills, but Lee Homan blamed it all on Jin-seok. Seo In-hyuk's eyes changed when Lee Homan mentioned Jin-seok directly. Shall we talk about it now? Like Lee Homan, Seo In-hyuk hated Jin-seok. The reason was similar to Lee Homan's. Because I missed the president of Sokook University because of Jin-seok. Although he was not deprived of his role like Lee Homan, Jin-seok was the one who stole the most attention from Seo In-hyuk. Since Nakamura was going well, Jin-seok's entrance into the university was also a hot topic on SNS, so Seo In-hyuk's jealousy was now sky high. However, Seo In-hyuk could do nothing about Jin-seok. He was definitely a small character until the entrance ceremony. Now, he has become an actor who attracts public attention to the point that he's on the real-time search list. Of course, Jin-seok did not become a big actor just because he was on the real-time search list for a while. But he's actually way ahead of Seo In-hyuk. His agency Major 77 also said that Jin-seok should be recruited. I can't leave it like this. So Seo In-hyuk tried to get Lee Homan's help. To send a common enemy, Jin-seok, to the abyss. Seo In-hyuk filled Lee Homan's glass and said, Brother, that Kang Jin-seok thing. What? Are you teasing me too? He's better than me. At novel bin at. No way. It's not that, but I don't like Kang Jin-seok very much. Lee Homan wondered and asked. Why is that? Do you know him? I know everything. I recently entered Sokook University. But, Seo In-hyuk said that Jin-seok has taken his senior position. He doesn't even greet himself as a senior, and he's a rude guy. Then Lee Homan said with an expression that he didn't like it. Huh? Did he do that to you too? He talked back to me at the audition. You're such bad luck anyway. Lee Homan continued to talk with an annoyed face. I think he got the role through the PD's connections, but maybe the boss got it through the professor's connections, too. He's a man who will stay. Yes, I think so too. I know he's good at it because he's doing Nakamura, but I don't think he's better than me. That's right. You and I have been rolling on the floor since we were kids, and does it make sense to be pushed back by a guy like that? He must have something. Enthusiasm for Jin-seok began to fill the drinking party. When the atmosphere was moderately ripe, Seo In-hyuk seduced Lee Homan in a low voice. Brother, I've been thinking about it. What are you thinking about? You can't treat a senior well and act with personal connections. You can't do well, right? Of course not. So is there a way to undermine him? I don't want to look at him. Lee Homan nodded. Then, after thinking for a while, he smiled meanly and said, Hey, do you know what's the biggest reason why male actors go to the abyss? Are you a girl? That's right too. But not that one. Gambling? Drugs? No, idiot. Something more realistic than what the kids of your agency are doing. Seo In-hyuk was surprised by Lee Ho-min's words. The place where they were now was Seo In-hyuk's house, but that's not something to say openly. Your tongue, brother. You'll get into trouble if you say that. That's enough. What else is there besides women, gambling, and drugs? Seo In-hyuk said after thinking for a while. Alcohol. That's right. It's alcohol. And don't you know what college students do the most? Alcohol. Now we're talking a little. Lee Ho-min leaned on the table. Then he looked into Seo In-hyuk's eyes and said, since the drama is on the air now, the filming is probably over. Then he'll come out of school, right? That's right. I guess so. Yes. It's the beginning of the semester. Then we'll have a welcome party for freshmen, OT, or MT, but let's drink X there. And Lee Ho-min spoke with a more insidious voice than before. Then Kang Jin-seok will make a mistake because he is drunk. Get into a fight or drive drunk. Oh my. When you see him acting like Nakamura, he's not a nice guy by nature. How can a good guy act like that? I'm sure you'll make a mistake. Seo In-hyuk nodded at Lee Ho-min's words. So you're saying, make a mistake by drinking? Yes, and take a picture of it and send it to me. I'll send it to all the reporters I know. Although the movie went bankrupt, Lee Ho-min's father is the president of KL Enter, a big agency. With their connections, it would be easy to bury a new actor. Ho-min would be much better than me, right? Seo In-hyuk replied with a cheeky smile. All right, brother. I'll try to drink a lot by pretending to be close or a fan. Yes, sir. But you shouldn't try to drink too openly. You should also drink in moderation. You know that, right? Yes. I'll take care of it. An image of Jin-seok covering his face with a worried expression came to mind. Now, I think something's going to work out. Right. Yes, brother. That's why I like Ho-min. After turning the happy circle for a moment, the two laughed and bumped into each other. Meanwhile, Jin-seok didn't even know that there was such a plot against him. A Gamjaedang restaurant in Song-so-dong ordered sojo with a calm voice. Auntie, please give me another bottle of sojo. Jin-seok's table was occupied by Mr. Kim and Park Shun-sum. Around the table, other people were watching Jin-seok and the three of them drinking with excited expressions on their faces. Ugh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kim, I leave my back to you. Make sure you knock Jin-seok down this time. At that time, the men shouted as the foreman fell on the table with his eyes open. Hey, class president, you died with your eyes open. Hey, Mr. Kim, don't overdo it and pay for it. You can't beat Jin-seok with alcohol. Park Shun-sum, don't change your glass for a class president. To celebrate the success of the drama, Jin-seok and the ants went out for dinner and had a masterpiece drinking session after a long time, with a drinking contest to add to the excitement. Before opening a new sojo, Jin-seok held up a beer glass full of sojo. There's one drink left. In response to Jin-seok's voice, which became calmer as he drank, Mr. Kim spoke with a twisted tongue. Hangbo okay. Then Park Shun-sum rushed out after Mr. Kim. The other men laughed and said, why are you drinking at Jin-seok? It's stupid. When I see you always lose, but you? Maybe I can't remember because the film is cut off every time. Their chirping voices rang through the Gamjaedang restaurant. OS Group's affiliated company, OS International Headquarters Representative Office. Representative Oh Hae-nyul and Chief of Staff Kang Ki-young-sik watched in Spring Without Flowers. As expected, the CEO has a really good eye. The work of the BDD station overwhelmed the work of the KSC. Ha. You're painting my face gold. It's good luck. Representative Oh Hae-nyul spoke modestly, but he was quite happy inside. Good. After the drama, Oh Hae-nyul said with a satisfied smile. I saw your report today, and you're almost ready to establish OS Entertainment. Yes, sir. Now we just need to fill the staff, but there are some problems with the supply and demand of professional staff. What part are you having trouble with? Yes. If you look at this. Kang Ki-young-sik gave Oh Hae-nyul the data he had prepared. Finance, management, and human resources can be filled within the company today. But the problem is that there are no specialized managers on the corporate side. The data Kang Ki-young-sik handed over included internal organization charts for each department and team. Most of them had nominees, but the positions of vice presidents and prominent managers were empty. Oh Hae-nyul, who carefully examined the data from beginning to end, muttered. The most urgent thing is that we don't have a vice president to run the company on my behalf. That's right. People who are fluent in this field have private businesses or are already treated more than executives. That's true. But I can't let anyone sit down. Meanwhile, Oh Hae-nyul continued to scan the data. Then, as if I didn't understand it well, I asked Kang Ki-young-sik. But why aren't there any managers? I'm not ignoring the position of a manager, but isn't a manager easy to find? It is easy to find ordinary road managers and managers. However, it is not easy to find real managers who are suitable for our company level, as you have previously instructed. Oh Hae-nyul, listening to Kang Ki-young-sik, put the data on his desk. Then he leaned back in his chair and said, then let's get the vice president first. And I think you'd better find a manager, because the eyes of the expert may be different. Oh Hae-nyul, who was instructing Kang Ki-young-sik, suddenly remembered a company in his head at novel bin at. Stay still. I heard that the CEO of that company came out as if he had been kicked out. Chief, Yoon Entertainment. Please check the situation here as well. I can't believe I'm coming to college. I never imagined that I would drop out of high school and go to college. But now that I was standing in front of the main gate of Soguk University, I was among a crowd of students. Mostly, I didn't dare to go because the tuition was so high, but a full scholarship from the chief. While I was thinking about this and that, a story I had with writer Jo So-kwon at a dinner party came to mind. Jin-sok, I heard the news. I heard you entered college this time. Ah yes. I somehow ended up going late. Hey, you made a good choice. Being a student is the happiest time in my life. Do you know anything else? I wonder if I will film a piece with a university background later. Someday, the college student experience will help me with my acting. He also told me that it must have been difficult because of the recent filming, so I should rest well while going to school. Okay, let's rest in peace until the next project. I entered the school while looking around. The campus was quite crowded. Where is the art school? After wandering around for a while, I finally found the classroom. When I opened the door and entered, students were already gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. At that time, I made eye contact with a student. It was a short word, but it was enough to attract the attention of other students. It's him, right? Okay, what did I say? I said he was Nakamura, the head of our department. Oh my god. If I ask you to take a picture, will you take it? But he's really handsome. In fact, even on the way to school, people would look at me and whisper like this. At times like that, I felt really happy that people recognized me as an actor. Because I felt like I was a little closer to my goals and dreams. What? It would have been better if they had said Kang Jin-sok instead of Nakamura. I laughed at myself for becoming more greedy in that short period of time. As I sit in an empty seat at the front of the classroom, I can feel the students' passionate gaze on the back of my head. I'm a little excited. It wasn't because of the students' gaze. Rather, it was the excitement of my first college lecture, something I had never even dreamed of. No, I had never been able to do before. After a while, the lecture began. Then today's lecture ends here. You can submit individual and group assignments in lieu of the midterm and final exams whenever they are completed. For sure, professors are different. The first lecture was a subject called Acting 1. Should I say that it is a lecture that summarizes what I learned through physical encounters? It wasn't a huge enlightenment. However, it was definitely a useful lecture as it explained the basics step by step. The other kids didn't seem to have much fun. You're teaching on OT day, I kept hearing it in the background. While I was thinking that, someone came up to me and spoke to me. Excuse me. 4 students. There were 2 boys and 2 girls. Hello, my name is Hyongja Park, class of 18. That. Jin-sok Kang. Is that correct? Yes, you're right. Hello, seniors. I got up from my seat and greeted him politely, and Park Hyongju also greeted me. Park Hyongju speaks with a nervous smile. Wow, there is no need to greet me like that. It's no different, there is a welcome party for new students today. Ah yes. I posted my vote in the group chat room, but no one said anything. I don't think you even confirmed it. At his words, I quickly turned on my phone. I need to get into the habit of checking messages. As he said, we voted on participation in the freshman group chat room, and everyone except me completed it. Sorry, I didn't realize it. Oh, no, it's okay, because you must be very busy. But could you possibly come today? As Park Hyongju hesitated to ask, the eyes of the other students next to him sparkled and they helped each other out. The professor is coming too. A lot of student council members and other seniors are coming too. It will be fun. Plus, it's free for new students. What? I said I'd take the day off from my part-time job today, so it'll be okay. Since I didn't have any plans, I scratched my cheek and said, yes, I will go. Park Hyongju smiled brightly after hearing what I said. A new student welcome party was held in an entire bar in front of the school. It was awkward at first, but soon the freshmen were playing in groups and groups with like-minded people. Can you take a picture with me just once? Oh, just shake hands once. I heard that you were selected for this drama through an audition. Is it true? How was the atmosphere? I'm releasing a web drama I filmed next week. Would it be okay if I promoted it on social media just once? You don't do social media? So why not make it now? I'll make it for you. Of course, the place where the most students gathered was Jin-sok's table. That's because most of the students in the theater department wanted to become actors, so they couldn't help but be interested in Jin-sok, a new actor. Although he was a supporting actor, Jin-sok, who appeared in a terrestrial drama, was an object of envy among theater students. Many students felt attracted to Jin-sok, who was friendly and not condescending despite his position. In the drama, he was very scary and charismatic. He's actually very nice. That's right. But we can't take pictures together. It's too much of a comparison. I just covered my face with an emoticon. Someone was sitting far away and glaring at Jin-sok. You have become a very big star. It was Seo In-hyuk, who was pushed to second place due to Jin-sok. Seo In-hyuk, who chewed Jin-sok once, took the drink and went to Jin-sok's table. To destroy Jin-sok's perfect appearance, Seo In-hyuk said to Jin-sok, gently shaking his glass. Instead of just taking pictures, why don't you have a drink? It's a welcome party for new students. A legendary boxer said this. Everyone has a good plan. Until you get hit. Seo In-hyuk was in exactly that situation. What is this guy? At first, everything went according to plan. Jinsook gulped down the drink he gave him, and he just joined in. One glass becomes two, and those glasses become several bottles. Seo In-hyuk, who prided himself on being a leader, was reaching his limits. I lost because of drinking? To a guy who looks like a Gizaeng brother like that. Even though he drank enough to fill one side of the table with bottles, Jinsook did not waver at all. It looks difficult. No, rather, Jinsook poured a drink for Seo In-hyuk and said as if he was worried. Don't push yourself too hard. Jinsook's words certainly sounded like he was worried, but they contained something like a subtle warning. It could have been Seo In-hyuk's illusion. Unlucky child. Then other students at the same table spoke to Jinsook. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? The other kids took a break and drank in moderation. Jinsook, are you okay? Would you like me to buy you some ice cream? Jinsook Appa is more macho than he seems. As expected, it's my style, greatness. This guy and that girl, it's all Jinsook. Jinsook greets each and every student who passes by, and when his seniors go home, he sees them off without anyone asking him to. Even his polite attitude of paying attention to even the smallest details was a thorn in Seo In-hyuk's eyes. Shit. I need to go to the bathroom. Seo In-hyuk got up from his seat, feeling annoyed inside. Stumbling. Oh, it's really embarrassing. He wasn't bad at drinking, but he seemed to have drunk too much in his attempts to get Jinsook drunk. Hey, it's okay. In-hyuk. Someone come together. The surroundings were noisy, and because I drank so much, I couldn't hear the students' worried comments. It's okay, I'll go alone, Sue. This. I roughly shook off the students who offered to help me and went to the bathroom. Ah, why does this bar have a bathroom outside? Perhaps because he woke up suddenly, his eyes were very dizzy. Tuck. As I was stumbling into the bathroom building, I bumped into someone passing by. If he had been sober, he would have apologized and moved on, but Seo In-hyuk, who was drunk, was not at the level where he could make a sound judgment. Seo In-hyuk glanced at the person he had bumped into without realizing it and headed to the bathroom. Then, Seo In-hyuk's body flinched as he was slapped on the back of the head. Hey. The man approached like an angry bull and violently pulled Seo In-hyuk by the shoulder. You. When I managed to focus, I could see straight ahead. What is this? The person who turned himself around was the so-called muscle pig. It's also an evil attribute, muscle pig. This is the type of person you should never get into a fight with at a bar. Ugh. Seo In-hyuk looked at the man with open eyes. The problem was that when I looked at him with open eyes, it seemed as if he was glancing at the other person. Perhaps because he felt bad, the man grabbed Seo In-hyuk by the collar. If I bump into you, you should apologize. Why are you looking at me like that? Sin, sorry. Seo In-hyuk apologized in a hurry. Unfortunately, the apology made in a crawling voice did not reach the muscle pig. Okay, what is he saying now? The atmosphere gradually became more hostile, and crowds of people were gathering around. It was then. Sorry, I'll just pass by. Someone pushed through the crowd and came forward. Seo In-hyuk glanced behind him while still being held by the collar. Kang Jinsook. Jinsook was there, smiling. I was a little worried when I saw Seo In-hyuk staggering to the bathroom. Don't bother. In fact, I could see that Seo In-hyuk was uncomfortable with me while he was drinking. The eyes that looked at me from the beginning were hostile, and when someone who isn't very close to you gives you a drink, it's one of those two things. Either you really want to be close to them or you want to screw them. Seo was the latter. So I scolded him with a moderate amount of alcohol. There is no reason to avoid a fight. It is a world these days where people rush more, thinking that they are weak if they avoid it. That's true, but after thinking for a while, I got up from my seat and followed Seo In-hyuk. He's an ugly guy, but isn't his famous name Donkey? He brought it on himself, but he couldn't let someone who was so drunk go alone anyway. When I came out, I could see the back of Seo In-hyuk's head from a distance. But the problem is that Seo In-hyuk is surrounded by people. You should apologize if you bumped into me. Why are you looking at me like that? Sin, sorry. What? Say something, dude. As expected, bad premonitions have never been wrong. Still, I think I arrived before something big happened, so it would be a relief if it was a relief. I watched the flow and broke through the crowd. I'm sorry. I'll pass by. Seo In-hyuk looked back at me with tearful eyes as if he heard my voice. After smiling slightly and telling Seo In-hyuk not to worry, he said to the muscle pig, haha, haha, I think my friend made a mistake because he drank a lot. I apologize instead. I wanted to resolve the matter smoothly, so I spoke politely. But the muscle pig didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. What? Apples instead because you're really? Me. You really are. What movie are you making? Once you get out of bread, you're like a beggar. If it's bread, are you talking about prison? I don't think this is something to be proud of. While looking at the muscle pig pitifully, the muscle pig threw Seo In-hyuk and yelled, I'll help you soon, so stay still. Thud. Seo In-hyuk groaned in pain, whether because he was sick or ashamed. Do I have to do this? Then the muscle pig grabbed me by the collar this time. The baby that lost his head. Do you know who I am? The atmosphere had become much more violent than before, and I could hear the onlookers swallowing their saliva as well. I wasn't really impressed as a party. That's because compared to the catch the neck the warehouse guys taught me self-defense, this was cute. You don't grab it by the neck like that. There seemed to be no strength in the back or lower body. I didn't feel any threat to the crude level that only gave me strength in my hand. Besides, I was angry. Right now, this muscle pig is holding on to the clothes. Because it was a pretty precious dress for me. When I got into college, the boys said, Jinsook, you should get married with a girlfriend. They bought him a department store card saying, men are clothes. It's not a very expensive piece of clothing, but it's definitely not something that a pathetic guy would touch carelessly. This is not something you would touch carelessly. The muscle pig grabbed his wrist. Take your hands off. What? Take your hands off? Hey, Dre, what is this? Finally, as Uncle Park Chunsum told me, he grabbed the part sticking out of the wrist bone. Then the muscle pig crossed his body and fell to his knees, spitting out words one by one to the panicked voices of the onlookers. Huh, what? I think you just caught something. What's wrong with him? I pretended to be calm, but to be honest, I was a little surprised. Park Chunsum said, if someone grabs you by the collar, use it. I didn't know that the technique he taught me with a big smile would be so effective. I forgot because he's always playful. Suddenly, I remembered Uncle Park Chunsum's identity. Park Chunsum, age unknown. Former homicide detective, now a chocolate bar thief at the Songsa warehouse. I should thank him next time. Wake up. The people around me looked at me in amazement as if I were a hero. I felt a little uncomfortable, but I told Seo In-hyuk as if it wasn't a big deal. Let's go get a hangover. The muscle pig ran away and Jinsook took Seo In-hyuk to the grocery store. This was because Seo In-hyuk's eyes were swollen to return to the welcome party immediately. Here, ready. What is this? Seo In-hyuk asked with a nasal voice. Special hangover ramen, taught by the men I work with at my part-time job. It guarantees both taste and calories. If you eat it, you can get up to 2 kilograms a day in no time. Seo In-hyuk laughed in amazement when he saw the cup noodles, which cost 15,000 won just for the ingredients. If you're in such good shape eating something like that, how long do you exercise? Exercise? Yes. Since you were playing with that pig earlier, I think you do it a lot. What about exercise? I guess I gained some strength just by working hard. Working hard? Do you work hard? Seo In-hyuk asked in a slightly surprised voice. Jinsook replied in a calm voice. If you work hard, you can get real muscles that you can't get by exercising. That's the secret of strength. Isn't it fun? Yes. I'm sorry. Let's eat before it gets cold. Seo In-hyuk nodded slightly and ate ramen. It's delicious. After making an open impression, Seo In-hyuk asked, why did you help me? Jinsook blew and cooled down the ramen, swallowed it, and replied, why are you helping me? Are you nice or stupid? You somehow noticed that I was trying to screw you up. No. How can you not know? I'm trying to give you a drink by making it so obvious. Jinsook took a smoked egg out of the ramen and put it in his mouth. I heard what the kids said earlier, and you're pretty famous too, so it would be a big deal if you got into trouble. With the school or with you. And I told you earlier. I helped you because you are a friend from the same department. That's all. After that, Jinsook drank the soup. Seo In-hyuk looked at the scene and thought, you helped me because I was in the same department. Seo In-hyuk was embarrassed by Jinsook's action of helping him without thinking, even though he knew everything. So I tried to apologize. With the words of thanks for your help. Until the end, you unlucky boy. In the end, it was Seo In-hyuk who was not honest. I tried to act like an ordinary college student, but when Spring Without Flowers became a hot topic, more and more people recognized it. When I went to a restaurant to eat. Hey, it's Nakamura. Crazy. Hey, can I eat next to you? When I go to the library to study. Student, I'm sorry. Please leave. What? Did I do something wrong? No, it's not that. There are so many other students walking around to see you. It's too noisy. Oh, my. When I go into the classroom. You're good at acting and you have a good attitude to listen to lectures. Thank you. You can make good eye contact with me even when you sit behind me. We can see each other better if we sit in front of each other. Ha ha ha. Is my lecture so useful? Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Since that day, Seo In-hyuk and I have become quite close. When we run into each other, he asks me how I am, have you eaten, and if I say I haven't, we go to the restaurant together. For a while, I reminisced about those quiet days and searched for weekly drama ratings on my phone. Wow. In Spring Without Flowers was completely overwhelming, a hard-written poem. During the 4th episode, it maintained an average audience rating of 19% and ranked first in replay and internet viewing. It is quite popular at this time when over-the-air dramas are facing a crisis due to the growth of cable TV. Therefore, of course, drama-related articles were plastered within Spring Without Flowers. High ratings for Spring Without Flowers. If you haven't seen it yet, it's a drama you should watch. In Spring Without Flowers, BDD's ratings for other dramas have increased day by day. They were all nice nights. The only works I appeared in were the acclaimed articles. Some articles were recorded and saved. And, not long after the 4th episode aired, there were some really important articles. Nakamura's true intention. Nakamura became a charming villain. Kang Jinsook Nakamura, the new actor's acting. The traitor Nakamura. Where is he going? Among these articles, the one that bothers me the most is Betrayer Nakamura. It was an article about his future articles. Won't Nakamura die? If Nakamura dies, the BDD website will be a real terror. Anonymous exists. Would Joseok-kwan kill Nakamura without knowing it? I'm from the future. Nakamura is porridge. Oh my god. I was so sad to die in my dream. I hope I can live for a long time this time. Is Nakamura hat even in your dreams? HJ, yes. Half of them wish Nakamura, who changed from a villain to a helper, well. Honestly, I don't know who the main character is. I'm good at acting, but I can't help but die. Lee X Chi also died for SARS, and Lee X Maru Jindaranjiko died for Rainjiko. What is this, duck? Half of the audience said that I should leave beautifully for work. More than I thought, there are so many people watching. I didn't know when I was filming, but when I saw so many articles and comments, I realized it. Then, all of a sudden, countless Kakao talk messages poured in. 22nd grade Woo Hyung-sok, Jin-sok? Have you seen the news? Is Nakamura really going to die? Kim Suchul, class 22, just be honest with me. Are you going to die? Are you going to live? Yinsu, Appa? You can't die. But death? Just tell me. President Park Hyunjo, hey, Jin-sok. Your acting is crazy. By the way, are you going to die? Soyeon, are you looking for Kong Jin-sok? BDD station, conference room in Spring Without Flowers. It was way past the time to leave work, but no one left the team for In Spring Without Flowers. The reason, of course, was Nakamura. What should I do? I want to save Nakamura, but when I see the edited version, I can't. The staff spoke with a voice filled with anguish, but their faces were very cheerful. Aside from the good ratings, it was breaking records every day. Now they were thinking about whether to save Nakamura in episode 7. Producer N.A. Jinho, who was agonizing with his team members, scratched his head and muttered, "This is driving me crazy. This has to die, this has to die. How can you save it?" Writer Jo So-kwon, who was agonizing like N.A. Jinho, sighed and asked, "Sai, PD, will you be able to save it again over there?" Half and half. No, there will be more reactions that it is forced. Everyone would think he was shot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's also a problem to act too good. Jo So-kwon sighed again at N.A. Jinho's words. Then I put two similar-looking scripts on my desk. N.A. Jinho knows what this script is. One is a scenario where Nakamura dies. The other one is a living scenario. These scripts have been read dozens of times in advance. Both were interesting to evaluate from the point of view of having read both. The ending was similar. It is a happy ending with the main characters living peacefully in Joseon where they were liberated. The same goes for Nakamura. He doesn't marry someone like the main characters, but he lives happily with other Koreans. Of course, that was when Nakamura was alive. At that time, a staff member said, "Producer, any further delay may disrupt the shooting." I know, that's why we killed him, to save me. That. It was a really important point, but it didn't help at all in the current situation. The more you think about it, the more the conference room comes back to square one. At that moment, the door of the conference room burst open and Director Choi Hoon came in. "Oh, Commissioner? Please decide. Save it." While N.A. Jinho was talking with a beaming face, he stopped talking and said to Director Choi Hoon, "Hey, you guys, are you going to kill me? Are you going to save me? The boss told me to hurry up and decide." Then I immediately told N.A. Jinho, "Hey, Jinho, you have to make a good decision. For your information, the boss checked the final version and said, kill him. Then I'll kill him. What the boss says is the law. ... But the boss said it again. My wife wants to keep seeing Nakamura. ... Boss, you know you're being held by your wife, right? ... Just mention it. Please take note." At Choi Hoon's words, N.A. Jinho threw a pen on the laptop screen. "Let's do it? Oh my god, what should I do then? Hey, why are you mad at me? It's all because you're such a good artist. It's my fault. Then it's my fault. You did it all." It was a friendly meeting disguised as a fight, but it was not easy to make important decisions. Meanwhile, night had fallen, and the clock showed 3 in the morning. As time passed, the playfulness in the conference room disappeared, leaving only silence. It was an employee who broke the long silence. "Producer, why don't you shoot 2 versions and check the ratings and reactions for episode 6? At the employee's words, writer Jo So-kwon touched his neck and said, "Producer, is this opinion realistically possible? I think it would be nice if it were possible." Whoa, that's impossible. We started shooting on the premise that we could change the script, right? I can't afford to do 2 versions. And you died so well. Yes, I died that way, but I can't think of a direction to save it. The viewers won't understand it either. Producer N.A. Jinho's voice is still full of worry. At that time, Director Choi Hoon, who drank 6 cups of coffee, said at novel bin at. "Hey, I can't help it. Let's do it." Everyone looked at Choi Hoon. Everyone listened to Director Choi Hoon's deep words. No matter how I look at it, Nakamura should die in episode 6. Even if you look at the reactions so far, you say that Kang Jin-sok looks more like the main character than Han Ja-hoon. The staff nodded with a deep sigh at his words. That's because they vaguely thought the same thing. The benefit of killing is greater than the benefit of saving. I'm sorry for the friend who's looking forward to it, but I can't help it. Director Choi Hoon sipped the remaining coffee and said. His expression showed signs of deep distress. At that time, Jo So-kwon also expressed his opinion. "Well, I agree with you. I only know how to write, but I think it would be a little strange for the viewer to see Nakamura come back to life. Thank you for your understanding, writer. I think you've almost finished writing the script for when Nakamura was alive. Haha, that's okay. It was fun writing it too. Producer N.A. Jinho sighed deeply as if he was sorry. Alright. Then let's say Nakamura dies and I'll go with the first script. After a short talk with Choi Hoon and Jo So-kwon, N.A. Jinho instructed the staff. I'll tell Kang Jin-sok so you can contact the other actors. The filming is running well. Yes. Instead, viewers might be disappointed if Nakamura doesn't appear at all in the next episode. Let's show Nakamura's face as if the main characters were reminiscing. Okay. In the end, a long agony was ended. Let's go play. Yes. You said you didn't have a shoot today, right? My close friends are supposed to go out together, but you come with me. Is that what Jo So-kwon said? I was looking forward to it because I had never gone out with friends my own age. Yes, where to? As soon as I finished speaking, I heard cheers. Wow, Nisa. College life with Nakamura. But what are we going to do? We decided to go to the baseball stadium. But I'm eating right now. Wait, I'll give you the address, so come there. Because it's a baseball stadium. I had never been there, and I didn't know anything about it. But I thought it wouldn't be bad to go with all my colleagues. Okay, send me the address. Seoul's Pride, LJ Doubles. Wow, BBA, 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 BBA. It's really big. The baseball stadium I went to for the first time was really big. I didn't know it was that big when I saw it on the subway. While watching the players warm up, Seo In-hyuk said from the side. Here we go, to the victory of LJ Doubles. Cheers. Cheers. Oh, I'm angry. I'm a fan of Doxo Liz. Are you crazy? You did that difficult thing. Don't ignore it. This year is really different. You guys are doing this every year. There were 7 people with me. By the way, you must really like baseball. Seo In-hyuk cheered passionately even though the game hadn't started yet. Then the announcer said. Today's first pitch will be thrown by the idol group Red Liz's Park Ha-yeon. Then the stadium became noisy in an instant. Wow, Park Ha-yeon. I'm glad I came here today. I don't know much about idols, but I have heard the name Park Ha-yeon. I don't know how I am now, but I was a popular idol when I was in the military. I was still looking at the baseball stadium when Seo In-hyuk said, laughing. A junior from our company came out. You're junior at work. Oh, Red Liz and I are at the same agency. Oh, yes. Yes. Come to think of it, the major 77 idols are pretty good too. Yeah, but technically, he's not a junior. I'm learning and he's an idol. You're a pretty clear guy, aren't you? But we're in the same company, so if he's a junior, he's a junior. He's the mark of our idol's part. Red Liz. He seemed to be proud of his way of speaking, but there was something different in his eyes. While Park Ha-yeon was throwing out the first pitch, Seo In-hyuk suddenly emptied a beer. I'll throw out the first pitch when I'm famous. It's like a boy in a dream. If it's simple, and if it's big, it's a big dream. Success as an actor and then watching on your favorite baseball stage. That seemed like a pretty cool dream. I thought about it and Seo In-hyuk said with a sly smile. I should play the ball well and be cast in a baseball movie or drama later. Sports dramas and movies are quite popular in the United States, so if I go to Hollywood. The game was quite fun at novel bin at. LJ Doubles scored first, and then the opponent fired Doxo Liz immediately turned the tables. After the comeback, Seo In-hyuk began to cheer, his voice breaking as he cursed, something he wasn't usually good at. I don't know much about baseball, but it's fun. Let's finish episode 5 right now. A person who looked like a show host came up to the cheering section and said, all right, everybody, we've finished the 5th inning, and we're down by 1. You can win? And event time that came back without fail. Today's event is to drink beer quickly. Contestants, please stand up and dance. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard music playing on the ball field. Wow. Then all my colleagues, except me, started dancing like crazy, as if I've been waiting for this. Come to think of it, I said there were a lot of kids who danced in the practical test. Since it was a drama department, there were a lot of talented kids. Especially Seo In-hyuk, who was standing next to him, danced like he was possessed. Such a picture of us appeared on the screen of the baseball field. 7 people were dancing like crazy, and I was sitting alone in the middle. Wow, what's that? Everybody, come down. Stop dancing. When the host pointed to us and called us out, everyone got down in unison. I didn't want to stand out, so I just sat down. Huh, isn't that Nakamura? Park Ha-yeon came and Nakamura came today. What day is today? My face, sitting idly, filled the giant screen. The host also pointed at the screen to see if he had found me. Oh, Nakamura. Everyone else is coming down. What are you doing? Hurry up and come down. I had no choice but to do the same at the sound of his words. I followed my other friends to the cheering stage. As I climbed up to the podium, I could feel thousands, maybe more than 10,000 people staring at me. Then the moderator gave me a microphone and asked, how did you get here? I took the subway. What? The host looked at me with a stupid expression. Next to him, Seo In-hyuk wiped his face and mumbled, don't go to entertainment shows and just act, please. The sober host said suddenly, I see, the subway. Yes, I'm sure other people were like that too. When the host was embarrassed, Seo In-hyuk poked me in the side and whispered, just say hello, no more nonsense. Because I'm embarrassed. Huh? Oh yeah. I fixed the microphone and bowed. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-sok, who plays Nakamura in Spring Without Flowers. I came with my schoolmates. I emphasized my name on purpose. It's an honor for the public to recognize Nakamura, but I wanted to make my name known. Luckily, it worked. Your name is Kongjinsook. Oh, that's why it said Nakamura Kongjinsook on the real-time search list. But what does the subway mean? Is it a joke? No way. With that face, stories like that ridiculous gag, and so on were playing. Oh, are you in the same class? Yes. I'm a freshman in the drama department at Sogaku University. And here and there they say, wow. So I heard people saying, everyone must be handsome, or, no wonder, everyone was handsome. The uniform you're wearing is also a legendary LJ Doubles uniform. You must be a big fan. There's also an autograph. Of course, that wasn't the case. The uniform I'm wearing is the one that Seo In-hyuk had given me. The host admired the uniform for a moment and spoke to the stands. Oh, that's great. Let's start the event. In 1 minute, the person who drinks the most beer will get a ticket for 3 nights and 4 days at Timyang Resort. Accommodation ticket for Timyang Resort. I'm not sure about anything else, but I'm a bit coveted. Before, the class president said he wanted to go on a resort trip with his family. It's been a while, but I'm sure you'll like it if I give it to you. Go. At the same time as the host signaled, I repeatedly brushed the beer on the table into my mouth and put down the empty cup. After a while, the host, who was checking the number of empty cups, shouted again. Wow, how many drinks have you had? I think it's a record for this event. I didn't count, but at first glance, it seemed like I drank the most. The admiring voice of the host can be heard along with the sound of people being surprised. Well, all right. You can go down and get the prize, and before you go, please say LJ Doubles Fighting. As I was handed the microphone, Seo In-hyuk smiled and sang. 1, 2, 3. LJ Doubles, Fighting. I returned to my seat after the event. Everyone said they were glad they came to the baseball stadium today, and friends who came for the first time like me were so excited that they said they should come from time to time in the future. Kongjinsook. Suddenly, men in black suits approached me and spoke to me from somewhere. Yes, but. The man at the front answered cautiously. The LJ Club upgraded the seat to a table seat because they said there might be a problem with the actor's personal life for security reasons. A seat at the table. Yes. I ask for your safety, even if it is uncomfortable. After the game, I returned home, leaving my regrets behind. So many things happened. There was a lot going on at the ballpark where I went without thinking. I was introduced to a baseball stadium filled with more than 10,000 spectators. I participated in a beer drinking event, and I received a ticket to a resort. When I went to the table seat, I even greeted the star idol of Major 77 that Seo In-hyuk boasted about. I didn't know that the table I was assigned to was next door. According to the suit brothers who guided me, when celebrities come, they usually ask them to sit at that table. That's why they assigned me to that side. Am I a little famous now? I didn't feel bad. With that in mind, I briefly remembered a conversation with the Red Liz members. Hi, I really enjoy your drama. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I'm listening to the song as well. Wow, really? Thank you. I heard you're a fan of LJ Doubles. I'm a big fan too. We're LJ Doubles fans too. Ha ha ha. Yes. Would you like some of the PPL we have? I can't eat because I'm on a diet. Maybe that's how I was supposed to be. The members of Red Liz treated me quite warmly. So did I. I reacted in an appropriate manner. Anyway, what can I say? Today was a pretty weird day, full of fun. Hoo. Soyeon, hey, what's this? Soyeon, you're so excited. At that time, Seo In-hyuk sent me a link to an article on Kakao Talk. Looking at the content of the article, it seemed that today, which was full of strange things, was not over yet. There were a total of 3 links sent by Seo In-hyuk. A video, an SNS post, and an article. I watched the video first. The title is You Can't Move Me with So Much Music. Kids. I was nervous just from the title. I don't know what kind of video it is, but I pressed the play button first. Wow. When I pressed the play button, I saw people dancing like crazy on the ball field. People danced brilliantly in groups as if they had been preparing. It was a video of me and my friends. Seo In-hyuk was the best, and his brilliant dance moves attracted everyone's attention. And I don't know why it was photographed like that but with an extravagant expression in the middle of the extravagant dance. I looked at the camera with the feeling, can you see it? This is our skill. It was humiliating. To make an excuse, I crossed my arms because I didn't know what to do. The expression of arrogance was just the expression of watching the children dance. I don't know why I'm looking at the camera. I didn't even know where the camera was. The comments were even more spectacular. The title is crazy lol. You didn't go to watch baseball. You went to dance. No, but lol he's dancing next to me like this. What's with his cool expression? It's a cool video when we all dance together. It's a joke because he's doing it alone in the middle. Once I covered my face in shame, and this time I clicked on the link to the SNS post. The title is Kongjinsook. This is how it tastes. I was also nervous about the title. When I looked down at the screen and saw the article, I saw a picture of me holding a cup of beer and saying, yay. There were moderate residual bubbles underneath the beer glass, with a slight splash of beer in the air. Beer commercials often use photos that look like they were made with CG, but there is no way that a reporter can even mobilize CG to write a single article like that. This will be the original. To explain this, it wasn't a reaction that came out because the beer was delicious. I was just happy that I could get a prize because the first place was guaranteed. Those who didn't know it interpreted the picture as they saw it. By Kwenyam, I ordered chicken after seeing it. I like pizza. I like jockball. I like hamburger. Below that were comments with more than 100 late-night snack menus. There were overlapping menus, but it was a scene where you could see the unity of the Korean people. The most important thing was the best comment that received the most recommendations. Eat this guy. You know how to drink. Please contact me. Let's go to the ensemble. LJ doubles, fighting. What are you doing here? If you have time to leave a comment, please upload a video. I bet you won't look like a person when you stand next to Kang Jin-seok. I'm already ugly. Writer, I look like my father. What did I tell him? IJ&S. This person. He was one of those famous eating YouTubers that I've heard of, even though I don't watch YouTube that much. A former athlete, as you can see in the comments, is an older influencer. Although he looked fierce, he was a likable YouTuber, so the stories of people he actually met became a story. Well, you're just leaving comments for fun. Smiling, I clicked on the last link. The picture I took without much thought came out big. Is this the news? What are you doing, Park Hae-in? Hamina, a member of Red Liz, asked. Hamina was quite tired after pretending to enjoy the boring baseball game after the company's play ball event. Park Hae-in looked at Hamina with a smile. Hamina's eyebrows raised when Park Hae-in smiled at her. Why is she laughing at me? Contrary to what the fans knew, the members of Red Liz did not get along well with each other. It wasn't enough for them to fight each other by holding each other's heads, they often came close to doing so. So Hamina was not very happy to see Park Hae-in smiling at her. Park Hae-in spoke to Hamina with a satisfied voice. Hehe. I gave my manager the picture I took with Kang Jin-seok earlier. Please write an article quickly. What? Was there a picture of you too? Ugh. The article is already up. At novel.bin.at. While Park Hae-in was bragging, she showed Hamina an internet article. There was a picture of Park Hae-in and Jin-seok smiling brightly in the article, as if they had been close for a long time. There is no way that Park Hae-in and Kang Jin-seok know each other, that is how the article was published. Of course, Hamina did not like the article. Park Hae-in continued to say with a smile. Kang Jin-seok, you're so popular these days. I was lucky to have this opportunity, so I have to drink through a straw. I can't be an idol forever, so it would be good to build a network in the acting industry beforehand. Park Hae-in said with a determined smile. If pictures of both of us go viral, we can be cast together in entertainment shows. Entertainment writers are good at using such scenarios. So, if you start filming together once or twice, you'll get to know each other quickly, and you know what? I might even be able to play a small role in the drama. Then Park Hae-in slightly stuck out her tongue and made a cute expression. Everyone looked excited, but Hamina was rather annoyed. Is that why you posted an article by yourself, ignoring all the other members? Are you bragging about it again? Hamina said with a fierce look, but Park Hae-in didn't care if she was familiar with this situation. Hey, Mina. You're so ridiculous. In fact, she smiled like she was being ridiculous and looked directly at Hamina. You shouldn't say that. You secretly asked Kang Jin-seok for his number before the game ended. You said you'd come to watch baseball with me later. You don't even like baseball. Why are you doing this? Park Hae-in started to shoot at Hamina. I think you're better than the guy you're dating now, so didn't you want to transfer right away? What? You've switched like that several times. If you see a guy who looks like he's going to be better, you can get a number and contact him. Hamina's expression hardened at Park Hae-in's words. Only she knew if she was angry to hear this or if she was embarrassed by the fact that she thought she had been completely deceived. But it was clear to everyone that she felt bad. It doesn't matter if you get a number or if you meet later, but right now I need a ticket. Park Hae-in dealt Hamina a decisive blow. I mean, don't talk nonsense. If you bother me, I won't let you. Hamina and Park Hae-in stared at each other, and that day, the thin ice of Red Liz's piece began to crack. I came home and looked at the link Seo In-hyuk sent me. It's tiring to play, too. Maybe because there were so many things going on, my body was full. But today is the day we decided to watch the rerun of No Flowers. I had to do what I had to do even though I was tired, so I washed up and turned on the TV. I am neither Japanese nor Korean. I watched the rerun that had just started. When you're obsessed, your acting is perfect. But the more I do, the more I have to pay attention to the basics. Even though everyone praised my performance, I couldn't be satisfied until I achieved my goal. Then the cell phone rang. Hello. If you had trouble reading the link, you should have answered something. What if you just read it and ignored it? Please give me an emoticon. It was Seo In-hyuk with a slightly grumpy voice. Oh, sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Seo In-hyuk said with a smile. By the way, did you say the article? What article? The one you wanted to eat with the eating. Would I be curious about such an old man? Seo In-hyuk said with a subdued voice. The article about the selfie with Park Hae-in. Did you see it? I saw it. It's nothing special. I meant it. I didn't read the article very carefully, but it was just the truth. No, it's not. There were other things. I met Park Hae-in for the first time today, but the article said that Park Hae-in and I have known each other for a long time. That is nothing. In this world where devil's editing is so popular, it's a cute thing. After a moment of silence, Seo In-hyuk's worried voice could be heard on the cell phone. I'm telling you this because we're friends. Don't talk about it anywhere else. Huh? What? Seo In-hyuk hesitated a bit and continued talking. I know Park Hae-in. I'm not a very nice person. I used to say good things at the ball field, but stay away from it if possible. Suddenly, I remembered what Seo In-hyuk said while looking at Park Hae-in at the baseball stadium. I saw you with uncomfortable eyes back then. I guess it wasn't Kiwoo. I only heard it because I'm an actor, but Red Liz members don't have good reviews. If the manager changes often, it doesn't look like there's smoke coming out of the chimney. The atmosphere was a little different from Seo In-hyuk, who usually talks casually. Maybe you're giving me this advice because you're worried that I might be involved with Park Hae-in. Alright. If I come to cast a program with Park Hae-in or Red Liz, I'll refuse it if I can. I had just made my debut, but I didn't want to appear on any show or program. Especially on a show that made me feel uncomfortable. Of course, if it's good work, I'm happy to play a supporting role. Seo In-hyuk said with a satisfied voice. That is a good idea. I thought you'd be tactless because you seemed to be studying acting all the time, but your brain must be working well. Yes. Thanks for the compliment. Then they talked for a while. Your face is so pretty, but the youngest one is so beautiful. While they were talking about something very trivial, Seo In-hyuk said as if he had forgotten. I should have said something else. What for? Even with today's work, you might have a lot of problems in the future. So, should I say a safety measure? To make some suggestions. After finishing his speech, Seo In-hyuk paused for a moment and said with a serious voice. Would you like to join our company? What do you mean, would you like to join our company? Be my colleague? From some pirate cartoon it was the same thing. It wasn't as impressive or touching as in the cartoons. Your company? Yes. Actually, the manager called me because of the video you sent me earlier. They asked me if I was close to you, so I said I would check in with you from time to time. He asked me to tell him. It's Major 77. It's not a bad company. No, it's a good company, to be honest. So much so that anyone who dreams of becoming an actor would be tempted. But as a new actor, I didn't think it would help me in my future career. Sorry. I don't have much intention of joining the agency yet. And he blurted out the background and thought about how to say it for a while before continuing. A company with too many actors in it is like that. Your company isn't bad, but I don't want to be the center of attention. Seo In-hyuk, who had been listening to me for a long time, said. Yes. If that's how you feel, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not a big deal. Let me know if you change your mind later. I'll let you know. Okay. Thank you. What do you mean, thank you? I hang up. The phone call with Seo In-hyuk, which was not short, ended. A room with a somewhat solemn atmosphere, bright but not fancy. There was a woman, Lee Min-young, staring over the glass. She had a short bob with piercing eyes. Her tight lips showed her serious personality. Next to Lee Min-young, a man leaned against the glass. He looked at Lee Min-young with a sad look as if he was looking at an untouchable treasure. The thin glass does not seem unreasonable even though the man is leaning against it. As if a man has no weight. The woman, looking blankly into the glass, spoke to the glass. I got an award today. I caught a lot of gangsters. Thanks to that, I'll be promoted next month. There are a few above me now. Lee Min-young continued. The president asked me at the award ceremony. Why is this prosecutor working so hard? Do you know what I answered? Of course, Lee Man-seok knew what Lee Min-young replied to the president. Because I was there. However, Lee Man-seok waited for Lee Min-young to speak without saying anything. I wanted to ask, why did you become a gangster when you caught a gangster? My brother was a gangster. In the end, he died in a gang. So I wanted to catch the gangsters and ask them, why did you become a gangster? I answered. Lee Min-young continued shaking her head. But actually, I've known for a long time. Why did my brother become a gangster? The reason why you had to become a gangster? No. Lee Man-seok spoke with an urgent voice at Lee Min-young's words. That's not the reason you think. It's just that I'm not good enough. However, Lee Min-young did not hear Lee Man-seok's words and continued to say what he had to say. Do you remember? When I was in middle school, my brother came to pick me up and ignored me. There was no way I couldn't remember. Lee Min-young's expression broke her heart that day. And my brother gave me a gift the day before the college entrance exam. I don't want to use it. Remember how you threw it away complaining? There was no way that I didn't remember that as well. That was the last time I saw her before we broke up. If I had known it would be your last performance, I wouldn't have done that. I've heard these words countless times over the past 10 years, but every time I hear them, Lee Man-seok's heart breaks. Lee Min-young, who had been wiping away tears for a while, struggled to speak again. It is time to go. I'll ask you one more question. I, who was a fool who knew nothing, can you forgive me? When Lee Min-young asked hesitantly, Lee Man-seok said frustratedly, as if wondering why he was asking for such a natural thing. What about forgiveness? You have always been my greatest pride. It was the reason I lived. Lee Man-seok spoke vehemently, but Lee Min-young still did not respond much. She smiled bitterly and muttered to herself. What do you have in mind all the time? You're all old, right? Lee Min-young sighed deeply and bit her lips slightly. Then she left the room as if it was difficult to be there. Thud. The door closes. Lee Man-seok stared at where Lee Min-young was. Laughing out loud, Lee Man-seok shed tears that covered his face. Then he looked into the glass that Lee Min-young had seen for a long time. Live 1967. Graduation, 2003. The late Lee Man-seok. There was an urn with his bone powder and a picture taken with Lee Min-young. Even after his death, Lee Man-seok continued to wait for Lee Min-young in this small room. I don't hate you, he said to his self-inflicted. You were always a proud person at novel.A. To convey the words. However, Lee Min-young could not hear Lee Man-seok even though he was right next to her. Lee Man-seok was a ghost and Lee Min-young was a person. Lee Man-seok, who had been sad for a long time, remembered the most famous ghost actor these days. It might be possible with him. No, it should be possible. Lee Man-seok left the charnel house for the first time in decades. To enter Jin-seok's dream and make his wish come true. Several men were scuffling at the entrance to the BDD station. Oh, really? Please call producer N.A. Jin-ho. I wrote a great work, really. What a strange young man. I can't do it. Do you think anyone can enter the station? Make a formal appointment. What do you mean, a strange young man? I'm a writer? And anyone? You talk too much. The man who wants to call out producer N.A. Jin-ho and the guards who want to throw him out. What? What's going on? I don't know. I heard that he wanted to see producer N.A. Jin-ho. I've seen someone ask to meet a celebrity, but I've never seen someone ask to meet a producer. He's a new guy. The employees of the station each said a word while looking at the man who was struggling. That was it. What's wrong with you? Writer Jo So-kwon, who came to the station to meet N.A. Jin-ho for a meeting in Spring Without Flowers, asked the security guard. He had a subtle smile on his face as if he was enjoying a skit-like scene he had not seen in a long time. One of the guards recognized him and said, scratching his head, "Oh, writer. It's no big deal. What a crazy." What do you mean, crazy? How can you say such harsh words to an aspiring writer who has brought great work? Oh, my god. Hey, get him out. No, I can't go. I'm not going. Please call producer N.A. Jin-ho. I'm going to hit people here. I'm going to die. Writer Jo So-kwon was still watching. Trying to make his work known somehow, he held on with his whole body while several guards tried to pull him out. Although he was stubborn and uncouth, he was affectionate as a writer. I feel like I'm looking at what I used to be. When no one recognized his work, Jo So-kwon sold it himself like this man. In my time, the guards really beat me and threw me out. Jo So-kwon, remembering the past for a while, smiled and said, "Can I have a look?" The guards paused as the man spoke. Not missing this opportunity, the man approached Jo So-kwon and asked, "Who are you? Are you a producer?" "I'm not the one who shows my baby to anyone." Jo So-kwon smiled as if he was enjoying the man's bold words. "Nice to meet you. My name is Jo So-kwon." Jo So-kwon? You have the same name as the writer I respect the most. It's not a common name. In response to the man's unexpected compliment, Jo So-kwon said with a shameless face, "If you're talking about the writer who wrote In Spring Without Flowers, which Jo So-kwon is currently broadcasting, that's me. What? I'm very happy that such a passionate newcomer says that about me." The cafe at the BDD station. Jo So-kwon was reading a man's work. In front of him, the man moved back and forth between heaven and hell at the sound of Jo So-kwon's small breath, like a student being graded. "Please. You think it's funny?" When he brought the work he had been preparing for 2 years to the station, the man was determined. "This is the last challenge, and if I fail, I won't write again. Let's do it?" Jo So-kwon tapped his finger on the script. "When I saw it, I thought of 50,000 things in my head. What? Is my handwriting light enough to bounce with my fingers? Or are you going to hit me like that?" A second seemed to pass as slowly as a year in front of Jo So-kwon. Jo So-kwon asked, carefully placing the script on the table. "What's your name?" "What? What's your name?" It's Kang Hyun-jin. "But why is that? I heard that you wanted to meet producer N.A. Jin-ho. You have to know your name if you want to introduce yourself." Kang Hyun-jin asked with a trembling voice. "Well then, the script is really funny. By the way, why do you want to meet producer N.A. Jin-ho? There are many other drama producers as well." Kang Hyun-jin said in a crawling voice while scratching his ball. "I am a big fan of Spring Without Flowers. So I really want to leave my work to the director like this." "Haha, you're such a brave guy. Okay, I don't know what the producer will say, but I will introduce you first. I wouldn't be ashamed of this kind of work. Go, thank you. Thank you very much. That's enough for now. I had something to do with the producer. Can I come with you?" Yes, it's totally okay. Let's go," Kang Hyun-jin said, bending his back all the time. Jo So-kwon went to the conference room where he was supposed to meet N.A. Jin-ho. Soon after, N.A. Jin-ho entered the conference room. "Sorry, I'm late." "Huh? Writer Jo, who is this?" N.A. Jin-ho found Kang Hyun-jin and asked Jo So-kwon. "Oh, I met him outside and he said he wanted to meet the producer. His name is Kang Hyun-jin." "Me? Why? Producer N.A. Jin-ho, I want my work to be made by you." N.A. Jin-ho looked embarrassed at Jo So-kwon's. "I've never seen him before, but I can't ignore it because writer Jo brought him here." N.A. Jin-ho asked Jo So-kwon with a skeptical look. "How much did you work to get him to come here? I think you'd better see for yourself," Jo So-kwon said and put his hand on Kang Hyun-jin's shoulder. "Well, writer Kang Hyun-jin, I'm producer N.A. Jin-ho who really wanted to meet." "Oh, hello. Producer N.A. Jin-ho? I'm a huge fan." "Oh, yes. Thank you very much. You wrote a piece of art." "Yes, this is it. Please take care of my baby." With a deep bow, Kang Hyun-jin handed over the script he had written. This was the first time for N.A. Jinho, who has been a producer for a long time. By the way. Well, I see. However, I couldn't ignore the work of the person Jo So-kwon himself, so I decided to read the script first. Wow, wow, wow. Moments later, N.A. Jinho gave the script back to Kang Hyeonjin with an unknown sigh. The sound of Kang Hyeonjin swallowing dry saliva filled the quiet conference room. This is a tense moment. Kang Hyeonjin hoped that a positive word would come out of N.A. Jinho's mouth. But I can't. Oh, I'm not saying I can't because I'm busy. I just can't. Kang Hyeonjin woke up from his disappointing words. Why? What's the problem? Jo So-kwon said it would be fun. N.A. Jinho crossed his arms and spoke in a calm voice to Kang Hyeonjin, who shouted in a raised voice. It's fun. The work is solid and the characters are alive. The story is good too. But why? Well. N.A. Jinho, who thought for a while, explained the reason. It's a gangster drama. How can you do that on terrestrial? These days, terrestrial networks are going crazy making things like this. Kang Hyeonjin shouted while spitting at N.A. Jinho's words. This is not an obvious gangster drama. Even if my fathers had nothing for their families when they were young, even if you're bluffing, I sacrificed for my family by giving everything I could. As Kang Hyeonjin spoke with an excited voice, Jo So-kwon patted Kang Hyeonjin on the back and said, "Let's go, writer Kang. Listen carefully. What did the producer say? He said you couldn't make it because it's a gangster drama? It's not that kind of drama. No, it's a gangster drama, so I said I can't do it on terrestrial. On terrestrial broadcasts." What? Kang Hyeonjin put a question mark on his face as if he still did not understand what he meant. What do you mean? I have a friend who can do this much better than I can. Really well? N.A. Jinho said while looking at his cell phone number. Netflix. It's okay, right? Let's get it. Over the top, platform vying with YouTube for first and second place in global video content consumption. If YouTube is a world of one-person creators, Netflix is a world of professional content creators. Kang Hyeonjin, who can't help but know this, asked in a shaky voice. My work on Netflix? Yes. When Netflix came to Korea a long time ago, my friend moved there. Oh, yes. I thought it was crazy at the time, but now that I think about it, I should have gone with her. Anyway, that friend is in a pretty high position now. N.A. Jinho spoke in a serious tone as if he had made up his mind. I don't know if I can do it or not, but I'll give her this job. Because of her personality, if she likes this work, she can cut through all the complicated procedures and sign a contract right away. Well, are you sure? Is my work on Netflix? As I said before. I don't know if I can do it or not. So don't expect too much. It's really hard to put a piece on Netflix. It was a bit negative, but Kang Hyeonjin didn't care. Whether it was true or not, he was very grateful that he had a chance. I see. Thank you. Kang Hyeonjin bent his waist so low that he hit his head on the table. Jo So-kwon, who was standing next to him, said with a smile. But, producer. Yes. Why do you look stiff from before? You should be happy to see good work. Whoa. It's a waste. I think I could do really well if I wasn't a part of BDD. N.A. Jinho thought as he looked at the script. What's so beautiful that the enemy would think of giving it to me? N.A. Jinho asked, remembering his best friend and enemy. But I couldn't even bite into it. I've already said it, and the new writer in front of me was running around with joy. N.A. Jinho looked out of the window and said, I had a lot to talk about with writer Jo So-kwon, but it's been so long. It's okay. What I have left is time. Ha. Thank you. Then let's have dinner first. We're trying to make ends meet. When N.A. Jinho got up from his seat with his luggage, Jo So-kwon said to Kang Hyeonjin. Oh, that's right. Writer Kang Hyeonjin. I had something to say as well. What? Can I recommend a character named Oh Man-ho among the roles? If you don't mind, can I recommend an actor to you? There's an actor who came to my mind when I read the script. When Jo So-kwon said this with a smile, N.A. Jinho asked with a flick of his finger. Writer, are you thinking of Jin-seok? That's right. N.A. Jinho said with a smile on his face. I knew it. Yes. I think the action scene from the script is really important, but his action is, needless to say, his charisma is also A-list. Well, he was too good looking to play a gangster. But in this work, if the mask is too strong, it's more like poison. The message that the work is trying to convey is tarnished, and it just becomes a violent gangster drama. Both of them spoke at length about their works. Meanwhile, Kang Hyeonjin intervened in their conversation with a shady voice. If it's Kang Jin-seok, are you talking about Nakamura's acting? Yes, that's right. I was going to tell Jin-seok a little later that Nakamura is going to die. I'll talk about this work then. It's not a recommendation, but I'll just say, there's a work like this, so think about it. Kang Hyeonjin's eyes widened at N.A. Jinho's words. No, it's a reaction of surprise. Are you surprised to hear that we are going to recommend it for your work? Well, everyone would do that if such an actor was acting in his work at novel.A. But that wasn't the only reason why Kang Hyeonjin was surprised. Kang Hyeonjin opened his mouth with a trembling expression. Nakamura, are you going to die? The reason why Kang Hyeonjin was surprised. It was because I was unintentionally given a huge spoiler. At the same time, the writer and producer are in charge. I'm on my way home from work after finishing my first part-time job at a warehouse. Producer N.A. Jinho called me. Thus, Nakamura chose death. The drama director and the owner thought about it together, but I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Oh, I see. Nakamura ends up here after all. It was too bad. I still have a lot of acting to show you as Nakamura. N.A. Jinho's voice was heard over the cell phone again. Jinsook, do you have an idea for the next movie? The next one? There is nothing special. I've thought about looking for some auditions starting tomorrow. Well, can you wait a week or two? If it's a week or two, then, what is it about? Oh, it's no big deal, it's no big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. In that short period of time, one thought or another crossed my mind. Is this the next BDD drama? Is there a role you can recommend? I really wish it was. However, N.A. Jinho's next words were beyond my imagination. I put a play that I found out about on Netflix, and it could be auditioned, so wait a bit. What do you mean, Netflix? I thought for a moment that I had misheard. N.E., will you let me audition for Netflix? Yes, I read the script and I thought it would be perfect for you. But the production hasn't been confirmed yet. So don't be too much of a kimchi soup, okay? Yes, sir. Since then, I have been talking to N.A. Jinho about this and that. At the end of the conversation, I asked what I had been curious about during the whole conversation. Mr. PD, what? Can I get a synopsis of what kind of work it is first? I'm so curious. Synob. Yes. Wait. From behind the cell phone, I heard N.A. Jinho's voice talking to someone. Kong Hyun, Jinsook, Nopsis. Yes, of course. After a while, N.A. Jinho said with a smile. I'm with the writer who wrote this work, but he says it's okay. But he wants us to sign it when we meet later. I can give you as much as you want now. Of course. Laughing. I see. Then I'll put it in through Kakao Talk right now. I have to go to the meeting now, so good luck. Yes? PD, thank you. Yes. When I returned home after talking to N.A. Jinho, I received a file via Kakao Talk. The path they chose _synopsis_HWP. Please be careful not to leak it. It was recommended by producer N.A. Jinho, so I'm sure it's a good work. Even before I switched, I opened the synopsis file. Jongno, where all the worries of office workers are gathered. The office workers were drinking to suit the end of the week and celebrate the upcoming weekend. Among them were N.A. Jinho and her friend Ha Sarung. There is only one reason why the two of them met during this busy time. It was because of Kong Hyunjin's work, the way they chose. Ha Sarung said while taking a big bite out of the raw beef in front of her. I read the script you sent me. Yes. It was fun. At H.A. Sarung's words, N.A. Jinho said with a smile. What's going on? Say that what I sent you is funny. Don't be flattered. It's more fun than that love letter you wrote me. N.A. Jinho kicked his tongue at the dark story that was suddenly brought up. I'm bringing it up from 20 years ago, for no reason. Tisk. I still have it. I'll copy it and spread it on when you get married. That's why I'm not getting married. I guess I can't. Anyway, you'll have a blade on your tongue until you're old looking. After a conversation between two friends I saw for the first time in a long time, Ha Sarung started talking about the body. I want to do this job. I like the smell of work. I don't feel like I'm getting money. This is written by a new writer, right? You smell it well. As expected, it's crazy dog. I'm not dead yet. Ha Sarung stared at N.A. Jinho when he said crazy dog. That look was fierce, so N.A. Jinho said, coughing in vain. By the way, when will it be produced? Well, if it's like usual, it's a long and boring process, so it'll take some time. When Ha Sarung reacted loudly with an exaggerated gesture, N.A. Jinho asked, pouring soju into his mouth. You're saying it's normal, right? So you're saying there's another way. Of course, I do. Ha Sarung said, blinking. Whether it's Netflix or a TV drama, the most important thing in production is money. Money. That's right. If I can get the production cost, I can start working on it even next week. And the most important thing to get the production cost is, who is producing the work? If it's you, investors would pack money and bring it. When Ha Sarung slurred her back and rested her chin on it, N.A. Jinho immediately received the words. But what she said was not the right answer. He snapped back with a sharp look. Who is the actor who will be responsible for the success? Ha Sarung shrugged when he saw N.A. Jinho scratching his back hair. Ha, you're like that. Don't worry about it. The production company I trust so much doesn't have any work. I also want to produce after a long time. There's nothing to worry about if you're in charge of the work. Of course. It's been a while since you said the right thing. What are you saying? Anyway, all I'm saying is, contrary to what she had pushed for a while ago, Ha Sarung started to look at N.A. Jinho's attention. Something. I think you're taking a moment. I don't lengthen my words or turn them around with N.A. Jinho, who knows. But I hesitate like this. You must have something you want from me. Ha Sarung spoke with a serious voice, as she expected. I want to ask you a favor. What kind of favor? I'll take responsibility for this work and go in ASAP and pick it out. Please contact an actor. I have a desirable actor. As soon as she heard this, N.A. Jinho looked at H.A. Sarung with a meaningful look. Hey, I think I know what kind of actor you want. Don't say it. I think I'd feel bad if I thought the same as you. Yeah, then just listen. All you want is a river. When N.A. Jinho was about to say someone's name, Ha Sarung's words were faster. Kong Jinsook, please contact him. I want to try this actor. When Ha-seong said that she wanted to use Jin-seok, Jin-ho asked with a slight smile. You mean, you want to take Jin-seok? That is it, right? Jin-seok? Are you close enough with this actor? We are very close. I'm the one who discovered him and brought him up. Ha-seong snorted at Jin-ho's words. That's harsh. Before his work, he appeared in Dreams of the Sun Rising and also in a web drama. Just because it's a bit like that. Can't you save my friend's face? There is no way. Ha-seong suddenly held out her hand and said, give me your contact number. If the production is confirmed, I'll ask for an audition myself. This time Jin-ho snorted and shook off Ha-seong's hand. I'll give it to you when the production is confirmed. You don't need to know before then, do you? I can't give you someone else's contact information. Jin-ho spoke quickly and immediately added in a subtle voice. Tell me the truth. What? You don't want to get contact information as a producer or... I think it's about your self-interest. You're a fan of Jin-seok, right? Perhaps Jin-ho's words hit the nail on the head. Ha-seong's relaxed expression was broken. You've become quick-witted. If you're that old, you deserve to be quicker. Okay, but will you feel sad? What? In the past, when you were so quick-witted, it could have been like the love letter you wrote me. I pushed you because you were frustrated. Ha-seong, who had finished speaking, laughed. Jin-ho had no choice but to bow to the dark history between them forever. About 3 weeks after I spoke with producer Jin-ho on the phone, the long-awaited Kakeotak was finally here. Producer Jin-ho, Jin-seok. Producer Jin-ho, this is the link to the article I was talking about. Producer Jin-ho, I gave the contact information to the person in charge, so he'll come up with an audition proposal soon. Producer Jin-ho, the role I will give you to audition for is the role of Omin-ho, then fighting ... I immediately clicked on the link that producer Jin-ho sent. The title of the article is Korean War Master, Ha-seong PD. After a long break, they returned to the path they chose. Producer Ha-seong from Red Cat Culture House Studio is working with Red Cat Culture House again. Producer Ha-seong, who was responsible for The Eternal Carousel, The Night of Eden and The Moonflower, is currently on Netflix. The production of this work was confirmed unusually quickly. In response to such concerns, Ha-seong said, it's not something to worry about, it's something to be happy about. This is because we can present good works as soon as possible, she said. K-drama is recognized worldwide, but it has not yet been recognized as much as K-noir. I will break this prejudice with this work, she said. As producer Jin-ho said, the Netflix production has been confirmed. I was a little nervous because I hadn't heard from him in a while, but I thought it was good to listen to producer Jin-ho. Although the casting was not confirmed, at least I had a chance to audition. If I had auditioned again and gotten in, I would have just had to watch this work. If you got another audition, you were worried about what you would do. Honestly, I was worried that I would be exhausted. By the way, the producer's background. It was all work I found impressive. Especially Moonflower is one of the masterpieces that some Korean men have not seen. But no one has seen it just once. What an honor it would be to participate in a new work by the producer who created such a work. I calmed my pounding heart and reread the synopsis of this work that producer Jin-ho had sent me. 1979, Busan. Omin-ho lived with his younger sister, who was no different from his daughter and ran a small shop inherited from his parents. However, his parents also left him with a huge debt along with the small shop, and the gang's violence to pay off the debt increased day by day. Then, to make matters worse, his wife gets into a car accident and he ends up paying her hospital bill with the money to pay off the debt. When the thugs notice this, they come to the store and make a fuss. He then threatens Oh Min-young, Oh Man-ho's younger brother. Oh Min-young was an arrogant man who didn't resist anything, but he couldn't forgive the thugs for threatening his sister, so he knocked them all out. Ma Jung-woo, the boss of the gangsters who saw Oh Min-ho's skills, suggested that Oh Min-ho join the organization instead of paying off his debt. Oh Min-ho was a man of honor who had lived with honesty all his life, but he couldn't resist the offer. Eventually, Oh Min-ho became a gangster, paid off his debt, and lived a rich life. I thought I'd be able to live a happy life like that. The younger sister stays away from the gangster turned Haemin, and even his wife dies in a fight. To make matters worse, the war on crime was declared in 1990, and the organization's heavyweight, Oh Min-ho, was arrested. However, it was none other than his childhood friend, prosecutor Song Kyung-hoon, who was in charge of Oh Min-ho's case, whether it was a joke of fate or not. Song Kyung-hoon says that he can reduce Oh Min-ho's sentence if he tells him that he was forced to become a gangster because of his wife and sister. However, if he does this, his wife and sister will become the ones who turn themselves into thugs. In a trial that can carry the maximum death penalty, what choice will the Omanis make? Synopsis of their chosen path. The end. Whoa. I really want to do this. Producer Jin-ho gave me a chance to audition, but there was one thing I was worried about. Can I act as well as Nakamura? Maybe it won't be easy. Of course, because I continued to study acting, I would have improved a lot compared to the past. It was not as good as producer Jin-ho and others expected. I might be able to draw ink on the face of the man who recommended me with my current skills. That's not what I was thinking. The ability to meet ghosts in dreams and act upon them instead of doing them a favor. Although it is the ability to perform perfectly, there was a risk that there might not be any ghosts that fit the role. My bone hurts. Perhaps because I was thinking too deeply, I quickly became tired. I fell asleep. I tried to wake up somehow, but in the end, I couldn't get over it and went to bed to sleep. Let's sleep and wake up. It's been a while since I've seen a white room in my dreams. I looked around to see who was calling me, but I couldn't see anyone. Then a man approached me from a distance. He was wearing a fluffy black suit that would have been popular in the 1980s. The appearance was considerable, but he didn't feel fat at all. Hello, my name is Lee Manzok. I am Kang Jin-sok. I felt it when I saw it from a distance, but it was even more frightening when I saw it up close. Lee Manzok spoke with a serious voice. It's such an honor to meet the most famous actor in our world. Oh, yes. We don't have much time, so let me start with the main story. The character named Oh Man-ho in the work you're about to enter is very similar to me. Lee Manzok took a deep breath and continued. Oh Man-ho became a gangster under the pretext of being a family member, and he hurt his family a lot. Just like me. Throughout Lee Manzok's speech, his voice was full of regret. Why did a person with so much regret become a gangster? Can I ask you something? Just as he was about to ask why he became a gangster, Lee Manzok said with an urgent voice. There really isn't much time left. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but can I ask you a favor first? Oh, yes. Go ahead. I'll do my best. I was very nervous because I thought he was going to ask for difficult things like revenge or a blood feud. Please write a letter to my brother. Letter. Please include in the letter what I wanted to say and what I need to say. Is that all? Yes, that's enough. But what he wanted was a simple and heartwarming task, to deliver a letter to the family left behind. Like faithful Man-ho, the natural nature of being forced to become a gangster appears to be a good person. I understand. I'll make sure it happens. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lee Manzok, who was smiling brightly like a child who received a gift, looked into the air for a moment and said with a serious face. Actor. What? Actually, I took a look at the concerns of the actor in the human world earlier. You're worried about what will happen if you don't get help from us when you act. Oh, yes. Can you even know what I'm worried about? It suddenly reminded me of my grandmother who once said, spirits know everything. That's what it meant. Don't worry about that in the future. No matter what your role is, we are always getting ready for waiting tickets. I'm more worried that we won't get a chance. At novel bin at. There are ghosts who have lived that kind of life in every role. So choose the work you want to do in the future. Then a spirit that fits the story will come. With that, I woke up. The conference room at the KL Entertainment headquarters. Staff members in suits were sitting there. With a long round table between them, they seemed to have little interest in each other, but they were unconsciously keeping each other in check. Perhaps because of such a fight, even the air in the conference room felt heavy. There's an uncomfortable silence right now. Breaking the silence in the conference room, the director of Actors Room 4 said. The head of Department 5. BDD has put our company on the blacklist because of our collaboration with Lee Homan and KSC this time. Other stations don't like us either. The same goes for KSC. The fifth chief frowned and growled at the words of the fourth chief, who seemed to be arguing. So what are you saying? Director 4 asked. It's no big deal. I'm just telling you to take responsibility. It doesn't matter if the Actors Room 5 collapses, but it causes damage to rooms 4 and 3. Responsibility? That's ridiculous. Did I do it alone? The fourth chief also agreed at that time. What do you mean? Yes. I just approve of it. First of all, I was careful not to touch producer Na Jin-ho and writer Jo So-kwon. They're not easy people either. In response to the voice of the fourth boss, who was full of laughter, the fifth boss hit the round table hard. Thump. The moment he tried to shout something, the man who was listening with his eyes closed said to the third chief. Stop it. The fifth chief coughed in vain and straightened his clothes. Director 2 watched the scene with interest. I asked, pointing to her empty spot where a dark red lipstick stood out. Huh? But are you working outside the office again today? The staff member who was attending the meeting on behalf of the head of the second division calmly answered the head of the second division's question. Yes. I'm the only one who attended the meeting because he's very busy these days. The second manager said, it must be nice to have someone busy, said the subordinate next to him. We're busy too, so didn't you come because you said pilksum? That's right, he said sarcastically. Then the door to the conference room opened and a man walked in. A man with his half-white hair completely combed back, a thick wrinkle full of forehead, and eyes that seemed to illustrate his career. As the man entered, the chief stared nervously forward. You worked hard to make time while you were busy. The man spoke indifferently and tossed a script onto the round table. This time, it's a script for The Way They Chose, which Hasarang and PD are in charge of on Netflix. The man's words caught the eyes of some of the employees. Most of them were the employees of the fourth and fifth rooms. It's still being revised, but they say that the big framework won't change. And the sergeant and the producer told me that. The man went on, looking at his notebook. It is said that there is no actor in mind yet except for the main character, Oh Man-ho. Let's say we're going to audition for Fan ID. Who will be in charge of this work? As soon as the man finished speaking, the fourth and fifth chiefs raised their hands. The man who was staring at them asked the head of the third office. Are you not confident about it, room 3? No, sir. It turned out to be a noir written by a new artist. I don't think it fits the image of our actors in the third room. Okay, Then, 4 or 5 rooms, you two should prepare properly this time and proceed without any problems. Yes. The man stood up as if he had nothing more to say. Then he said as if something had occurred to him. Oh, by the way, Chief 5. Yes. What is Lee Homan doing these days? Chief 5 hesitated for a moment. If it's Lee Homan, the filming of hardly written poems has just finished. It's about to end, and these days, he's doing some introspection and practicing his acting. I see. Yes, but what brings you here, Lee Homan? The head of the 5th Division asked, looking at the man's face. It's not a big deal. I just thought of Kang Jin-seok because he said he wanted to audition for this role. Kang Jin-seok is a friend who had a conflict with Lee Homan before. That's right. The man gave a short answer and then his eyes flashed. When I saw that look, the head of the 5th section was worried because he didn't know why. Maybe his fear was unfounded because the man told the 5th chief a troubling story. 5 chiefs. Yes. Let Lee Homan participate in this audition. It's a revenge match with Kang Jin-seok. Don't you think it will be fun? 5 KL Entertainment actors. Director 5 recalled a story in the conference room. You mean a revenge match? I'm kidding. I was just saying it for fun, whatever. I see. Lee Homan and Kang Jin-seok's revenge match. He told me not to bother because it was fun, but I couldn't hear it right away. He was a man who couldn't understand what he was thinking. Joking or not, you must not make a mistake this time. What I learned when I became the director of KL Entertainment. It's 1 mistake, 2 failures, 3 job losses. He was already the head of the 5th office who made a mistake once, so he knew very well that if he made a mistake again this time, his position in the company would be at stake at them.Every. Lee Homan's best scenario is to pressure Kang Jin-seok in the audition. Objectively speaking, Lee Homan is no match for Kang Jin-seok. Therefore, Director 5 did not want to create a situation in which Jin-seok would compete in the first place. The problem is that I don't know what role Kang Jin-seok is applying for. Singing woo 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 woo. While I was thinking about it, the cell phone of the head of the 5th office rang. On the screen, it said, Actor Lee Homan. Why did he call all of a sudden? The head of the 5th department answered the phone. Before I could say anything, Lee Homan snapped back. Director, I'm Lee Homan. I heard that Kang Jin-seok might come to the audition for the way they chose. Kang Jin-seok. Yes. Who? The 5th chief said, sighing inaudibly to Lee Homan. I'm not sure. It's just. I heard there was a lot of talk about him in the conference room. I heard it from the 4th manager. 4 heads, you loach poop like punk. The 4th chief probably told Lee Homan the news to feed him. However, even though he was angry now, he was the only one who lost, so he calmed his anger inside and said in a calm voice. Yes, there was such a story. Yes. So please let me audition. Hearing Lee Homan's words, the head of the 5th section swept his face roughly. Then I rubbed my forehead for a long time and said, What role? Is the script available? Yes. I haven't watched all of them, but there's one character I'm addicted to. Lee Homan said while the head of the 5th office paused. I will audition for the role of Omin Ho. I'll make sure to prepare for the role until the audition. Please support me. Have you checked your Lux Entertainment profile? I haven't done that yet. The producer said there were no actors there to look at. Burma, then you checked? Get rid of them all. Studio Red Cat staff in charge of the production of The Way They Chose. Everyone was busy with the sudden big project. Of course, Sergeant and PD are the busiest among them. Ha Sarung, who wasted time smoking, was constantly handing out documents with a smoking cigarette. I'll choose the location from the places I've listed in the past, leave the poster concept to the photo, and only confirm it later. Since I left the script revision to writer Lee Yana, the first withdrawal will be released next week, and the OST will be directed by director Yoon Shin-jong. Staff Sergeant, who handles a lot of things at once, making most veteran producers stand out. She put down the cigarette she had in her mouth and said, Can someone give me a profile box number 9? Yes. A clerk with dark circles up to his chin got up from his seat. Then he grumbled and brought the boxes stacked beside him to Ha Sarung. Wow, here they are. Producer, don't you think it's convenient to just look at the profile on a tablet? Because I'm analog. After giving the crew a rough answer, Ha Sarung looked at the profile at the top of the box. This. 4 KL Entertainment Actors Room. 5 KL Entertainment Actors Room. It was a list of actors sent by KL Entertainment. Come on. KL didn't even want to get a profile. I wanted to reject Rajan Ho's work because I wanted to ruin it. I had no choice but to get a profile because the head of KL Entertainment made a direct request. It was difficult for Ha Sarung to refuse such a big man's request without hesitation. Kwon Young-soon, Kim Si-jun, Moon Jong-chul, Rachel, Min Jae-ri. Ha Sarung's eyes were astonished at the list. You've taken a completely different route than Room 5 and Room 4. I don't think the 2 managers are very close. While the 5 actors were mainly aiming for supporting roles, the 4 of them were openly aiming for leading roles. At that time, she saw a profile that was shocking to her eyes. Homan, did you send me your profile? Should I let him through or not? It wasn't a bad choice considering his image and age. However, it was questionable whether he could show enough acting skills to attract attention. Ha Sarung, who had been thinking about it for a while, finally put Lee Homan's profile in a container with a pass sticker on it. Fewer actors than expected applied for the role of Arrogance, so it was decided that it would be no problem to add another person. Moon Jongchul wants to give the highest score among the actress 5-room profiles. Moon Jongchul, who knows Hasarang, is an actor who likes to discipline his juniors. To put it simply, he is an old man. His usual performance was also gangster boss. Moon Jongchul passed. Hasarang, who was checking the 5-room profile, looked at the 4-room profile this time. I wasn't expecting him. Among the applicants for the 4th room was a quite great actor even by her standards. A few days later, the long-awaited text arrived. Hello, I'm Sasa and PD of The Way They Chose, who received the contact information from producer N.A. Jinho. Since the schedule is a little tight, it would be good if you could audition as soon as possible. I'm sending you the contact information of our staff, so please ask here. There was a lot of talk, but the important thing is that I want to audition as soon as possible. It's better. Just debuting, my face and name are starting to be known to people. So now is the time to run. There was no time to rest. I've been resting for a few weeks and my body has become very fierce. I immediately made a schedule and went to the audition. This audition is held at the headquarters of Studio Red Cat. When I arrived near the headquarters, I saw some people who seemed to have come to audition. Dash, asterisk bread, just go. Fat vans like celebrity cars, always seen near the station, were fighting each other's nerves. I don't know if the actor inside ordered it or if the road manager did it voluntarily to show loyalty. But because of this war of nerves, actors like me seemed to be more nervous. They didn't even care. When I entered the first floor of the Red Cat studio, it was even more crowded. I was proud that I had been to most of the auditions, but this was the first time it had been so crowded. I'll have to check to see if I get in first. It was then. Kang Jin-sok. When I looked back at the voice calling me, there was a man standing there with a staff necklace. Oh yes, who? It's the staff member I used to communicate with by text message. Oh, hello. Yes, what are you doing here? When asked by the staff, I asked as if I was curious. What? I was waiting in line to check my participation in the audition. Isn't this the place? When I spoke bluntly, the staff member said with an apologetic face. Didn't I contact you? You can come up to the 26th floor right now for the audition for the supporting role. Yeah, I didn't hear a thing. I'm so sorry. You almost missed the audition. No, it's not that. Can I go up now? I'm so sorry. Please follow me first. I took the elevator to the residential area. Isn't that Nakamura? It's Kang Jin-sok. Are you auditioning for this drama? There was a slight buzz around me as if someone recognized me. As the attention was drawn to me, my footsteps towards the elevator quickened without me noticing. This is the waiting room. There are other actors in there, so when it's your turn, I'll call you? Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, then I'll go. Good luck with your audition. There was a lot of activity somewhere, and I went into the waiting room. I see long tables and neatly arranged office chairs. So far, it's a normal audition waiting room that I've seen many times before. However, the level was different from the auditions I've seen before. There were many actors who seemed to have appeared on TV at least once, and most importantly, they all seemed confident. I wasn't very nervous before entering the waiting room, but when I saw them, I suddenly became nervous. Let's go to the bathroom first. I felt a little less nervous when I came out after doing my business. I was still a little excited. You're Kang Jin-sok, right? In Spring Without Flowers as Nakamura. Then I heard a middle-aged man's voice from behind me. When I turned around, I saw 3 men. Is this person Moon Jongchul? He is a middle-aged actor who appears not only in historical dramas but also in dramas set in modern times. After that, Lee Ho-man, who had long forgotten in his memory, smiled wickedly at what was so interesting. I think I saw the other person somewhere, but I can't remember. In addition to Lee Ho-man, Moon Jongchul, Jin-sok bowed deeply because he was a senior. Hello, I'm Kang Jin-sok. But even though I said hello, Moon Jongchul glared at me with his eyebrows. I heard you used to be very mad at Lee Ho-man. Are you managing your image because you are more famous these days? It's Lee Ho-man again. In my short career, I've already come across this twice. You can't do this without having a bad relationship with someone. What should I do? If the other person was Lee Ho-man, he would have played moderately as before. But the opponent is not Lee Ho-man, but a senior named Moon Jongchul. In terms of age and career, I'm not the type of person to treat carelessly. Why don't you answer? I'm just asking. Or are you ignoring me too? Moon Jongchul seemed to be quite close to Lee Ho-man, so it was clear that no matter what I was going to say, I wouldn't be heard. There is nothing I can do about it. At the time when I wanted to bow down and apologize, there was no other way. Hey, Moon Jongchul. Why are you defending your girlfriend and scolding Jin-sok unnecessarily? I heard a familiar voice behind me, full of mischief and years. I slowly looked back and there it was. Hey, Jin-sok. Are you here for an audition? Min Kyung-soo waved his hands happily. TN, GF? Ha, I don't know Lee Ho-man x Moon Jongchul. Fine dining at a luxury hotel in Gangnam, Seoul. There was one person who chartered this place, whose basic course cost hundreds of thousands of won. It was Oh Hae-nyul, CEO of OS International. In front of Oh Hae-nyul sat a woman with an ancient air. It is an honor to meet you like this, CEO Yoon Gae-in. An antique woman sitting in front of heaven. It is Yoon Gae-in, the former CEO of Yoon Entertainment. She spoke with a slightly nervous voice. This is an honor for me. That's why. Why did you want to meet me? Before we talk, let's eat. Today's configuration is quite good. Oh Hae-Newell holds up the tableware with a nice smile. However, Yoon Ga-in said politely again, as if she wanted to talk first. If it's about advertising for actors, I can't help you. As you know, I'm no longer the representative of Yoon Entertainment. I know. You came out of Yoon Entertainment as if you were being chased. I heard that you also refused the severance pay and gag money. Oh Hae-Newell calmly finished a rather uncomfortable story. Before Yoon Ga-in even said anything, Oh Hae-Newell added, let's have dinner first. Isn't it a matter of life and death for you to have food? I see. Oh Hae-Newell, who finished his meal without much conversation, opened his mouth. In the near future, I'm going to make my business in entertainment. When you say entertainment, do you mean idols? First of all, I'm thinking of actor management. I'm planning an idol or my own program, but nothing has been decided yet. Rumors about OS International's entry into the entertainment industry have been circulating quietly. That's because he made a huge investment in Spring Without Flowers. I guess that was true. Well, it has nothing to do with me anymore. In fact, it is Yoon Ga-in who is already retired. Now she didn't have to care who entered the entertainment industry. With CEO skills, you will be able to get results. I replied politely, but that was not Yoon Ga-in's sincerity. No matter how representative Oh Hae-Newell is, the entertainment industry shouldn't be considered easy. It could be a candle for someone who wants to start a business. Thank you for judging me like this. But I think it's a little different. I've done several businesses, but the business of business is difficult. There's a lot to take care of. Yoon Ga-in opened her eyes wide at Oh Hae-Newell's words, who seemed to have read her thoughts. There is enough money. We also bought a building next to our headquarters. We also have the best vans for our artists. The hardware is perfect, but the software is lacking. Not only the entertainment industry but also the entertainment business needs bright talent. Talent? Isn't that good enough for OS International? That's right. But I don't just want talent, I want the best talent. After finishing his speech, Oh Hae-Newell spoke to Kang Kyung-sik, the chief of staff, who was sitting next to him. Chief, please give me the contract I prepared. Yes, please. Chief of Staff Kang Kyung-sik took the tablet out of his pocket. The OS Entertainment Vice President contract was displayed on the tablet's screen. This is the reason why I invited CEO Yoon Ga-in today. Oh Hae-Newell handed the contracting tablet to Yoon Ga-in. Please accept the position of Vice President of our company. Well, she's the Vice President, and she's practically the CEO. Please take a look at the practical work for me. We set the terms and conditions beyond the highest standards in the industry. Please let me know if it's not enough. After finishing his speech, Oh Hae-Newell poured wine into Yoon Ga-in's glass. However, Yoon Ga-in could not see the contents of the contract. For me? You're giving me this opportunity. Yoon Ga-in's heart was pounding in contrast to her seemingly nonchalant demeanor. Why are you offering me this? The CEO who got kicked out of the company. The CEO who turned down severance pay because she had something going on. The representative who couldn't bring the actors she trained. It was incomprehensible given the current public perception of herself. Her passion began to burn again in her chest to say no. The entertainment industry was forced out of the CEO position and vowed never to look at it again. But she was given a chance to go back there. Can you believe this? Yoon Ga-in was worried. Like the employees she believed, she was afraid that Oh Hae-Newell would sell the company for money. If you lose the company you built from nothing again like that, you'll surely collapse. Well, I'm just asking out of curiosity. At that time, Oh Hae-Newell said with a meaningful smile as if to ease Yoon Ga-in's worries. I heard that Yoon Entertainment was sold for 45 billion won this time, right? I heard it roughly, but I wanted to get confirmation from the official. As expected. Were you going to sell it after you built it up? Yoon Ga-in looked at the sky coldly. Then Oh Hae-Newell shook his hand and said as if not to be misunderstood. Don't look so scary. I don't want to make money by breaking the rules. And if the company I founded was really worth that much, Oh Hae-Newell said with a confident look, I'd rather have paid for it, but I'm not going to sell it just to make a few more dollars. It's a company created by me, not by anyone else. Oh Hae-Newell seemed to read all of her thoughts as she had just done. Otherwise, there is no way for you to tell me what you are worried about first. It doesn't matter. There is enough money, and the company's vision is clear. With such a person in the CEO seat, all he or she has to do is run the company right. A company that finds and nurtures actors with talent, skill, and personality. Yoon Ga-in picked up a tablet and checked the salary written at the bottom of the contract. The alertness that had been on her face before had disappeared, and she was full of interest instead. Definitely the best in the business, more than that if it's that kind of salary. I told you before, but if it's not enough, let me know. I'll try to match it as best I can. No, there is no shortage. Rather, I would like to propose something from my side. It's a counter-proposal. It's fun. Tell me. Yes, I have made enough money to spend until I grow old and die, so I don't need much money. Unlike before, Yoon Ga-in's voice was confident. Oh Hae-Newell said with a smile as if he liked the momentum. Then what do you need if not money? What I need is authority. Please delegate all practice and responsibility. Yoon Ga-in marked the amount with her fingers. The amount was half of the amount written in the contract. Then I'll work with this salary. Oh Hae-Newell looked at Yoon Ga-in's face and took out a tablet. That was my original plan, but this is great. I want to save money. What? What is this? I told you earlier. Actually, Vice President Yoon Gaeun is the CEO. Should we go with it then? Wait a minute. Did you really mean what you said earlier? Do you really want me to play the representative role? Yes. I'm not a punter with this kind of thing. You ate a shot. Wow. A verbal contract is still a contract, so please sign it. Vice President. She was the representative of Oh Hae-nyul who played on Yoon Gaeun's head all the time. Did you come to audition? Yes, but I didn't expect you to take this audition too. Yeah. That's how it happened. Wow, this drama is going to be great. Jin-sok, you have a 100% success rate. I have to go to this job. Ha. Even with a 100% success rate, I only entered 2 works. Min Kyung-soo, who had been talking about this for a long time, suddenly spoke to Moon Jong-chul with a straight face. Hey, Moon Jong-chul. Why don't you answer me? Didn't you hear me? A completely different face and voice than when you talk to me. It feels quite cold, if not to the extent of openly expressing hostility. CO, senior. Did you know Kang Jin-sok? Why? Can't I know? Oh, that's not true. Enough, just answer what you asked earlier. Why did you do that earlier? I was just passing by, and you started the fight. Moon Jong-chul rolled his eyes. Leaving him behind, Min Kyung-soo said to Lee Ho-min, who had a poop-chewing look on his face. Who are you? I've never seen you before. I think I've seen the friend next to you somewhere before. Lee Ho-min and the actor standing next to him bowed their heads. My name is Lee Ho-min, senior. I am Kwon Young-soon. Kwon Young-soon? Oh, he was in Zero to Base before. It's directed by H.A. Suk-shin. Kwon Young-soon replied with a big smile as if he was happy to recognize him. Yes, that's right. But Min Kyung-soo's words were cold. If you're here for an audition today, you'll have to do better than that? Yes. Min Kyung-soo said to Lee Ho-min this time. Lee Ho-min. Oh, the friend who got the right shot in the BDD. I heard that producer Na Jin-ho and writer Jo So-kwon threw a tantrum at the audition for Nakamura's broadcasting. Lee Ho-min managed to control his expression, but he answered with a sharp attitude when he could not kill his temper. That's right. But this time it will be different. Min Kyung-soo looked at Lee Ho-min slowly, as if you were thinking of something. I guess you're confident now that you say that. Okay, then it's fate that we meet like this, so I'll give you some advice. Min Kyung-soo pointed at Moon Jong-chul and said, no matter how hard you try, you can't hide behind someone like that and strike forward. Moon Jong-chul, who was pointed out, had a hard face, but Min Kyung-soo didn't seem to mind and finished talking. The only thing you can trust on this floor is your skill. As long as you have skills, someone will recognize you and people will come together. Like this one. Of course, skills also include acting skills and personality. Do you understand? Min Kyung-soo felt like the idiot brother next door who always talked to Park Woo-hyun and received Lee Na-ren's pitiful eyes. But look at you now. Is this a veteran? Whether it's because you're confident in your skills or because you have a solid career. Listening to his advice, the words were powerful enough to make him nod automatically. Then I'm done with what I have to say, so I'm going to go. I think everyone is here for an audition, so prepare well. Min Kyung-soo said as he led me into the waiting room. Hey, Jin-sok. At novel bin at. What? You, man. I think there's a lot of waves. Waves? What do you mean? You know what they say. When a man goes out the gate, 7 enemies are waiting for him. I've never heard that. But you don't have to say you don't know. Yes. But you seem to have many enemies. I think it's about 77 people. Haha. A little while ago, the crowd disappeared and Min Kyung-soo, whom I know, returned. Today's audition. You're playing the role of Oh Min-ho, right? Yes. How did you know? How did you know? I just know. Then he spoke again with a subdued voice. This audition is, you have to be a little nervous. In many ways. TN, kindly leave a review on Novel Update. Thank you. What do you mean, you have to be nervous? As if it was nothing, Min Kyung-soo said. I'm just kidding. LOL. Don't worry. You can just do what you've been doing, he said. I kept thinking about what he said at the end. What does that mean? There were more people in the audition waiting room than before. Someone was nodding at the paper the manager gave them, and someone was doing facial stretches. I went to the empty seat in the corner where I was standing before and tried meditation. I closed my eyes for about 5 minutes. I slowly awoke to the appearance of someone approaching me. You are Kang Jin-sok, right? Yes, that's right. A woman I had never seen before smiled softly at me. It must have been my first time, but there was something familiar about it. My name is Lee Na-ren, Lee Na-ren's sister. Oh, yes. I remembered that Lee Na-ren once said that she had a younger sister who was a year older than me. But I didn't expect to see you here at novel bin at. You definitely look like Lee Na-ren. Perhaps because it seemed to overlap with Lee Na-ren, I jumped up and greeted her at a 90-degree angle. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Jin-sok. Yes. Nice to meet you. Lee Na-ren sat next to him and sat cross-legged. It's just like you said. It's at the right angle. What? It's nothing. Are you nervous? Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I think they're all great people. Lee Na-ren smiled, opened her eyes like a crescent, and spoke to me. I don't think it's something that the actor who gets the most attention in this waiting room has to say. What? Don't you know when you see it? Everyone looks at actor Kang Jin-sok from the side. I'm sure they're all hoping that it won't interfere with their auditions. I listened to Lee Na-ren and looked around, but I have no idea. Lee Na-yeon smiled and whispered as if she had read my mind. Anyway, I'll give you good information. Oh, is it information that will confuse your head? What do you think? Do you want to hear it? Min Kyungs's words about being nervous were already confusing me, so I didn't want to hear it. But I was too curious to let it go. What kind of information would you intentionally come to me and let me know about? Yes, I'd like to hear it. There were 4 judges at the audition today. Ha Sarung, PD, scriptwriter, acting coach Kwak Jin-wook, and outside judges. Yes. Ha Sarung, the producer or the screenwriter will just do a normal audition, but the acting coach is something else. Lee Na-yeon looked around and spoke softly with a more serious voice. He's not very fond of new actors. First of all, he's trying to get rid of actor Kang Jin-seok. What do you mean? He doesn't like new actors. As Lee Na-yeon said, he will start with a deduction even before the audition. This is the second one, and the person who is most likely to be a problem is Dot. Lee Na-yeon was on the verge of saying something. All of a sudden, there was a shadow in front of the two of us. The two of you. Please keep it down in the waiting room. When I looked up, Lee Tae-sik was standing there. He was an actor who, in dark noir works, was mainly responsible for the visual. His acting skills are outstanding. Most importantly, he is well known. I was very familiar with him as he was an actor I once had a lot of admiration for. I have seen you more often as a supporting actor than as a lead actor in the past. Are you going to do an audition for this one? Lee Tae-sik bowed slightly, looked at my face, and said, low, whispering. I heard you say that to Lee Ho-min a long time ago. You should be quiet during the audition. Is it Lee Ho-min again? Come to think of it, Lee Tae-sik was also an actor from KL. Then you have to be quiet as well? No. Lee Tae-sik didn't even listen to my answer and told Lee Na-yeon. Lee Na-yeon, please be as careful as possible, okay? It's not even certain yet. That's exactly right. I'm sure it wasn't something that was told to the actor before the audition. Lee Na-yeon stared at Lee Tae-sik and shrugged as if she understood. But isn't it better for you to know if you're sure about it or not? I looked at myself and wondered if Lee Na-yeon could say that. Then she thought she had decided. She said with a slight sigh, fine, you'll figure it out anyway, but I needn't tell you. It might be more trouble for you in vain. Lee Na-yeon smiled like a cat and whispered in my ear again. I heard about Min Kyung-soo earlier. I heard that you're auditioning for the role of Oh Man-ho. Is that true? Yes. Lee Na-yeon said with a slight sideways glance at Lee Tae-sik. I have a feeling that Lee Tae-sik will have the same character. I had an idea that it was for some reason. If you are an actor like Lee Tae-sik, you will be able to play the role of faithful Man-ho. I've auditioned for Shin Ji-yeon, playing Oman's wife. Really? Oh, yes. So make sure that you win it. What do you mean? Because I want to work with actor Kang Jin-seok instead of Lee Tae-sik. Sure, I'll take my leave. When Lee Na-yeon left, Lee Tae-sik, who seemed a little angry for some reason, approached me and said, I heard you don't have many connections because you're a rookie and don't have an agency. With Na-yeon, no, I think you're pretty close to Lee Na-yeon. Lee Tae-sik's words became shorter as soon as Lee Na-yeon left. He's older than me, so I can move on. The look in his eyes was too strong for me to let it go easily. I stood there without saying anything. Lee Tae-sik kept asking me, what kind of relationship do you have with Na-yeon? I had my first meeting with her today in this audition hall. You saw her for the first time. Maybe he didn't like the answer I gave him. Or maybe I was just in touch with some counterintelligence I had no idea about. Lee Tae-sik made a big impression. There is no way. He brags like that. To me, Chet. If I see you flirting with Lee Na-yeon again, I won't let you go. I think it sounded like he was trying to intimidate me, but it wasn't a lot of pressure at all. I don't know what's wrong with Lee Tae-sik anyway. Then all of a sudden this thought came to me. Is Lee Tae-sik like Lee Na-yeon? I laughed in vain when I had this thought. You're not a 14-year-old kid, and you can't do that when you are talking to someone that you like. However, the next thing that I said was something that I couldn't just laugh at. Hey, Kang Jin-seok. You weren't a fan of my company in No Flower. At this audition, I didn't like the fact that the newcomer had the audacity to cross the lead. For the time being, I was just a listener. And now Lee Na-yeon. Don't make fun of the drama. It just happened to be a hit. This floor is not as easy as that. If you're a beginner, just crawl on your own like a beginner. Don't be so annoying that you have to push in, okay? Lee Tae-sik poured out everything he wanted to say, so his expression was much softer than before. Maybe it's because he's satisfied that I didn't say anything because I was scared. Lee Tae-sik, do you have something to say? Yes, I have a lot of things to say. But I think the other actors are starting to feel uncomfortable. So I'll tell you briefly so as not to disturb you. Are KL Entertainment actors usually this mean? What do you mean? If you're a rookie, stay organized. Don't be mean. In my opinion, KL Entertainment's actors are really into that kind of thing. Lee Ho-min used to be like that as well. Now. I stood up first before Lee Tae-sik said anything. Lee Tae-sik had looked down at me earlier, but now I was looking down at him. But in my opinion, Lee Tae-sik is a bit better than Lee Ho-min. At least he doesn't make a fuss. To compare the two, Lee Tae-sik shook his lips. It's a mouth with an open baby. Then the moment when he looked me in the eye and had the urge to say something. Actor Kang Jin-seok? Please go to the audition room. Before I knew it, it was my turn. Director 5 of KL Entertainment has been wearing long dark circles under his eyes for the past few days. I sat on it as if I was lying down. My office chair was tilted back. Then there was a knock at the door. This is team manager Nam. Please come on in. Team leader Nam, who came into the room, handed a bundle of documents to the head of the 5th office and said, "This is the profile of the applicant for the new actors audition, which was your request. I also emailed it to you. Please check it." Well done. Yes, there has been a decline in the number of applicants. The number of applicants has been on the decline. The head of the 5th division nodded his head. He turned his profile roughly. I suppose so. More than that, how's casting for the way they chose going? Yes. Lee Tae-sik in room 4 just finished auditioning, and I heard it's Kang Jin-sok's turn to go in. Lee Ho-min said that it will be his turn after Kang Jin-sok. Good. And the audition for the supporting roles will take a long time. The head of the 5th division nodded. As if he knew. With a rather worried voice, team leader Nam said. But, sir. Why? Lee Ho-min and Kang Jin-sok are going to play the same role again this time. Just like the previous role of Nakamura. Yes. Is he going to be okay? The head of the 5th division asked with a dry voice. I can't believe that he's going to be okay. What do you mean? What will the top people think of our 5th division if Kang Jin-sok wins the role? The actor in the 5th division will be drinking water again. Honestly, Kang Jin-sok is better at acting than Lee Ho-min. I'm worried. Team leader Nam speaks carefully. However, the head of the 5 departments swept his hair with a relaxed gesture despite Nam's concern. Not at all, as if there were nothing wrong with it at all. Team leader Nam, you don't need to worry about this. Pardon. Kang Jin-sok will never get a role this time. I think the role of Oh Man-ho will go to Lee Tae-sik in the 4th room. Team leader Nam asked curiously. It was as if he still didn't understand. How can you be so sure of that? How can you be that certain? The head of the 5th office said in a calm manner. There is someone among the judges who is on our side. Team leader Nam asked. He swallowed dry saliva in response to the 5th division chief's words. Mr. Chief, what does that mean? Are you saying, our company is directly involved in the audition? Nam asked in a worried voice. The head of the 5th division replied as if he was wondering what he was so worried about. Ronald Jang, he's one of the judges we're working with. Why, is there a problem? Oh, no. It's a little difficult to directly intervene in the audition, rather than a problem. Isn't it against commercial morality? Team leader Nam wanted to say. But when he couldn't ask that much and blurted out his back. The 5th chief sighed as if frustrated. Whoa. Team leader Nam, how long have you been working for the company? This is only the 11th year of service. It has already been 11 years. You are the senior team leader Ju Min-hyun in room 4. That's right. Team leader Nam's expression hardened a bit when he heard the name Ju Min-hyun. He was junior but better than him. The head of the 5th division continued, whether he knew it or not. 6 new rooms for actors will be in place next month. You know that he's going to be promoted to head the department, right? Yes, I know. You're senior, and you've got more to perform. Do you have any idea why there was a delay in your promotion? It's because you're so behind, man. It's soft, team leader Nam said, bowing his head. The head of the 5th division continued to speak calmly. You have 30 skills, 30 luck, and 30 connections if you want to succeed in this place, right? Yes. Then do you have any idea what the other 10 are? Team leader Nam shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said, I have no idea. It's loyalty. Loyalty. That loyalty that understands what the superiors want and somehow gets things done. Yes. You have to do it. No matter how dirty and cheap it is. Bribing a judge at the audition? It's no big deal. For example, the crazy guy in the 2nd director of the acting department is. The 5th chief was about to say something. He sighed and shook his head. Phew, that's the end of it. What's the point of my talk about other managers? In any case, live a strong life. If you want to stay on this team. Thinking about the words of the 5th division, team leader Nam nodded his head. Still, in a casual voice, the head of the 5th division said. Sometimes there are people who are really over the top with their skills. Those kids should have no part in this. I'm going to try to remember that. Yes, I am telling you this because I have a good feeling about you. This is a very expensive tip that no one will tell you about. The director of the 5th department got up from his seat. He wanted to leave the room. It was at this time that Nam, with a very serious face, asked the head of the 5th department. Mr. Director, why? You bribed the judge to let Kang Jin-sok drop the hook this time. But like you say, you use what you've got. If he's going to play Oh Man-ho when he auditions like he did when he played Nakamura. The head of the 5th division interrupted while the team leader was talking. That's not going to happen. No, but the only thing is if. Hey, do you think that Kang Jin-sok is able to act like that? A rookie who just had his debut. Without even thinking about it, team leader Nam shook his head. It didn't matter how good you were, but that didn't mean that you could do well in other roles as well. In my opinion, it would be difficult. Yeah, I'm sure he's lucky enough to get cast. You've seen a lot of actors like that, haven't you? Glittering kids in one piece. Yes. Well, never mind about that. Nakamura and Oh Man-ho are completely different roles. The head of the 5th division walked out of the room after finishing his talk. He was confident and calm as he walked to leave. However, the feeling of something uncomfortable could not be erased by team leader Nam. Auditions are in full swing in the audition hall of Studio Red Cat headquarters. Ronald Chang, who had received money back from KL Entertainment, looked at his profile. Kang Jin-seok is the next applicant. Jin-seok, who was known to Ronald, was that kind of actor. An actor who appeared for a few seconds as a supporting character in Dreaming of the Sun Rising and appeared in an instant as Nakamura in Spring Without Flowers. And the poor rookie who was the target of KL Entertainment's hatred. Well, no matter what. I just need to get paid. Why KL Entertainment wanted to drop Jin-seok, I didn't know. But he had no regrets about dropping Jin-seok. Failing an audition is as common as eating for an actor. And it was the same with getting a deal for a big project like the way they chose Ha Sarung, PD, and the writer. I don't think you have to pay much attention to him. Is he the variable? Ronald had a look at the man with the thick glasses. Kwak Jin-wook. I've heard many anecdotes about him, but today is the first time I've seen him. This is because Kwak Jin-wook used to be quite famous in the Korean entertainment industry, especially in acting. When it comes to new actors, he's very strict. At the same time, he was fair enough to be called a principal. So the public's evaluation was not bad. When Ronald looked at himself in silence for a long time, Kwak Jin-wook asked him while fixing his glasses, "Is there something wrong with my face?" Ronald's reaction to the sudden question was one of anger. "Oh, no, just. Mr. Kwak's question was what he thought of the next contestant, actor Kang Jin-seok. "Yo," Kwak Jin-wook said after thinking for a while. "You have to see the details. So far, he's an actor who is good at watching films. That's all there is to it." Hearing Kwak Jin-wook's answer, Ronald laughed. As expected, the rumor goes, you seem to hate new actors. Kwak Jin-wook is not going to give Kang Jin-seok a good grade. When I went to the audition hall, I didn't think about unraveling a complicated thread in my head. It was because of the words Min Kyung-soo said, "Be nervous," and Lee Na-yeon said, "Acting coach who doesn't like new actors." The thing that has me the most on edge is, they said, there is someone who is the most problematic. It was at this time that Ju Ming-gu, the staff member who took me to the audition hall, said, "Was there a problem with Lee Tae-sik earlier?" "Lee Tae-sik? What? Nothing happened. Just in case something happened. You had a serious look on your face." It was because of the words of Min Kyung-soo and Lee Na-yeon, but I think that Ju Ming-gu thought about it because of Lee Tae-sik. Soon after that, he stopped in front of a door. It looked like an audition room. Knock, knock. Actor Kang Jin-seok is entering. "Please come in." The resident opened the door. He said a few words of encouragement. "Good luck with your performance." "Thank you." There were 4 judges in the audition room and a chair in front of them. He walked up to the chair in the middle and got the attention of the judges. "Hello everyone. I'm Kang Jin-seok who auditioned for the role of Fan ID." After saying hello, I sat on a chair and made eye contact with each of the judges. Photographer Kang Hyun-jin, producer Ha Sarung, Ronald Jang, and acting coach Kwak Jin-wook. There was a sign in front of the judges so I could tell who was who. The writer and producer said, "This is a normal audition." The acting coach, "I don't really like new actors." Dunny, it really seemed that way. The way he was looking at me, he was really fierce. So this is the judge who can be the most problematic one. A judge named Ronald Jang looked at me with a smooth smile. "Nice to meet you, actor Kang Jin-seok. I'm Ha Sarung, who contacted you a few times by text." "Yes, nice to meet you, I'm Kang Jin-seok." "Ho ho, I know it's Kang Jin-seok, so I'm going to ask you a few quick questions before I start watching you act. Let's focus on the audition first. Don't have any regrets if you mess up after your worries about other things." Before the acting began, the sergeant and the PD asked 1 or 2 questions. Oh Min-ho thinks of a person who is so thin that he can lose so much weight. If it is possible to digest the rough actions without stunts, etc. Of course, my answer was possible. Ha Sarung said with a satisfied smile. "Good. Then you can have a look at the envelopes on my table." Ha Sarung pointed at 3 envelopes. They were all the same kind of envelopes. I thought about it for a while. I chose the one in the middle. At the same time as I opened the envelope, my vision became blurred. This is the memory of Lee Man-seok. "Man-seok, let's go meet our mom. Mom, you should always be honest and kind to people. And this is my younger brother, Min-young. You have to be my protector, Appa. Okay, yes, no, yeah, even without mom. Brave." It was a stunningly cold room. In it, a young Lee Man-seok is seen nursing his mother. Lee Man-seok is now about 10 years old. It was so cold. The mother was sweating profusely. There were several sheets of cloth around a baby next to her. It was Lee Min-young, the younger brother of Lee Man-seok. The scene had changed. "Appa, I won an award at school today." "Really?" "As expected, Min-young. Good job. Shall we eat hajangmyeon today?" "Yes." "Oh, brother. I'm coming to visit mom and dad at school next week. Can you come?" "Of course. I'll go with Ji-yeon." "That's nice, isn't it? Wong, you're the best." "Ji-yeon, you're the best." Lee Man-seok, a 22-year-old man with a stupid smile. He raised his younger brother by running a small shop inherited from his parents, with his wife Kim Ji-yeon. On the surface and in practice, it was a harmonious and well-adjusted family. Hey, Lee Man-seok. If you inherited your parents' shop, you should pay off the debt. I warn you, don't even think about spending money on anything else until you pay off your debt. Do you understand? It was a short scene. There were several gangsters in the dark shop and one of them threatened Lee Man-seok. But Lee Man-seok was in a state of relief. This was because his younger brother, Lee Min-young, did not know that he had debts at home. Lee Man-seok didn't care what happened as long as Lee Min-young was okay. Your guardian. The situation is not so good. Patient Kim Ji-yeon, you need an operation as soon as possible. Doctor, I'll give you the money later, so proceed with the surgery first. I'm sorry, sir. That's impossible according to the hospital policy. Inside an old hospital full of rustic green letters at novel bin at. My wife, coming back from shopping, was hit by a car. The doctor said he needed an operation immediately, but all he had was the money he had saved to pay off his debts. Lee Man-seok thought about it for a while and then made up his mind. I've got to get Ji-yeon an operation first. The money is here. I can earn it back. Lee Man-seok put his wife's life first. You're paying for your wife's operation without paying the debt. Did that punk hit you? Hey, drop everything. A gangster who realized that Lee Man-seok was spending money on his wife instead of paying his debt. They came and started to tear down the shop. Lee Man-seok stood still without resisting. The problem will only get worse if I touch them now, but then. Hey, get your little brother. I'll have him for sale on the island. Appa, don't touch Min-young. Hey, if you don't bring him back fast, what are you going to do? Don't touch me. He was Lee Man-seok, who endured everything but couldn't bear it if someone touched his younger brother. Lee Man-seok, who was standing still, flew up. He broke the jaw of a gangster who tried to kidnap his brother and broke the leg of a man who rushed him. They were stabbing, slashing, and smashing gangsters all over the place. It was a gruesome image that I couldn't imagine from the Lee Man-seok I had seen so far. Before I knew it, the store was empty. Only his younger brother, Lee Min-young, was looking at Lee Man-seok with fear. Oh, brother. Me, Min-young. Are you okay? Lee Man-seok approached Lee Min-young, but Lee Min-young stepped back and refused to touch him. Lee Min-young looked at Lee Man-seok, who had blood all over his body, with terrified eyes. The look was like a dagger to Lee Man-seok. A man was watching Lee Man-seok and his brother in front of the store as if he was interested in them. Man-seok, life is like hell, right? No, it must be more hell than hell. It's not much, but I'm just happy to live with my brother and my wife. Because you can't even do that, right? Lee Man-seok outside the store a while ago, is drinking alone. The man said with a wry smile as if he understood everything. Man-seok, do you know how to be happy in this hellish world? What should I do? You have to be a devil. The only happy fool in hell is the devil. So have a try and work under me. Work like the devil. What can I do? I'm just a shopkeeper. What do you mean, a small businessman? I saw earlier that you didn't lose your martial arts skills when you were in school. How can I do that? How do I know about that? I am friends with all the guys in Busan's martial club. If you work for me, I'll pay off your debt and your wife's operation. That solves everything. Let's live happily in the future. What do you think? Lee Man-seok clenched his fist as he listened to the man. My fingernails dug into my hands and bled from gripping it so tightly, but I didn't feel any pain. I felt like I was going to burst, and I was even more frustrated. He wanted to kill the man who was the main culprit of all this, but his inability to kill him was catastrophic. Lee Man-seok was in such a state of self-hatred. I'm going to think about it a little bit more. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the audition room. My heart was heavy with emotion. Because in that short period of time, I experienced happiness, sadness, and lethargy in a person's life. Let's have a look at the script first. There was a piece of paper in the envelope. There was a familiar scene written on it. Oh-min-ho, who was proposed as a gangster. He is drinking in his shop in ruins. He made a monologue while looking at the place where his younger brother stepped back and ran from him. Happily. The most difficult moment in Lee Man-seok's life. It was the moment I made the decision to be a gangster instead of a normal family man. It was also the moment when my sister saw me as a monster. I sat back in the chair and stared into space. As if I was sitting in midair, I stared into space. Whatever was around me. It didn't matter. What matters to me now is whether I will become a gangster or not. That was all I needed to know. I inhaled. I filled my lungs. Then he sighed deeply. Deeper than a sigh, in a dark and heavy voice. Let's get to work. Just before Jin-seok started to act, Ha Sarung sighed slightly. I hope you do well. Will you be able to do well? Ha Sarung was fascinated by Nakamura's acting and invited Jin-seok to audition. Frankly, she had high expectations. But since she has high expectations, will he be able to play arrogance well? The realistic worry that was hidden in front of his eyes. Noir. There is no clear definition, but noir is often a work about criminal organizations. And noir, contrary to popular belief, is a very difficult genre to make. This is because it can be criticized as glorifying criminals or idolizing gangsters. No matter how beautiful the theme of the work is, family love, it is an Achilles heel that the main character has to carry because he is a gangster. Therefore, the actors who perform in this work should have very good skills. It's not to glorify crime but to bury the theme of family love in the performance of the gangster. If he can continue to show his acting skills at the level of Nakamura, it's possible enough. As Ha Sarung thought about Kang Jin-seok, his mood changed. Let's get started. What's with your voice? Up until now, the voice of Jin-seok that Ha Sarung had heard was a good medium to deep voice. I would have given you a pretty good grade if you had acted with that voice. This voice right now, it was a heavy voice that made my heart feel suffocated. If I had to express it, I would say that his voice is dark. There has never been a better voice for noir. Ha Sarung and Jinseok's eyes met as they had to hide their surprise. Ha Sarung, seeing Jinseok's eyes, exclaimed to herself, "Oh man, Ho's audition it's over?" Ha Sarung concentrated on Jinseok's acting, barely catching her lips, which she had unintentionally loosened. Flop down. Jinseok fell onto a chair like a loose doll. He looks into the air with a blank stare like a person who has lost everything. However, it was not the eyes of the person who gave up everything. It was an eye hidden in such a determination that there was nothing to lose, but there was something left to protect and he could not give up. Kwok Jin-wook's eyes caught Jinseok's attention, showing two conflicting emotions at the same time. Look at this guy. Before seeing Jinseok's performance, Kwok Jin-wook did not like Jinseok. As he said to Ronald earlier, Kwok Jin-wook thought of Jinseok as a lucky boy. A rookie can express his feelings like that. Even though he had not acted seriously yet, Jinseok poured out a lot of emotions. Anger and injustice, torment and regret, determination and decision, and sadness in all of them. Kwok Jin-wook was very curious about what kind of scene he would play with these emotions. At that time, Jinseok said in a low voice, "Mom, what should I do now? I want to protect Min-young." As soon as he heard this, Kwok Jin-wook muttered to himself, "I don't need to see any more. The omen-ho of his imagination is right in front of him, so what else is there to see?" Kwok Jin-wook let out a deep sigh as he watched Jinseok suppress his emotions just before he exploded. It's definitely different from rookies these days. He's not an imitator, he's a man who can act. Kwok Jin-wook was excited to think that he had found an interesting rookie, but on the other hand, he felt very uncomfortable. He can't believe he just made his debut. At that time, Jinseok acted roughly to empty the glass. Another drink. Another drink. There are no bottles of alcohol and no glasses, but it is an illusion that I am really drinking. Jinseok, who emptied his glass one after the other, opened his mouth. When my mother died, I promised to live a good life while protecting Min-young. I worked really hard to keep the two of them, but I don't think I can do that anymore. Kwok Jin-wook admired himself as he watched Jinseok speak with sober eyes. I thought there was nothing left to see, but does he have anything left to show? There was a reason why they said he was a favorite junior. The more I looked at him, the more new he was. Kwok Jin-wook held his breath and concentrated on Jinseok's acting. It's easy. Jinseok forcefully blocked the tears with both of his molars. Jinseok, who seemed to have managed to suppress his emotions, murmured in a low voice. As my mom said, I did my best to save it in a really nice way. I don't think it's possible to protect Min-young in this hellish world. The audition hall, where everyone was fascinated by Jinseok's acting. There was only one person with a complicated mind. Oh my god. Even though he was a corrupt judge, Ronald was a real man, at least for his ability. So he could see exactly how much Jinseok's acting is now. Even if he put it on Broadway right now, I'm good enough to play the lead. Broadway, a holy place for plays and musicals all over the world. Video acting in dramas, movies, plays and musicals is different, but Jinseok's acting now was an acting that could work anywhere. If I knew he was an actor like this, I would have never gotten that money. Ronald was happy to cheer for Jinseok and could not help but admire him. I've already received money from KL Entertainment. What was lacking in this acting? It was easy to give a bad review. He just had to write the numbers down. But he also had to convince the other judges, saying what that actor lacked, what parts he needed to fill in, and who was better. However, his pride would not allow him to undermine the actors that everyone recognized. If Kang Jinseok gets a good score, KL Entertainment won't stand still. But I can't eliminate this actor. At that time, Jinseok got up from his seat and took a few steps. Then he pretended to make a phone call and said, "If I work for you, my parents' debt and Ji-yeon's operation, promise me that you're going to pay it. Make sure you keep that promise," Jinseok said with a nonchalant voice. The expression didn't seem to mean anything, but the tears in his eyes slowly trickled down and finally fell to the floor past the tip of his jaw. FXXX. KL. At novel bin at. Ronald, who saw Jinseok's tears, roughly stroked his forehead with a face full of anger. Writer Kang Hyunjin. He didn't have a great interpretation like the other judges. He watched the acting with the eyes of a truly pure spectator and the feelings of the writer who created the work. This is it. There was no need for an evaluation. After the scheduled intermission, he wiped away his tears with tissues given by the sergeant and the PD. After wiping a few tears, Ha Sarung PD said, "Kang Jinseok. Yes. The emotion still lingered in my heart, but I will try to answer as normally as possible. Can you shave your head?" "Of course, it's possible. But why all of a sudden?" "Oh, that's..." Ha Sarung said with a little hesitation. "The setting is that arrogant in the play becomes a gangster and then shaves his head." "Okay, I can do that." I soon understood the intentions of the sergeant and the PD. "Don't tell me. You mean you're going to cast me?" "Yes, that's right. I'm a person who can't talk in a twist, to put it bluntly. I don't think I can do it unless it's Kang Jinseok." After saying that, the sergeant and the PD asked Kwok Jin-wook, "What about you, Mr. Kwok?" Kwok Jin-wook, who had closed his eyes, looked at me with his beak eyes and said, "Kang Jinseok? Yes, I'm Kang Jinseok." "Yes, Kang Jinseok. From whom did you learn to act?" This question was as unexpected as Ha Sarung's. "I read it myself. I'm in college now." Kwok Jin-wook replied, looking straight into his eyes. But as if he didn't like the answer, he frowned and said, "If you lie, you're out. Your acting can't be done by studying alone. A middle-aged actor who has been acting for a long time wouldn't know, because it's not something a young actor like you can do. I think you're very wrong. What can I say? When I hesitated for a moment, Kwok Jin-wook murmured with his palate. Well, if you don't want to reveal yourself, there's nothing I can do about it. Mr. PD, I like him. I don't think he's a young actor these days if he's serious about acting. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't expect Kwok Jin-wook to give such a good review. There was a story I heard from Lee Na-yeon, and the first time I saw her at the audition, she was really scared. I'm worried about whether I can show consistent acting skills until the end because I'm a rookie, but that's a matter for the producer to take care of. While exhaling a sigh of relief, Kwok Jin-wook added a criticism with a bitter aftertaste. When I smiled awkwardly, Kwok Jin-wook said with a smile, I'm just kidding. Just do your best. Oh, yes. Kwok Jin-wook smiled contentedly. The sharpness from the first time disappeared and he smiled like a kind old man. What's left is. It was Ronald with the most serious look on his face. While waiting for Ronald's review, Kwok Jin-wook asked Ronald. How did Ronald feel? He was really serious about acting. Ronald replied with his eyes fixed on the desk. With a deep sigh. Good acting, yo. Even with the mixed emotions, the diction is very good. I felt that you prepared a lot, yo. Contrary to expectations, it was a positive review. You were the judge I was most worried about, but fortunately, did I do well? Anyway, the emotions are so, how shall I put it? Out of control. Unlike other judges, Ronald was rambling. I decided to listen to what he had to say. Anyway, I think that's the kind of acting that could be a problem when you start filming. It wasn't bad. I think you can become a good actor with a little more effort. Yo, the review was neither good nor bad. Even though you acted as an act of righteousness, didn't you feel you weren't good enough? Still, it wasn't a bad evaluation, so it was somewhat satisfying. First of all, 2 out of 3 got a passing grade. You did a good job. Finally, Kang Hyunjin raised his hand and said, I really liked it. That's what I really wanted to see. Wait a minute. Kwok Jin-wook apologized after cutting off Kang Hyunjin's words in the middle. I'm sorry for cutting you off in the middle. Writer. What? Oh no, it's okay. Kang Hyunjin said as if he was really okay. After giving him a moment of silence, he looked at Ronald. Ronald, I just want to ask you one thing about your review. Okay. Kwok Jin-wook, who until a while ago had the smile of a kind grandfather, but now he was staring at Ronald with a very sharp eye. I know that the judging criteria are at the discretion of the judges, so I can't argue about it. But you have to do a screening that the actors and other judges can understand. Kwok Jin-wook asked in a low voice. What was wrong with Kang Jin-sok's acting? I have no idea. Kwok Jin-wook's voice coldly lowered the audition room. A rather uncomfortable situation for me standing in front of them. There was a moment of silence. To the point where you could hear the clock hands on the wall. Ronald, by any chance, have you got money on KL Entertainment? Why are mentioning KL Entertainment here all of a sudden? I stopped and looked at Kwok Jin-wook and Ronald alternately. Kwok Jin-wook was still staring at Ronald with a grim expression. Oh, Ronald, on the other hand, is a pupil earthquake. He seemed very embarrassed. Haha, I don't know what you're talking about, yo. KL Entertainment? I've never heard of that name. Yo, really? Does it really have nothing to do with KL Entertainment? Kwok Jin-wook asked, tilting his head. But Ronald was strangely overreacting. What do you mean there's something? It has nothing to do with them, yo. No, you might be close to the agency. Why are you so sensitive? Just like someone who has done something wrong. Kwok Jin-wook spoke calmly, but his words had thorns in them. I decided to just watch because I didn't think it was a conversation I wanted to have. Actually, I've been wanting to ask you something for a while. It was a little strange. Only KL Entertainment actors gave good reviews. But in the meantime, the acting of actor Kang Jin-sok has been saying that he doesn't like it. That's why I asked about it just in case. From the looks of your reaction, there must be something on your mind. Due to Kwok Jin-wook's smooth words, Ronald's face changed. Did you really fall for getting interrogated? Just as Ronald was about to say something, the sergeant and the PD banged on the desk and said at them.Every. Wait a minute. Ha Sarung frowned and looked at Kwok Jin-wook and Ronald. This is not a conversation to be had in front of the applicants. Let's talk again after Kang Jin-sok leaves. Ha Sarung gave me a bright smile. Kang Jin-sok, thank you for your hard work. You can go out. I'll text you the results of the audition. Yes. I wondered if Kwok Jin-wook was really thoughtless about Ronald or if he said that because he knew something. Seeing Ronald's reaction, I think he has something to do with KL Entertainment. However, as long as the order for the celebration was in place, there was no way I could be here. I'll go out then. Thank you. Leaving a somewhat confusing audition room behind me, I slowly walked out of the door. Hey, Jin-sok. Min Kyung-soo was also waiting at the door to see if the audition was over. Did you finish your audition? What about you? Call me big brother. Haha, haha. Yes, brother. Yes, yes, yes. I was waiting to eat with you when you came back from the audition. How was it? I think I did okay in the end. I stopped when I was about to tell him that the atmosphere in the audition hall had deteriorated because of the KL Entertainment name. Let's not talk about it for no reason because I don't know it well. I just swallowed without finishing my last words. Then Min Kyung-soo asked as if he was curious. What happened at the end? I was criticized for acting a little too much at the end. Min Kyung-soo's eyes widened as if he was surprised by the rough equivocation. You went too far? You must have been a little nervous. Yes. Did I say I should be nervous earlier? Come to think of it, I did. But he said, yes. I couldn't say, it's all because of you, so I just kept quiet. When I looked at Min Kyung-soo, he covered his head with both hands and suffered alone, saying, I ruined my junior's audition? I'm an idiot, and But even that lasted for a while. Min Kyung-soo asked with a subtle voice. How is Kwak Jin-wook? If it's Kwak Jin-wook, is he a judge? Yes, he's my friend. He's an old man. He always makes rookies open their eyes. What did he say? He said very little. Was he your friend? Yes, we are quite close. I asked her to tell you. Didn't she hear me? I didn't hear it. By the way, it's to Nayeon. You seemed pretty close to Lee Nayeon and you must be close to Lee Nayeon. While I was thinking, Min Kyung-soo made a slight impression and made a phone call. Maybe it was because I turned the phone up so loud that I could even hear it next to me. Hello, senior. Yes, Nayeon. I'm Kyung-soo. Did you tell Jin-sook that Kwak Jin-wook is my friend? What? Was the judge your friend? Didn't I tell you? Huh, you. Just say, he really hates rookies, so tell Jin-sook. He said, ha ha ha. This man. You had a bit of a sloppy personality. Where was his charisma when he defeated Moon Jong-chul before the audition? As I watched Min Kyung-soo with open eyes, I suddenly remembered something I wanted to ask Lee Nayeon. Senior. I wanted to ask her something as well. Can I talk to her for a second? What? Okay. Hey, Nayeon. Jin-sook wants to ask you something. I'll change it for you. Yes. Lee Nayeon's lively voice was heard over the cell phone. Min Kyung-soo handed over his cell phone as if he wanted to talk comfortably. Hello. I'm Kang Jin-sook who said hello earlier. Yes? How was your audition? Yes, thanks to you, I enjoyed it. Thanks to Ho-ho? So, what do you want to ask? What are you doing this weekend? I have plenty of time. Oh, no, it's not like that. After organizing his thoughts for a while, he asked. Before the audition, you said there was someone I had to be very careful about. Do you remember? Yes, of course. It was a nonchalant voice with a nuance that it was nothing. Can you tell me who it was? Oh, that one. Lee Nayeon said in a calm voice, just like a while ago. Producer Ha Sarung. Ha Sarung the producer. Yes. Because she was so direct during the judging process, there was more than one actor who cried. That's why I wanted to tell you in case actor Kang Jin-sook might get hurt. It wasn't about Ronald. I think I was just worried about my junior as a senior. I was a little relieved, but I was frustrated because my curiosity had not been satisfied. When I sat still for a while without saying anything, Min Kyung-soo said to Lee Nayeon. Okay, Nayeon. You did a great job, and I'll see you later. Yes. If you have any more questions, feel free to call me. Lee Nayeon said something at the end. But Min Kyung-soo yawned and hung up. Jin-sook. Come on. Let's go eat. After an audition, you need to fill your stomach. Auditions go by very quickly. Yes, that's a good idea. Okay. What kind of food do you have in mind? It'll be on your bill. Say anything you want except beef. Except beef. Yeah, beef is too expensive, dude. Alright, then. I thought about it for a while. Then I said, I'm going to eat sushi. Clever child. Your choice is something as expensive as beef. He said that. But Min Kyung-soo immediately started looking for sushi restaurants. I went to a gopchang restaurant. There was no suitable sushi restaurant nearby. Maybe it was because it was early. There weren't many customers, so I could eat comfortably. It's so good, even before the food came out. I had to take a picture with a part-time employee and give an autograph to the owner. Chee. The tripe was fried so that it was crispy on the outside and moist on the inside, and it was rolled well so that the fat of the tripe did not come out. Min Kyung-soo admired and said, Wow, Jin-sook, you were really good at grilling the meat at the company dinner. You're also good at the tripe grill. Yes, I used to work part-time at a tripe restaurant as well. I learned it from the boss there. No wonder. You're not going to go anywhere for a part-time job. Are you excited about it? Vibe from J-Yam. Oh, yeah, you know that as well. Min Kyung-soo said. He was eating meat and talking about this and that. Yo, Jin-sook. Aren't you going to get involved with the company? Company. You're talking about the agency, aren't you? Yes. I think there are several companies you can have a look at. Seo In-hyuk suggested his agency Major 77 in the past. And these days, when I go to and from school, I get business cards from a lot of agencies. Some were agencies I'd heard of. Some were agencies I'd never heard of. Some of them also had suggestions for specific contract details. There were a couple of places where I had a direct call to my number from time to time. How the hell they got my number, I don't know. There was no company I liked even though it was offered by several companies. To be honest, I don't have enough schedules yet to feel the need for an agency. So I never really thought about it. Min Kyung-soo poured himself a glass of Coke and said. He continued, actually my contract with the company ends next month. I tried to stay as long as I could, but after the CEO change, the atmosphere in the company was quiet. So I'm going to move. Oh, I see. Yes. That is why I had the idea of moving with you at the time of my transfer to the company. It might be a bit unfortunate to say this, but I'm a bit powerful. If you move in with me, I can take care of you. I can also see a little bit of you if you do well. I'm saying, let's get to know each other. Min Kyung-soo said with a smile. This is certainly a very good offer for me. Min Kyung-soo is a talented actor who is recognized by everyone, even though he is not a top star. From what we've seen so far, he has a good personality. I am sure that there will be more good things for us to do together in the future. Just to let you know, Naren and Nayeon, Woo Hyun are going to move together. We're all in the same company. The time of the end of the contract is the same. Were there any other people who worked at the same company? Didn't you have any idea? Yes. I had no idea. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. So, what's it going to take? He spoke calmly as usual, but I could feel a subtle expectation in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Min Kyung-soo laughed and said, I'm not going to a strange company, so don't worry. Even if it's at least the size of KL Entertainment or a startup, it will be a solid company. Oh, the size is KL Entertainment, not KL Entertainment. Even if you put all your money in there. Singing woo 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 woo. While Min Kyung-soo was talking, my phone suddenly rang. Oh, brother, I'm so sorry. I just got a phone call. Yes. Answer it, answer it. Yes. 010XXXXXXXX. It was a number I didn't know, but I got it in a hurry because it might be an audition call. Hello, hello. Is this actor Kang Jin-sok's phone? It was a serious male voice. It had a medium to deep tone. Yes, that's right. I'm Ryo Sung-ho. I'm the first director of KL Entertainment. I have something to say. Can I talk to you on the phone? It is unbelievable to me that he is the first CEO of KL Entertainment. He is a man that I have never met before in my life. Why did you give me a call? I can have a word with you for a moment. Oh, let me begin the conversation. I've heard that one of our employees played a low-grade prank at auditioning today. If it's a low-grade practical joke, is this related to Ronald's issues earlier? Ryu Sung-ho continued after a moment of thought. This is my apology phone call. And I'm very interested in the actor Kang Jin-sok. On a personal level, not on a company level. At the coffee shop in Seongsudong, Seo Yun-soo was wearing a uniform and sighed deeply. Hey ai. Seo Yun-soo wipes the floor with a blank face. It was hard to tell if Seo Yun-soo was carrying a mop or if the mop was dragging Seo Yun-soo. When the manager saw this, he kicked his tongue and said, Tut, tut. Yun-soo, when are you going to clean up like that? The customers will be coming soon, so we have to hurry. Yes, 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 yes. The manager asked, scratching his head at the appearance of Seo Yun-soo, who seemed quite lost. What is it? Yes, 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 yes. Are you listening to me? Yes, 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 yes. I don't think you're listening at all. Yes, 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 yes. Jin-sok has been in her mind since she didn't see him for a long time. The manager thought as he saw a picture of Jin-sok hanging in the middle of the cafe. It's a huge boom because Jin-sok suddenly became famous. Was it bad news for Yun-soo? The cafe was doing so well now. As word spread about the cafe where Kang Ji-seok worked part-time, fans of the drama In Spring Without Flowers began making pilgrimages to the Holy Land. It has withered a bit since Nakamura's death, but Kang Jin-sok's coffee still sells well. Kang Jin-sok coffee was a coffee that Jin-sok made by mixing this and that for fun when he was working part-time. A coffee with all the ingredients that can be added to coffee nowadays, such as condensed milk and sugar. What he gave to some regular customers as a service became popular on SNS, and now it has become a popular menu that should be called a cafe signature. It's too sweet, so there are people who like it and people who don't like it. The manager, who briefly remembered Jin-sok, said to Seo Yun-soo, Yun-soo, Kang Jin-sok. LOL. Jin-sok appa. The manager sighed when he saw that Seo Yun-soo suddenly reacted to the word Jin-sok. No. Have you prepared all the ingredients for Kang Jin-sok coffee? Yesterday, it was cut off in the middle, so 10 customers just left. Yes, I'm done. It's full on refrigerators. Very full. Seo Yun-soo replied weakly, leaning on a mop. Hey, Yun-soo. You can call Jin-sok if you want to see him. I think he'll have a lot of time since his drama is over these days. I don't want to. When Seo Yun-soo shouted loudly, the manager rubbed his ears. Why do you have such a loud voice? Or you can say no. Why are you angry? I'm sorry. If it's not because of Jin-sok, then what is it? If you're tired, I'll get you another position. Then there will be no place when Jin-sok comes back later. When Seo Yun-soo spoke in a crawling voice, the manager shook his head. It's because of Jin-sok. It's not. Okay, all right, let's finish cleaning quickly. The two of them cleaned for a long time without saying anything. When the cleaning was done to some extent, the manager opened his mouth. Oh, that's right. Yun-soo. What? I called Jin-sok last time and gave him some money to help him get by. Did you call Jin-sok? Yes. I heard that Jin-sok is auditioning for another drama. Do you know that? Seo Yun-soo tilted her head. How long has it been since he filmed a drama? He's auditioning again. Doesn't he usually take a few months off after a job? Well, I don't know much about that. Anyway, he's going to audition. Did you know that? I didn't know. It hasn't been long since he finished filming. You're working really hard. Jin-sok appa. It's been a long time since Seo Yun-soo heard Jin-sok's update. That's because she couldn't meet Jin-sok except when she passed by at school, and after becoming famous, it was a burden to contact him first without knowing why. In the past, I used to keep in touch with small things. Seo Yun-soo asked the manager. Do you know the title? Yes, he told me. What was it? I'm sure it was their choice, well, that kind of name. The way they chose. Oh, that's right. He said he was going to audition for it. The way they chose was the work that had received the most attention from all the aspiring actors recently. It was a work that auditioned for everything from leading roles to group and supporting roles, so opportunities were open to aspiring applicants. As a result, many aspiring actors tried to get even a line or two of dialogue, which was significant in its own way. I didn't apply because I thought it wouldn't fit my image because it was noir. If I had known that Jin-sook was auditioning, I would have applied. Seo Yun-soo thought this, but she knew that even if she had applied, she would have failed. Anyone can apply, but not everyone can join. But should I check if they still have extras? Seo Yun-soo took out a cell phone and put it in his uniform apron. She then accessed the audition website on her cell phone to check the audition schedule for the way they chose. As expected, the auditions for the supporting and minor roles are over, but we're still recruiting extras like Happiness 8. There was no special audition because it was a role that literally flew by. Seo Yun-soo applied for the extra using her saved profile. The roles I applied for are 19-year-old girl and 17-year-old girl. It was a role that almost appeared on the back of my head, not to mention the lines. Oh ho, laugh. After checking the support is complete message, Seo Yun-soo turned around. Seo Yun-soo, who thought there was no one behind her, was surprised and almost dropped her cell phone. The manager said. Did you apply for a drama he's auditioning for? Yes. But it's really weird to look at someone else's cell phone. When Seo Yun-soo stared at him and said this, the manager looked straight at him and said as if it was not funny. Is it okay to look at your phone when you have a part-time job? I'm sorry. The manager told the truth and went to the bathroom. With my daughter? Then the door of the cafe opened with a clear bell. Seo Yun-soo, who had a gloomy expression on his face until a while ago, greeted the guest with a bright smile as if she had done so. Welcome. A total of 3 people entered the cafe. A middle-aged bald man and a middle-aged career woman with a similar sense of dignity. It was the last man with his eyes wide open. Said the bald man who entered first. Hello. Is this the cafe where actor Kang Jin-sook used to work? Oh, yes. That's right. Are you looking for Kang Jin-sook coffee? Seo Yun-soo replied with a bright smile of service. Then the bald man said with a wink. Oh, actually, I'm not here for coffee. I'm here to drink. I want an iced Americano. What are you going to have? I'll have the Kang Jin-sook coffee. What about the chief of staff? I'll have an extra iced tea shot. You're having that again. That's my preference. The bald man organized the menu and told Seo Yun-soo, then offered his business card. I'm that kind of person. Seo Yun-soo handed over his business card with a dubious gesture. Many customers asked for my number, but this was the first time they gave me a business card. However, I accepted it carefully because I couldn't help it, but Seo Yun-soo was surprised to say the company name on the business card and dropped it. I'm sorry. It's all right. The vice president will tell you why we're here. Vice president. As the bald man stepped back slightly and said, a woman named vice president stepped forward. Hello, I'm Yoon Gae-in from OS Entertainment. Yes. What's going on? I knew that the former CEO of Yoon Entertainment had gone to another agency like a rumor, but it was OS Entertainment, an agency founded by OS International. Why did you come to see me? While pressing her heart, Seo Yun-soo managed to keep a smile on her face and saw Yoon Gae-in. Yoon Gae-in said while looking at the name tag Yun-soo on Seo Yun-soo's uniform at novel.A. I'm actually here because of Kang Jin-sook, but I'm also interested in Yun-soo. What? You have a good posture. The makeup is also good. I think the camera will also work well. Did you model for a shopping mall? Oh, no. I've never done anything like that. What about being an actor? Are you interested? Oh, yes. I want to be an actor first. Yoon Gae-in clapped her hands and said. No wonder. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize it. Oh, that's not it. When Seo Yun-soo shook her hand and said in a hurry, Yoon Gae-in took out her business card from her wallet. I have a big audition coming up, so I'd like you to apply. I think I'll be a good fit for Yun-soo. Whether this is a dream or real life. Seo Yun-soo took the card with shaking hands and put it in her pocket. But I heard that Kang Jin-sook worked here for a long time. Is that true? Yes, he worked with me for a long time. It was just a coincidence. I wanted to ask you something. Seo Yun-soo asked with a shaky voice. If you want to ask. Yes. Is there anything that Kang Jin-sook liked or needed? Well, he never said anything like that. Seo Yun-soo tilted his head. Well, I don't know. Jin-sook doesn't say that often. He always says that he wants to act well. But why is that? Oh, that is. Yoon Gae-in turned around for a moment and looked at the chief of staff. The chief of staff did not say anything but just shook his shoulders as if he would do as she pleased. We're trying to recruit him, but there's a competition. What? There is a competition? Yes, and a formidable one at that?